Chapter 381. The anti-aircraft gun firepower outside the anti-aircraft regiment was too strong. They had no chance of breaking into the central radar array under such dense firepower blockade. Then, Sherman's face turned fierce. He squeezed the last bit of energy in the mobile armor into the thruster, and his speed suddenly increased a lot. While avoiding the flames of the anti-aircraft guns, he rushed towards their positions. And Sherman's actions were also known by the enemies in the anti-aircraft gun positions. Then more firepower intercepted him. Under the blockade of several anti-aircraft guns, Sherman's mobile armor was hit and fell down. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to intercept others, a broken mobile armor flew close to the ground with an extremely tragic momentum and rushed straight into the position. Sherman turned on the switch of the polymer grenade wrapped around his body with a crazy look on his face, and then a huge explosion blew up the entire anti-aircraft machine gun position, and then the ammunition affected by the explosion also exploded, and a series of explosions also submerged the entire anti-aircraft position. Under Sherman's sacrifice, the anti-aircraft machine gun position of the Air Defense Regiment was blown up, and the passage for other teammates to advance was opened. Facing Sherman's sacrifice, the others did not look askance, but dived towards the enemy's radar position with a clear goal. Because when Sherman proposed the plan, everyone knew that it was impossible for them to leave safely. They were risking their lives to open an attack channel for the space fleet. It didn't matter who left first or later, they would eventually meet in the cloning room. Without the suppression of the anti-aircraft gun position, the other scouts also suppressed the last bit of propulsion of the mobile armor fiercely. The remaining 5 scouts were seen piercing into the radar position of the Air Defense Regiment like a meteor, and then the cluster grenades wrapped around their bodies were detonated amidst the laughter. Their radar position was also destroyed in these 5 explosions. Soon, the news of the attack on the radar array reached Christopher Dean's ears. Division Commander, the Air Defense Regiment was attacked and the radar array was damaged. What? Christopher Dean's eyes almost popped out when he heard the news. Without the radar array, the Air Defense Regiment will become a mere decoration, and the entire 1st Armored Division will be exposed to the firepower of the new Eden Space Fleet, and will no longer be able to fight back. Looking at the anxious Christopher Dean, a combat staff immediately reported, Division Commander, the radar array is currently damaged by more than 10%, and it is being repaired as soon as possible. It will be repaired and restarted in an hour at most. Don't worry too much. Hearing this, Christopher Dean turned around and slapped the combat staff officer in the face, saying viciously, "Don't worry. Do you think New Eden will miss this opportunity and give us an hour of repair time?" Looking at the staff officer, who was slapped to the ground, and Christopher Dean staring at him with a pair of tiger eyes, the others trembled and dared not speak. Christopher Dean looked at his subordinates, who were like quails around him, and he was also very angry. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and organize the troops to move." But it was too late. Just as Christopher Dean finished speaking, the night sky was illuminated by a red light again. The rain of missiles fell from the sky like a phoenix's feathers, and the long red tail flame illuminated the entire night sky. Christopher Dean looked at the rain of missiles in the sky, and suddenly sat on the ground in dejection, muttering, "It's over. This is the fact." After the radar array was blinded, the Air Defense Regiment was already useless, and the missiles that occasionally took off to intercept were like headless flies, unable to find the target. The next moment, missiles filled the sky like javelins, and penetrated the base of the 1st Armored Division. The huge explosion lifted the equipment in the base into the air. The expensive equipment turned into scrap metal under these violent explosions, and the personnel were instantly vaporized and disappeared. The dense explosions resounded through the night sky, and the night sky was already a red light. Above the orbit of the star Sirius, the mod group looked at the mushroom clouds that appeared from time to time on the ground, and couldn't help but whistled softly. At this moment, he somewhat understood why Sherman liked the landing operations on this planet. It was really that the performance of this missile in the atmosphere was too fascinating. Moreover, in order to complete the mission brilliantly, Mod assembled 10 railgun platforms and 100 Bagasse-class warships to attack the ground. The missiles were also specially modified warheads, which greatly increased the shock wave generated by the explosion. This round of bombing was enough to flatten the plane where the 1st Armored Division was located. Looking at the mushroom clouds that kept emerging on the surface, Mod still felt unsafe and couldn't help but touch his bald head. "No, I still need to hit something else." Then 2 more rounds of attacks came down from the sky. The first round of missiles were specially modified electromagnetic pulse missiles, which could paralyze all electronic equipment within the explosion range for a period of time. The second wave of missile warheads were high explosive bombs, which could take advantage of the electromagnetic interference area for saturation bombing. If anyone could survive this set, Maud could only give him a thumbs up and sigh for his luck. When Sherman woke up, he was already in the independent cloning cabin of Chongqing Star City. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, Ola appeared beside him and handed him a towel. Sherman took the towel and wiped the nutrient solution on his body, asking, "Ola, what happened recently?" Hearing this, Ola also projected the light screen in front of Sherman. "My lord, in the Emma Empire, the other 6 legions of the Imperial Crusaders have been formed, and now Jamil Salam has applied for the establishment of the Imperial Navy. Approved, tell Jamil Salam to complete the establishment of the Imperial Navy as soon as possible." Yes. The Emma Empire now occupies 2 major star regions, and also has many resources left by the Bayless Federation and the Freedom Camp, so Sherman is not worried that the Emma Empire will lack freedom. Apart from this, is there anything else? Nothing else. Other officials and forces are working hard to accumulate strength according to the plan. Everything is normal. Sherman nodded. After New Eden occupied the entire southern star region, only the 3 planets in the Cooper star region were still at war, and the others were quite quiet. All this is thanks to Aura's various policies, which mediated all the problems in the early stage. Looking at the mucus that couldn't be wiped off his body, Sherman frowned slightly, and before walking into the bathroom, he told Aura, "Aura, tell the Dorit Legion about my participation in the battle on Serial Star. It's time to end this farce in the Cooper Star region." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 382. The New Eden Army has a special list, where you can check the merits of all soldiers. The channels for obtaining merits can be clearly checked on it. This is also used for public display to avoid any objections to merits. After the reconnaissance team came out of the cloning room, everyone was grinning. "Tyre, how many merits do you think we can get this time?" "How do I know? It should be more than 1,500 points. After all, we blew up the radar array and wiped out the enemy's 1st Armored Division. That's the deputy squad leader's tactic. According to the regulations, 20% of the merits of this operation belong to the deputy squad leader. We'd be lucky to get 1,000. As they talked, they came to a relaxation room inside the army. This is a place for these resurrected soldiers to relax the excitement of death, and to celebrate their rebirth. Old John, the old rules. As the 8 of them sat down, they said to the old man in front of the stage. The old man looked at the few people, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "You guys, this is the 3rd time you've come to this place this month, right?" As he said that, he used his mechanical arm to place 8 cups of scarlet liquid on the table of the few people. The scarlet liquid in front of them is Cool Flying Special Edition, which can make the newly cloned warriors adapt to their new bodies faster. Every resurrected warrior must drink a cup. So it is also jokingly called Warrior's Blood by the Dorit Warriors. Several people raised their glasses and shouted at the same time, "Welcome back." Then, they drank it all. Looking at the few people who were savoring the wonderful feeling of the fusion of consciousness and body, old John showed his yellow teeth and asked Tyre, "By the way, how did you come back this time?" He knew Tyre because he was the descendant of one of his old comrades. In response to old John's question, Tyre put down his glass and answered respectfully, "Uncle John, this time we are on a reconnaissance mission." Because the mission had ended, and it was a normal combat mission, Tyre had nothing to hide and told old John about the mission. Others also took over and echoed, boasting about their important role in it. Old John also listened quietly to the boasting of these younger generations, as if he saw himself decades ago. This feeling was very wonderful. After speaking, Tyre patted his chest and said to old John, "Uncle John, after this war is over, I will definitely take you to settle in Chongqing City, so that you can see the flag of New Eden flying in front of His Majesty's bedroom every day." Tyre was very respectful to the old man, because in those days, it was these comrades of his father who raised them up with frugality and exchanged their lives for precious materials. And after his father died in battle, it was the existence of Uncle John that allowed him to live to this day. So Tyre treated old John as his father. Listening to Tyre's words, old John waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile, "You can brag. It takes 10,000 merit points to settle in Chongqing City, and if I remember correctly, you only have more than 4,000 now, right? Uncle John, we destroyed an entire elite armored division this time. This merit is definitely a lot. When I participate in a few more battles, this merit will definitely be enough." As he said this, Tyre opened his terminal and checked his own information in the merit list. Name, Tyre. Gender, male. Position, Dorit Corps, 3rd Armored Division, 3rd Regiment, Reconnaissance Company, 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad Soldier. Merit, 5,800. Merit Update. On June 4th, 01 of the New Eden calendar, during the battle on the planet Serial, his squad destroyed the anti-aircraft radar array of the United Nations 1st Armored Division, opening a channel for the Space Force bombing, and was specially awarded 1,200 merits. This time, their squad's contribution was really great, causing the enemy's 1st Armored Division, a roadblock in front of the main force of the Doric Corps, to be written off before it could play a role, so these 1,200 merits are a recognition of it. Others also hurriedly checked their merits. Seeing the newly received 1,200 merits, several people were immediately smiling, and were very glad that they listened to Sherman and did not carry out any decapitation operation. Otherwise, even if they destroyed the headquarters of the 1st Armored Division, they could only get 1,000 merits at most. Speaking of which, with this merit, the squad leader can now settle down in Changming Star City, right? A scout said enviously. After all, in the previous battles, Sherman always led the way in every battle, and many times he single-handedly opened a breakthrough for the company's attack, so the merits reached more than 8,000 in a short period of time. If this time is included, it will have exceeded 10,000. We don't know if the deputy squad leader has woken up yet. We can find out if we help him check. Teal said, and also typed Ishikawa in the search interface. Soon, the search results came out. Looking at what was displayed on the screen, the wine glass in Tyre's hand suddenly fell to the ground, with a look of horror on his face. What's wrong with you? Looking at Tyre's expression, Old John also used the club's projection to project Ishikawa's personal achievements. Afterwards, the whole club suddenly became very quiet, with only bursts of inhalation. Name, Ishikawa. Real name, Sherman. Gender, male. Position, New Eden Emperor, Doric Corps, 3rd Armored Division, 3rd Regiment, Reconnaissance Company, 1st Platoon, 3rd Squad Deputy, retired. Merit, 10193. Merit Update. On June 4th, 01, New Eden calendar, during the battle on Serial, he planned and led the 3rd Squad to destroy the anti-aircraft radar array of the 1st Armored Division of the United Nations Army, opening a channel for the Space Force bombing, and was awarded 1920 merits. The silence lasted for a long time. No one knows whose glass fell to the ground and broke. The whole club was in an uproar, and calls were made one after another to tell others the news. As the Emperor of the New Eden, who should have been high and mighty, he actually lowered his status, and participated in the brutal landing operation on the Star Sirius as a soldier. This news spread like a virus throughout the entire Doric Corps, and it also made the entire Corps explode. No one doubted this news. After all, Aura announced the unit and identity of Sherman, which was news that could be verified. When all the people in the reconnaissance company learned that the deputy 3rd Squad leader, who bragged and chatted with them every day, and lived and died together on the battlefield, was actually the Emperor of New Eden whom they admired the most, their faces were full of disbelief. After all, in the entire Shanghai civilization, the status of the army was the lowest. Not to mention the top leader participating in the war. Even the families with some strength were only willing to let their younger generations go to the Star Fleet to be a battleship pilot for gilding, and were unwilling to go to the army to be the head of an army. This is the reality of this world, and it also proves the importance of the Star Fleet in the universe civilization. Chapter 383. So the news that Sherman, as a soldier, fought with them on the front line of the war, was a great stimulation to them. The members of the reconnaissance team looked at each other, stopped drinking, and rushed out of the club like crazy to the company. There were military supplies used by His Majesty. I wanted to go back and collect them. And Maud, who was far away in the Cooperstar region, looked at the fanatical, and even somewhat crazy Dorit Legion, and said with a twitch of his mouth, "This damn stimulant can't have this effect." Faced with the sudden and crazy attack of the Dorit Legion, the battle line that the entire coalition had managed to maintain was torn apart in an instant. The UN troops were divided into dozens of large and small pieces under the cooperation of the Mod Corps and the Doric Corps, and then they were eaten up bit by bit. The lack of Legion numbers was made up by the Doric Corps' fanatical faith and absolute strength. In just 1 week, all the UN troops deployed in the field on the entire Celior star had been wiped out. Faced with the crazy attack of the Doric Corps, which was like a fanatic, the UN army could only choose to give up the field battle, disperse the troops into the city, and fight the Doric Corps in the city. At this point, the Doric Corps showed its ferocious fangs. The UN army also wanted to use the large number of civilians in the city to make the Doric Corps hesitate, and then delay time to try to re-establish the front line. But how could the Doric Corps be cautious? Directly carried out a saturation bombing on the largest city on the planet Siriusor, razing the large city that originally covered thousands of square kilometers to the ground overnight, and had no intention of fighting street battles with them. After all, as long as they don't surrender, they are enemies of New Eden. In the eyes of both Aura and the Dorit Legion, as long as the planet doesn't explode and can supply New Eden with planetary development in the future, it's fine. As for the life and death of the people on it, they don't care. If it weren't for the fact that the future mistress of New Eden is the Angel Princess, and she didn't want to make things difficult for the future mistress, Aura would even want to use more cruel means to get rid of the creatures on these planets once and for all. After 3 cities were razed to the ground, the UN troops finally couldn't stand the pressure and began to surrender in an organized manner. With the first one, the next is a continuous surrender. Half a month later, the planet of Sirios was officially occupied by New Eden. After the entire planet of Sirios surrendered, the troops of the other 2 planets wanted to hold on, but when the first fleet of the Dread Euristas, which had just recovered its fleet, arrived, they obediently announced unconditional surrender. Of course, one of the satellites that was shattered by the Komodo-class Doomsday weapon played a big role. With the surrender of the Cooper Star Field, the entire Southern Star Field was finally completely in the hands of New Eden. At this time, Aura reported the current problems of New Eden to Sherman. My lord, although the Southern Star region is in our hands, there are still some people with ulterior motives who are hiding in the dark and stirring up public opinion, and many surrounding civilizations have also made some changes. New Eden has obtained the entire Southern Star region through absolute force, so it is inevitable that people's hearts will be unstable. This is a bit like when the King of Qin unified the world with absolute force, but there were still people plotting in secret. Sherman narrowed his eyes and asked, who are the people involved? Since Ola reported these things to him, it proves that Ola has already figured out the situation of these people. Sure enough, Ola replied in a low voice, my lord, most of those who are stirring up public opinion in secret are nobles and chables from the defeated civilizations in the past. They have a great influence among the people. If they are touched, it will inevitably cause unrest. Catch them all and kill them. In response, Sherman said indifferently, catch and kill all the people involved. New Eden is now in a stage of rapid development, and Sherman has no time to play with these people. Although killing is not the best way, it is the most direct and effective way. As long as New Eden passes the current stage of development steadily, he will have plenty of time to play with these guys. But forget it now. Yes. Ola took the order, and then hesitantly asked, my lord, what should we do about the public opinion that has been aroused? After all, these people have a great influence in their area. Sherman moved his hands, which were a little sore from typing on the keyboard, and said nonchalantly, go and find out all the bad things these guys have done over the years, and then find the relevant victims to sue them. They are very influential, so add fuel to the fire and burn them to death. Yes, my lord. All crows in this world are black, including Sherman, who has various problems. He doesn't believe that these guys are saints. He not only wants to kill people, but also destroy their hearts. This so-called public opinion, he has seen it before, although he has never eaten pork, but he has seen pigs run. With the help of intelligent life like Aura, this public opinion can be easily reversed. Except for the extremely fanatical war elements, who wants the war to continue. Who doesn't want to live a good life? Not to mention that most of the civilians were originally in a country with strict hierarchy. These lower-class civilians were discriminated against. If they had a little hope, they would never rebel. Don't think that in the interstellar era, everyone can fully enjoy the most abundant material supply. No matter when, the word class runs through the entire history of civilization, which cannot be changed by technology. So what your man has to do now is to erase this thing to the minimum extent, open his arms to all those who support New Eden, and treat them equally. Just like the Dorit people, give them dignity and freedom, give them channels for advancement, and let them all voluntarily submit to the embrace of New Eden. Most importantly, New Eden has the best example of Dorit civilization. After all, in the entire Southern Star region, which civilization is more miserable than the Dorit civilization? Sherman wanted the support of the people, not the so-called aristocratic tycoons. In New Eden, only he is allowed to be the emperor, and the rest are equal. Soon, a massacre involving tens of millions of people occurred in the entire Southern Star region, and the entire New Eden was silent. And soon, under the control of Aura, the public opinion gradually shifted from this killing to the identities of those who were killed, and the previous deeds of these people were also revealed. As Sherman said, all crows in the world are black. Faced with all kinds of evidence and the appearance of the victim, the whole public opinion was reversed. More importantly, the open recruitment of a large number of government positions attracted everyone's attention. Because this is a recruitment for the entire Southern Star region, not just for the citizens of the original New Eden. This means that no matter if you were a slave, a poor person, or a nobody before, as long as you have the ability, you can apply for these positions now. The only requirement is that you have a New Eden Citizen ID card. And you only need to go to the relevant department, swear allegiance to New Eden, and voluntarily join New Eden to get it. The most important thing is that, except for the Cooper Star Field, which was forcibly conquered through a landing war, the colonies of other star fields were handed over peacefully. Even the civilians on the colonies of the free camp were bought by Sherman from the retreating civilizations, so he did not have much hatred for New Eden. As for whether those civilizations were sincere in their transactions, New Eden would not care. However, this time New Eden did take a big step, and these internal and external troubles were inevitable. After thinking about it, Sherman stopped Aura, who was leaving. Aura, notify the entire army to prepare, and a military parade will be held in the Alpha Star system in 3 days. Aura's eyes lit up, and then he bowed his head and left. Yes, my lord. Chapter 384. The news of the military parade in New Eden spread quickly to other civilizations, but only 2 were invited. One was the Angel civilization, and the other was the Star Vision universe. The reason for inviting the Angel civilization is needless to say. After all, it is the nominal backer of New Eden. As for inviting the Star Vision universe, it was just to let it broadcast the military parade so that more people can know the current military strength of New Eden. It's not that New Eden doesn't want to invite other civilizations, but it really doesn't know which civilizations to invite. Now, because of the special rise of New Eden, not only the civilizations belonging to the Justice Order have no good feelings towards New Eden, but even other neutral civilizations do not want to participate in expressing their opinions, let alone the free camp. It is good enough if they do not come to make trouble. There is no other way, so only these 2 forces are invited to participate in the military parade. After receiving the invitation to participate in the military parade, Xingshi Huanyu came without thinking. After all, the war in the Southern Star Field has subsided, and there is nothing else to report. Now New Eden is going to show its strength and hold a military parade, which can attract a lot of attention, so why not? So Xiaoyu and Deng Tai quickly set off for Changming Star City to make preliminary preparations. And far away in the Angel civilization of the Central Star region, Vival Elena looked at the invitation letter that Sherman sent directly to her private communication, and her face was full of helplessness. This little guy, why is he so troublesome every day? Teacher, what are you doing? The tall angels beside him looked at Vival Elena's helpless look and were very curious. They rarely see this kind of expression on the teacher's face. Vibra Elena also projected the invitation letter that Sherman sent her with a smile in her eyes. Looking at the few words in the projection, everyone laughed so hard that tears almost came out. The invitation letter that Sherman sent to Vibra Elena only had one sentence: Dear mother-in-law, I will hold a military parade in 3 days to deter both inside and outside. I especially invite you to come and see the glory of my New Eden. Such a bold invitation letter was the first time that these angel princesses had seen it, and Gu couldn't help but tease. A tall angel turned around and looked at Wang Yan, who was blushing, and teased, Ian, when will you bring your man over to meet them? These sisters are waiting to meet them. Yes, the mother-in-law has already called you. It seems that you can't wait to get married. Because they all grew up together, and there were no outsiders, the sisters' various teasings made Wang Yan's face look like a red lotus, which was very beautiful and attractive. After Wang Yan begged for mercy from several sisters, Vibra Elena said with a smile in her eyes, Okay, stop making trouble. After hearing the teacher's words, the others stopped talking, but the sisters' gazes made Wang Yan feel very uncomfortable. After they calmed down, Vibra Elena looked at Wang Yan, who was blushing, and said softly, Ian, you will represent the angel civilization in the New Eden military parade. The teacher needs to stay in the Central Star Field, and cannot get away. Although the battle between the camps in the Southern Star Field has ended, the wars in other star fields are far from over, and are still in a stalemate. Vibra Elena must stay in the Central Star region, otherwise who knows what the demons will do when she leaves. Yes, teacher. Wang Yan naturally accepted the order happily. After all, she hadn't seen Sherman for a long time. Thinking of returning to the Southern Star region, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel happy. Looking at Wang Yan, who was smiling with her head down, Vibra Elena stretched out a finger and gently touched Wang Yan's forehead, saying unhappily, Look at you, you can't wait. How can you be an angel princess at all? Teacher. Wang Yan knelt down and hugged Vibra Elena's waist, acting coquettishly. You little one. Looking at the girl in front of her, Vibra Elena knew what she was saying. So she gently tapped Wang Yan's head and said lovingly, Ian, you will leave for New Eden soon. You are not only the princess of angels, but also the future mistress of New Eden. Pay attention to this matter, and don't let your man down. Yeah. Wang Yan nodded gently. Then, Bibble Elena drew a dagger from her throne. Looking at the gorgeous dagger in her hand, the angels on the field all showed nostalgia in their eyes. This was the dagger that Bibble Elena made with them after they were officially confirmed as the princess, and it was kept in the throne after it was made. These daggers are not only memories of their childhood for them, but also have more important meanings. That is, the princess who took back her dagger from the throne represented the end of the teaching from the Angel Queen and received the approval of the Angel Queen. In other words, from now on, Wang Yan is truly qualified to compete for the position of the Angel Queen. Wang Yan stood up and adjusted her clothes, then knelt on one knee, and took the dagger handed over by Viva Elena with both hands, with a solemn face. Thank you, teacher. Seeing this, the other princesses also smiled sincerely and congratulated Wang Yan. For this youngest sister, they gave their most sincere blessings, regardless of any interests. Stroking the princess's black hair, Viva Elena said with a smile in her eyes, Let's go now, don't let your little man wait for you too long. After Wang Yan led her shadow angel fleet to New Eden, the angels withdrew their gazes. A princess looked at Viva Elena and couldn't help asking, Teacher, does New Eden really have that strength? Wang Yan was able to obtain her own dagger, which not only represented Viva Elena's affirmation of Wang Yan, but also represented Viva Elena's affirmation of New Eden, believing that New Eden had the strength to help Wang Yan compete for the throne. Viva Elena looked at the frowning princess in front of her, and couldn't help but hook her nose and teased, Why, are you worried? The princess shook her head, indicating that she was not worried about this. No, I'm just curious about why a new civilization in the barren land of the southern starfield can get your recognition. In response, Viva Elena gently tapped the princess's head, and then stretched her waist and walked towards the room after leaving a word. Wait until you watch the parade in New Eden, then you will understand everything. Chapter 385. As the time of the military parade approaches, more and more fleets begin to gather and head for the Alpha Galaxy. Sherman, who instigated Dirk Ellis and Darblood Kratos to accompany him to brush the star belt, looked at the already prepared review troops, and his mind was also full of thoughts. Then he turned his eyes and said to the two, Olda, Dead two, have you seen the military parade? Isn't this nonsense? I am a retired soldier. When have I ever missed the military parade of my motherland? Olda drove his Hatred-class super aircraft carrier to jump to the next star belt, while answering dissatisfiedly. As a veteran, even if he forgets to eat, he must not forget to watch the military parade of his motherland. The Darblood Kratos, who took over Sherman's star belt on the Serpentine Prime, also said calmly, I have spent the National Day in the capital in the past few years. This simple sentence answered Sherman's question. Seeing this, Sherman smiled mysteriously. Have you ever seen the Starfleet military parade? Starfleet parade? Dirk Ellis looked at his Hatred-class supercarrier and said weakly, Does the Emma Festival count? As soon as these words came out, Sherman was at a loss. This Emma Festival can also be seen as the Emma Empire's military parade in the game, and his military parade this time is somewhat similar. Is this shooting himself in the foot? Darblood Kratos rubbed his sore hands, drank a sip of water and asked, Don't keep me in suspense. What do you want to say, Manzi? Sherman also stopped keeping me in suspense and told me his purpose. Around this time tomorrow, a game CG made by my company will be released. It's about the Interstellar Military Parade. Do you want to see it? What game? The two of them didn't have any idea that Sherman had his own company, but Dirk Ellis was more interested in the game CG that Sherman mentioned. It's also from Eve, Interstellar Parade. If you're interested, I make it for you to see? Sherman said calmly, but he was already very excited in his heart. It was finally time for him to show off to his good friends. He was not a person who liked to show off to his friends. He was excited because he finally had the chance to show off to the two of them. Of course you can. Dirk Ellis nodded. He was interested in everything about Eve. Compared to Dirk Ellis, Darblood Kratos was obviously more cautious. I'm telling you, do you have the copyright for the Eve game CG? No. Sherman said very bluntly. In this world, the entire New Eden is in his hands. Does he have to register the copyright for himself? Seeing such an honest Sherman, Darblood Kratos was a little speechless. Then what's the point of you spending money on this game CG? Of course, I use it for my own fun. Sherman said as a matter of course, and then smiled mysteriously, Of course, I won't say more details, you will know it tomorrow. Oh, you are playing mysterious with us. Why? Is there something shameful that you dare not tell me? The two teased Sherman. Sherman naturally counterattacked the two without any hesitation, and the channel was filled with the laughter of the three people. The three of them were brushing the star belt, and then Dark Blood Kratos asked Sherman curiously, "Barbarian, aren't you working as a farmer abroad? Why are you thinking about making games now?" "Yes, it seems that you were doing well in the farm business before, so why did you turn 180 degrees and work in the game industry? Isn't the span too big?" Dirk Ellis was also very curious about this. Agriculture and the game industry are two very different industries. Seeing this, Sherman had no choice but to lie. "No, I am still running my farm, but I just invested in a company that specializes in game CG. This time, the company has made its first product, and it is for internal viewing and cannot be shared with others. So I invited you two to evaluate it. So that's it." The two of them understood immediately. After all this time, Sherman had no confidence in entering this new industry, so he invited them to do a product evaluation experience. After learning about Sherman's purpose, Dirk Ellis immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem, I will definitely give you a complete evaluation report tomorrow." Compared to Dirk Ellis's direct guarantee, Dark Blood Kratos smiled slightly and said, "Other people are paid for product evaluation. We are doing this product evaluation for you, so you should treat us to a meal, have a meal together?" "Yes. If you don't treat us to a meal, it will be reasonable." Dirk Ellis also reacted and said with a joking face. Sherman also narrowed his eyes and asked the two with a joking face, "Why, do you still need to go to the maid shop to find a lady to play Eve with you?" Speaking of which, Dirk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos had already met in the Magic City. At that time, Dark Blood Kratos invited Dirk Ellis to play in the Magic City for a week as promised, and enjoyed the corrupt life of capitalism. He was simply happy, and didn't want to leave. In the end, if Dark Blood Kratos' wife Bai Chuanxing hadn't pulled the two out of the maid play shop, it is estimated that the two would have settled down in the maid play shop now. Yes, after the two of them had dinner at Kratos' own hotel, they went straight to a maid play shop and spent a huge sum of money to book it for a week. As for the life of the bright lights, wine, women and drunkenness in the Magic City, the two of them did not touch it at all. If Sherman had not heard a few sweet female voices in the channel every day, he would have thought that the two of them met in the Magic City just to play double row in the internet cafe. But there is no difference. At most there are more than a dozen playgirls taking turns to play games with him. The two guys didn't change their expressions towards these young ladies, and all their attention was on the game. In the end, they even pulled more than a dozen young ladies from the maid shop into the main group to play together. As for the other two, they didn't even think about it, and they just played the game. "Why, do you want me to ask those maid ladies to join in the fun tomorrow?" Dark Blood Kratos couldn't help but tease after hearing this. After all, he left the contact information of the maid shop. Before Sherman could speak, a female voice sounded in Dark Blood Kratos' ear, with an unfriendly tone. "Hey, it seems that you missed those little maids." Dark Blood Kratos turned his head stiffly, looking at the woman who came to him with a bowl at some point, and forced a stiff smile. "Wife, listen to my explanation." Bai Chuanxing smiled, and handed the cold medicine in his hand to Dark Blood Kratos. "Delang, it's time to take the medicine." There was a little bit of gnashing of teeth in his tone. After hearing Bai Chuanxing's voice, Sherman and Dirk Ellis decisively exited the channel to save face for Dark Blood Kratos. Besides, they were not used to being dogs and listening to the couple's love. After all, the couple's quarrels in the past would eventually turn into love, and they would not be fooled again. Chapter 386. 5 hours before the military parade, Wang Yan led the Dark Knight Angel Fleet to change Mingxing City. The Dark Knight Angel Fleet will also accept the military parade as Wang Yan's personal fleet to show the relationship between New Eden and Angel civilization. "Thank you, wife." Sherman gently hugged Wang Yan's waist. He could understand how much benefit the Angel civilization would bring to New Eden if it sent a fleet to participate in the New Eden military parade at this time. Wang Yan pushed away Sherman's hand that was on her hair, and then pressed Sherman into her arms with her backhand, not caring about Sherman's thanks. "You are the Emperor of New Eden, and I am your woman. This is what I should do. What is there to thank me for?" Sherman was pressed into Wang Yan's arms. After struggling for a few times, he gave up struggling after finding that he could not get away. He lay in Wang Yan's arms and said seriously, "No matter what, this time, New Eden owes the angels a big favor." Sherman originally thought that Wang Yan could come alone and participate in the military parade as the future mistress of New Eden. Unexpectedly, Wang Yan came to participate in the military parade with her fleet this time, raising her personal behavior to the height of the entire angel civilization. The gap between them is self-evident. It can be said that as long as Wang Yan's dark angel fleet shows up in this parade, Sure Man's purpose of this parade will be achieved. There is no need to talk about this between you and me. Wang Yan grabbed the man's ear in her arms and said seriously. She didn't want to put their feelings above naked interests, which would make her uneasy. What she wanted was always the man in her arms, and the power of this man was not what she wanted. Sure Man turned around and looked up, looking across the mountain peaks at the beauty's eyes, with a smile on his face. This has nothing to do with any entanglement of interests. Don't think too much. Then why do you keep saying this? Wang Yan said a little aggrieved. Looking at the slightly moist eyes of the girl in front of him, Sure Man raised his hand to wipe her moist eyes, and suddenly there was an incomparable momentum on his body. I don't want our relationship to be a bond of interest between civilizations. I just want to fulfill a promise. Wang Yan sniffed and asked, what promise? Sure Man looked at Wang Yan and said word by word, if you help me, I will make you king in the future. This was the promise Sure Man made to Wang Yan when they first met in order to make New Eden join the Justice Order. Wang Yan looked at the boy in front of her, and her eyes seemed to return to that time when the boy made a serious promise to her. It was probably at that time that the boy in front of her entered her heart for the first time, and she made his power her own choice. And the young boy has now become a king with a vast territory. Looking at the serious boy in front of her, Wang Yan smiled. Silly barbarian. After saying that, the beauty lowered her head slightly, and her soft black hair covered their cheeks like a waterfall, also blocking this embarrassing scene. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Sure Man and Wang Yan ascended the throne of Chongqing Star City. The moment they sat down, the figures of the two of them were projected in the center of the Star City, and Sure Man's vast and deep voice was transmitted to the universe by quantum signals. There are souls anointed, spires shining, ships gleaming, and holy fires blazing. It is our duty to create such miracles. It is our mission to reclaim those who have gone astray and save souls from evil. We are the chosen people, created by the hand of the one true God, and our destiny is engraved in the stars. We are the children of destiny, we are the darlings of the stars, we are New Eden. There is no need for Ola's incitement. After Sure Man finished his speech, the citizens of the Emma Empire and the Dorit people shouted that New Eden will be immortal. The look of those who swore to die, they were definitely fanatics. Seeing that the speech before the parade was correct, Sure Man couldn't help but feel relieved. Less than 10 minutes before the parade, Sure Man knew that he still needed to give a speech, and he didn't prepare a speech. In the end, it was Jamil Salam who was very considerate and handed the manuscript to Sure Man, which saved Sure Man from embarrassment. Otherwise, if the parade had gone wrong just at the beginning, it would have become a joke. And this manuscript seemed to be quite effective. After Sure Man finished his speech, Ola, after receiving Sure Man's signal, stepped forward in a tang suit. The first military parade of New Eden has officially begun. As soon as the voice fell, 2 cross-shaped inductions lit up outside Changmingxing City, and 2 black fleets followed the inductions. The fleet on the left was black and white, with a smooth body shape and an inexplicable sense of solemnity, while the fleet on the right was dark gold, with a golden sword on the bow, giving a sense of nobility. Ola also made an introduction at the right time. Among the fleets that appeared, the one on the left is the Rapid Response Fleet, and the one on the right is the Dark Angel Fleet. The 2 Dark Hidden Fleets are the personal guard fleets of His Majesty and the Madam, jointly protecting the safety of the 2 most important people in New Eden. Ola simply introduced them without going into detail. But the names of the 2 Dark Hidden Fleets in front of him were well known to others even if Ola didn't say it. The Dark Angel Fleet, Wang Yan's personal guard fleet, has been active on the battlefield in the Southern Star Field for more than 10 years, and has established a great reputation for the Angel civilization. As for the Rapid Response Fleet, people don't know much, but its few battle records are enough to make people look at it. One was when Sure Man was attacked, he besieged 5 Titans, destroyed 1, injured and repelled 4, without any casualties himself. The second was to infiltrate the Beecher meteor field, intercept Wang Yan, and indirectly cause the demon civilization to retreat from the Southern Star Field. Just based on these 2 achievements, it is enough to make people look sideways. Before many people wanted to observe the 2 black fleets carefully through the Star Vision Universal Live Room, they saw the camera of the lamp stand turned to the back of the 2 black fleets, and then 4 more inductions lit up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, for super flagship fleets crushed the galaxy with an incomparable momentum. Next are the 4 super fleets of the Euristas group. The first one from the left is the feared Euristas first fleet led by Estamar Tel. In the battle in the Beecher meteor field, It single-handedly resisted the full-scale attack of the entire Demon Third Fleet and severely damaged its 4 super flagship fleet, making an indelible contribution to the justice in the southern star field. The second one is the feared Eurista's second fleet led by Weepus Minimara. The third one is the feared Eurista's third fleet led by Thorn Inni, and the fourth one is the feared Eurista's fourth fleet led by Kalka Binato. Although these 3 fleets are new, we believe they will tear apart all enemies of New Eden on the battlefield. After Ola finished speaking, the projections of 4 officials of the Gustas group appeared in the starry sky, kneeling on one knee in a neat and solemn manner, and swore allegiance to Sherman. We are willing to be loyal to New Eden and die for His Majesty. Biller Saxon, who was dismissed from his post and stayed at home because of the failure of the war in the south, could not help but lean on the sofa and took a breath after seeing the 4 Gustas super flagship fleets through the live broadcast. Chapter 387. Listening to Aura's introduction, everyone watching the live broadcast took a deep breath. In the Beecher meteoric domain, he single-handedly withstood the attack of the entire Demon Third Fleet, and under siege, he also severely damaged the feared Eurista's first fleet, the 4 super flagship fleet. Everyone was also familiar with it. It can be said that it was this record that made the outside world truly face up to the strength of New Eden for the first time, rather than the illusory potential. Some relevant military experts once speculated that the warships of the feared Eurista's super flagship fleet were at least half a generation ahead of the Demon Third Fleet. It is not an exaggeration to say that these 4 super flagship fleets represent the future development direction of warships. So at this moment, not only the spectators, but also some people from the angel and demon civilizations were alert and wanted to find out something from these fleets. But apart from the dense missile launchers in these warships, nothing else can be seen. After all, being able to show you the appearance and related parameters of the 99A does not mean that you can build one. The result of messing around can only be an Arjun tank. Therefore, New Eden is not worried about exposing its true strength. When the 4 super flagship fleets of Euristas were completed, the live broadcast room was still lively. Fuck, this is the warship that my old military engineers make their hair fall every day. To be honest, it is a bit handsome. Of course, it is half a generation ahead of the main battleships of the demon civilization. How can it not be handsome? I don't know if New Eden will sell these battleships. If possible, I will definitely build such a super flagship fleet to show off. Just as the outside crowd was expressing their opinions, as the Gustas group finished its formation, 5 more inductions lit up in the starry sky behind it. The discussion in the live broadcast room also stopped immediately, and everyone's attention shifted to the 5 inductions. Even Vibra Lena, who had been watching the military parade, couldn't help but exclaimed, 5 inductions? There are still 5 super flagship teams hidden in New Eden? You know, although the Gustas group has now emerged with 4 super flagship teams, it was also within her expectations. After all, Sherman dared to sacrifice a super flagship team without hesitation, so there must be more hidden behind it. But Vibra Lena was a little unsure about the next 5 super flagship fleets. Then, the next 5 super flagship fleets made Vibra Lena unable to sit still. When the induction appeared, the 5 super flagship fleets came in unison. Looking at the familiar warships, Vibra Lena blurted out, Sky Blade Titan? But didn't their angel civilization only support New Eden with 30 Sky Blade Titans in total? At most, they could only form a super flagship fleet of 1.5. How did these 5 Sky Blade Titans, a total of 100 ships, come? Did Wang Yan secretly take it out of the armory? That's not right. All these Sky Blade Titans are compiled, and the Titans in the armory are checked every 3 days. If there is anything missing, she will definitely not be able to hide it. The most important thing is that Wang Yan can't do this, because doing so can only make New Eden and the angel civilization enemies, and they are enemies to the death. After carefully observing these Sky Blade Titans, Vibra Lena narrowed her eyes slightly. No, this is not a Sky Blade Titan. Although these Titans are exactly the same as the Sky Blade in appearance, their external weapon systems are different. Because the Sky Blade Titan of the Angel Civilization is an energy cannon, equipped with a high-powered flagship laser launcher, but these Titans in front of them do not have laser launchers, but are replaced by black super-large barrels. This is a Titan equipped with a projectile cannon. Vibra Lena soon figured it out, looking at these Titans and saying word by word, a derivative model of the Sky Blade Titan. It seems that this Sky Blade Titan has been thoroughly understood by New Eden. Reverse research and development. These are derivative models that New Eden reversely developed through the Sky Blade Titan. This gave Vibra Lena a more intuitive understanding of New Eden's potential. After all, having warship blueprints is one thing, and having both warship technology and strong scientific research capabilities is another. As for New Eden's thorough research of their Skyblade Titan, Vibralena is also a bit troubled. After all, this means that New Eden also has enough ability to build Skyblade Titans independently. Forget it, let that little girl think about it. Although the Skyblade Titan is the most active main Titan in the Angel civilization, the new Titans are already undergoing a comprehensive replacement. If the replaced Skyblade Titans did not need to be dealt with by other civilizations of the Justice Order, Vibralena would not be so concerned. After all, the construction drawings of the Skyblade Titans are already in the hands of other civilizations chosen by the princess, and one more New Eden is not too much. Afterwards, she lay on the sofa and watched the military parade calmly. I only heard Aura introducing the 5 super flagship fleets in a majestic manner. Next are the 5 super flagship fleets of the Angel Enterprise Consortium, led by the Killing Angel super flagship led by Mu Yunyan, who once led the fleet to defeat the Black Flag Legion head-on, and made great contributions to New Eden. And thanks to the help of the Angel civilization, New Eden established 4 other super flagship fleets, the Lord Angel fleet led by Tobias Krozoel, the Archangel fleet led by Godin Chris, the Guardian Angel fleet led by Hakim Stamai, and the Redemption Angel fleet led by Mizra Cyber. Here, I would like to thank the Angel civilization for its great help to New Eden. Faced with Aura's thanks, Wang Yin also smiled and nodded, but she was also confused. Where did these Skyblade Titans come from? Others looked at these 5 super flagship teams and their numbers, and had a deeper understanding of the relationship between New Eden and Angel civilization. Even the people of Demon civilization looked at these 5 super flagship teams, and couldn't help but be curious about New Eden. Why did New Eden get so much attention from Angel civilization? Let alone the 4 Gustas super flagships that New Eden had just exposed, I'm afraid that relying on these 5 super flagships would be enough for New Eden to gain a foothold in the Southern Star region. And now New Eden has revealed a full 9 super flagships, which has made many civilizations closer to the Southern Star region feel uneasy. In the Demon civilization, a sturdy man looked at the speculations of the people in the live broadcast room, hugged the beauty in his arms tightly, and said self-deprecatingly, "This is just the beginning." This man is Adrian Black Flag, who escaped back to the Demon civilization. Chapter 388. As expected, everyone thought that the military parade was about to end. In the complex eyes of Adri Black Flag, 25 bright inductions lit up above and below Changemixing City, and the energy ripples they produced made everyone silent. Then, 25 super flagship teams swept away the ripples of space and appeared above and below Changemixing City. No one had ever seen such a shocking scene. The appearance of 25 super flagship teams was truly overwhelming. Even Sherman couldn't help but stand up. Looking at the fleet painted with the Golden Emma Empire logo in front of him, a sense of pride surged in his heart. It felt like the world was big, but I was the one who led it. At this moment, there was no need for Ola to introduce them. The projections of 3 people appeared in the starry sky. The Queen of the Emma Empire, Jamil Salam, led the Queen's Guard to pay homage to our Lord, and vowed to spread the glory of our Lord to the world. The commander of the Emma Empire Crusaders, Shukong Murong, led the Empire Crusaders to pay homage to our Lord, and vowed to spread the glory of our Lord to the world. Commander of the Emma Empire Navy, Si Luo leads the Empire Navy to kowtow to our Lord and swear to spread the glory of our Lord to the world. Swear to spread the glory of our Lord to the world. Swear to spread the glory of our Lord to the world. Swear to spread the glory of our Lord to the world. Swear to spread the glory of our Lord to the world. As the 3 swore, all the Emma Empire fleets, and even the people of the Emma Empire, who were watching the military parade also swore together, with fanaticism in their eyes. In the live broadcast room of Xingshi Huanyu, Xiaoyu also experiencedly turned the live broadcast camera to various regions of New Eden, and the camera was full of fanatical New Eden civilians. This scene made even Vibralena's heart palpitate. As a religious civilization, the Angel civilization looked at these guys in the camera. How could she not know that these people had become the fanatics of Sherman? She had no doubt that as long as Sherman gave an order, these people would tear all the enemies in front of them to pieces. With super strong military strength and fanatical faith, even the Demon civilization, which was known for its crazy fighting, probably didn't want to meet such an enemy. The most important thing is, when did New Eden come up with 25 super flagship fleets? Didn't I only detect 6 before I left? In such a short time, where did the other super flagship fleets come from? Not to mention Vibralena, even Adrian Black Flag, who thought he knew all about the super flagship fleets stationed in Betelgeuse, almost bulged his eyes after seeing these 25 super flagship fleets. How is this possible? At the beginning, he led the Black Flag Legion to do the dirty work for New Eden. Because it was close to the Beta star field, he discovered that in addition to the 6 legions that surrounded him at the time, New Eden had another 6 super flagship fleets operating in the Beta star field. So he was sure that New Eden still had hidden strength to surprise everyone, but he didn't expect that he was scared now. Adding these 25 super flagship fleets, New Eden has a total of 34 super flagship fleets. Does New Eden have such a strong foundation to support so many fleets? Adrian Black Flag was puzzled. But he had to admit that after the appearance of these super flagship fleets in New Eden, this Southern Star region really belonged to New Eden. No one dared to pull out its tiger whiskers anymore. As the saying goes, any conspiracy and trickery will become a joke in the face of absolute strength. Not only did the attitude of the outside civilization towards New Eden change, but even the attitude within it also changed. The civilians who were originally forced to abandon their original civilization and integrate into New Eden by various means, some of whom were still uneasy after facing a massacre, have now calmed down. In the face of such force, they felt that being an ordinary person was fine. After all, New Eden treated them well. After the Emma Empire, which was the finale of the Star Fleet, finished its review, the next was the review of the Doric Corps, the only army in New Eden. Unlike the Star Fleet's military parade in the starry sky, the Doric Corps' military parade was on Alpha Prime, which was the planet below the Chongqing Star City. When everyone followed Sherman's gaze to a starry sky, they saw an extremely huge projection appear in the starry sky. Nicholas K., the leader of the Doric Corps, was wearing a mobile armor and saluted with a serious face. Nicholas K., lead the Doric Corps to participate in the review and request the Lord to review. Review? Yes. With Sherman's order, the various columns of the Doric Corps began to review. The mobile suit column, the armored vehicle column, the landing craft column, and the strategic support missile column passed by one after another, and the mobile suit column walking in the front was the reconnaissance company where Sherman was originally. Compared to the thrilling appearance of the 25 super flagship fleets of the Emma Empire, the square-shaped review of the Doric Corps has a silent momentum. This is a momentum that belongs exclusively to the army, or it can only be said that this momentum can be formed by a cruel land war. If the battlefield of the interstellar battleship is a romantic battle of iron and fire, then the war on land is a meat grinder of blood and fire. Only troops that crawled out of this bloody quagmire can have this momentum. In response, Sherman stood up and saluted the Doric Corps with a standard military salute. The Doric Corps also saluted back. Although there were no other movements, anyone could see from their fanatical eyes that this was also a legion with fanatical beliefs. Looking at the Doric Corps, people from many civilizations in the Cooper Star region shuddered, recalling some memories that could never be erased. When the Doric Corps finished the parade, it was time for the last stage, which was what Sherman specifically requested, awarding medals. This time, including the Starfleet and the Army, only 2 people were awarded medals. Of course, this is also because the officials have given up on being awarded medals, because for them, being an official is the best medal. After a while, the 2 entered Changming Star City, where they will be awarded medals by Sherman himself. Not to my lord, madam. When the 2 entered the hall, they did not call His Majesty Sherman, but called him my lord, which was to swear allegiance in front of these civilizations. And Ola also introduced the 2. Void Murung once led the 1st Legion of the Imperial Crusaders to annihilate the Black Flag Legion head-on, and then fought with the 1st Super Flag Fleet of the 3rd Fleet of the Demons, buying precious time for justice to spread across the southern star field. After the war, while serving as the commander of the Imperial Crusaders, he actively organized practical training, which greatly improved the combat effectiveness of the Imperial Crusaders. Specially awarded the highest honor of New Eden, the Purple Gold Medal. Sherman took the medal from Wang Yen, gently hung it on Shukong Murong's chest, stretched out his hand and said, "Keep up the good work. I hope to see you here to award the medal next time." Shukong Murong held the medal on his chest with his right hand, knelt on one knee, with fanaticism in his eyes. "I am willing to die for my lord." Tier John, a soldier of the Doric Legion, charged forward many times at the end of the battle on Siriusar. When all his teammates died, he led space firepower alone in areas 076, 068, and 189 to annihilate more than 400,000 enemies. Later, when the main force lost contact, he broke into City 001 alone, destroyed the enemy's highest command system on Siriusar, and killed its highest commander, making a great contribution to the liberation of Siriusar. Specially awarded the highest honor of New Eden, the Purple Gold Medal. After Sherman took the medal and hung it up, he smiled and gently punched Tai Air in the chest. "Congratulations, This time you got what you wanted. Tyr was also trembling with excitement, kneeling on one knee. His eyes were also full of enthusiasm. I am willing to die for my master. This time, he can not only bring old John to Chongqing City to settle down, but also look forward to the future. Sherman looked at the two people kneeling on one knee, and then looked at the Dorat Legion in the projection, as well as the dense fleet outside Chongqing City, and involuntarily spread his hands and shouted, New Eden, immortal. New Eden is immortal. I am willing to die for my lord. New Eden is immortal. I am willing to die for my lord. New Eden is immortal. I am willing to die for my lord. In the entire southern starfield, from land to starry sky, from cities to space stations, this sentence resounded in everyone's ears. At this moment, Sherman also took this opportunity to announce a news. Half a year later, Sherman will marry Wang Yin and officially become husband and wife. After this military parade, the strength of New Eden was demonstrated, and it became the undisputed overlord of the southern star field. And Sherman and other New Eden emperors were also called by people from other civilizations, Lord of the South. Chapter 389. The benefits brought by this military parade in New Eden are endless. The most obvious is that more merchants from foreign civilizations come to New Eden to discuss arms trade. Now, various commercial fleets come and go in the Alpha Star Field, which is the central star field. It is very lively. And Aura also took the opportunity to win a lot of orders. Among them, the most popular is the Gustav warship, but it is also the most expensive. These merchants have no complaints about this. After all, this is an advanced warship that is half a generation higher than the current main battleship. It is definitely worth the money. What's more, a pirate group in the Northern Star region directly placed an order for a whole super flagship fleet with New Eden. After relevant negotiations, the order was accepted. And under Aura's intentional publicity, the news spread to the outside world, causing a lot of fluctuations. You know, trade at the level of super flagship fleets is controlled by a very small number of civilizations, and the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization occupy the vast majority of the market. Now that New Eden has intervened in the market, and the price is cheaper than other companies, how can those big players tolerate this? They rushed to New Eden with money, ready to take the order before the Angel civilization or the Demon civilization intervened. But to everyone's surprise, the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization did not make any drastic moves against New Eden interfering with their cake, and could only quietly lower the price of the super flagship team to be similar to that of New Eden. This makes it even more difficult to figure out the strength of New Eden. Did New Eden pay a price for getting into the cake of the two gangsters? The answer is, it paid a price. And the price made the two gangsters very satisfied, that is, the combat auxiliary ship-related technology that they coveted for New Eden. New Eden paid the research data related to the combat auxiliary ship in exchange for the qualification to share this cake. There is no question of who loses or who gains in this transaction, because this matter is very beneficial to both parties. New Eden took this opportunity to enter the all-round warship manufacturing market and obtained a large amount of valuable resources, while the Angel civilization and the Demon civilization obtained the combat auxiliary ship technology that could greatly enhance the strength of their super flagship fleet. This deal is very fair. Of course, even without the two gangsters telling us, New Eden would not sell this combat auxiliary ship. After all, only the Angel civilization, the Demon civilization and New Eden have this thing now, which makes the fleets of the three families naturally in an advantageous position when facing wars with other civilizations. This is not something that can be obtained through simple transactions. In addition, the Sasha Group will also represent New Eden in the mercenary industry, accepting employment from the entire justice order and providing comprehensive war services, contracting security, escort, eliminating pirates, and even war proxy services. In a word, as long as there is enough money, everything is not a problem. As for why only Sasha Guitar went, it was because only Sasha's fleet was mainly based on conventional fleets. Otherwise, New Eden would have to send a super flagship fleet to do it just now, right? In short, under the guidance of Aura, the Southern Star region is now developing in the direction of business, thereby driving the economic vitality of the entire Southern Star region and consolidating the basic foundation of New Eden. The entire New Eden was busy. Even when Wang Yin was busy with work every day, Sherman had a rare leisure time. Manzi, help me and my wife make a CG like this one someday. Money is not a problem. Since the last military parade, Dark Blood Kratos and Delk Ellis were completely shocked. If Sherman hadn't said in advance that this was a CG that he spent almost 9 figures and took 2 years to make, Otherwise the two would have thought that Sherman had really traveled to a certain interstellar era and became the overlord of one side. Well, during the military parade, the two watched it through the live broadcast window of Star Vision. And it was modified by Allah, so that the two could only see the live broadcast, and could not see the discussion inside, which was equivalent to watching a video through the live broadcast perspective. By the end, the two of them also came to their senses. Although most of the video was Sherman pretending to be a big shot, the ultimate purpose was to tell them that this guy was going to get married in half a year, and the bride also appeared in it. When Dark Blood Kratos was watching the live broadcast, his wife Bai Chuanxing was also by his side, so after seeing Sherman's proposal, he showed envy on his face. Seeing his wife's envious eyes, Dark Blood Kratos was naturally not in vain, and immediately asked Bai Chuanxing to promise to make a CG that was no worse than this one as a wedding anniversary gift for the two. Then, in Bai Chuanxing's touching eyes, Dark Blood Kratos drank wolfberry tea with a pale face these days. This thing is unique, I won't sell it. Facing the local rich man Dark Blood Kratos, Sherman refused without thinking. After all, he couldn't let this guy come over and have a taste of the Emperor's addiction, right? This is nonsense. Brother, you are my real brother, isn't it okay? Dark Blood Kratos wailed immediately. Now it is less than a month away from their wedding anniversary. If they can't take it out by then how much enjoyment they have now, they will enjoy it even more later. He really doesn't want this wealth now. Feeling his still somewhat weak legs, Dark Blood Kratos' wailing became even more miserable. Sherman didn't want to reject this good brother, but he really had no choice. At this time, Aura, who came to report on his work, saw it and suggested, "My lord, you can actually make a real CG for him." As long as it doesn't affect the development of that world, things like CG videos won't be a big problem as long as the technological content is not too high, as long as nothing about this time is leaked. What if it's exposed? The whole New Eden will return to nothingness, and you will lose everything, Aura said in a relaxed tone, without any worry on his face. Okay. Sherman smacked his tongue, and then handed the task to Aura. Aura, then this matter is left to you. Yes, my lord. After taking Aura away, Sherman said to the still wailing Dark Blood Kratos, "Okay, stop wailing, I will give you a satisfactory CG when the time comes." As soon as this was said, Dark Blood Kratos immediately said excitedly, "Barbarian, send me your card number, I will give you the deposit first." "Forget it, it's just a small amount of money, just treat it as a gift from my brother to you too." Sherman waved his hand, and said nonchalantly, "It's useless to give him the card number, he can't use it, after all, he is now a bug in that world. Otherwise, he would have exchanged ISK from Taobao by using his own savings. Why would he have to work so hard to make money? No, as a brother, I can't let you suffer a loss." Dark Blood Kratos is also a stubborn person. Although he has never worked in the CG industry, he knows how expensive it is. The two of them shirked their responsibilities, and neither could convince the other. Finally, Sherman came up with a solution. "Son, if you really want to, then help me spawn all the Blood Raiders and Sky Serpents officials, and I will destroy them myself to count as the kind." Chapter 390. Knowing that Sherman was not short of money, Dark Blood Kratos agreed to Sherman's offer without hesitation. Although the two were not equal in value, Dark Blood Kratos also understood how much Sherman loved officials, and how bad his luck was. As the saying goes, money can't buy my willingness. So Dark Blood Kratos didn't think much of Sherman's request. After all, people in their circle had some weird hobbies. "Okay, give me a month, I will help you collect all the officials." Dark Blood Kratos immediately patted his chest and promised. "Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal." The two immediately reached a verbal agreement. At this time, Dirk Ellis, who had been eating melons beside him, said silently, "Brothers, I didn't mean to break into your PY transaction. I swear, I will never let others know about your dirty deal. Don't kill them. Get lost." Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos cursed at the same time. After the three of them chatted for a long time, Dirk Ellis asked Dark Blood Kratos curiously, "Damn it, this barbarian said he would produce something in a month. I believe it. After all, that thing can be produced by liver. But the officials all rely on luck. How can you be so sure that you can gather Sherman within a month?" Sherman was also a little curious about this. After all, what he lacked now were the two pirate forces of the Blood Raiders Alliance and the Sky Serpentine group, a total of 8 officials. If it was just 1 or 2 officials, it would be fine. After all, with Dark Blood Kratos' luck, he could still get them in the Star Belt after a month of hard work, but 8 of them was outrageous. Facing the two curious babies, Dark Blood Kratos showed a mysterious smile. This involves the method I spent several years to find, and there is almost no possibility of failure. Sherman and Dirk Ellis immediately pricked up their ears, and they immediately had a guess in their hearts. Is this the reason why Dark-Blood Kratos has extraordinary luck in this game? Before Sherman could ask for advice, Dirk Ellis looked at Dark-Blood Kratos with a flattering look. Godfather, please tell me this method. Dark-Blood Kratos couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. Damn, you make my back cold when you say that. The word Godfather is too lethal and full of murderous intent. As long as you tell me, you can let me call you Big Brother, Dirk Ellis said shamelessly. Okay, since you are asking sincerely, I will tell you, Dark-Blood Kratos said with a compassionate look. Looking at the two, Sherman couldn't help but hold his forehead, these two drama queens. As for the method Dark-Blood Kratos said, Sherman and Dirk Ellis did not doubt it at all. Because there have been many cases of players using bugs to seek benefits in this game. The most famous one is that in ancient times, a certain legion found that a certain building could block ammunition infinitely, and then relied on blocking ammunition and smelting it into materials to make a fortune. If the door had not been closed, this matter would not have been known to the official at all. So some players chose to keep a low profile and make a fortune after discovering the bug. If Dark-Blood Kratos also found a game bug and had such outrageous luck, it is not impossible. So after hearing Dark-Blood Kratos was going to say it, Sherman's ears almost stood up. The two waited for a while, but did not hear Dark-Blood Kratos speak. Finally, it was Dirk Ellis, who tentatively asked what was going on. Forget it, it's hard to explain it with words, I give it to you guys. Maybe he was afraid that Sherman and the other guy wouldn't understand, so Dark-Blood Kratos decided to give them a try himself. A minute later, Sherman looked at the QQ group that kept ringing, and his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, is this your secret skill? Dark-Blood Kratos nodded, as a matter of course, and said proudly, yes, this is not something that ordinary people can learn. If we weren't brothers, I wouldn't tell you this method. Ha ha. Sherman responded with a sneer. At the same time, Dark-Blood Kratos suddenly screamed. Damn, why are you luring me next to me, old German? Kill the thief. Evil creature. Just now you kept calling me your foster father, how dare you kill your father now? I am not talented, I was called Little Lou Boo in the army, you thief, eat my doomsday. Fuck, you are serious, then don't blame me. Shadow Cavalry, noble sacrifice. Sherman quietly exited the channel, ignoring the Conquer class versus Hate class drama in the Star Belt, and shifted his attention to the QQ group. It's no wonder that Dirk Ellis was so excited after hearing this, but Dark-Blood Kratos was really too cheap. Because he didn't use a game bug, but money. In the group called the Second Test Source Nest, Dark-Blood Kratos sent a message. Dark-Blood Kratos. Source takes the right to kill the Sky Serpent officer, 100,000 each. Only one of each type, no cheating. If you are interested in the game, please contact Dark-Blood Kratos. Sky Dragon Rider Sad Melody. Fuck, boss, you are not kidding us, right? Dark-Blood Kratos. Bank card balance screenshot.jpg. Sky Dragon Rider Sad Melody. Fuck, 9 digits. Is it photoshopped? Dark-Blood Kratos didn't waste any words, directly recorded the screen with another mobile phone, and repeated what he just said. Sky Dragon Rider Sad Melody. Boss, I was wrong. Yaksa. Boss, it's hard to kill officials. Would you like some delicious jerky? Dark-Blood Kratos. Bounties for 2 officials will be paid, and I buy all the jerky in your store. Yaksa. Boss, you're generous. After chatting for a few more sentences, Dark-Blood Kratos was forced to interrupt the chat because of Dirk Ellis' surprise attack. While the group was still arguing about this matter, and arguing whether it was true or not, the smart people had already driven their battleships out to kill the Star Belt. There are not many star systems, but there are a limited number of star belts. It's first come first served. Even if this is a prank, they only lose a little time, and it's not a loss to brush the star belts. The bounty released by Dark-Blood Kratos will not harm himself and others anyway. After all, no matter how bad it is, it will only waste some time. But if it's true, yes. Get rich. Chapter 391. But it must be said that Dark-Blood Kratos' ability to make money is indeed 100%. Especially at this time when everyone is so bored that they are just standing and chatting. For these idle fish standing and chatting, driving a battleship out to brush the Star Belt can also adjust their game life. Why not do it? In fact, the first lucky person appeared less than 10 minutes after Dark-Blood Kratos' bounty was issued. Dark-Blood Kratos, who was fighting on the Titans, saw the email and quickly stopped Dirk Ellis. Old German, stop fighting, someone contacted me. Dirk Ellis also knew the priorities, so he stopped making a fuss. After stopping the attack of his Conqueror-class Titan, he asked in shock, "Oh my god, don't make excuses to escape. How can you brush officials so quickly? This bounty was issued only 10 minutes ago. The star belts in this galaxy haven't been brushed yet, right? Just confirm it, and you know." Darblood Kratos said, and replied to the other party's email. Darblood Kratos. Which officer is it? Where is he? How about I marry you? To an OS, Serpent Prime. Darblood Kratos. Wait for me for 3 minutes, and I trade if you confirm. How about I marry you? Okay. Because Serpent Prime is not far from the Legion's base, Darblood Kratos directly called Sherman, and the three of them drove the small ship all the way to the dirt road. When they arrived at the destination, looking at the battleship monster with the name to an OS in the star belt, Darblood Kratos couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn, this is unscientific." God can tell you that after being tricked by Sherman into farming the star belt, Darblood Kratos has been farming the star belt on the Sky Serpent star for half a month. But at most, a small boss like the Mother appeared, and he didn't even see a hair of the official. And it was less than an hour since he last farmed an official here. Even the debris left by Darblood Kratos' monster farming is still there. It's outrageous. At this moment, Darblood Kratos, who calls himself the European Emperor, can't help but doubt his life. And Dirk Ellis on the side said meanly, "Dead man, why don't you give your nickname of Dead Man to this brother? I think this brother is much luckier than you." Darblood Kratos was speechless, and could only sigh to the sky. He didn't want to argue with Dirk Ellis. "Brother, send me your card number on QQ privately, and the money will be in your account within 10 minutes. "Oh, okay." It looked like a show of strength. "How about this brother marrying you?" The brother immediately found Darblood Kratos' QQ number in the group, and sent his bank card number. It must be said that Darblood Kratos' action was indeed very fast. The transfer was completed in less than 2 minutes. "Brother, check it out. The money has been transferred." Darblood Kratos had just finished speaking. "Brother marry you how to get married" received a text message from the bank on his mobile phone. Fuck, it really transferred 100,000. After counting the numbers in the text message several times, Brother marry you how to get married's eyes almost smiled crookedly. After waiting for a few minutes, and seeing no one replying to the message, Dirk Ellis couldn't help but send a message on the local channel. Dirk Ellis, "Brother, where is the person?" Looking at the local message, Brother marry you how to get married also reacted instantly and replied hurriedly, "Brother marry you how to get married. The money has been received. Thank you brother, brothers. Please do as you please." After that, he drove the warship to the next star belt, ready to try his luck again. If he really spawned another one, it would be great. After seeing the people leave, Darblood Kratos signaled to Sherman. "Barbarian, what are you waiting for? Go ahead." "Okay." Sherman was not polite, and operated the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Night God-class super aircraft carrier, directly locked the target and opened fire. The Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft squadron killed it directly with just a few rounds of attacks, and facing the wreckage of the official, Sherman had no idea, but took back the Iron Cavalry while saying to Darblood Kratos, "Damn, I just want the right to destroy, and give me the nameplate later. You go and open the box." Darblood Kratos did not refuse, because the three of them were not equipped with the equipment of Serpentis Officer Number 3. There was no need to make too much trouble. Darblood Kratos pulled the remains of the officer to his side, opened it, and was stunned for a long time. "Damn, what happened? You haven't said anything for a long time." Dirk Ellis heard Darblood Kratos not speaking for a long time, and couldn't help asking. "It shouldn't be. This is not scientific." Faced with Dirk Ellis's question, Darblood Kratos was puzzled. "What's going on?" Sherman drove the warship closer, and clicked on the wreckage of the official. Good guy, except for a Shadow Sky Serpent 100 afterburner, there was only an official's nameplate. This is an honest official among honest officials. No wonder Darblood Kratos doubts his life. Not to mention that this is the official that Darblood Kratos spent 100,000 yuan to buy. Even if the official he met by chance only produced this little thing, he would have to doubt his life. And for Darblood Kratos, who is very confident in his luck, this blow is a bit big. Before Sherman could comfort him, Dirk Ellis spoke up. "Damn it, this official was beaten by a barbarian. It's not your fault whether he is evil or not. Why are you so depressed?" After hearing this, Darblood Kratos immediately became energetic. "Yes. This official was beaten by a barbarian. What does it have to do with me?" Then he said to Sherman, with a look of disgust, "Little barbarian, your luck is toxic. Wash your face before beating an official next time. Aye, my god. Sherman had something to say on the spot, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. But thinking that the man in front of him was his financial sponsor, unlocking new forces depended on him, so he immediately suppressed it. Barbarian, I'm not saying anything bad about you. I've known you for so long, but I haven't seen you win once in the death expedition. Dirk Ellis drove his Astero-class frigate to salvage the wreckage of the official while complaining. You don't get the expedition when you spawn monsters. There are only boxes in the expedition. There are no officials in the Star Belt. And the boss is all ammunition gift packs. I don't know what to say to you. Damn it, they say you shouldn't hit someone in the face. You're going too far. Sherman drove the Night God to release the Iron Bomb, which was a round of bombs at the Astro-class frigate of Dirk Ellis. Damn, Barbarian, you're really serious. If you have the guts, wait for me to drive the Conqueror out. Don't wait, do it now. Go away, I haven't salvaged the remains of the fucking official yet. You'd better wait a while to salvage your own body. Just as Sherman and others were playing around, with the completion of the first transaction, especially after Brother Mary you posted the screenshots of the official and the transaction records in the group, the whole group went wild. After that, the entire Source Star region was overcrowded for the first time in more than half a year. Because Source is the sovereign star region of the Serpentine group, officials will be sent from all the star systems in the territory. So after learning that the bounty of Darblood Kratos is real, a group of people directly drove the warships to spawn monsters in the abandoned star systems in the past. Some people even occupied several or even dozens of star systems to spawn monsters at the same time in order to get the remaining 3 bounties. This scene also made many players, who are keen on PvP excited, but also very puzzled. Chapter 392. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, not to mention that the players in New Eden are all top-notch posting members. Overnight, the news that a rich man appeared in Yuan and spent a lot of money to kill an official with his own hands spread throughout the Eve Circle. And just when everyone thought it was another prank by some bored guy, an anonymous person mosaicked the screenshots of the official and the transaction records posted in the group and posted them on the post. At this moment, the whole circle really exploded. While everyone envied the good luck of the people in the source domain, the people in the source domain also ushered in the most tragic harvest of the entire second test. Because the people in the source domain are now busy brushing the star belt, this gives many PvP enthusiasts an opportunity. Now the population of the entire second test is declining, so they can only rape and fight at the door of the guitar, and they can't find anyone else. Now the whole source domain is so lively, which undoubtedly gives them a good harvest opportunity. In addition, there are many people who come to try their luck and watch the excitement. The whole source domain is in chaos. Moreover, due to the update of the Trigod space fiber, the defenders of the Fountainhead could not block it. Maybe they had just eliminated one group of enemies, when another group of enemies came. Here we have to talk about the Trigod space fiber. There are 2 types of this fiber. One is to randomly teleport to the 00 area, and the other is to teleport to the 00 area where players are active frequently. Now the active 00 area in the entire game is the Fountainhead area, and this also causes these enemies to jump almost accurately after using the fiber that can detect the frequent activities of players, and there is a 95% probability that they will land in the Fountainhead area. The appearance of this fiber allows the enemy to be caught off guard, which causes the defenders of the Source Realm to suffer heavy losses. Just like Dirk Ellis, who lost 3 Rattler-class battleships overnight, so he now only dares to use Night God when he is clearing the Star Belt. If he drives a small-ton warship, he really can't avoid those elusive guys. When Dirk Ellis dealt with 2 small fleets that were blind and wanted to harvest him, he suddenly felt relieved. Seeing 7 more kill marks on his brand new Night God, Dirk Ellis nodded with satisfaction, and said to Sherman and the others in a very childish way, "Sure enough, only weapons that have seen blood can be called magic weapons." Because of the trouble, Sherman and Darblood Kratos directly gave up the production work, and the 2 squatted in the space station to brag and chat. So after hearing Dirk Ellis's childish words, Darblood Kratos couldn't help but tease. "What a bloody magic weapon, a large fleet will come to capture you in a while, don't call your fathers to save you." TSK. Dirk Ellis activated the Night God level network sensor, locked the target, and released the Iron Cavalry to kill the monster, and said confidently, "This has always been the role of my Dahang Cavalry. When has anyone dared to come to the script of my Dahang? If they come one by one, I will kill one. If they come 2, I will kill a pair. Come! Damn, Dad save me." Dirk Ellis's boasting became very shrill in an instant, scaring the dozing Sherman awake. "Old what's wrong?" Darblood Kratos, who fell off his chair in fear at the shrill cry of Dirk Ellis, asked speechlessly, "Fuck, old duh, you are not really surrounded by the enemy's large army, are you? Stop talking, there are 100 plus local stealth bombers, dads, please save me." Looking at the 100 stealth bombers surrounded by his night god, Dirk Ellis was extremely desperate. 100 plus stealth bombers? Sherman and Darkblood Kratos were also shocked when they heard this. At this point in time, which god can organize such a large-scale stealth bomber team? And Dirk Ellis's night god is in racing gear, and there is no replacement battle equipment in the hangar, nor equipment and warships that can be used for replacement, so facing so many stealth bombers, he will definitely not be able to escape. As the best warship for small boats to fight big ships with wolf pack tactics, stealth bombers. Its torpedo launcher has super high damage, and coupled with the super large signal radius of the flagship battleship, almost every torpedo can cause full damage. When the stealth bomber reaches a certain size, the threat to the flagship is unimaginable. As expected by Sherman and the others, when they were driving the combat auxiliary ship to the battle galaxy through the induced jump and preparing to rescue Dirk Ellis's racing night god was destroyed. Under the firepower of more than 100 stealth bombers, Dirk Ellis's night god was instantly melted as if he had no defense at all, and it took less than 5 minutes from being captured to asking for help. The interceptor pilots of the other side were also very experienced. They had been waiting at the fixed induction for a long time. As soon as Sherman and his companions came over, they were blocked by a series of jump interception force fields and could not move. After the enemy's large force dealt with Dirk Ellis's night god class, they then came to Sherman and his companions' combat auxiliary ships. Under such high firepower of the enemy, Sherman and his companions also suffered a series of setbacks and had no power to fight back. After all the 3 warships were destroyed, a Purification-class stealth bomber slowly came out from the large force. "You 3 have also suffered this day, ha ha ha." Looking at this man, Dirk Ellis said in surprise, "Dog Leon Sean?" Looking at the 3 people left in the space capsule, Leon Sean YY channel laughed, and then sent a message on the local channel. "Didn't expect it. This time I didn't act alone, but brought a bunch of brothers to attack you. Are you surprised or not?" Faced with this old enemy, Sherman and Darkblood Kratos shut up directly, and honestly watched the friendly greetings between the 2 people on the local channel. It must be said that Leon Sean chose a good opportunity this time. In fact, Leon Sean had no intention of harvesting at the beginning, but after seeing that the fleets of 2 good friends were successively attacked by the same person with night god in the same place, Leon Sean had some ideas. Especially after seeing that this person was his old enemy, Leon Sean immediately took advantage of his anchor and assembled a stealth bomber with 100 people to carry out a surprise attack. It was also the fate of Dirk Ellis. Just when Leon Sean had just assembled the team, someone tipped off that there was a wormhole in the galaxy where Dirk Ellis was located that went directly to the Seagowan galaxy. Then, Leon Sean quickly brought hundreds of men down from the sky and beat Sherman and the other 2 to death. Chapter 393. To put it bluntly, it was because Dirk Ellis was too arrogant. In this situation, 2 teams of players came to the source to harvest without being careful, and Leon Sean caught a rare opportunity. Moreover, this time Leon Sean also gathered secretly, and did not start the live broadcast to keep it secret, so Dirk Ellis was caught. After Leon Sean personally destroyed the space capsule of Dirk Ellis and the other 2, and collected the bodies in the cabin, a group of people quickly returned to the Galan area through the wormhole. Because this time, Dirk Ellis's night god was a T2 equipped racing night god, and the good equipment was still in the guitar, so Leon Sean and others didn't get any valuable loot. After returning, they didn't ask for any dividends and rewards, and directly disbanded the team. Because the raid was over, Leon Sean also restarted the live broadcast. Dirk Ellis, who received the reminder to start the broadcast, gritted his teeth and said after seeing his live broadcast room, "Damn, Leon Sean is a murderer." It turned out that Leon Sean had directly posted screenshots of Dirk Ellis's night god class supercarrier and the KM of the combat auxiliary ships of Sherman and Darkblood Kratos in his live broadcast room, and everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned when they saw that Leon Sean had actually killed his old enemy Dirk Ellis. There was a burst of boasting in the live broadcast room. Over the past year or so, the love-hate relationship between Leon Sean and Dirk Ellis has been a daily content in the live broadcast room, and almost every time it ends with Leon Sean's defeat. The hundreds of Leon Sean's bodies in Dirk Ellis' hangar are the best proof. And Dirk Ellis is usually extremely cautious. Plus, he has the support of Sherman and Darkblood Kratos at any time, and the rescue speed of the Source Fast Reaction Fleet is fast, so Leon Sean has never been able to script Dirk Ellis before, This is the first time. No, I have to get back at him. Looking at Leon Shan in the live broadcast room bragging about how his invisible bomber snatched Dirk Ellis's Night God class super aircraft carrier KM from everyone, Dirk Ellis gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter whether the Night God is blown up or not, because the ones produced by Sherman have not been sold out yet, and he can ask Sherman for one whenever he wants. But he can't accept that he was taken down by Leon Shan. Fuck, we must teach Leon Shan an unforgettable lesson." Dark Blood Kratos said viciously. "Then how can we make him explode?" Sherman also said thoughtfully. "Ordinary revenge is not painful for Leon Shan, as long as he makes him explode. Leon Shan probably won't even frown at ordinary attacks. After all, Leon Shan has been tortured to death by Dirk Ellis for more than a year. He has experienced all kinds of death, and conventional means are useless to him. Now, except for the ancient forbidden god, no one can compare with Leon Shan, who has experienced more ways of death." So after hearing Sherman's words, Dirk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos fell into deep thought. After a long time, Dark Blood Kratos slowly said, "How about we go to the door of guitar and rape him now? It's useless. Whenever he starts live streaming, he will encounter this situation several times. He is used to it." Dirk Ellis shook his head and said, "Then why don't we be a scapegoat and disgust him? He is wandering around everywhere now. He has no fixed place. There is no way to hide him. Then make some fraudulent contracts for him and empty his wallet. How many old players have you seen who will be fooled by this?" One by one, the three of them looked at Leon Shan's live streaming room with a sad face. Afterwards, the three of them stopped doing any production activities, and all squatted in Leon Shan's live broadcast room to see if they could find any opportunities. Unfortunately, after returning to the Guitar C4 space station, Leon Shan did not do any PvP activities, but instead purchased a batch of ammunition to sell in another high-security area to become a retailer. And for the sake of safety, Leon Shan drove the Acator-class deep space transport ship, which has strong defense. In addition, there were only some ammunition in the ship's warehouse, which resulted in the risk and benefit of attacking Leon Shan being disproportionate, so no one had any idea about him except for some bored people. Even Dirk Ellis had no idea after seeing Leon Shan's actions. But when Sherman saw Leon Shan stuffing some sundries into the boat, his eyes lit up, and a plan came to his mind. "Let's go, let's take down his ship." "No, there are only 3 of us, and I'm afraid we can't kill him even if we all have 1,400 tornadoes?" Dark Blood Kratos was very confused. "Yes, we only have 2 shots at most, and this firepower is not enough to destroy the ship." Because he often sniped Leon Shan in the past, Dirk Ellis was quite familiar with this. "I didn't say I would do it myself." Sherman smiled mysteriously. While Leon Shan was chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room and driving the transport ship to continuously jump, an Astro-class frigate quietly appeared beside Leon Shan. Leon Shan glanced at it and immediately opened his eyes wide. "Huh?" This guy was actually Dirk Ellis. Seeing Dirk Ellis, Leon Shan immediately became alert, and the ship stopped at the Stargate and stopped moving forward. Because he was afraid that there was a trap behind the Stargate. Now that it is parked at the Stargate, it can evacuate through the Stargate at any time if attacked, and there is no need to worry about safety. Then, Leon Shan quickly sent a trumpet to conduct forward reconnaissance, and saw 2 other familiar IDs just 2 jumps away. Looking at Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos driving the Tornado class, Leon Shan looked puzzled. What are you trying to do? It would be too wishful to think that he could destroy his Okado-class transport ship with just 2 Tornado-class ships before the police arrived. But when Leon Shan controlled the trumpet to scout the surroundings, he only saw the 2 Tornado-class ships, and there was no sign of fleet assembly. Shaking his head, Leon Shan did not conduct any more reconnaissance, and drove the warship to continue moving forward according to the planned route. He didn't believe that these 2 tornadoes could kill him in seconds. As Leon Shan took action, Dirk Ellis, who had been monitoring, quickly sent a message in the fleet channel. "The target has been restarted. Proceed according to the plan. Get in place. Get in place." Chapter 394. Looking at Dirk Ellis, who was no longer following him, and leaping forward, Leon Shan couldn't help but smile. "See, this is my brother's deterrent power. Even with just 1 transport ship, this guy can be defeated." Looking at Leon Shan, who was constantly boasting, the live broadcast room kept booing. "Come on, your Acator class is fully equipped with enhanced bulkheads and damage control. Who will care about you? That's right, if you have the guts, put some officer equipment in the cabin and see if you can survive. This reinforced bulkhead plus damage control maximizes the effectiveness of the Acator class. In addition, The cabin is filled with worthless ammunition. Who would be crazy enough to kill such a warship? Liang Shan watched the discussion in the live broadcast room, smiled without saying anything, and couldn't help but praise his witty approach of using a strong transport ship instead of an ordinary cargo ship for this cargo transport. In fact, Sherman and the other two did not think of killing directly, but chose a fancy plan. Although Delk Ellis was always in front of Liang Shan, he was not too far away, just keeping a galaxy distance. When he saw Liang Shan pass through the Stargate, and saw his ID on the local channel, Delk Ellis would pass through the Stargate and go to the next galaxy. This time, after seeing Liang Shan continue to move forward along the planned route, Dirk Ellis also sent a signal in the fleet channel. Action! After receiving the signal from Dirk Ellis, Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos immediately activated the Tornado-class guns and aimed at the NPC Siren Spearman on the Stargate. While Sherman and the other two were attacking, Dirk Ellis also appeared and put the bodies of Liang Shan in his cabin around the Stargate, and then continued to hide. Faced with the provocation of the Eggmen, the Hibernator father was immediately unhappy. He not only pressed Stone Man and Dark Blood Kratos to the ground, but also summoned reinforcements to beat them up. As expected, the Tornado class of Stone Man and Dark Blood Kratos was directly destroyed, and then they drove the space capsule and fled in a panic. Although the battleship exploded, their goal was achieved. Because Stone Man and the other two attacked the Siren Spearmen, they attracted reinforcements from the Hibernators, and Delk Ellis even threw out several Liang Shan corpses, which made the Stargate surrounded by Wanderers. After Liang Shan passed through the Stargate, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw the Wanderers around him. Damn, which warrior dared to provoke the Wanderer Dad? This is high security. If it was in the low security area or the 00 area, you can still use the super aircraft carrier to brush and get some materials for the encroachment link. But in this high security, provoking the Wanderer Dad, isn't this courting death? Liang Shan adjusted the overview, displayed the surrounding debris, and then saw two familiar IDs. Stone Man? Dark Blood Kratos? Looking at the owners of the two wreckages, Liang Shan immediately felt something was wrong and quickly drove the warship to jump away from here. Although he didn't know what these three old enemies were playing, he was always a little uneasy. But it was too late. Dirk Ellis's Astro class came out of stealth, activated the micro-jump thruster, and crashed into Liang Shan at a super high speed. Because of the warship jump mechanism in the game, Liang Shan's Oker class was offset after being hit, and the originally slow jump takeoff speed was even slower. What do you mean? Liang Shan was a little confused when he saw Delk Ellis constantly hitting him, and making it impossible for him to jump. Although this could only delay him for a while, what's the use? Just as the two of them were hitting each other, the Wanderers on the Stargate also discovered the two of them, and then a series of scanning beams were shown on their warships. The next moment, Liang Shan suddenly found that he was bounced back by the Wanderers. Fuck, why are these guys against me? Seeing his shield broken and armored, and the warship still advancing rapidly towards the structure, Liang Shan immediately wanted to say MP. Because he was blocked by the Wanderer, it was impossible for Liang Shan to leave directly, so the only way to survive now was to counterattack the Stargate and get rid of the current predicament by crossing the starry sky. Fortunately, Liang Shan's Acator-class defense is indeed good, and he can withstand the firepower of the Wanderer for a while, and he is only about 10 kilometers away from the Stargate, so he still has a chance to escape. Watching Liang Shan slowly crawling towards the Stargate, Delk Ellis immediately showed a very charming smile. Sister Liang Shan, you want to leave, did I agree? Then he drove the Astro-class frigate and hit Liang Shan at high speed. Under the effect of inertia, the warship that Liang Shan had finally crawled past was knocked off and distanced from the Stargate. Damn it! Looking at the Stargate, which had finally crawled to the 9-kilometer position, and now it has returned to 10 kilometers, Liang Shan was immediately a little exasperated. Liang Shan, no you bastard, let me go! Dirk Ellis, Sister Liang Shan, I think you don't understand anything. Why don't you stop the boat and accept inspection? Liang Shan, you pervert, what do you want to do? Stay away from me. Dirk Ellis, come on, be obedient, let me stick to you. Liang Shan, fuck, let me go! Looking at the increasingly weird conversation between the two people in the local channel, and the weird laughter of Dirk Ellis in the channel, Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos couldn't help but shudder. It's just a revenge. Is it necessary to do this? But in fact, now Dirk Ellis is in a very comfortable mood, watching Liang Shan constantly struggling under the attack of this Wanderer, and the pain of being knocked back by him every time he was just a little bit away from activating the Stargate to escape. Dirk Ellis has a sense of pleasure of revenge. And the audience in the live broadcast room looked at Liang Shan with a distorted face and a sharp voice, and various barrages appeared on the screen. It can only be said that the show effect is explosive. As the HP of his transport ship dropped little by little, Liang Shan gave up struggling and rolled up his sleeves to fight against Delk Ellis. The two of them fought back and forth, making Liang Shan more and more excited. He forgot that he was wearing women's clothes and squatted on the chair, typing away on the keyboard. Then, the live broadcast room was blocked. The anchor was suspected of violating the rules, and was ordered to make corrections. Looking at the live broadcast room that was banned because he was squatting on the chair and looked too exposed, Liang Shan sighed to the sky, "You three bastards, I won't let you go." Chapter 395. After torturing Liang Shan to death, Dirk Ellis decisively entered the space station after his revenge, and returned to the Legion base after exploding. As for facing Liang Shan's next revenge, Dirk Ellis was not worried at all. His experienced fleet against Liang Shan's harvest was the best in the universe. And he would just go crazy and brush the star belt, not afraid of being harvested. And now there are still hundreds of Fury-class ships in the Legion hangar. Even if 2 ships explode every day, it is enough for him to explode for a year. Faced with the increasingly fierce harvesting in the past 2 days, the Source also quickly organized 2 daily duty rapid response fleets. Once the enemy is found, the Titan above the Star City is ready to start the bridge and drop the fleet to the corresponding position. Small-scale fleets cannot fight directly, and are directly eaten by the Source's rapid response fleet. As for the enemy's large-scale fleet, the conventional fleet is used to engage and entangle it first, and then the flagship is used to ride on the face, which is a timeless tactic. Thanks to such high-intensity and high-efficiency anti-harvesting, the entire Source domain has also slightly restored its former calm after a few days of turmoil. It must be said that Dark Blood Kratos' money power is indeed effective. It is said that there must be brave men under a big reward. Faced with a generous reward of 100,000 yuan for an official, the entire Source domain was mobilized. Every star system and every star belt is full of people. And under the 24-hour non-stop brushing, the remaining 3 Tianxi officials of Sherman were also brushed out one by one. However, in just 3 days, Tianxi Group was unlocked in Shimon's dreamlike feeling, very smooth. "Why is it you again?" Looking at the Serpentine Group's number 1 official Cormac Vargo wandering on the Stargate, and then looking at the guy driving the cargo ship, Sherman, and the other 2 had complicated expressions. "How can I marry you?" "I can only smile." "I don't know either, I can only say I'm lucky." Listening to this pretentious words, Dark Blood Kratos sighed. "Brother, your luck of getting an official a day is too outrageous, isn't it?" "Yes, this guy named How Can I Marry You, with the luck of getting an official a day, monopolized 3 of the 4 official bounties of Dark Blood Kratos, and took a bonus of 300,000. The first officer was found by Dark Blood Kratos after he posted the bounty. He went to the Star Belt and saw it. The second officer was just average. He spent an afternoon in the Star Belt and found it. He was just lucky. And the discovery of officer number 1 was outrageous because he found it not in the Star Belt but at the Stargate. And because this guy just found a wave of ore mothers, he borrowed a ferryman-class freighter from the next star system to transport the ore, and then met him at the Stargate on the way back. It's outrageous. Looking at Sherman and the other 2 who were still discussing, I can't help but smile bitterly at the Dushin-class cargo ship that was about to fall into the structure. 3 brothers, don't sigh for now, quickly knock this thing down, otherwise I be dead. Hey, here it comes. Sherman stopped talking nonsense, and controlled the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft of the Night God-class super aircraft carrier to beat up Cormac Vaga, and soon, it was reduced to wreckage. Looking at the wreckage, Sherman gestured to Dark Blood Kratos. "Damn, do you want to try your luck again?" Dark Blood Kratos refused without hesitation. "Don't, with your luck, you know this is still an honest official without even looking." Because the first 3 officials were all killed by Sherman, Dark Blood Kratos opened the box, and all of them were honest officials. Not even one official with a purple logo had any equipment. So now Dark Blood Kratos has no desire to open the box, he is in a shadow. Seeing that Dark Blood Kratos didn't want to open the box, Sherman had to do it himself. "TSK, then let me show you how to be a European emperor. If you open a valuable officer's equipment, I eat the keyboard on the spot. It's better to believe that you will win the first prize in the lottery than to believe in Sherman's luck." The next moment, Sherman dragged several officers' equipment to the fleet channel. Cormac's improved enemy search computer, Cormac's improved damage control, Cormac's improved magnetic field stabilizer, Cormac's improved large plasma stereo bomb. Fuck, Is this a super corrupt official? Seeing these things, Dirk Ellis, who had been providing vigilance for the Sherman Night God-class super aircraft carrier, couldn't help but marvel. None of these official equipment is worthless. When seeing these official equipment, Dark Blood Kratos' face turned bitter. What the hell is this? When I opened the box, I found all the official equipment, not a single official equipment, but when Sherman opened it, all the official equipment was valuable. Who can I complain to? After Sherman returned to the space station, he contracted all the officers' equipment to Dark Blood Kratos, and teased him. Damn it, are you going to eat this keyboard? Yes. Why not? Dark Blood Kratos gritted his teeth and said, not only will I eat it, I will also record a video while eating it for you to see. Fuck, is it such a big deal? Seeing Dark Blood Kratos being so cruel, Dirk Ellis was shocked. Yeah, it's just a joke. Sherman was also afraid that this guy would really eat the keyboard, so he quickly persuaded him. I'm a man of my words. If I say I eat the keyboard, I eat the keyboard. Dark Blood Kratos said very seriously, with an unquestionable tone, you don't need to persuade me, I've made up my mind. Then, Dark Blood Kratos didn't even exit the channel, and made a phone call in front of the two people. Hello, XXX Dessert Shop, send me a cake keyboard, remember to make it realistic, money is not a problem. Hearing this, Sherman and Dirk Ellis couldn't help but give a middle finger. TSK. After ordering the cake, Dark Blood Kratos argued righteously, you didn't say anything about keyboards, and besides, who said that cake keyboards are not keyboards? Then a new round of condemnation from the two of them followed. While chatting, Sherman also opened the exclusive mall, found the technology tree of the Sky Serpent Group, and unlocked it. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Sky Serpent Group, and reward the Sky Serpent improved flagship microprocessor. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Sky Serpent Group, and reward the special edition battleships Nemesis and Victor. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new Force Sky Serpent Group, and reward the Neurosynergist Research Center. In the Chongqing City, in the official independent cloning room, with the sound of several valves, for figures as sturdy as beasts slowly walked out of the cloning cabin. Chapter 396. Serpentis Group, Cormac Vaga, kowtows to the Lord. Serpentis Group, Settler Charlon, kowtows to the Lord. Serpentis Group, Twin OSS, kowtows to the Lord. Serpentis Group, Brian Gelder, kowtows to the Lord. In the captain's room in Chongqing City. Sherman looked at the four strong men in front of him, who were as tall as him even if they were kneeling on one knee, and his mouth twitched slightly. The aesthetics of this Serpentis Group are quite unique. Get up first, we don't do this in private. Sherman said, as he tried to help one person up, but found that he couldn't lift him at all, and the man stood up and pulled Sherman up. Looking at Sherman hanging on his arm, and looking at him, Cormac Wagia couldn't help but smile. Letting go of Cormac Wagia's forearm, Sherman looked at the four men in front of him who looked like ferocious beasts, and asked curiously, hey, why did you four choose such burly men? Cormac Wagia clenched his casserole-sized fist slightly, the muscles on his arm twitched, and he said, as a matter of course, we are all real men in the Tianchi group. Well, one sentence explains everything. I have to say, looking at the four burly men in front of him, Sherman instantly felt that this sense of security was off the charts. Originally, Sherman said that he wanted to hold a banquet or something as a ceremony to celebrate their new life, but the four people refused. Like Sherman, they don't like these cumbersome things and find them troublesome. My lord, just give us the task, Cormac Wagihan said with a smile. There's no rush for that. Sherman waved his hand. You should choose a star field as the development base of the Serpentis Group. The Serpentis Group has just been unlocked. Not to mention that the fleet has not been formed yet and the strength is insufficient. Even if the fleet is completed, they will not have the opportunity to perform. New Eden is now peaceful, and in the stage of post-war recovery and reconstruction, as well as industrial development, and no war has occurred. Even if there is, it won't be the turn of the Sky Snake Group. After all, the super flagship fleets of other forces are not vegetarians. As he said, Sherman opened the light curtain and marked the remaining 8 star fields in the southern star field, and said generously, Cormac Wagia, you choose one. If it was in New Eden, which only had 2 star fields half a year ago, Sherman would not be so arrogant as to let the new forces choose their own territory. It can only be said that things change over time. What Sherman did not expect was that the officials of the Sky Snake Group looked at the 8 star fields on the star map, and shook their heads. The 4 of them knelt on one knee in front of Sherman, clenched their right fists in front of their chests, and said in a deep voice, My lord, the Sky Snakes don't have the habit of getting something for nothing. If we need territory, we will go and grab it ourselves, not eat it for free because of your protection. My lord, the Sky Snake Group dares to go to other star fields for development. The style of the Sky Snake Group is just like the officials, like Cormac. They are all real men with iron bones. This practice of getting something for nothing and taking advantage of friendly forces is contrary to their style. Sure Man likes this style very much. A good man should gain fame and honor on horseback. You are great. Sure Man asked several people to stand up and said, I agree to this, but have you decided where to go? Cormac Wagga pointed to a corner of the star map without hesitation and said in a lingering voice, the Eastern Star Region, the Chaos Region. The Eastern Star Region is a more chaotic place than the original Southern Star Region. There is almost no civilization there, only Chable groups and pirate mercenaries. The original civilization has long disappeared in the melee that lasted for hundreds of years. How chaotic is that place? It is so chaotic that both the angel and demon civilizations think it is a wild land and have to give up on establishing order there. Although the forces in the Eastern Star Region are fighting fiercely, they are extremely repulsive to foreign forces, so that the two big gangsters cannot easily intervene. So the challenge of the Sky Snake Group choosing this place can be imagined. Sure Man looked at the four people with a determined look and nodded. This is their choice, and Sure Man also respects their decision. Even if he knew that if the Serpentis Group was allowed to develop in the Southern Star Region, the strength of New Eden would be enhanced in a short period of time. After all, the Serpentis Group was the only pirate force in New Eden that had a complete fleet system. Frigates, cruisers, battleships, dreadnoughts, aircraft carriers, titans, all of these Serpentis Group had. So as long as the Serpentis Group developed in the Southern Star Region for a period of time, Sure Man could obtain 4 super flagship fleets that were not inferior to the Fear Gustas in a very short period of time, and the benefits brought by this could be imagined. However, since Sure Man promised them, he would definitely give them firm support. Aura responded and bowed, My lord. Prepare enough supplies, and hand them over to the officials of the Tianxi Group in 3 days. Aura glanced at the 4 Tianxi officials around him, and bowed his head to show that he understood. For Sure Man's order, Cormac Wagga and others did not refuse and bowed their heads to thank him. After all, if they took a batch of resources with them, their development would be smoother, and they could open up territory for New Eden faster. In the next 3 days, you should build a batch of warships. Without a fleet, it will be difficult to survive in that area. Sure Man ordered. This Eastern Star Field is not like other star fields. It is too chaotic. Pirate forces are crisscrossed. If you don't bring a fleet, you may be dead before you even enter. Cormac Wagga didn't want to be the first official in New Eden to be overturned, so he naturally did not reject Sure Man's kindness. 3 days, relying on the industrial capacity of New Eden, is enough for the Tianxi Group to form several conventional fleets. And these fleets are enough for them to gain a foothold in the Eastern Star Region. Aura and others walked side by side in the long corridor. A few people walked to the railing and looked at Alpha Prime below through the window. Aura said softly, You shouldn't propose to go to the Eastern Star Region at this time. Cormac Wagga nodded with a gentle smile on his face. I know that if we stay in the Southern Star Region, the Serpentis Group can develop quickly, and even become the second largest armed force in New Eden after Emma in the shortest time. What about you? Ola was a little puzzled. Cormac Wagga looked at Ola and smiled, but did not speak. Instead, he opened his hands, and let the light of the distant stars shine on him. Feeling the warm sunshine, Cormac Wagga turned his head to look at Ola, and said in a relaxed tone, New Eden will not be trapped in this southern star field forever. Instead of accumulating strength and waiting for opportunities, like now, it is better for our Tianxi Group to build another base outside and prepare for the future expansion of New Eden. Ola also looked at Cormac Wagga at this time, with a gentle smile on his lips, and said with a sigh, As expected of you, this Tianxi Group is really as hardcore as always. Chapter 397. 3 days later, Cormac Wagga and 4 other Sky Serpent officials came to resign from Sure Man. The 4 knelt on one knee, clenched their right fists to their chests and whispered, My lord, we are here to resign from you. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Sure Man helped them up and asked, Well, how are the supplies and fleet prepared? Cormac Wagga stood up and answered honestly, Everything is going well. A regular fleet has been formed. Hearing this, Sure Man frowned slightly. Didn't I ask Aura to give you resources to build 4 regular fleets? Why did you only build 1? Because the Tianxi Group was going to the very chaotic Eastern Star Region, in order to allow them to quickly gain a foothold in the Eastern Star Region, Sure Man asked Aura to mobilize enough resources to build 4 regular fleets. Just so that the 4 Tianchi group officials could have their own fleets, so that they could be more relaxed when they gained a foothold in the Eastern Star region. After all, in a land of chaos, force is the most important thing. But now we are about to set off. Why is there only 1 fleet? Seeing Sherman's doubts, in order to avoid misunderstandings, Cormac Waja hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "My lord, this fleet is enough. Give me a reason that can convince me, otherwise you don't want to set off." Sherman was a little angry, and thought these officials were a little arrogant. Looking at Sherman, whose chest was heaving violently and breathing heavily, Cormac took the initiative to explain, "My lord, although this Eastern Star field is chaotic, the relationships between various forces are intertwined, and even various factions have formed mutual hostility. But when facing foreign forces, these forces will temporarily join forces to jointly expel the foreign forces. So it is good if the fleet is enough this time. Too much will easily attract attention. Although the Eastern Star region is very chaotic and various forces are intertwined, they all have a common understanding of foreign forces, that is, to jointly expel them. Even the demon civilization and the angel civilization are the same, and their attitude is very firm. This also led to the demon civilization trying to interfere with the interests of the Eastern Star region 3 times, and being strangled by the joint hostility, and the angel civilization fleet was eyeing them, so they had to return empty-handed. This time, the Tianchi group also intends to establish itself in the Eastern Star region as a pirate and integrate into it, so the number of fleets needs to be considered. Too many fleets are prone to accidents, and too few fleets are also prone to accidents, so a conventional fleet is just right. Hearing this, Sherman also understood, so he nodded. Then let's do this. You bring the remaining resources with you, so that your early development can be smoother. Since the fleet cannot bring too many at present, then bring enough resources. In short, the manufacture of conventional warships is not difficult in the New Eden Space Station production line. As long as there are enough resources, there will be as many conventional fleets as needed, and there is no need to worry at all. However, Cormac Vaga still refused. "My lord, taking these will greatly affect the fleet's speed, and so many resources will definitely require a transport fleet, which will easily attract attention. What will you do if you don't bring a batch of resources?" Cormac Vaga showed a mouthful of white teeth, looking very honest, but his tone was chilling. "My lord, as long as the fleet is in hand, there will be no shortage of resources." "Are you kidding? His Sky Serpent group is a well-known pirate force in New Eden. How can they not have this ability? Pirates do things without scruples. Isn't it normal to grab some resources?" "Okay." Looking at Cormac Waja, who looked honest but murderous, Sherman said nothing more. After all, these officials have never let him down. Just when Sherman was about to send the Sky Serpent group's fleet off, Aura also came over and gave Sherman a suggestion. "My lord, I think you should go to the Eastern Star region with the Sky Serpent group this time." When Aura said this, Sherman was stunned. "Why?" Aura did not hesitate to say this, and said bluntly, "My lord, compared with the leaders of other civilizations, your methods and experience are still too immature. You need to be effectively trained." To put it bluntly, up to now, Sherman has not conducted relevant systematic learning and has been avoiding this issue. It can be said that the current strength of New Eden is all due to Aura. Sherman only made decisions on some major choices, and most of these decisions have standard answers with the help of Aura. It can be said that even if a pig is placed in Sherman's current position, New Eden can still develop to its current level. Originally, the war in the Southern Star Field has ended, and the entire New Eden is in a period of rapid development. Aura wanted Sherman to conduct relevant systematic learning, so that Sherman can become a qualified leader as soon as possible. But when the Serpentis group decided to go to the Eastern Star region to build an enclave for New Eden as a backup, Aura had this suggestion. After all, compared to cramming-style systematic learning, how can it be better than practical experience? After hearing Aura's suggestion, Cormac Vaga's eyes lit up. "My lord, Aura's suggestion is indeed good, and it can make you become a true commander of the Star Sea in the shortest time. Also, I also look forward to the Serpentis group being able to rise to prominence in the Eastern Star region under your command." Cormac Vaga decided to take the Serpentis group to the Eastern Star region, not only because of his own character, but more because of the future interests and strategic direction of New Eden. If Sherman can follow them to the Eastern Star region now, then everything else becomes unimportant. Because nothing can be more important than making Sherman a qualified commander. After all, Sherman is the beginning and future of everything in New Eden. Sherman seemed a little hesitant about the suggestions of Aura and Cormac Vaga. After all, he knew his own weight, so he had always delegated the power in his hands to Allah and other officials to the maximum extent, and rarely interfered with them. Because he believed that professional things should be done by professionals, and they should not interfere or add unnecessary things. But to be honest, which man doesn't have the idea of roaming the starry sea with a fleet? Now that there is such an opportunity, sure man is still very tempted. But what should I do in this game? Sure man looked at Allah with a complicated expression. Because sure man now has the final authority, he also knows how to unlock the other 3 empires. Originally, he wanted to wait until the Sky Serpent group left, and then he would complete the preparatory task of unlocking the 3 empires. Now if he leaves with the Sky Serpent group, then the time to unlock the 3 empires will be delayed. Now just looking at the performance of the Emma Empire, you can see how much the strength of New Eden will be improved after unlocking the other 3 empires. In response to this question, Aura said with a smile, "My lord, you don't have to worry about this. If you can make a career in the Eastern Star region, another Imperial force will be unlocked directly, and in addition, there will be a surprise for you." Which force? What surprise? Sherman looked at Aura and asked curiously. As for the ability to unlock the New Eden force in reality, Sherman knew it after he got the final authority, but after seeing the conditions, Sherman gave up. Take the Caldari United States for example. The unlocking condition in the game requires completing relevant epic quests. Although it is troublesome and time-consuming, it is still possible to do it. Moreover, for Sherman, this thing is much better than relying on luck to brush officials. However, the unlocking condition in reality is to become a business overlord and promote Eden Coin as the main currency in the known universe. After seeing this requirement, Sherman did not read it. With the current strength of New Eden, if he wants to impact the status of the existing Star Coin, there is only one word waiting for him: death, because the interests involved in this matter are too great, so great that the angel civilization can do nothing about it. Aura looked at the curious Sherman and said slowly, word by word, Galeni Federation, and the construction technology of the 2nd and 3rd generation Titans. Really? Really? If it can help you get training and grow into a qualified leader, it's not impossible for the central computer to make this change for you. Aura smiled kindly and said lightly. To put it bluntly, the purpose of unlocking the various forces and technologies in New Eden is to allow Sherman to get effective training, and its ultimate goal is to make Sherman a qualified leader who can control New Eden. Now if there is a better way to get Sherman, the lazy guy, to exercise, then it will not violate the relevant rules of the central computer. Sure enough, as soon as Aura finished speaking, the New Eden central computer in Chongqing City sent out relevant information. Conditions met, approved. Task planning completed. Task, unify the Eastern Star region. Requirement, the host needs to lead the Tianxi group to complete the unification of the Eastern Star region without relying on other forces. Time limit, half a year. Rewards, unlock the Galeni Federation, 2nd and 3rd generation Titan technology, entry-level technology for the Polaris series of warships and equipment. Watroff. Looking at the time-limited challenge task issued by the central computer, Sherman's eyes suddenly lit up. This unlocking of the Galeni Federation did not cause much fluctuation in Sherman's heart. After all, he could still unlock it in the game, and it might not even take half a year. When he saw the 2nd and 3rd generation Titan technology, Sherman was only a little jealous, but his expectations were not high, because the Titans in New Eden were already fully sufficient, and in terms of technology, only the latest Sky Blade class improved models of the Angel civilization could be compared, so Sherman's expectations were not high. But after seeing the entry-level technology of the Polaris series of warships, and their equipment, Sherman knew that he had no choice. He said decisively, I take it, but wait for me for another day. Let me arrange things, and then we set off. Polaris series of warships. GM-exclusive Super Rule warships and equipment. Sherman even doubted that after owning the Polaris series of warships, what civilization in the universe could resist New Eden? After all, the Polaris series of warships has surpassed the rules of New Eden in terms of combat power, defense, and mobility. It can even be said that if it is not to prevent the GM from being harassed by some unruly players, this kind of warship should not appear at all. Now that he has the opportunity to own it, how could Sherman give up? Besides, it is only half a year, it is worth a gamble. The mission has been accepted, and the countdown will start in 24 hours. Good luck. After Sherman confirmed that he had accepted the mission, the central computer gave a prompt and disappeared. Time is running out, so Sherman also needs to hurry up and make arrangements. Damn, why do you have to leave for another half a year? After hearing Sherman's words, Dirk Ellis was speechless. The company has a new round of expansion, and I feel that my ability is a little out of control, so I'm going to study further. After all, the two are similar, and it's not a lie to Dirk Ellis, so Sherman didn't change his face. After hearing Sherman's explanation, Dirk Ellis also knew the importance of the matter, and his tone was not dissatisfied, but he asked curiously, "Which school are you going to study?" Sherman was stunned, and then after thinking for a while, he answered, "Not going to school, but training in the basic positions on the front line for half a year. Otherwise, if you don't even know the basics, it would be a bit unreasonable." As soon as this was said, a picture of a big boss of a company running to the base to work as a security guard instantly appeared in Dirk Ellis' mind. Inexplicably interesting. "I will be offline in a while, and it will be half a year before I come back, so the Legion will also rely on you too." "Don't worry," Dirk Ellis said, patting his chest. After chatting for a few words, Sherman went offline, gave Dark Blood Kratos the promised CG and left a message, and then closed all connections with the original world. When Sherman walked out of the room and prepared to find Wang Yin, he saw Wang Yin who just came over. Before he could speak, Wang Yin hugged Sherman like a young swallow returning to the nest. "Aura has already told me that you are going to other civilizations for further study, so you can go with peace of mind. I support your decision." As the princess of the angel civilization, Wang Yin was very supportive of Sherman's efforts to learn and improve himself, because she knew how much Sherman lacked in this aspect. The development of a civilization cannot just keep moving forward recklessly, and she had originally intended to persuade Sherman to go to the Angel Command Academy for further studies. Now that Sherman took the initiative to propose it, she naturally supported it very much. Seeing such a considerate beauty, Sherman was immediately moved and didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only hug her gently and whispered a promise in her ear, "When I come back, we will get married." The next morning, after saying goodbye to Sherman who boarded the warship with 4 strong men, Aura looked at Sherman and said with a smile, "By the way, my lord, because this time is to train you and test you. From now on until the end of the mission, the Tianchi group will temporarily leave New Eden and maintain a neutral reputation relationship with New Eden. In other words, you will not get any support from New Eden during the mission, and once you ask for help, it means the mission has failed. Since it is a training, Aura will definitely not give Sherman a chance to take shortcuts. Otherwise, Sherman will directly lead the super flagship fleet of the Emma Empire to push forward. And what is the point of training?" So Aura directly blocked Sherman's retreat, forcing Sherman to complete the mission by his own strength. Speaking of this, Aura added, "By the way, if you want to rely on the tactics of the Sky Snake Group's unlimited fleet to consume the enemy, then you should give up. If the loss of the cyborg clones of the Serpentis Group exceeds 3,000, your mission will also fail, so it is recommended that you make better preparations." Looking at Aura, who blocked both of his retreat routes, Sherman had to let the 4 Gustas super flagship fleets and the Imperial Crusaders that had already assembled disband and return to the base. He sighed and boarded the warship with regret. Then he gave Aura a middle finger, started the warship engine, and jumped into the deep space, and a full-strength conventional fleet behind him quietly followed, and soon disappeared into the boundless starry sky. After Sherman left, the teasing on Aura's face became very serious. He immediately knelt on one knee, clenched his right fist to his chest, and whispered to the direction where Sherman left, "My lord, I wish you a prosperous military fortune this time and burn the galaxy. We will wait for your return." Chapter 398. 1 week later, at the border of the Eastern Star region. Cormac Wagia, how long will it take to reach the destination? This week's voyage made Sherman almost vomit. At first, the ever-changing starry sky still interested him, and he looked at it curiously every day, but after watching it for a week, he now only felt bored. If this continues, he will collapse. Cormac Wagia took a look at the star map, calculated a little, and replied to Sherman very respectfully, "My lord, we will enter the Eastern Star region in about 3 hours." "Is it only 3 hours?" Sherman breathed a sigh of relief and began to look forward to it. Looking at Sherman, who had calmed down a little, Cormac Wagia continued to ask, "My lord, what do you think we should do when we enter the Eastern Star region? In other words, are we ready to gain a foothold in this Eastern Star region?" To this, Sherman said without hesitation, "Go to the Pearl of the Orient first, and then make plans later." In the past week, he has gained some understanding of the situation in the Eastern Star region. Although there are numerous forces in the Eastern Star region, there are 3 dominant forces. The first one is the Northern Military Alliance that controls the 5 Northern Star regions. This is an organization established by the various Legion forces in the 5 Northern Star regions to achieve joint defense cooperation. The Myth Legion is the leader, with 27 members. The military strength is very strong, and it is also the strongest force in the entire Eastern Star region. Its current leader is the Myth Legion's Legion Commander, Gracie Adam. The second is the Ale Alliance, which controls the Aisha and Early Star regions. It is a military alliance headed by the Eternal Legion, which was established to block the Northern Military Alliance. It has 16 member forces, and its leader is the Eternal Legion's commander, Godwin Borg. The third is the Eastern Business Union, which controls the two major star regions in the East. At the beginning of its establishment, it was simply a pure business organization. Later, in order to cope with the increasingly tense war in the Eastern Star region, it gradually became an organization integrating business and military. It has 18 members, headed by the Crimson Dawn Legion. The leader is the Blood Dawn Legion leader, Herd Rupert. The three organizations have had various frictions almost every day for decades, and various small-scale battles have emerged one after another. Even they themselves can't figure out the grievances between the three. In addition to these three powerful allied organizations, there are dozens of other large and small alliances that occupy other star regions, and there are countless pirate mercenary groups with varying strengths. Simply put, there are only two words to describe the Eastern Star region: chaos. But there is also an order in this chaos, that is the Oriental Pearl Galaxy located in the Eastern region. This galaxy is located in the center of the Eastern Star region. Its unique geographical location makes it the economic center of the Eastern Star region. It can also be regarded as the only pure land in the entire Eastern Star region. This is the sales point of the goods of various forces, and even foreign caravans. It is also a famous place for selling stolen goods. Because this galaxy is mixed with the interests of the entire Eastern Star region, and even other regional forces, even if many forces have ideas about it, they can only give up. After all, the grass on the grave of the last one who wanted to monopolize it with his own force has been cut several times. So now that Sherman and others have come out, this Pearl of the Orient is undoubtedly a good temporary settlement. Yes, my lord. Seeing that Sherman was well prepared, Cormac Wagga was relieved. A few hours later, in an entertainment venue in the Pearl of the Orient Star City, Sherman and his group of 5 walked in and found a place to sit down. Because of the intimidating figures of Cormac Wagga and others, everyone couldn't help but look at them sideways, and some women with coquettish faces and bold clothes couldn't help but have their eyes shining. However, due to the specially modified Gauss machine gun on Cormac Wagga's back and the laser knife hanging on his waist, everyone couldn't help but stop. Because Sherman didn't like drinking, he ordered a glass of juice and sat in his seat, watching the people dancing wildly in the middle of the dance floor, and his mood was relaxed in the rhythmic music. As for Cormac Wagga and others, they sat around Sherman. Although they drank, they always paid attention to the surrounding situation, and their weapons were placed in the best position so that they could react at any time if something abnormal happened. As for the alcohol, for them, it was just a liquid that tasted good and had no effect on them at all. Because there were many people like Sherman who came with bodyguards, everyone's attention was soon focused on the rhythm of the dance. After drinking a few glasses of juice, Sherman winked at Cormac Wagga, who nodded and walked out of the seat. After a while, Cormac Wagga came back with a slender young man who looked like a pretty boy. The young man looked at the seat and quickly came to Sherman with a look of discernment. He bowed with a smile and said, "My younger brother is Winshu Bai, the owner of this club. May I ask if you can help me with anything?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sherman threw a card on the table and said calmly, "I just came here and want to make a living with my brothers. Does boss one have any good suggestions?" Looking at the card on the table, Winshu Bai frowned, and his heart was suddenly hot. While putting the card in his pocket, he asked with a smile, "What is your name, and what kind of business do you want to do?" "Just call me Mr. Sher. I have a fleet under my command. What business do you think I should do?" Sherman swayed the blood-red juice in the wine glass and looked at Winshu Bai with a playful look. Hearing this, Winshu Bai's face immediately understood. "It's just pirates or mercenaries." Hearing this, Winshu Bai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pressed a button in the terminal, and then an energy shield rose around their position. Looking at the 4 burly men who had already grasped their weapons and looked at him with unfriendly faces, Winshu Bai hurriedly explained, Misunderstanding. This is an energy shield used to isolate detection and sound, and it has no defensive power. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Sherman did not speak, but nodded to Cormac Wagga. Cormac Wagga slowly stretched out his arm towards the energy shield. The energy shield had no defensive power at all, so Cormac Wagga stretched out his hand easily. After detecting the energy shield through the computer in his body, Cormac Wagga nodded to Sherman, indicating that there was no problem with the energy shield. After confirming that there was no problem with the energy shield, Sherman chuckled and apologized to Wen Shubai. Boss Wen, I'm very sorry. My subordinates didn't know the rules and frightened you. Seeing this, Wen Shubai waved his hands repeatedly, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the fine beads of sweat on his head, saying, "It's okay, it's your subordinate's duty. It's my fault for not telling you in advance." Although Wen Shubai is also a big shot in the Pearl of the Orient, that is only compared with his peers. Compared with these desperate criminals, he doesn't think he has any status in front of these people. The two chatted for a while, sweeping away the tense atmosphere just now. Then, Wen Shubai changed the topic back. "Mr. Sher, if I guess correctly, you brought your fleet here to find a way to gain a foothold in this Eastern Star region, right?" Sherman was not surprised by this. After all, he had deliberately exposed it. "I have this idea. I have offended some people outside who I shouldn't have offended, and now I can only come here to find a way out," Sherman said half-truthfully. After hearing what Sherman said, Wen Shubai narrowed his eyes slightly and said his purpose. "Then Mr. Sher, do you know the current situation in the Eastern Star region?" "I know something, but not much. Please tell me in detail, Mr. Wen. I would like to hear more." Although Sherman knew about the general situation in the Eastern Star region, his understanding was very one-sided, so it was right to ask more. Sure enough, after seeing Sherman's performance, Wen Shubai was also happy in his heart, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Sher, you may not know that the L Alliance and the Eastern Commercial Federation have joined forces and launched a large-scale military attack on the Kelson Star region and Buwiden Star region of the Northern Alliance 3 days ago." After Wen Shubai's explanation, Sherman also had some understanding of the current situation. Generally speaking, the AL Alliance and the Eastern Commercial Union had completed cooperation at some point, and launched a large-scale attack on the Kelson Star region and the Buwiden Star region controlled by the Northern Alliance 3 days ago. Moreover, this time it was the Eastern Commercial Union that attacked the Kelson Star region, while the AL Alliance's fleet invaded the Buwiden Star region to conduct raids and harassment, delaying the support of the Northern Alliance. At present, the fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union has occupied 1/3 of the territory of the Kelson Star region in just 3 days. Faced with the absolute superiority of the Eastern Commercial Union, the fleet of the Northern Alliance in the Kelson Star region retreated step by step. In order to support the Kelson Star region, the Northern Alliance immediately organized several fleets to support it, but they were intercepted by the AL Alliance in the Buwiden Star region. Before they arrived to support, they had already suffered heavy losses. Therefore, in the face of the cooperation of the two major alliances, the Northern Alliance immediately began to mobilize for war, intending to open up the channel from the Buwiden Star region to the Kelson Star region. At present, the fleet of the Northern Alliance is really gathering from various star regions to the Buwiden Star region. At present, the assembled fleet has exceeded 15 fleets, and there are still fleets coming. This also made the AL Alliance, which originally only wanted to play a supporting role and contain the Northern Alliance fleet to buy time for the Eastern Commercial Union to occupy the Kelson Star field, feel that things were out of control, and prepared to withdraw from the battle, and also suggested that the Eastern Commercial Union should stop while they were ahead. However, seeing that it only took a little time to complete the occupation of the entire Kelson Star field, how could the Eastern Commercial Union be willing to hold this star field with rich mining resources in its hands? It immediately sent 15 fleets to the Buwiden Star field to intercept, and promised the AL Alliance a huge profit to let it intercept the Northern Alliance fleet together. Although the outside world is not clear about what the Eastern Commercial Union has promised to the L Union has also begun a large-scale fleet mobilization and assembly, and is currently stationed on the border of the Buwiden Star field. Now everyone is watching the development of the situation, hoping to get a share of it. Sherman looked at the young man who was talking slowly in front of him, and said with a smile on his face, "Boss Wen has said so much, it should not be just to popularize the current situation to me, right?" Wen Shubai did not deny it, but said very straightforwardly, "To be honest with Mr. Sher, because the fleet of the Northern Alliance is under too much pressure, the L Union and the Eastern Commercial Union are now urgently hiring pirate groups and mercenary groups from all sides. Because of the special nature of my industry in the Pearl of the Orient, I was entrusted by the Eastern Business Union to find a strong force to jointly resist the Northern Alliance. Of course, the price will definitely satisfy you." Sherman only half believed what Wen Shubai said. Maybe Wen Shubai was really entrusted by the Eastern Business Union, but he was only looking for cannon fodder. As for the high reward, who would the reward be given to if the person was gone? This is also a common thing in the Eastern Star region, so generally the old people who have been in this area for a while know this, so now they are still watching, instead of directly intervening and facing death without a burial place. So when he knew that Sherman and others had just arrived here, Wen Shubai was so excited. After all, this kind of young man is much easier to fool than those old-timers. Sure enough, Sherman looked at Wen Shubai and said lightly, "Can you hire me on behalf of the Eastern Commercial Union?" Seeing that Sherman was interested, Wen Shubai immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry about this, I also have some status in the Eastern Commercial Union." Sherman looked at Wen Shubai, who was full of confidence, stood up slightly, put his hands on the table, and showed a mouthful of white teeth. "The hiring price of my Tianxi group is not low. I'm afraid you can't make the decision." "How much?" "Just name the number." The Eastern Business Union gave him a lot of autonomy, and he didn't think Sherman and others could really survive the battlefield, so Wen Shubai was very confident. Sherman smiled and said, "I don't want money, I just want 2-star systems as a foothold." Hearing this, Wen Shubai's smile froze. This was beyond his rights. Even though he knew that Sherman and others would not come back alive, he still didn't dare to make a promise, and then he had to call the leader of the Eastern Business Union. After hearing Wen Shubai tell the whole story, Hut Rupert said nonchalantly, "Tell them that as long as they obey orders and wait until the battle is over, both star systems will be handed over to them regardless of success or failure." After hanging up the call, Hut Rupert shook his head and lamented the lion's mouth of the mercenary groups now. Then he stared at a small dot on the star map with a solemn look in his eyes. "But don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you want to get the reward of 2-star systems, it depends on whether you have the ability. Buwiden Star Region, 11st Star Region, the most important channel from Buwiden Star Region to Kelson Star Region, and also the most important transportation and supply line in Kelson Star Region." Chapter 399. Bang! In the temporary office rented by the Sky Serpent Group in the Pearl of the Orient, Sherman slammed the kufiai in his hand heavily on the table, frowning. "They are using us as cannon fodder." After receiving the combat mission issued by the Eastern Commercial Union Operations Department to the Sky Serpent Group, Sherman found the trick after looking at the star map. The 11st Galaxy is not only an important navigation galaxy for the Buwiden star field to connect with the Kelson star field, but also adjacent to the Aisha star field of the L Alliance. Needless to say, the geographical location is superior, so the Northern Alliance has 3 regular fleets and a small aircraft carrier fleet stationed here. It is not difficult for the Serpentis Group to capture this strategic point alone with its current strength, but the difficulty is how to deal with the Northern Alliance fleet that comes to defend. Once trapped, it will be like lighting a light in the toilet, seeking death. This is because the Serpentis Group has just entered the Eastern Star region not long ago and is not familiar with everything, so they are just trying to trick us into coming here to die as cannon fodder. My lord, do we still want to carry out the operation? Cormac Vaga looked at the distribution of enemy fleets in various galaxies on the star map and felt it was very difficult. If this was the complete Sky Serpent Group, he would be able to kill these so-called 3 major forces in the east like dogs, but now they only brought a regular fleet. Facing the current situation, this fleet is not very useful. Execute, why not? Sherman looked at the enemy and friendly fleet deployment in the 11st Galaxy and surrounding galaxies, and his mouth curled up. This employer treats us as cannon fodder, which proves that we cannon fodder are valuable to them, which means they will have other actions. After all, Cormac Vaga is an intelligent life form of the despotic war, and he immediately understood what Sherman meant. You mean, we should directly raid the 11st star system as planned to support the actions of our friendly forces? Yes. Sherman looked at the star map, turned to Cormac Vaga, and said, to be frank, the enemy may have known about our Tianxi group's plan to raid 11st, so they will definitely be on guard now, and this is exactly our opportunity. Now everyone is still unclear about the strength of the Serpentis group, so although the enemy is prepared, they have not taken it seriously, which can be seen from their fleet deployment. Because the Serpentis group's combat system is connected with the Eastern Commercial Union's combat command, it can also share various intelligence, and the changes in the Northern Alliance fleet on the star map have not been hidden from the Eastern Commercial Union. From the star map, although the Northern Alliance's fleet in the Buwiden star field is also rapidly gathering, the focus is still on the Aisha star field to guard against the L Alliance. According to intelligence, the Northern Alliance's fleet is currently gathering at the border of the Buwiden star region. Once the gathering is completed, it will directly go south to support the Kelson star region. Now the fleet of the Buwiden star region is not directly supporting, that is to prevent the L Alliance from intervening and waiting for the arrival of the fleet. Most importantly, the Eastern Business Federation sent the newly arrived Serpentis group to attack such an important strategic point. The purpose is too obvious. Isn't it just to take advantage of the fact that the Northern Alliance fleet has not yet completed its assembly, and to reduce the pressure on the L Alliance's advance into the Buvatan Star region. Thinking of this, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Cormac Wadge's mouth. My lord, do you mean that we should make a real play and directly capture this 11ST and disrupt all the deployments of these guys? Yes. Sherman also grinned and said viciously as he looked at the Sky Serpent fleet that was slowly sailing out of the Oriental Pearls port. Since they want us to open the curtain of this battle, we can't let them down, right? If the Tianchi group really took over the 11ST Galaxy, Sherman really wanted to know the expressions of those guys. That would be very interesting, right? At 3 a.m. on June 13th, 11ST Galaxy. Woo! The piercing alarm sounded in the fleet of the Northern Alliance, waking up the sleeping pilots from the space capsule. Because they had already received intelligence that a mercenary group would come to harass the 11ST Galaxy, the defenders of the Northern Alliance had been in a state of combat readiness, and the pilots stayed on the warships day and night, ready to fight at any time. So after hearing the alarm, the fleet was ready for battle in less than 5 minutes. Scouts, report the enemy situation. The commander of the Northern Alliance garrison quickly came to the combat post and asked the scouts, who had been scattered around. Soon, a scout looked at the battleships displayed on his scanner and reported, the enemy has only one conventional fleet, mainly battleships, with a small number of frigates and cruisers. Just a conventional fleet? The commander of the Northern Alliance's garrison heard the news and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn, this Serpentis group is too reckless. They don't really think they can defeat me with just their conventional fleet, do they? Who gave them the courage to use a conventional fleet to confront his 2 fleets and a small aircraft carrier fleet? But since someone really came to die, he was also happy for someone to come and give him military merit. Order the first garrison fleet to attack, while the other side is not yet stable. Kill them. Yes. For this fleet of rookies, he didn't think he needed to send out all his troops. His first garrison fleet alone was enough. Because the space station had not been built yet, and the cloning service of Sherman and others had not been launched, Sherman did not lead the battle personally this time, but continued to stay in the Pearl of the Orient to watch Cormac Vaga's performance. Of course, even if there was a cloning service, it would not be Sherman's turn to personally command the battle. Because in Ola's words, fighting is the job of Cormac Vaga and other killers, you just need to point out the target of the battle to them. In other words, this time is to train Sherman's ability to see the overall situation, rather than his ability to lead the fleet into battle. And this time, only Cormac Vaga went alone, and the remaining 3 officials of the Sky Snake group also stayed with Sherman to protect his safety. When Cormac Vaga and his fleet just finished the jump, the first garrison fleet of the Northern Alliance also happened to finish the jump, and the distance between the fleets of both sides was less than 500 kilometers. It was obvious that the First Guard fleet did not take the Serpentis group seriously. It sent out the interception fleet to launch the attack right after the jump, and the main force followed closely. This aggressive move to kill the Serpentis fleet directly made Sherman hold his forehead. Looking at the enemy approaching his fleet, Cormac Vaga couldn't help but smile. I really don't know who gave you the courage to fight me in close combat with Serpentis. The Serpentis group's technology was inherited from the Gallenti Federation's technology. The warship weapon is a powerful hybrid cannon. This thing has a very terrifying weapon rotation speed and damage. The power at close range can be said to crush warships of the same level. So when he saw the other party approaching him, Cormac Vaga's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. I've never seen such a great gift. Faced with such a great gift from the enemy, Cormac Vaga didn't want to waste it. He didn't choose to crush directly, but ordered the fleet to retreat, and this approach made the commander of the first garrison fleet sneer. Isn't it too late to open up tactical positions at this distance? Sure enough, before the Sky Serpentis fleet completed its tactical positions, the interceptors of the first garrison fleet broke through the layers of firepower blockade and rushed into the formation. Intercepting force fields were thrown out one by one, completely covering the Sky Serpentis fleet. Cormac Vaga also made a prompt decision. After leaving behind 20 Avenger-class battleships to block the enemy, the fleet continued to retreat, intending to escape the interception force field. The interception ships of the First Fleet were also attacked frantically by the frigates of the Serpentis fleet. You know, each force in New Eden has its own unique technology, such as Euristas's drone technology, Sasha's wormhole technology, and the Mordcor's super long jump interruption technology, while Serpentis excels in stagnant entanglement beam technology. The warships of the Serpentis group can greatly enhance the effect of the stagnation entanglement beam, and can even reduce the speed of a warship to the extreme, like a turtle crawling. After the Daredevil-class frigates of the Serpentis fleet entangled the interceptor ships in the sudden formation, they did not approach them directly to fight, but directly put the stagnation entanglement beam on these interceptors, reducing their speed to the extreme. After the ship's speed was reduced, the speed advantage in the battle fleet would become empty talk, and he was still within the range of the interception force field, so he could not escape even if he wanted to, and he could only be reduced to ashes under the firepower of the Avenger-class battle fleet of the Serpentis fleet. Seeing that his own interceptor ships were cleared out in a short time, the commander of the 1st Garrison Fleet also had a serious expression on his face. He thought that this was a prelude to the withdrawal of the Serpentis fleet, and immediately ordered the fleet to overload the thrusters and chase after them, wanting to keep the Serpentis fleet completely. This approach undoubtedly fell into the trap of Cormac Vaga. So after seeing that most of the 1st Garrison Fleet had entered the interception force field, Cormac Vaga did not pretend anymore, and immediately ordered the fleet to turn around and counterattack the 1st Garrison Fleet. Looking at the counterattack of the Serpentis fleet, the commander of the 1st Garrison Fleet sneered. Whether you are struggling to death or want to fight to the death, you can't escape death. Obviously, he thought that the Serpentis fleet saw that his 1st Garrison Fleet was about to catch up with them, and they were just fighting back desperately after knowing that they couldn't escape. But soon, the sneer on his face turned into cold sweat. The two fleets had just come into contact, and the Avenger-class battleships of the Serpentis fleet opened fire for the first time. Suddenly, the brutal firepower melted the vanguard of the 1st Garrison Fleet. You should know that the firepower of the neutron rapid cannon equipped by the Avenger-class battleship fleet has become very fierce after replacing the Nirvana ammunition. And the Avenger-class is also equipped with a stagnant entanglement beam, which directly reduces the speed of the target ship, making it unable to perform any movement. In addition, the entire battlefield has long been covered by the interception force field, so the two sides can only engage in close combat like real men, and only the winner deserves to live. But how can the energy cannon equipped by the 1st Defense Fleet be better than the Avenger-class hybrid cannon in this close combat situation? In addition, in order to prevent the loss of supply points after entering the Eastern Star region, Cormac Vaga converted all Avenger-class battleships into versions with enhanced bulkheads plus magnetic field stabilizers. After sacrificing the cost of autonomous recovery capabilities, the firepower and defense of the entire Avenger class were increased to the extreme. Strengthening the bulkhead can greatly enhance the defense of the hull structure, while the magnetic field stabilizer can increase the rotation speed and power of the hybrid gun. In other words, facing this type of Avenger class, the enemy has only two outcomes. Either destroy the enemy before you are destroyed, or wait to be destroyed by the enemy. If you don't accept it, just fight, don't care about life and death, be a real man, resist structure. This is the style of the Serpentis group, or in other words, this is the style of the Galeni Federation. Facing such a desperate attack from the Serpentis group, the 1st Guard fleet even engaged in close combat with it. In just half an hour, the fleet had lost more than half of its force, and because of the interception force field ejected by its own interceptor, it could not escape even if it wanted to, and could only grit its teeth and fight. Thanks to Cormac Varga's excellent micro-manipulation skills, although the warships of the Serpentis fleet looked horribly injured, the losses were only a dozen battleships. A crushing victory. Facing the predicament of the 1st Garrison Fleet, the commander stationed in the 11 ST Galaxy did not care about anything else and immediately ordered the 2nd Garrison Fleet and the small aircraft carrier fleet to attack, preparing to annihilate the Serpentis fleet and rescue the 1st Garrison Fleet. Otherwise, if this continues, the 1st Garrison Fleet will be finished. Seeing the 2nd Garrison Fleet and the light iron cavalry carrier aircraft cluster approaching his fleet, Cormac Vaga did not dare to be careless. He immediately left a large team to deal with the remaining enemies, and led the other fleets to intercept. However, the cooperation between the 2nd Garrison Fleet and the light iron cavalry carrier aircraft cluster was very close, and the Sky Serpentis fleet paid a painful price in an instant. 10 Avenger-class battleships of the Sky Serpentis fleet were written off in just one encounter. The Serpentis fleet was no pushover either, and it also killed several of the enemy's battleships with its ferocious firepower. But this could not cover up the current disadvantages of the Serpentis fleet. If it continues like this, the Serpentis fleet will probably be annihilated by the combined attack of the fleet plus light carrier-based aircraft cluster. So Cormac Vaga had to make a tactical change, otherwise even if the mission was completed, the Serpentis fleet would be annihilated, and it would be a waste in the end. Let alone 2 galaxies, I'm afraid the Eastern Commercial Federation won't give them a penny in the end. Without the corresponding strength, negotiating conditions can only be a dream. Shanghai only believes in strength. Chapter 400. Cormac Vaga only thought for a moment, and had an idea. Then, in the eyes of the 11 ST Garrison, the besieged 1st Garrison Fleet was attacked fiercely in an instant. The fleet, which was already struggling to hold on, could no longer bear it. The defense line was instantly defeated, and then it was quickly annihilated by the Serpentis fleet after the resistance was ineffective. How dare you? The commander of the Northern Alliance was extremely angry when he saw that the 2nd Garrison Fleet and the small aircraft carrier fleet were entangled with only a small number of fleets, and then concentrated most of the fleet's strength to annihilate the 1st Garrison Fleet Serpentis fleet. The 2nd Garrison Fleet should quickly fill in and entangle them, and the light carrier group of the small aircraft carrier fleet should quickly move forward to clear these guys for me. The interceptor ships should also fill in, and keep these guys for me. If you can escape one, I will ask for your help. When the 1st Garrison Fleet was annihilated because of his own arrogance, the commander of the Northern Alliance was now filled with fear and anger. What was frightening was that the Sky Serpentine group, which was thought to be a stray dog running to the Eastern Star region to beg for food, could have such strong strength and annihilated his 1st Garrison Fleet in such a short time. Even if part of the reason was because he underestimated the enemy, this strength was too terrifying. What made them angry was that after destroying their 1st Garrison Fleet, the Serpentine fleet did not take the opportunity to break out, but instead reorganized its offensive and launched a counterattack against the 2nd Garrison Fleet that followed. You should know that the 2nd Garrison Fleet was protected by a small aircraft carrier fleet's light cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster. How arrogant and conceited they were. Arrogant? Maybe, but the defenders' actions were indeed walking into the embrace of Cormac Vaga. The Serpentis fleet was divided into 3 groups under the command of Cormac Vaga, with the front, middle and rear groups facing the enemy. Soon, the first group of Serpentis fleet collided with the 2nd Garrison Fleet, and the two sides fought each other in an instant. The 2nd Garrison Fleet thought that it could use the remote repair of its logistics fleet, and use its fleet's numerical advantage to nibble away at the Serpentis fleet one by one, but how could Cormac Vaga let them play to their advantage? While the 1st Squadron was fighting with the enemy, the 2nd Squadron Serpentine fleet replaced its long-range Void-type long-range ammunition and concentrated its fire on the 2nd Garrison Fleet's logistics fleet. Because the Avenger-class battleships of the 2nd Squadron were severely damaged after the battle with the 1st Garrison Fleet, they were placed in the 2nd Fleet echelon by Cormac Vaga for firepower replenishment and concentrated their fire on the 2nd Garrison Fleet's logistics fleet. Soon, under the firepower of the 2nd Squadron, the 2nd Garrison Fleet's logistics fleet suffered heavy losses. The logistics ships originally scattered in various squadrons of the 2nd Garrison Fleet lost more than 2/3 in less than 10 minutes. Faced with such a huge loss, the logistics ships of the 2nd Garrison Fleet had to retreat and leave the firepower range of the 2nd Serpentis Battalion. In this way, the vanguard of the 2nd Garrison Fleet in the melee was also separated from the logistics transmission link, which allowed the 1st Serpentis Battalion to finally show its power. Faced with such an opportunity, Cormac Vaga instantly changed his tactics, from the defensive rotation tactics just started to the active offensive cone tactics. The 3 Avenger-class battleships formed a small team and began to attack the warships of the 2nd Garrison Fleet in the melee, and it was an attack regardless of life and death. The firepower output of the Avenger-class battleship fleet was already very terrifying. Now facing a local 3-on-1 situation, and without the support of the logistics ship, the warships of the 2nd Garrison Fleet began to suffer heavy losses. After all, the number of warships of the 2nd Garrison Fleet was superior, so even the Avenger-class battleships with stronger defense structures began to face heavy losses. Almost every moment, there were warships exploding, and every second there were pilot space capsules being destroyed by stray bullets. The entire melee battlefield turned into a Shura field, with lasers illuminating the starry sky, cannons roaring, and blood and fire burning in the flames. Thanks to the excellent defense and firepower of the Avengers, as well as the fighting style of dragging people into hell without fear of death, even though the 2nd Garrison Fleet had an advantage in numbers, its casualty rate on the battlefield was much higher than that of the Serpentis fleet. Looking at Cormac Vaga, who became crazy even after entering the combat state, and looking at the situation on the battlefield, Sherman saw the fighting style of the Serpentis group for the first time. Looking at the 3 officials around him, who looked calm while watching the battlefield scene, but actually wanted to rush to the battlefield to fight immediately, Sherman couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If the Emma Empire's classification of Sherman is religious, and Sherman is regarded as a true god, and Sherman can tear the heretic fanatics to pieces at any cost as long as they point out the enemy, then the Tianchi group is a complete war machine. A war machine that will turn into a dark cloud without hesitation as long as Sherman gives it a target. And compared to the Gustas group or the Sasha group, which consider the benefits and consequences of war, the Tianji group enjoys war itself more. They never get tired of war. Seeing the 2nd Garrison Fleet showing signs of collapse under the fearless attack of the Sky Serpentine Fleet, the commander of the Northern Alliance frowned as if water could be squeezed out of his brow. Order the light cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster of the small aircraft carrier fleet to break into the enemy's 2nd echelon to attack, and be sure to cut off the enemy's firepower. Precisely because it was in a melee, the 2nd Battalion turned its target to the cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster after defeating the logistics fleet, causing the cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster to be completely destroyed before it could exert much power, and even provided firepower support to the 1st Battalion, which caused the situation on the battlefield to tilt a little bit. He could see that the enemy fleet in the 2nd echelon was composed of warships that were severely damaged. It could be said that as long as his cavalry carrier-based aircraft group rushed in, they could just kill them indiscriminately. After destroying the enemy fleet in the 2nd echelon, the rest would be much easier to deal with. At that time, the pressure on the 2nd Garrison Fleet would be reduced. If they could hold on for a while and entangle the enemy, then under the joint stranglehold of the cavalry carrier-based aircraft group, none of these enemies would be able to escape. But how could Cormac Vaga let them do as they wished? When the small aircraft carrier fleet was seen moving again, the silent 3rd Serpentine Squadron finally made a move. The 3rd Serpentine Squadron, which was in the rear, started its engine and quickly jumped towards the enemy, but not to the main battlefield, but to the small aircraft carrier fleet behind the enemy. Seeing the battleship fleet jumping towards his small aircraft carrier fleet, the commander of the small aircraft carrier fleet was startled, and then he did not care about the order, and immediately ordered the fleet to return the light cavalry drone cluster for escort. Because all the interceptors had been sent to the main battlefield to intercept and prevent the enemy from escaping, there was no defensive interception force field around the small aircraft carrier fleet. As the fleet commander, he was very clear about the consequences of a battleship fleet approaching. As expected, without the interception of the defensive interception force field, the Serpentis 3rd Fleet quickly jumped into the small aircraft carrier fleet, and all kinds of jump scrambling frequencies were set on these small aircraft carriers. Although the small aircraft carrier is an aircraft carrier, and its defense is far superior to that of the battleship, and it is also protected by a close-in defense gun system, this defensive firepower is just a tickle for the battleship and has no effect. The power of the neutron blaster guns of the Avenger-class battleships of the Serpentine 3rd Squadron, after being equipped with close-in missiles, is not inferior to that of the small aircraft carrier in terms of output. From the beginning, the 11th St. Garrison commander made a very serious mistake, that is, placing the small aircraft carrier fleet within the extreme attack distance without arranging a defensive fleet. Now the 2nd Garrison Fleet is in a fierce battle, and has no time to send troops to rescue. It can only rely on the small aircraft carrier fleet to save itself. But this is easier said than done. Because it is far away from the battlefield, it takes a certain amount of time for the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster to return to the fleet, and this period of time is the time for the 3rd Squadron to output firepower unscrupulously. Of course, Cormac Vaga will not give up such a good opportunity. He directly directed the entire 3rd Squadron to target and concentrate fire on these small aircraft carriers, trying to use his super high firepower to kill as many small aircraft carrier fleets as possible before the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster returns. Facing the full output of the fleet of nearly 100 Avenger-class battleships of the 3rd Squadron, no matter how strong the defense of this small aircraft carrier is, it is useless. In less than 2 minutes, 3 small aircraft carriers were destroyed. And because the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster has returned, the 3rd Squadron has to stop the attack and start to be on guard. The return of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster also made the small aircraft carrier fleet, which had been holding its breath, start a crazy counterattack, trying to destroy the fleet of 100 daring battleships, and the 3rd Squadron also attacked these Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft clusters. Because the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft are the main means of attack for these small aircraft carriers. As long as these Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft are destroyed, the small aircraft carrier will be like a plucked chicken, unable to jump. Even if they know the tactics of the 3rd Squadron of the Sky Serpent, this small aircraft carrier fleet has to send out new ones from the Iron Cavalry hangar immediately after the Iron Cavalry is damaged. Otherwise, once the firepower of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster is insufficient, these battleships will turn their attention to them again. They don't want to face the firepower of hundreds of battleships again. Although from the situation, facing the attack of the small aircraft carrier fleet's cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster, the 3rd Squadron fought back desperately, But casualties still began to appear, and the small aircraft carrier fleet only lost some cavalry carrier-based aircraft, and its own warships had no more casualties. But only the family knows their own business. Now the commander of the small aircraft carrier fleet is so anxious. The cavalry carrier-based aircraft of this small aircraft carrier were destroyed by the 2nd Squadron in the main battlefield. Now facing the attack of the 3rd Squadron, the destruction losses are rising rapidly. Now the number of cavalry carrier-based aircraft in the cavalry carrier-based aircraft bay is almost unable to support the current battle. When all the carrier-based aircraft of the Iron Cavalry were destroyed, his small aircraft carrier fleet would be like a chicken on the chopping board, and could only be slaughtered at will. So he asked the command center for help without hesitation. But with the 1st Garrison fleet annihilated, and the 2nd Garrison fleet caught in a melee, how could the command center possibly withdraw a fleet to support and rescue? At the beginning of the war, Cormac Vaga blocked the signal of the entire galaxy, and they couldn't ask for help from the outside world. By the time the outside world discovered the troops coming, the battle would probably have been over. The commander stationed at 11 ST also looked fierce when he knew that he had no way out. 2nd Garrison Fleet, all warships overload weapons to clear the surrounding enemy ships, encircle and annihilate the enemy. The only chance to break the deadlock now can only be placed on the 2nd Garrison Fleet that is caught in the melee. No matter how to say it now, the number of warships of the 2nd Garrison Fleet is still overwhelming the 2 squadrons of the Sky Serpentine, and one of the squadrons of the Sky Serpentine fleet is still seriously damaged. As long as they can defeat the 1st squadron of the Sky Serpentine that is entangled with them, there is a chance of winning. Seeing the enemy fighting even harder, Cormac Vaga was also excited. Yes! We should have fought like this a long time ago. Everyone is fighting together, that's what we call fighting. As they spoke, the 2 Sky Serpentine battalions on the main battlefield also began to overload their weapons to fight back. At this moment, all the rationality of both sides turned into killing. Everyone no longer considered the loss of weapons, but only wanted to kill the other side as quickly as possible. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. After the warship's weapon system was damaged due to overloading, those overloaded thrusters hit the enemy's warship. This battlefield can only be described as tragic. However, even if the Northern Alliance's fleet was fully prepared to fight, it was no match for the Avenger-class battleships, which were designed for brutal battlefields. Without any surprise, within an hour, there was no Northern Alliance fleet left on the main battlefield. In contrast, the Serpentis fleet also lost an entire brigade, and the remaining warships were also injured. Most of the warships were covered with cracks, as if they would explode at the next moment. How miserable it was. But victory finally belongs to the Serpentis group. On the other side, after an hour of fierce fighting, the 3rd Squadron, after paying the loss of more than 20 battleships, finally used up all the carrier-based aircraft of the small aircraft carrier fleet. After watching the Serpentis fleet on the main battlefield jump to the small aircraft carrier fleet and merge with the 3rd Squadron, Sherman also closed the projection. There was nothing to look forward to in the next battle. The winner was already decided. Taking out his personal terminal, Sherman sent a battle report to the headquarters of the Eastern Commercial Union. The 11 ST Galaxy has been captured. Our fleet has suffered heavy losses, and has no strength to fight again. Please quickly send a fleet for support and garrison. Chapter 401. It's incredible. Looking at the battle report from the Serpentis group, and the report from the reconnaissance ship lurking in the 11 ST Galaxy, Hut Rupert felt incredible. The cannon fodder mercenary group originally used to attract the Northern Alliance actually took down this strategic target so easily. Boss, do we still have to proceed as planned now? A fleet commander asked. Execute. Why not? Hut Rupert asked back, and then ordered, you take your fleet and attack northward from the Kelson star field immediately, and rush to the 11 ST star system in the shortest time. Yes. The fleet captain immediately took the order and left. Now their Eastern Business Union is attacking the Kelson star field with all its strength, and has already captured most of the star field. Victory is only a matter of time. The fastest channel for the Northern Alliance to support the Kelson star field is the 11 ST star system. Now this star system has been captured by the Serpentis group. As long as this star system can be controlled all the time, and the reinforcements and supplies of the Northern Alliance cannot be allowed to enter the Kelson star field, it will be crucial to the early end of the war. After sending a fleet to the north for support, Hut Rupert was still worried, and then, for the sake of safety, he sent 3 forces to the 11 ST Galaxy urgently. In addition, Hut Rupert contacted the Ale Alliance and urged them to act as soon as possible. The Northern Alliance was naturally furious about the loss of the 11 ST star field. immediately ordered the fleet that had been assembled halfway to set off for the 11 ST Galaxy, hoping to take this strategic key point back into their hands. At the same time, facing the opportunity created by the Serpentis group, the L Alliance did not miss it and immediately dispatched a fleet to rush to the aid of the 11 ST Galaxy. In addition, in order to delay time, the L Alliance also began to attack the border of the Buvatan Star region. The threat of several large fleets forced the Northern Alliance to redeploy the assembled fleet to the border to defend the L Alliance, which bought time for the construction of the defense line of the 11 ST Galaxy. On August 12, 10 hours after the Serpentis fleet annihilated the 11 ST Northern Alliance defenders, several space stations and control towers without fleet guards were dismantled by the Serpentis fleet. The Serpentis fleet began to anchor the armed control tower as a temporary warship berthing point on the original basis. Because although this armed control tower is not as good as a space station, it is much simpler to anchor than a space station, and it is also faster and more convenient. Moreover, the defensive force field it generates after activation has a good defensive power, plus this time it also brought many anchor turrets, which is very suitable for the current situation. In the early morning of August 13th, the Eastern Commercial Federation fleet, which came from the Kelson Star region to the north, arrived at the 11 ST Star region and completed the handover with the Serpentis fleet. The Serpentis fleet withdrew from the 11 ST Star system for rest. Just a few hours after the withdrawal of the Serpentis fleet, the Eastern Commercial Union fleet, carrying a large amount of supplies, began to anchor various military fortresses, intending to build the 11 ST Galaxy into a steel defense line. In this way, after taking over the Kelson Star region, the 11 ST Galaxy can also become the bridgehead for the Eastern Commercial Union to attack the Buvatan Star region in the future. This move undoubtedly greatly stimulated the Northern Alliance. In less than 3 days, dozens of fleets assembled by the Northern Alliance arrived in the Buvatan Star region, and instantly beat back an AL Alliance that harassed the border and marched south, preparing to launch a large-scale attack on the 11 ST Galaxy to support the Kelson Star region. Faced with this situation, the Eastern Commercial Union urgently pulled out more than a dozen fleets from its homeland to the 11 ST system, and the AL Alliance also sent fleets to support and block the fleet of the Northern Alliance. August 25, 3 p.m. The 5 conventional fleets of the Northern Alliance launched a massive attack on the 11 ST system, and the Eastern Commercial Union actively responded. A large-scale battle broke out between the two sides in the 11 ST system. Because the Northern Alliance fleet had a huge advantage, Hut Rupert knew that defending 11 ST was not a good idea, so he immediately sent a large number of fleets into the Buvatan Star field to carry out a raid, attacking and harassing the logistics fleet and support fleet of the Northern Alliance. The two sides fought in dozens of galaxies around the 11 ST Galaxy. August 26, 2 a.m. The Northern Alliance, with its superior forces, repelled the Eastern Commercial Union's defenders, reoccupied the 11 ST Galaxy, and began to clear out the various military fortresses and control towers that the Eastern Commercial Union had not yet anchored. In response, the coalition forces of the L Alliance and the Eastern Commercial Union began to gather together, intending to retake the 11 ST Galaxy. August 30th, 5 a.m. The L Alliance and the Eastern Commercial Union assembled 2,000 battleships and set out from the Kelson Star field, raiding the 11 ST Star system in the Buvatan Star field from south to north. Facing the massive attack of the coalition forces, the defenders of the Northern Alliance fought to the death, but they could only be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Around 1700 hours in the afternoon, the coalition forces annihilated the surrounding defenders. The fleet entered the 11 ST Star system and began to dismantle the Alliance space station and control tower, and anchored its own armed control tower. Faced with the actions of the coalition forces, the Northern Alliance was very angry and immediately sent dozens of fleets southward, trying to crush these coalition forces with absolute force. In the following half-month, the two sides carried out combat operations almost 24 hours a day around the 11 ST Star system. The battlefield spread across the entire Buvatan Star field. The two sides launched a very brutal tug-of-war. In just half a month, both sides lost more than 5,000 warships. The battleship reserves of both sides were almost exhausted, so both sides have been purchasing battleships at high prices, and the price of battleships in the Pearl of the Orient Star City is jumping every day, making profiteers make a lot of money. Faced with such a high price, both the coalition forces of the L Alliance and the Eastern Commercial Union, as well as the Northern Alliance, began to hire pirate groups and mercenary groups to join the battlefield as a supplement to their combat power. This also turned the three-way war into a carnival for the entire Eastern Star region. Looking at the various lucrative hiring tasks on the task list, Cormac Vaga couldn't help but say, "My lord, It's been half a month. It's time for us to go out, right? In the past half-month, Sherman and others stayed in the Pearl of the Orient for half a month on the grounds that the Sky Serpent fleet suffered heavy losses and needed to rest. In the past half-month, the damaged warships have been replaced, and the lost warships are now being transported from the Southern Star region. But don't get me wrong, Sherman bought all of this from Aura. And Aura is really a bad person. He sold this Avenger-class battleship to Sherman at 3 times the cost price, and said that this was to stimulate the Tianchi group to quickly gain a foothold in the Eastern Star region. Sherman and others had just entered the Eastern Star region and had no money. Even the reward for the only completed mission has not been paid yet. At this difficult time, Cormac Waja patted his chest and said that he would take care of this matter. Then in less than 3 days, Cormac Waja handed the star coins to Sherman, and the Eastern Star region lost 3 small pirate legions. After receiving the star coins, Sherman did not directly use them to buy battleships from Allah, because he felt a hint of unusual business opportunities. Then, after Cormac Waja agreed, he decisively used all the money to buy battleships. Then, in just half a month, the price of battleships tripled. After seeing that the 3 parties were hiring on a large scale, Sherman knew that the price was almost at its peak, so he sold all the battleships in stock 3 days ago and made a fortune. Then, before the money was even warm, it was handed over to Aura to buy 2 squadrons of Avenger-class battleships. According to the time, the battleship should arrive today, right? Sherman said after checking the time. Cormac Waja also estimated the time and said, well, if there are no accidents, we can arrive today. He was now full of excitement. He was almost moldy in the past half-month, and now everything was just waiting for the arrival of the warship to do a big job. He then said to Sherman with excitement, my lord, when the warship arrives, how about letting me take the lead? Sherman glanced at the excited Cormac Waja and said lightly, not very good, just wait quietly for me, now is not the time for us to enter. Currently, 3 alliances, hundreds of pirate groups and mercenary groups, and tens of thousands of warships are fighting in this small place of Buwiden Star region. The situation inside is very complicated now. A star system has changed hands and fought for several times within a day. With the current strength of the Tianchi group, it can only be used as an elite cannon fodder at most. Once there is no fleet, it will be difficult for Sherman and others to gain a foothold in the Eastern Star region. Hearing Sherman's words, Cormac Waja scratched his head with a silly smile and stopped asking for a fight. But at this time, a man strode over, and Cormac Waja and other officials immediately sat up straight, put their hands gently on their waists, and narrowed their eyes. Seeing the person coming, Sherman nodded slightly to a few people, and Cormac Waja and others regained their composure and continued to pick up the wine glasses, but their eyes were still fixed on the person. As soon as Shu Bai entered this position, he felt that he was under attack, which made him speechless for a while, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Finally, it was Sherman who spoke first. Sherman stood up and pulled Shu Bai to sit beside him, and asked with a smile, Boss One, what are you doing here this time? Shu Bai also knew that Sherman didn't like to beat around the bush, so he said directly, Mr. Sher, this time I came here at the request of the Eastern Commercial Consortium to see you. Sherman listened to this, took a sip of the fruit, and looked at Shu Bai with a slight sidelong glance. Bosswan, you should know the rules of the industry. Pay the deposit first, and then deliver the rest after completing the task. Am I right? Hearing this, Shu Bai also knew what Sherman meant, and then nodded with some trepidation. Last time, the Tianchi group asked for 2 star systems as a reward, and both he and the Eastern Business Union believed that these guys would definitely die, so they agreed to this request. But he didn't expect that the Tianchi group actually completed the task, and not only did it complete it very beautifully, but also saved most of the organization. After hearing that the Sky Serpent group had returned, he knew the seriousness of the matter, and then deliberately hid from Sherman and others for half a month, because what they did was indeed unkind. Seeing Shu Bai nodded, Sherman immediately patted his shoulder and showed his white teeth. Since you know, then you see when the reward for the last mission of my Sky Serpent group will be settled? In order to make the entire Eastern Star region chaotic, Sherman did not ask for a deposit first, and directly sent Cormac Waja with the fleet. Now that the goal has been achieved, it's time to settle the commission. That? The clerk by his eyes dodged for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Sherman didn't urge him, but put a document on the table. This is the employment agreement signed at the beginning. If the task is not settled this time, I can't guarantee where this thing will appear. This employment agreement was the employment agreement between the Eastern Commercial Consortium and the Tianchi Group. It was guaranteed by the employment center of the Oriental Pearl Star City. Normally, if the Eastern Commercial Union wanted to deny the agreement and get something for free, Sherman would have no choice but to retaliate later. But in this situation, the three companies are frantically hiring various pirate groups and mercenary groups. If this matter is exposed, the pirate groups and mercenary groups in the Eastern Star region will no longer consider the Eastern Commercial Union as mercenaries who have no faith, no constraints, no bottom line, and only fight for money. They are not afraid of danger. After all, the greater the danger, the more money you can earn. As long as the benefits are enough, they are not afraid to be cannon fodder, and they are willing to gamble on the chance of a life-or-death opportunity to come back for the reward. But since the task has been completed, the employer does not give them the commission, which is undoubtedly a violation of the rules, and will cause dissatisfaction among all people in this business. It can be said that as long as Sherman exposes this matter, the Eastern Business Union will not be able to hire another mercenary. Listening to Sherman's threat, Wishubai could only sigh and said, "I am just a broker. I have a responsibility for this kind of thing, but I can't make the decision. So I came here for this matter, and I hope you two can reach a perfect consensus." After that, a middle-aged man was projected out from the terminal. The middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa with a wine glass in his hand, and a dark red ferocious rose was tattooed on his face. "I am Herd Rupert. I think we should have a good talk." Herd Rupert, the commander of the Bloody Dawn Legion, the leader of the Eastern Business Union, and one of the famous figures in the Eastern Star region. This time, they came to deal with this matter personally, and it can be seen that this matter is also a headache for them. Chapter 402. After Hut Rupert came, he said straight to the point without any nonsense, "Mr. Sher, you have completed the task so well, so I will not treat you unfairly, and I will give you the reward in a while." "Thank you, sir," Sherman also said with a smile after hearing this. But everyone knows that this transaction involving two-star systems is definitely not that simple. As expected, Hut Rupert shook the wine glass in his hand and laughed softly. "Don't thank me in a hurry, these two-star systems still depend on whether you can eat them." Winshubai's shoulders trembled slightly when he heard this. Although Hut Rupert said this with a smile on his face, the cold threat in his tone was not concealed. And Sherman seemed not to hear the threat, and replied with a smile, "It is natural to pay back the debt. I have always had a good appetite, and can eat a lot, so you don't have to worry about it." Seeing Sherman's attitude, Hut Rupert couldn't help but curse in his heart. They are really a bunch of killers, who only care about money and not their lives. Since Sherman had such an attitude, he knew that further threats would only lead to him falling into the lower level, and would be useless, so he waved his hand and projected a star map. Then, Hut Rupert pointed at the two-star systems on the star map, and said to Sherman, with a cold expression, "I, Hut Rupert, am not someone who cannot afford to lose. Since you have completed the task, these two-star systems are for you." Looking at the two-star systems pointed at by Hut Rupert, Winshubai's mouth twitched slightly, and then he lowered his head slightly. "Isn't this just picking trouble?" Looking at the two galaxies that Hut Rupert gave him, Sherman's eyebrows slightly raised. "Sir Hut Rupert, as far as I know, you haven't taken over the Kelson Star region yet?" "That's right. The two galaxies that Hut Rupert gave Sherman were the W1 and W2 galaxies of the Kelson Star region. More importantly, these two galaxies are closely linked to the current battle center, the 11st galaxy. These two galaxies are important channels for the Kelson Star region to connect to the Buvatan Star region, especially the W1 galaxy is directly linked to the 11st galaxy." Now Hut Rupert handed these two galaxies to the Tianchi group, which is telling Sherman that he wants the Tianchi group to guard the gateway to the Kelson Star region. Now the battle in the Buvatan Star field has also begun to slow down. The Ale Alliance has been severely damaged and has begun to shrink its defense line. At present, the Northern Alliance has the upper hand in the war. According to Sherman's prediction, the battle will be over in at most half a month. In this war, the Eastern Commercial Union is undoubtedly the one that has gained the most. The Ale Alliance and the Northern Alliance fought to the death in the Buvatan Star field, while the Eastern Commercial Union quickly cleared the Kelson Star field and has now occupied most of the star systems. Only a few star systems are left to resist stubbornly. Victory is only a matter of time. When this battle is over, the Buvatan Star field will return to the embrace of the Northern Alliance, and the Kelson Star field will be divided between the Eastern Business Federation and the Ale Alliance. Needless to say, the Northern Alliance will never tolerate such a thing. So when the Northern Alliance recovers, it will definitely march south to the Kelson Star field to take back the lost land. At that time, the Sky Serpent group sitting at the gate of the Kelson Star field will undoubtedly be the first target to be hit, and this first round of attack is often the strongest, enough to cause the Sky Serpent group to suffer heavy losses. Hut Rupert's move is to put the Serpentis group on the fire. Looking at Sherman, whose face changed slightly, Hut Rupert leaned back on the sofa and tilted his head to look at Sherman. I have given you 2 galaxies. Now it depends on whether you dare to take them. If you take them, you will have to face the military strikes of the Northern Alliance in the future. If you don't take them, you will lose the reward for the mission you worked so hard for. Hut Rupert is very curious about what Sherman will choose. Sherman smiled and said, take it, why not? Hearing this, Hut Rupert narrowed his eyes, and his face became extremely ugly. In the end, Hut Rupert still handed over the W1 and W2 galaxies to the Serpentine group. Kelson Star Region, W2 Galaxy. Looking at the anchored empty fortress in the distance, Cormac Vaga asked Sherman, with a strange look on his face, My lord, W1 and W2 are the throat and gateway of the Kelson Star Region. How dare they hand them over to us so confidently? Aren't they afraid that we will turn against the Northern Alliance directly at that time? Logically speaking, a choke point like this would only be guarded by our own people, and they must be strong ones. The Sky Snake group is definitely not among them. That's why Cormac Waja was so puzzled. Sherman knew it clearly in his heart, and then he said to Cormac Waja, who was puzzled, this war was provoked by our attack on the 11 ST Star field, which forced the Northern Alliance's counterattack plan to be carried out ahead of schedule, which led to such a huge loss for both sides. Now, whether it is the Northern Alliance or the L Alliance, they are not eager to get rid of us, but they definitely have no good feelings towards us. How could Hut Rupert worry that we would join the Northern Alliance? It was because of the unexpected surprise attack by the Sky Serpent group that nearly 5,000 warships of the 3 parties fell into the Star Sea in the Buwiden Star Field. So no matter which party it was impossible for Sherman to be treated well. Thinking of something, Sherman turned his head and looked at Cormac Waga, and asked with a smile, It won't be long before our place will become a place of war. What do you think? Hearing this, Cormac Waja grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His smile looked very honest, but his tone was extremely cold. My lord, war is the main business of the Sky Snake group. How can we be afraid? Sherman looked at Cormac Waja and the 4 officials, and smiled. He stood up, patted Cormac Waja's shoulder gently, and left. It will take some time to anchor this empty fort. I want to go to sleep for a while. I leave the guarding to you. Yes, my lord. Oh, a place of war. How could Sherman be afraid? After the empty fortress is anchored, the production line of warships and equipment will start. Although the empty fortress is not as efficient as a professional engineering complex, it has no problem supplying the current size of the Sky Serpentine fleet. Moreover, these 2-star systems are not suitable for the development of the Sky Serpentine group. When the right opportunity comes, these 2-star systems will eventually be abandoned. What Sherman has to do now is to gain a foothold first, actively prepare for war, and then wait for the outbreak of the next war. Then, take advantage of the situation to start a business. Chapter 403. For New Eden, as long as there is a space station, it can rely on the existing space station production line to complete a systematic industrial chain in a very short time. At that time, not only will there be basic resources, but warships and equipment will also be in constant supply. Of course, because the current location is too special, Sherman cannot settle down in the Eastern Star region among these 2-star systems, and needs to find a new one. After all, if the Tianchi group wants to develop, it needs a stable environment. Instead of the current space station anchored today, a bunch of fleets will come to fight the next day, which is very detrimental to the development of the Serpentis group. My lord, since these 2-star systems are not good, why do you accept them? If it really doesn't work, you can exchange these 2-star systems for a more stable star system. Cormac Waga asked in great confusion. After all, he didn't believe that the Eastern Commercial Union would choose to hand over such a traffic route directly to them without any countermeasures. And no matter what, these 2-star systems are very important to the Eastern Business Union. As long as Sherman chooses to exchange these 2-star systems for a stable star system, the Eastern Business Union will definitely be very willing to exchange 2 for 1. The exchange star system may be very barren, but it is better than these 2-star systems. After all, resources can be bought with money, but time cannot be bought, and what they lack now is precisely this time. After all, they only have a short 6 months left, and now half a month has passed. If they continue to delay like this, Cormac Waga is worried that someone will explode. Thinking of this, Cormac Waja secretly glanced at someone lying on the sofa communicating with a certain angel princess. After saying goodbye to each other, Sherman's face suddenly pulled, and he muttered, No, the Angel Princess's wedding actually requires so many procedures. It seems that this half year is not enough. Because before coming to this Eastern Star region, Sherman and Wang Yan had already determined the time for the wedding, which is less than 7 months away. As a famous angel civilization in the universe, the procedures for the princess to get married are many, and this requires at least 2 to 3 months of preparation in advance. Even if Sherman completes the plan to occupy the Eastern Star field within half a year, the time is not enough. This also means that the time to stay with Sherman is not 5.5 months, but only 3 to 4 months. Sherman got up and sat on the sofa, rubbing his face, with a cold light in his eyes. It seems that the plan has to be advanced. Thinking of this, Sherman looked at Cormac Vaga, who was concentrating on operating the space station operation panel, but was secretly glancing at him, and shouted angrily, "Cormac Vaga, you are just standing there. I have a mission for you." Hearing this, Cormac Vaga immediately ran over with a smile. His sturdy figure and harmless smile made people feel a chill. "My lord, what is the mission? Robbery or infiltration?" As he spoke, the other 3 Sky Serpents officials also approached quietly. Now the warships that Sherman ordered from New Eden have arrived, and the production line of the space station under his feet has begun to run at full capacity. The current Sky Serpents fleet not only makes up for the original fleet, but the second fleet can be fully formed at the latest tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. In addition, there has been no conflict between the Northern Alliance and the Eastern Commercial Federation in the past few days, which makes several people both surprised and depressed. The good news is that the Sky Serpents group can take this opportunity to recuperate, and the depressed thing is that there is no war to fight, which is too tormenting for these combat-oriented officials. "Robbery, are we that kind of people?" Sherman said unhappily. "But didn't you ask us to take the fleet to rob those transport teams some time ago?" Cormac Waja said puzzledly, touching his bald head. Sherman, who was speechless by Cormac Waja, was suddenly out of breath. Because the Sky Snake group had just arrived in the Eastern Star region, it had neither money nor supplies, so Sherman came up with a bad idea, which was to rob those transport teams. Of course, the robbers were not transport teams carrying basic resources, but civilian scavenging teams, that is, civilian companies that salvage warship wreckage. Because the cost of pulling warship wreckage back to the space station for smelting is too high and the profit is small, large organizations, like the Northern Alliance, do not look down on this business. So most of the time after the battle, after picking up the valuable and usable equipment, they entrust it to civilian salvage companies to salvage. This can save a little trouble, and they only pay a little profit. Most of these civilian salvage companies are engineering warships, and there are not many armed warships, so facing the battle fleets of Cormac Vaga, they can only honestly hand over the salvaged materials. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Cormac Vaga and others did not drive the warships of the Sky Serpent, but used the warships that Sherman had hoarded and had not sold out. It can be said that they took great pains. And because of the last war, there was a fierce war around the 11st galaxy, and there were countless warship wreckages, so this also made Sherman earn a lot of money. "Look, the resources for building the second Sky Serpent fleet have arrived." Sherman looked at Cormac Waja and couldn't help but glared at him. "You're the only one who talks too much, right?" In response, Cormac Waja could only touch his head awkwardly and smile foolishly. Then, Sherman stood up and looked at Cormac Waja and gave an order in a formal manner. "Now find a way to contact the leader of the Northern Alliance, Gracie Adam. Even though I have a big deal to discuss with him, I hope to meet him in the Pearl of the Orient, Star City." "Yes, my lord." Hearing the mission, Cormac Vaga also put down his silly smile and gave the order with a serious face. After watching Cormac Vaga leave on the shuttle, Sherman instructed the other 3 officials, "After the second fleet is formed, you should be ready to transport all the existing resources to the Pearl of the Orient." The 3 officials were not fools. They immediately understood Sherman's plan and immediately took the order and began to prepare. Sherman looked at the starry sky outside the window and stretched his waist. Then he added, "Tomorrow, after the last batch of warships are launched, remember to unanchor this empty fortress and take it away. Otherwise, when the war starts, you can't take it away even if you want to." "Yes, my lord." After boarding the warship to the Pearl of the Orient, Sherman looked at the starry sky in front of him, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Since everyone wants to accumulate strength, let me open the curtain of this war again." Chapter 404. Pearl of the Orient, White Knight Club. Sherman walked in with a swift and vigorous step, while Cormac Waga narrowed his eyes and looked around with a vigilant look. "Mr. Sher?" After hearing the call from the doorman, Wen Shubai hurried over to receive him in person. Seeing Wen Shubai, Sherman couldn't help but frown. His visit to discuss with the leaders of the Northern Alliance was top secret, so how did he meet this guy? You know, when Shubai has a cooperative relationship with the Eastern Business Consortium. Seeing Sherman's expression, when Shubai also reacted, and then chuckled softly, Mr. Sher, I participate in any disputes between forces, but I have a wide network of contacts, and most importantly, I am tight-lipped, so most of the time people like to find me as a middleman. After this, Sherman suddenly realized that this guy was a neutral middleman. Then Sherman couldn't help but clasp his fists and said, it seems that Boss One has a wide range of business. It all depends on the leaders to give me a meal. When Shubai was even more relaxed about this. Then, when Shubai came to Sherman and whispered, Mr. Sher, that person is waiting for you. Please follow me. Sherman nodded, and then turned left and right, and came to a secret box. As soon as he entered the door, he saw several big men in it, and the leader was sitting in his seat and gently shaking his wine glass. When Shubai made a gesture of invitation, and after Sherman entered, he consciously retreated and closed the door. The atmosphere in the room was a little low, but Sherman was not polite, and sat down at the table, while Cormac Wadja stood quietly behind Sherman. After Sherman sat down and poured himself a drink, the man across the table slowly spoke. We all make a living in Shanghai, so let's talk quickly, and get straight to the point. As he spoke, the man rested his hands on the table, staring at Sherman with his eyes, his strong body like a giant bear. Mr. Sher, what big business do you want to discuss with me this time? Seeing the man in front of him doing this, Cormac Wadja narrowed his eyes, and leaned forward slightly to take a defensive posture. The several big men behind the man also stepped forward together to take a defensive posture, wanting to protect the man in front of him. Seeing this, Sherman raised his right hand, and waved it slightly, asking Cormac Wadja to relax. Then he looked at the man in front of him and said, Mr. Gracie Adam, I am here to do business this time, not to fight. If you really have this idea, it will not be too late to wait until the deal is settled. Seeing this, the man waved his hand, sat back in his seat, and said with a disdainful look, Okay, I want to see what business you want to do with me. Grace Adam, the commander of the Myth Legion, single-handedly promoted the formation of the Northern Military Alliance, and is also the leader of the Northern Military Alliance. As the leader of the most powerful force in the Eastern Star region, Gracie Adam is naturally full of confidence. Sherman didn't waste any words and said directly, How about the two galaxies W1 and W2, and a dead corner galaxy? Hearing this, Gracie Adam raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Although these two star systems are given to you by the Eastern Business Federation, do you think you will not be retaliated against later? These two star systems are the gateways for the Buoyden star system to attack the Kelson star system, and their importance is self-evident. If the deal is reached, the Tianchi group will inevitably be retaliated against by the Eastern Business Federation. Sherman also smiled helplessly. Sir Gracie Adam, we are all smart people, so there is no need to say this. Besides, our Tianchi group is a mercenary group that came to the Eastern Star region to make a living. We spent a huge price to complete the mission, but the Eastern Business Federation gave me these two star systems. Isn't this forcing me to give up? As he said this, Sherman looked at Gracie Adam. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he said viciously, In this case, of course I will exchange these two star systems for a sufficient price. Papa. Gracie Adam immediately clapped his hands in appreciation. As expected of someone who dares to come to the Eastern Star region to make money with a fleet, he really does everything for profit. Gracie Adams' words were a bit harsh, but he was indeed full of appreciation. After all, he had come this way in the past, and he knew that in the Eastern Star region, everything was bullshit except for profit. Even his Northern Military Alliance was tied together by profit, and only profit was the most reliable contract. I just want to have a foothold in the Eastern Star region, and then make a living with my brothers. Sherman looked at Gracie Adam, and said sincerely. Seeing that what Sherman said was true, Gracie Adam could not help but tap the table lightly, and thought for a while. Then, he looked up at Sherman and said with narrowed eyes, It's just a dead corner galaxy, which is not a big problem. But how can you guarantee that this is not your plan with the Eastern Business Federation? The only thing Gracie Adam knew about the Sky Serpent Group was that it was strong and had captured the 11 ST Galaxy defended by his two battleship fleets, and a small aircraft carrier fleet. As for the rest, he didn't know much. If this so-called business was created by the Serpentis Group and the Eastern Business Union, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Because it is enough to change the war situation in the entire Buoyden Star region. Seeing that Gracie Adam was confused, Sherman was already prepared and said, Since this is the case, in order to achieve mutual trust between the two sides, How about my Serpentis group conquering the 11 ST Galaxy for you? Because the 11 ST Galaxy is still under the control of the Eastern Business Union, and the Eastern Business Union is also building it into a bridgehead for attacking the Buwiden Star region, and it is heavily guarded. At present, the defenders of the Eastern Commercial Union in the 11 ST Galaxy have a full 4 battle fleets, and there are also 20 dreadnoughts stationed, looking like they are defending to the death. With this fleet size, if the Northern Alliance wants to capture it, the price will be very high. And because of its important strategic significance, the Northern Alliance has to attack. So after hearing Sherman's words, Gracie Adams' eyes lit up, and he raised his eyebrows and said, "As long as you can take over the 11 ST Galaxy and give it to me, I will give you 2 galaxies. And I'm not that guy Hut Rupert, who would play tricks in this regard. After the transaction is completed, except for the most important star systems, you can choose the others." Gracie Adam was able to develop the Northern Military Alliance from a small organization occupying a dozen star systems to a behemoth in more than 10 years. He may not be reliable in other aspects, but he has always been very good at dividing interests. Because he knows that as long as the division of interests is not wrong, his position will be unshakable. After all, the Northern Military Alliance is a giant composed of pirate groups, mercenary groups, and various financial groups. Its purpose is different from other normal civilizations, because other civilizations still need to consider the safety and survival of their own civilizations, but for them, they only need to consider interests when doing things. Similarly, if you want to maintain the giant Northern Military Alliance, you also need to reasonably divide the interests. In this regard, Gracie Adam did a very good job. Chapter 405. The two sides quickly reached the same opinion on this matter. After continuing to discuss for more than an hour, and confirming some details of the plan, Gracie Adam left first. In order to avoid accidents, Sherman did not leave at the same time, but stayed inside and waited for a while before leaving. After Gracie Adam and his men left, Cormac Waja finally relaxed and complained to Sherman, "My lord, why don't you let me fight them? I promised to knock them all down." During the negotiation, Sherman and Gracie Adam had a very harmonious atmosphere, so the fight between the bodyguards of both sides was not mentioned, which made Cormac Waja, who finally had the opportunity to stretch his muscles, very suffocated. Looking at the sturdy man next to him, who looked like a resentful young wife, Sherman rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, "There are only 7 days to prepare, and you will have a fight when the time comes." Hearing this, Cormac Waja could only touch his head regretfully, looking forward to the war coming as soon as possible. Sherman has reached a plan with Gracie Adam. 7 days later, Gracie Adam will lead the fleet to attack the Ale Alliance from the Buwiden Star Field, and transfer part of the garrison stationed in the 11 ST Galaxy. Then the Serpentis group will take over the 11 ST Galaxy in one fell swoop. After that, Gracie Adam will lead the fleet to the 11 ST Galaxy, and the Serpentis group only needs to do 2 things. First, take advantage of the opportunity of the 11 ST Galaxy garrison to take over the 11 ST Galaxy in one fell swoop. Second, defend the W1 and W2 galaxies, and delay the Eastern Commercial Union from supporting the 11 ST Galaxy from the Kelson Star Field. Neither of the 2 tasks is easy. So Gracie Adam also gave Sherman a reward that he could not refuse. A constellation in the Buwiden Star Field, a total of 18 galaxies. And this constellation is a dead-end constellation, with only 2 galaxies imports and exports, which is too tempting for the Tianchi group. Of course, after obtaining this constellation, the Tianchi group must also join the sequence of the Northern Military Alliance. Sherman was certainly happy about this. After all, it was nice to be under the big tree, and the structure of the Northern Military Alliance was very suitable for the Serpentis group. After all, although Gracie Adam, the leader, could make decisions, he could not interfere with the armaments of the various legions below, and could only issue corresponding tasks. Besides, as an player who could use fraud, betrayal, and hangar cleaning as game promotional videos, if he was unhappy with the Northern Alliance, he could just leave when he had enough strength. Compared to the idiot, he is full of energy. Erwu, traitor, meaning betrayer. Besides, what does the leader of the idiot Tianchi group have to do with him, the Emperor of New Eden? Just when Sherman was smiling and preparing to find a way to get the biggest profit in the war 7 days later, the door suddenly rang. Sherman gave a look to Cormac Waja, who was on guard, and then he opened the door, and Wen Shubai walked in with his head down. Seeing that it was Wen Shubai, Sherman immediately relaxed. "Boss Wen, do you have anything else to say?" Wen Shubai raised his head slightly, his face was a little complicated, then he closed his eyes slightly, knelt on one knee in front of Sherman, and whispered, "Wen Shubai, meet His Majesty the Emperor of New Eden." As soon as these words came out, Cormac Waja instantly took out an energy pistol from his waist and pointed it at Wenshubai's head, then took out a black box the size of a finger from his pocket and threw it on the ground. After the black box landed, a green energy shield unfolded, wrapping the entire room in it, completely isolating it from the outside world. Sherman turned his chair slightly, the smile on his face gone, and asked in a tone as cold as the deep space, "How did you find out my identity?" Before coming here, Sherman had used some means to fine-tune his appearance. It can be said that even he himself could not tell, and when he came with the Sky Serpent fleet, he deliberately took a detour and entered the Eastern Star region from another direction. It can be said that it is foolproof, but how did this guy detect it? Feeling the temperature of the gun muzzle at the back of his head, Wenshubai lowered his head and explained, "Your Majesty, I have a piece of information here. You will know after you take a look." After Sherman nodded, Wenshubai wiped the cold sweat from his sweat and projected a video from the terminal. The video was a scene of Sherman and Wang Yen discussing marriage through holographic projection. Looking at the shooting location, Sherman's face became very gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Cormac Waja, contact Aura and organize a fleet to prepare for an expedition to the Eastern Star region." The location of this video was in the passenger ship from the interstellar port to the Oriental Pearl Star City. Now that his identity has been exposed, there is no need for him to hide any longer. He directly dispatched the Imperial Crusaders to crush them with force. "Yes, my lord." Cormac Waja also took the order gloomily. Now that their identities have been exposed, the training plan for Sherman has to be interrupted, which makes him very angry. Looking at the gloomy faces of Sherman and Cormac Waja, and the cold temperature of the muzzle on the back of his head, Wenshubai hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, no one knows your identity except me." Hearing this, Sherman immediately stood up and came to Wenshubai, saying in a stern tone, "How did you get this news, and who else knows it? Tell me everything otherwise." Wenshubai looked at Sherman, not daring to hide anything, and said directly, "Your Majesty, I am in this business, as you know, so I have put a lot of effort in this intelligence network, and this intelligence was obtained by chance. After learning this information, I knew that the matter was serious, so I dealt with everyone else. Now I am the only one who knows about it." Seeing Wenshubai like this, Sherman's heart was relieved a little. After giving Cormac Waja a look, Cormac Waja immediately contacted Outlaw to investigate the matter. Sherman looked at Wenshubai and his face relaxed. "What do you want if you do this?" Since Wenshubai took the initiative to come to him to talk about this matter, it must not be a simple reminder. In fact, it is true. Wenshubai raised his head and looked directly into Sherman's eyes, saying without any avoidance, "Your Majesty, I just hope that the war in the Eastern Star region for 100 years will end soon. Do you believe it?" Looking at the firmness in Wenshubai's eyes, Sherman remained silent. Chapter 406. Seeing Sherman remain silent, Wenshubai knew that his reason could not convince others, so he could only give a bitter smile. "Your Majesty may not know that I have no home since I was born, and the original civilization has long disappeared in the war of 100 years. I grew up in this Pearl of the Orient, without parents or relatives, and worked my way up from the slums to my current status step by step. I also admit that I am not a good person, and the bloody smell on my hands cannot be covered up even with strong perfume, but I really want to end this protracted war as soon as possible," Wenshubai said very emotionally, with a gloomy look in his eyes. As a ruthless character who climbed up from the bottom, he was used to all kinds of human tragedies and separations, and even participated in them, stepping on the corpses of others to get to where he is now. Unlike others regard the Eastern Star region as a place to make money and hope that the Eastern Star region will be as chaotic as possible, because only when war breaks out can they make more money. However, as a remnant of the original civilization of the Eastern Star region, he really hopes that the war will end as soon as possible and restore peace to the Eastern Star region. Due to his limited ability, he could only bury this idea deep in his heart. Until, after learning about Sherman's identity an hour ago, this idea buried deep in his heart surged like a storm, and then he came without hesitation. And at this time, Aura's investigation was also over. "My lord, I have conducted several combing and inspections on the entire Eastern Star region's network space. There are a total of 6 people who know your identity was exposed this time, but half an hour ago, the other 5 were dealt with by the clerk for nothing. And according to the investigation of Wenshubai, there is a 98% probability that what he said is true. Because this matter not only involves Sherman's mission this time, but also concerns Sherman's safety, so Aura directly invaded various communication networks in the Eastern Star region through the New Eden Central Computer, and completed the investigation of the whole matter in just 10 minutes. As an intelligent life of management and intelligence, Aura's intelligence has never disappointed Sherman, so Sherman reluctantly believed Wen Shubai's words. So Sherman relaxed a little, looked at Wen Shubai with interest and asked, "Do you think I can end the war in the Eastern Star region?" In response, Wen Shubai replied respectfully, "The name of New Eden resounds throughout the universe, and your name is even more famous in the universe. Only you can do this." Wen Shubai complimented respectfully, but he was constantly making plans in his heart. The entire Southern Star region was occupied by New Eden, and even had the title of King of the South. Dozens of Titan fleets appeared at the military parade not long ago, which clearly showed the muscles of New Eden. If they really wanted to fight, what could the Eastern Star region, which could become the overlord with a few super flagship fleets, use to resist? Besides, as the Emperor of New Eden, he personally brought a fleet here. If he said he was here for fun, who would believe it? Listening to Wen Shubai's flattery, Sherman didn't feel anything. Instead, Cormac Waja nodded in agreement, and even his attitude towards Wen Shubai softened a little. Sherman looked at Wen Shubai in a very joking manner, and said in a very frivolous tone, "Aren't you afraid that my arrival will make the entire Eastern Star region more chaotic?" As he said this, Sherman's eyes were full of coldness. "After all, I am the butcher who destroyed the entire civilization of the Southern Star region. New Eden is expanding, so after occupying the Southern Star region, it adopts a very iron-blooded policy. It is so cruel to hostile civilizations, so Sherman is not only the title of the Lord of the South, but also the title of butcher by those who are involved." After saying this, Sherman looked at Wen Shubai with a smile, wanting to see Wen Shubai's reaction. If Wen Shubai's answer does not satisfy Sherman, then he does not mind silencing this last insider. In response, Wen Shubai had a strong desire to survive, and quickly retorted, "Your Majesty, these are just slanders from those who have something to do with you." "Oh, tell me." Sherman raised his chin, motioning Wen Shubai to continue. Seeing Sherman like this, Wen Shubai was relieved, knowing that his life was temporarily saved. He then wiped the cold sweat, and continued to speak. "I have carefully read the war records of New Eden in the South, and I found that except for those hostile civilizations that are very hostile to New Eden, other neutral civilizations, and even friendly civilizations have not been annexed by New Eden, but exist in the form of a subsidiary civilization. In addition to handing over resources at a fixed time, other political powers, or military New Eden do not participate. This shows how broad-minded your Majesty is." Wen Shubai stated the facts while complimenting Sherman. It is said that flattery never wears out. After being complimented by Wen Shubai several times, Sherman's intention to kill him completely disappeared. But not wanting to kill him does not mean that threats cannot be made. Sherman no longer said anything empty, but directly asked Wen Shubai, "I am indeed interested in the Eastern Star region, and I am confident that I can end everything in a short time, but the focus now is, how can you show your value?" The words were clear. If Wen Shubai could not show his value, he would have to die here for the great cause of unifying the Eastern Star region. In a word, quickly prove your value, otherwise Sherman would kill you. Wen Shubai was relieved and actively showed his value. "Your Majesty, I have built an intelligence organization in the Eastern Star region over the years, and I can do my best to help your Majesty unify the Eastern Star region. My intelligence agency is much better than yours, and this one doesn't attract me." As he spoke, Sherman raised his glass, and took a sip of wine with a half-smile. Seeing this, Wen Shubai gritted his teeth. "Your Majesty, I still have some property in the Eastern Star region, which can be confiscated. Moreover, I also know some companions who also hope that the war in the Eastern Star region will end soon. I can call them to serve your Majesty." Wen Shubai's words also reminded Sherman that the Tianchi group really needs to recruit some ordinary people to cover up some things. Otherwise, after each war, the Tianchi group's fleet can be quickly replenished, which is too conspicuous. So facing Wen Shubai's conditions, Sherman nodded and accepted it. "Okay, 3 days later, bring your people here to wait for me." Seeing Sherman agreed, Wen Shubai suppressed his excitement and knelt on one knee to accept the order. "Yes." After Wen Shubai left, Cormac Waja scratched his head. "My lord, these people cannot be incorporated into the main fleet, otherwise the strength of the fleet will be greatly reduced. Because the current fleets of the Tianchi group are all fleets directly controlled by officials, they can control every bit of the structure of each ship, so under the control of officials, the fleet can respond quickly and exert 300% of its strength. Once these people are added, it will seriously affect the strength of their fleet, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. In this regard, Sherman has already had an idea. This is simple, just set up a foreign legion and put all these people in this foreign legion. Chapter 407. Foreign Legion. This thing has various names in other civilizations, such as Cannon Fodder Legion, Mercenary Legion, etc. Most of them are used to perform some inconvenient or dangerous tasks, and it is also the best choice for many people to join the civilization. For New Eden, the establishment of this foreign legion can not only effectively supplement its few fleet forces, but also conceal its presence. Moreover, some unimportant tasks can also be assigned to the foreign legion to perform, which can free up the main fleet. Take the daily patrol mission and the task of guarding the satellite gate, for example. A large group of the Serpentine fleet will be involved in it. When these trivial matters are handed over to the foreign legion, a large-scale main fleet will be freed up. Cormac Waja thought about it and nodded, agreeing with Sherman's idea. Cormac Waja, I'm going back to the base first. I leave this matter to you. Remember, even if it's a foreign legion, you must be better off with less than enough. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, Cormac Vaga asked hesitantly, my lord, what kind of warship should we give them after the foreign legion is established? It's impossible to use the original warships of the Serpentis group. After all, no one can guarantee whether there are spies sent from outside among these people. If the relevant data of the warships are exposed, it will be bad. Hearing this, Sherman shrugged and said nonchalantly, don't we have castrated warships? Just give them that. The castrated battleship is actually the battleship used by players in the game. It is a battleship with only main guns but no secondary guns, and many functions have been castrated. It can be said that it is a world of difference compared to the original battleship. However, thinking that this foreign legion will also be an important force of the Tianchi group in this eastern star field in the future, Sherman thought about it and continued, forget it, just lower all battleship permissions to level 3, and then remove the small doomsday weapons of the battleships. After all, the mission of the foreign legion to be formed is also very important, and Sherman does not want to use them as cannon fodder. If used well, these foreign legions will be an important help for him to quickly unify the Eastern Star region. The warships of the Serpentis group are famous for their firepower, so putting the warship lock at level 3 is better than the mainstream warships, which is enough for these foreign legions to use. Not to mention the doomsday weapons on the battleships. Now everyone knows that this doomsday miniaturization technology is a good show exclusive to New Eden, so in order to avoid exposure, even the battleships of Cormac Vaga's fleet are not equipped with doomsday weapons, let alone loading them for these guys. After arranging things, Sherman returned to the base with the help of 3 other officials and handed the rest of the matter to Cormac Waja. 3 days later, a large transport ship set out from the Pearl of the East Star City and headed for the W1 Galaxy under the escort of a battle fleet. In the spaceship, more than 900 men were a little restless. Old White, are you sure that the Tianchi group is really worth our bet? A burly man asked softly while looking at the rapidly passing galaxy outside the window. You know, these more than 900 brothers have staked their lives on Wenshu. If this trip goes wrong, they will die without a burial place. Looking at his good brother for many years, Wenshu opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Because the roots of the Tianchi group and Sherman's identity cannot be revealed, otherwise it will really harm his brother. Sometimes, the more you know, the closer you are to death. So Wenshu could only pat the big man on the shoulder and said firmly, Lao Gu, if you believe me, don't ask so many questions. I can't guarantee how many of our brothers will survive this time, but I can guarantee that after this, the war in the Eastern Star region will be completely over. Gu too was stunned, staring at Wenshu with a determined look, and Wenshu's eyes did not give in. After a while, Gu too suddenly smiled and punched Wenshu's chest. Since you have your own difficulties and can't say it, I won't ask. After all, I believe you won't betray our brothers. For so many years, these survivors could only hide in the Pearl of the East Star City, and dared not come out. They were also oppressed by other races, and survived by sticking together. Needless to say, the friendship between them was great. Just by looking at Wenshu's eyes, Gu too knew that some things could not be investigated further. When he knew it, he would know it naturally. Feeling Gu too's trust, Wenshu nodded heavily, turned his head and stared at the direction of the Pearl of the East Star City, and said viciously, Old Gu, just wait. It won't be long before we can come back with a new attitude and avenge the dead tribesmen. As soon as these words came out, not only Gu too, but also the other more than 900 men turned their heads and stared at the direction of the Oriental Pearl Star City. For others, the Oriental Pearl Star City is a paradise, but only they know that under this paradise are piles of bones of their people. There was no more words along the way, and everyone was silent until they reached the destination. As soon as they landed, A loud roar resounded throughout the spaceship. "You haven't eaten yet. Everyone get off the spaceship and assemble." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately demonstrated amazing execution, and in less than 5 minutes, they rushed out of the spaceship and assembled in the open space at the port. After organizing the team, Gouda trotted to Cormac Waja and shouted solemnly, "Report, the Foreign Legion should have 968 people, and the actual number is 968, no one is left out." Looking at the team in front of him, Cormac Waja's eyebrows jumped, and he was a little surprised by the team in front of him. "You know, these are all battleship pilots, not Marines. It's incredible to have such discipline. It's not hard to see that this team must have been trained a lot, and it can even be said that they are an army together." But it was just a surprise, and soon Cormac Vaga shouted, "The next task is very heavy. You need to fully master the battleships that will be assigned to you in just 3 days. Because the war will not give you more time. Is there a problem?" In response, everyone shouted in unison, "No." Looking at the team in front of him that never left the water, Cormac Vaga was even more satisfied. "From now on, you are the Foreign Legion of the Tianchi group. Wishu Bai will be the Legion leader, Guta will be the Deputy Legion leader, and the rest of the positions will be appointed by you. The Legion leader will follow me to receive the warship, and the Deputy Legion leader will take others to prepare for relevant warship training. We don't have much time left," everyone said, and the voice resounded throughout the port. Soon, Cormac Vaga brought Wishu Bai to a hangar where warships were stored. After opening the hangar, Wishu Bai was blinded by the endless warships in front of him. There are 1,200 Avenger-class battleships, and 300 other frigates, interceptors and cruisers, a total of 1,500 warships. This will be your exclusive hangar from now on. Go and check it out yourself. Looking at the warships in front of him that were shining with a faint light, Wishu Bai was now full of shock. It really deserves to be New Eden. Chapter 408. Your Majesty has sent you these 1,500 warships despite all the opposition. I hope you will not disappoint His Majesty's expectations," Cormac Waja said calmly while looking at Wishu Bai. "You know, these warships were purchased from Aura by Sherman after exhausting all his resources during this period of time. The cost was huge. Because now it is too late to produce enough warships with the current empty fortress. And what they lack is time. We will never disappoint His Majesty," Wishu Bai said solemnly. He has been in the Eastern Star region for so long, so he certainly knows the value of these warships, not to mention that these warships are the main battleships of the Sky Serpentine group. "This is the best." Cormac Waja nodded, turned and walked towards the command room, ready to report to Sherman. "Turtle, so many warships." Gouda looked at the warships in the hangar, his eyes full of shock. Maybe in the game, these 1,500 warships are just a bunch of icons, but in reality, when these warships are neatly arranged in front of you, you will know the shock. Seeing these warships, Gutu's last bit of dissatisfaction disappeared. So many fully armed warships were handed over to them. What a trust. You have to know that they are not a direct fleet, but a foreign legion that is not up to standard. He originally thought that the Tianchi group could give them some second-rate warships, but he didn't expect that they were their main battleships. This really made him feel incredible. Even the wealthy Northern Alliance doesn't have such courage. The mercenaries of the Northern Alliance also got obsolete warships, and there was no need to think about supplies. At most they were given some compensation. Don't even think about giving them so many main battleships right after they arrived. Old Gu, these warships are among the most advanced warships today. You have to lead people to familiarize themselves with them as soon as possible. Compared to Gutu's excitement, Wishu Bai, who had come to his senses, seemed a little worried. Because Cormac Vaga told him very frankly that in 3 to 5 days at most, their foreign legion would carry out its first mission, and the mission would be very difficult. He was grateful and worried that Cormac Vaga did not deceive them, but told them the difficulty of the mission. He was grateful that he did not really treat them as dispensable cannon fodder, and he was worried about whether he could complete the mission. After all, in just a few days, can the combat effectiveness of this foreign legion be formed? In response, Gouda showed his white teeth and said confidently, "Old Bai, don't worry about this. As long as we are familiar with these warships, the combat effectiveness will naturally be beyond doubt." Wishu Bai is not a combatant, and does not know much about warship battles. He could only nod his head, still a little worried. "Take your brothers to get familiar with the warships and train quickly. I will continue to communicate with the Tianchi group to ensure the logistics of our foreign legion." "Okay." Gouda put his arm around Wishu Bai's shoulders and said fiercely in the direction of the Oriental Pearl Star City, "We brothers are united, and sooner or later we will fight back to the Oriental Pearl Star City. I must launch all those guys into space, and let them witness the destruction of the Oriental Pearl Star City in orbit. When Shubai nodded heavily. I will. On the other side, in the command room. Report. Go in. Sherman, who was busy with tactical deductions, asked without raising his head, Cormac Wagga, how is the Foreign Legion? All personnel have arrived, the warships have been handed over to them, and relevant training is currently underway. Sherman nodded, then put down the deduction in his hand, stood up and sat on the chair, drank a sip of water and asked, Tell me what you think. Can this Foreign Legion form combat effectiveness before the battle begins? When the battle begins, the Foreign Legion may need to deal with the attack of the main fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union, and Sherman is still quite worried about this. But there is no way. Although all the resources and property have been dispersed, and each of the 4 officials has finally been assigned a direct fleet, these 4 fleets are used to attack the 11 ST Galaxy, and are already on defense. If they are withdrawn to intercept the enemy in the Kelson starfield, it is very likely that the strategic goal will be unexpected. Because just 1 day ago, according to the report from the reconnaissance ship of the 11 ST Galaxy, the AL Alliance sent a full 6 fleets into the 11 ST Galaxy to exchange defenses with the Eastern Commercial Union, and among them, there are 2 dreadnought fleets. Facing such a strong enemy, Sherman could only let all 4 officials press forward, not daring to slack off at all. So their defense mission against the Kelson starfield could only be handed over to the Foreign Legion, because apart from this Foreign Legion, he now had no other power. My lord, the people of this Foreign Legion must have been a fleet before, and it was a relatively elite fleet, so there is no need to worry about their combat qualities. As long as they are familiar with the warships, their combat effectiveness will naturally be beyond doubt. Although he had just met these Foreign Legionnaires, from a soldier's perspective, Cormac Wagga could feel that these guys had an inexplicable hatred for the entire Eastern Star region, and that elite temperament could not be concealed. In this regard, Sherman was free and happy, without any worries. As long as they can stop the enemy in the next battle, it doesn't matter who they are. No matter what the origins of these Foreign Legionnaires are, Sherman only needs them to form combat effectiveness in a short period of time and obey his orders. Everyone has their own secrets. He has neither the time nor the interest to understand them. As long as they don't betray him, it's fine. As for whether these guys will rebel against him on the battlefield, Sherman has never worried about it. After all, this Foreign Legion uses his New Eden warships. As long as the warships are launched, he has 10,000 ways to make those who have these ideas regret coming to this world. Cormac Wagga nodded silently. He didn't see this point as clearly as Sherman. Since this Foreign Legion can form combat effectiveness within the scheduled time, the next step will be easy. Sherman looked at the star map in the deduced light screen and said to Cormac Wagga, Contact the Northern Alliance and tell them that everything is going according to plan. Yes. As long as this Foreign Legion can block the enemy reinforcements from the Kelson starfield, Sherman will be able to take down the 11 ST Galaxy. Turning his head to look at the Foreign Legion undergoing practical training outside the window, Sherman's eyes showed a hint of color. Don't let me down. Chapter 409. October 16th, early morning. The Northern Alliance sent a fleet to attack the defense line of the L Alliance. Among them, there were not only 15 regular fleets composed of battleships, but also 3 dreadnought fleets. Faced with the attack of so many fleet forces invested by the Northern Alliance, the defense line that the L Alliance had painstakingly built was torn apart in an instant. In less than a day, the defense line was repelled from the Buwiden starfield to the homeland of the L Alliance. The L Alliance urgently mobilized its fleet to counterattack, while seeking support from the Eastern Commercial Union. A month later, the war broke out again in the Eastern Star region. At the same time, officials such as Cormac Wagga also led 4 fleets to the 11 ST Galaxy with great momentum, ready to seize the 11 ST Galaxy. While Sherman was anxiously waiting in a command ship, less than 2 hours later, Cormac Wagga brought good news to Sherman. Cormac Wagga reported to Sherman, with a complicated expression, My lord, the 11 ST Galaxy has been taken. Seeing Cormac Wagga with a complicated expression, Sherman's heart sank. They took over the 11 ST Galaxy in such a short time. How much loss must have occurred? Then he asked with some headache, How much loss? If the loss is too much, then the next battle plan must be changed. Otherwise, if they choose to fight hard due to insufficient troops, the Tianchi group will not accept it. Faced with Sherman's inquiry, Cormac Wagga scratched his head and said in a complicated way, There is no loss. The L Alliance thought we were a fleet coming to support the Eastern Commercial Federation. 2 hours ago, Cormac Wagga led 4 fleets to the 11 ST Galaxy. Because he did not conceal his actions, he was soon discovered by the defenders of the L Alliance. Coincidentally, because of the attack of the Northern Alliance, the L Alliance was defeated, and the fleets that had just been transferred to the 11st Galaxy were withdrawn. So they contacted the Eastern Commercial Union and asked it to continue to garrison, so that these fleets could return to the mainland for support. The Eastern Commercial Union also agreed, and sent a fleet to replace the fleet. And it was just such a coincidence that Cormac Vaga's fleet was rushing over, making the AL Alliance's defenders think that they were a fleet coming to change guards. Because the home defense line was in a hurry, after seeing Cormac Vaga's fleet coming from the Kelson Starfield, the AL Alliance's defenders were very eager to change guards, and quickly evacuated the 11st system, while Cormac Vaga was confused. There was no expected fierce battle, and Cormac Vaga took the 11st system without a single soldier. Listening to Cormac Vaga's report, Sherman's mouth twitched. After taking a deep breath, Sherman immediately ordered, "Build a defense line. This matter will soon be exposed, and the counterattack will be even more fierce." "Yes, my lord." Although the Northern Alliance's fleet is now attacking the L Alliance with great momentum, once the L Alliance reacts and withdraws fleets from other places in the mainland, it will definitely be able to suppress the Northern Alliance. Because this action is just a retaliatory action by the Northern Alliance, the purpose is only to cut off the L Alliance's tentacles in the Buwiden Star Field. They will not fight to the death with the L Union in their homeland, at least not now. So when the L Union and the Eastern Commercial Federation react, the 11st Galaxy, which is the material concentration of the L Union in the Buwiden Star Field, will become a meat grinder. You must know that now, because of the Northern Alliance's attack on the L Union fleet in the Buwiden Star Field is now blocked here, and the Northern Alliance is determined to get it. And when the 11st Galaxy, which is the logistics base, is lost, the consequences for these fleets blocked in the Buwiden Star Field will be very terrible. So when they react, the 11st system will inevitably be impacted. And this blunder will not be concealed for long. Cormac Vaga must be prepared. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, this blunder was exposed. The Sky Serpentis group sent troops to occupy the 11st system, which also made the Eastern Business Federation realize that the Sky Serpentis group had sided with the Northern Alliance. The furious Hut Rupert immediately ordered several fleets stationed in the Kelson Starfield to rush to the 11st system, intending to take over the 11st system, while the Sky Serpentis group was still unstable. The Ale Alliance, which was embarrassed by this blunder, was furious and ordered the fleet still in the Buwiden Starfield to gather at the 11st star system to recapture this strategic point. For this reason, Godwin Borg, the leader of the Ale Alliance, contacted Hurt Rupert, and the two sides reached a battle plan in a short time. The two sides attacked the 11st star system from both sides and eliminated the audacious Serpentis group here. When Gracie Adam, the leader of the Northern Alliance, learned about this, he laughed heartily and immediately contacted Sherman, hoping that he could hold on to the 11st star system, cut off the enemy's retreat in the Buwiden Star Field, and the reinforcements of the Kelson line, so as to buy time for the Northern Alliance's fleet to clear the enemy in the Buwiden Star Field. For this reason, Gracie Adam offered Sherman a reward that was hard to refuse. The two sides hit it off immediately. Afterwards, the Northern Alliance slowed down its attack on the homeland of the Ale Alliance and dispatched a group of fleets to sweep the enemies in the Buwiden Star Field. However, facing the Northern Alliance fleet that was still eyeing the front line, the Ale Alliance could not send a fleet to open a road to support. There was no way. Under the sweeping sweep of the Northern Alliance, with an absolute advantage in military strength, the enemies in the Buwiden Star Field were forced to the only way out at present, the 11st star system. October 20th, 3 p.m. The remaining fleet of the Ale Alliance, whose space for movement was constantly reduced by the Northern Alliance in the Buwiden Star Field, completed its assembly outside the 11st system. The remaining regular fleet consisting of 7 battleships and 1.5 dreadnought fleets began to attack the 11st system, intending to break through the blockade of the Serpentis group and open up the channel to the Kelson Star Field. Because the enemy deployed the dreadnought fleet, even though the Serpentis fleet was fierce in combat, it was no longer in a difficult battle at the beginning of the war. Because of the Northern Alliance's fleets' net-like cleanup, more and more L Alliance fleets were forced into the 11st Galaxy. In the face of the Northern Alliance's fleet behind them, these guys' attacks became more and more crazy, and 11st was reduced to a meat grinder. At the same time, the Eastern Commercial Union fleet, which had already assembled in the Kelson Star Field, also began to attack the Serpentis group. Gudda served as the battle commander and led 3 standard conventional fleets composed of Avenger-class battleships of the Foreign Legion to engage in battle with them. The two sides broke out in large-scale battles in the W2 and W1 galaxies. This foreign army lived up to Cormac Vaga's praise. They really got familiar with the warships, and formed combat effectiveness in just a few days. The first two conventional fleets assembled by the Eastern Commercial Union were ambushed by Gutu when they passed through the W2 galaxy. They were all annihilated at a very low cost in a situation of outnumbering. In response, the humiliated Hutt Rupert personally brought the Crimson Dawn Legion, a mixed fleet of dreadnoughts and conventional warships stationed in the Kelson Starfield, came, intending to crush these foreign legions with absolute strength, kill the passage to the 11st Galaxy, and attack the Serpentis group. Chapter 410. 11st Galaxy. The starry sky, which had already suffered from the flames of war, was now full of wreckage. Facing the Northern Alliance's suppression, the L Alliance fleet blocked in the Buwiden star field was dispersed and defeated by the Northern Alliance's pursuit. Although the fleets of the L Alliance suffered heavy losses under the Northern Alliance's net-like encirclement, the remaining fleets also gathered around the 11st Galaxy. Because the Northern Alliance heavily blocked the route from the Buwiden star field to the L Alliance's homeland, and there were many pursuers behind them, the remaining L Alliance fleets placed all their hopes on the 11st Galaxy. As long as they recapture the 11st Galaxy, they can not only rely on this strategic location to regain their foothold with the supply of the Kelson star field, but also counterattack the Buwiden star field to relieve the pressure on the homeland. So from the beginning of the battle, the fleet of the L Alliance had no other choice. Advance means life, retreat means death. At the beginning, the fleet of the L Alliance directly launched an attack after gathering several conventional fleets. After all, in their view, the newly emerging Tianxi group is just a new mercenary force. Moreover, there was only one conventional fleet consisting of battleships. Even if it was strong in combat, it would only be defeated in the face of so many fleets. However, after the three conventional fleets launched a massive attack on the 11st system, they were counterattacked by Cormac Vaga as soon as they entered. The four officials each led a fleet to directly surround it, and then the interceptor ship directly launched a jump interception probe without distinguishing between friend and foe to cover the entire battlefield. In addition to the conventional jump interference, these interception force fields also have special interference force fields such as deceleration and electronic suppression, which instantly turn the entire battlefield into a gladiatorial arena. Once they enter the battlefield, it's a fight to the death. Before the fleet of the L Alliance could react, officials such as Cormac Vaga led the fleet to rush into its camp, completely disrupting its fleet. When the Sky Serpent fleet rushed to the camp, the fleet of the L Alliance fell into chaos, and while its commander was trying to control it, the four Sky Serpent fleets had quietly separated the enemy. If you look from outside the battlefield, the four Sky Serpent fleets are like poisonous snakes, wrapping and entangled the L Alliance fleet. The two Sky Serpent fleets were the head and tail of each other, and they constantly compressed the activity space of the L Alliance fleet with their absolute strength. The activity space of the three fleets of the L Alliance was unconsciously compressed into a small range. Then, the other two Sky Serpent fleets cut into the fleet of the L Alliance as a group, dividing it into pieces. After the division was completed, the Sky Serpent fleet relied on its fierce firepower to carry out targeted elimination. The Sky Serpent fleet was like a greedy snake, devouring these separated enemies bit by bit. Faced with this situation, the commander of the fleet of the L Alliance also tried his best to save it. Now it is impossible for the fleet to regroup, and the only plan now is to ask for help, hoping that friendly forces will come to rescue in time. Because the galaxy is severely suppressed by electronic interference, they can't contact the outside world, so they can only send warships to break through the siege and bring the news out. Otherwise, it will be too late when the friendly forces find out that something is wrong, and they may not even be able to collect their bodies. Therefore, the commander of the L Union fleet decisively ordered the fleet to intercept and quickly spread the news, and ordered other interception ships or anti-aircraft warships to block the interception ships of the Sky Serpentis fleet. After all, the person who was temporarily selected as the commander at this time must be said to be quite capable. He quickly found a way to solve this dilemma. That is to clear these interception force fields wrapped around the battlefield. Because of the existence of these interception force fields, the L Union fleet was so confused under the impact of the Sky Serpentis fleet. As long as these interceptors are cleared, most of the remaining warships can still be evacuated. Now he no longer thinks about defeating the enemy, and he only hopes that he can bring back the remaining fleet, which is already a blessing from the Star Sea. The interceptor ships break out of the encirclement on their own and seek support from the main battleships. All interceptors should stop throwing interception probes and entangle the enemy's interceptors. All warships lock on to the enemy's interceptors around them, lock on and fire, and destroy them. As the order was issued, the originally confused and bewildered Union fleet also began to carry out effective defense and action. But soon, Cormac Vaga slapped them hard, slapping all their ideas. Only then did the Union's interceptors take action, and a series of stagnation beams were hung on these interceptors, severely reducing their ship speed. As an interceptor ship known for its speed and maneuverability, after its speed was forced to slow down, it was no different from other frigates. As expected, after the speed of the warship slowed down, it turned into fireworks in the starry sky under the fierce bombardment of dozens of large-caliber mixed cannons. In less than a minute, the interceptors of the Alliance fleet were all turned into wreckage in the starry sky, and they could not rush out of the encirclement until their death. After seeing the actions of the Alliance fleet, Cormac Vaga narrowed his eyes and ordered the other 3 officers, "Everyone, hand over your interceptors, frigates and cruisers to Brian Dredora. Brian Dredora, I will take over your main fleet temporarily. You should organize the frigates and cruisers first, and don't let the enemy's small warships break out of the encirclement." "Yes." Brian Dredora didn't care. After handing his fleet to Cormac Vaga, he organized all the frigates and cruisers of the 4 fleets to attack the enemy's interceptors and frigates. Brian Dredora divided the Daredevil-class frigates and Vigilant-class cruisers into 5-5 groups, and acted separately to harvest the targets in the encirclement. The Daredevil-class frigates advanced first with their speed, and used the jump scrambler and stasis beam to restrict the target after getting close, and then the Vigilant-class cruisers continued to hang the stasis beam, and after getting close to the appropriate distance, they used the powerful hybrid cannon to destroy it. If you encounter a difficult target, call for fire support from the main battle fleet nearby, which is very efficient. After clearing out the enemy's small and medium-sized warships, Brian Dredora led the fleet to the periphery of the encirclement. Once the interception force field in that area was about to disappear, he sent out interception ships to fill in and entangle the enemy warships that were about to escape the interception force field, and then let the main fleet destroy them. During this period, the Alliance fleet was still trying to make a sudden attack, but no matter how they resisted, they were suppressed by the Sky Serpentine fleet. Even when some fleets fought desperately to open a way out for other fleets, they were also discovered by Cormac Vaga. Not only did the way out not open, but these fleets used as bait also turned into fireworks under the powerful firepower of the Sky Serpentine fleet. Looking at the Sky Serpentine fleet in front of him, which cooperated tacitly and without any omissions, the commander of the Alliance fleet closed his eyes with a sad face. He knew that everything was over. Chapter 411. Without any surprise, under the tight blockade and cutting of the Serpentis fleet, the 3 regular fleets of the Alliance were devoured. By the time the outside world realized something was wrong and sent a fleet into the 11 ST galaxy, the battle was already over. Even the wreckage of the warships was recovered by the industrial ships and returned to the space station, where it was compressed into standard alloy blocks. These resources will play a great role in the future, so Cormac Vaga will not waste them. During this period, Cormac Vaga also replenished the lost fleet, and the severely damaged warships had returned to the space station to take the time to repair. So when the support fleet of the Alliance arrived, they only saw the Serpentine fleet waiting in full battle array, and the 3 conventional fleets, as the Vanguard had disappeared. And because the Alliance sent all its fleets this time, a total of 6 conventional fleets, and 1.5 dreadnought fleets, Cormac Vaga could not move rashly. We can only look for opportunities to hold these guys back. And the lack of contact with the Vanguard fleet made the fleets that came to support very confused. The captain of the dreadnought fleet looked at his shipborne radar, and did not find any information about the Vanguard fleet. He asked curiously, "Where's Archibald Primrose's Vanguard fleet? Has it broken through the defense line and headed for the Kelson starfield?" A fleet of the regular fleet speculated. But looking at the Serpentine fleet, which was on high alert and looked like it was a life-or-death struggle, he shook his head after saying that. "Impossible, these guys won't just let the Vanguard fleet leave. Besides, if they really broke through the defense line, they would also inform us. It's impossible for them to just leave like that. Where did Archibald Primrose's Vanguard fleet go? That's 3 regular fleets, more than 800 or 900 people. It's impossible for them to disappear without any news, right?" Such bizarre news made everyone talk about it. Looking at the somewhat chaotic fleet channel, the commander-in-chief of the Alliance fleet immediately shouted in the fleet channel, "What are you all mumbling about? This Vanguard fleet may have already entered the Kelson starfield. It is very likely that they cannot send back messages due to communication suppression. What is there to discuss? After these enemies are annihilated, there will be plenty of time for you to discuss." Others immediately noticed the extremely strong electronic interference in the 11 ST Galaxy and were relieved. After all, fear comes from the unknown. Now that there is an explanation, everything is fine. Compared to ordinary fleet members, the captains of each fleet are more uneasy. Because they all knew that the mission of the Vanguard fleet was not to break through the defense line and open up the route to the Kelson Star region, but the 11 ST Galaxy. Military orders are as strong as mountains, and military law is ruthless. Even if Archibald Primrose really led the Vanguard fleet to open up the route to the Kelson Star region, he would eventually be subject to military law. So Archibald Primrose would never take the Vanguard fleet to perform other tasks. So they would be even more uneasy. But they would not be so foolish as to say it out loud. If everyone in the fleet felt uneasy and affected the battle, they would inevitably have to go to the military court after the battle. To be honest, they could not imagine that the Sky Serpent group would be so cruel and clean up the battlefield shortly after the battle, leaving the entire battlefield without even a single tritanium alloy. After the situation was under control, the commander-in-chief of the L Alliance fleet was relieved and immediately ordered an attack. But because the strange disappearance of the Vanguard fleet attracted his high attention, he did not conduct any tentative attacks, but directly launched a general attack. After all, no matter what kind of prehistoric beasts are hidden in the 11 ST Galaxy, they have no other choice. If they drag it on and wait for the Northern Alliance fleet to arrive, they will die. Damn it! Seeing the entire AL Alliance fleet attack, Cormac Vaga's face changed immediately, and he led the fleet to evacuate without hesitation. Just kidding. These 6 conventional fleets are mixed with 1.5 dreadnought fleets. He's going to fight them with his head. Although the Serpentis fleet is strong, it can't fight the super dreadnought mixed fleet head-on. Although the Serpentis group is full of reckless people, they are not stubborn. Looking at the enemy fleet behind him, Cormac Vaga narrowed his eyes slightly, and soon had an idea. To an OS, lead your fleet to cover the rear, and keep a distance from the enemy. Everyone is an official of the Serpentis group. To an OS quickly understood Cormac Vaga's idea, and immediately began to operate. I saw that Tuan OS's fleet was out of sync during the evacuation, and the fleet that was originally evacuated in an array became a long snake formation. This resulted in the fleet at the back being unable to receive effective protection and support, which was a situation that no commander wanted to see. Seeing the Sky Serpentine fleet that was evacuated in a hurry and caused the fleet to be out of sync, the commander of the AL Alliance fleet immediately brightened up and naturally would not miss this opportunity. Leave 2 fleets to guard the Dreadnought fleet, and the other fleets will catch up and try to keep these Sky Serpentine fleets. Facing such a mistake of the Serpentis fleet, if the commander-in-chief of the AL Alliance fleet was not taking advantage of this opportunity to effectively kill its manpower, then he would be out of the job. After receiving the order, the 4 conventional fleets located on the periphery immediately overloaded their thrusters and chased the Serpentis fleet, and the interceptor also rushed towards the Serpentis fleet frantically, intending to intercept the disconnected Serpentis fleet. Under Tuan OSS's deliberate control, this was even faster as they wished. A squadron-sized Avenger battleship fleet was penetrated by the interceptor, and a series of jump interference probes opened up a force field that completely separated it from the main fleet. After being divided, the squadron knew that it could not evacuate, so it immediately launched an attack on the surrounding interceptors and various warships that retained people. Without knowing the information of the Serpentis fleet, these pilots, who were eager to rush to its side to retain people and show their abilities, suffered a great loss. After these Avenger-class battleships locked the target, they directly used a heavy stagnation capture beam to reduce the target's speed to the extreme. Realizing that something was wrong, the pilots of the interceptors of the L Alliance fleet, who wanted to evacuate, were also shrouded by the jump interference force field they threw, and it was impossible for them to jump away. Then, as the neutron rapid cannons of the Avenger-class main gun position and other secondary guns fired at the same time, the interceptor ship, which was reduced to a snail's pace and could not maneuver, was instantly destroyed. The Avenger-class battleship squadron paid the price of their lives, leaving only 1 in 10 small and medium-sized warships sent by the L Alliance fleet to intercept. Although not all of them were destroyed, the remaining interceptors were no longer of much use, and they did not dare to continue to move forward, because they knew that once they moved forward to intercept, they would most likely not be able to return. Damn it! The commander-in-chief of the L Alliance fleet couldn't help but get angry when he saw that one of the Serpentis fleets had already completed the pre-jump preparations and evacuated, and the other Serpentis fleets were also preparing for the pre-jump. He didn't care about anything else and immediately dispatched the 2 conventional fleets guarding the Dreadnought fleet. I have sent you the target prediction position markers. The 1st and 2nd conventional fleets rush over and stop them. Chapter 412. Because the distance between the other fleets and the Serpentis fleet was even more awkward, neither too far nor too close, they could not directly jump over. And the jump-off speed of the Dreadnought fleet was too slow. By the time the Dreadnought fleet jumped over, the Serpentis fleet had already run away. So if they wanted to keep the Serpentis fleet, they had to let the two conventional fleets guarding the Dreadnought fleet go. And this approach was exactly what Cormac Vaga wanted. After watching the two conventional fleets guarding the Dreadnought fleet jump over, Cormac Vaga's eyes immediately showed a gleam of light. 2-1-OS. Got it. The two fleets had just jumped to the left and right wings of 2-1-OS's Serpentis fleet and were preparing to double-team them, but the Serpentis fleet, which had been out of touch, split into two and turned towards them. The Serpentis fleet in front also finished its jump preparations and overloaded its thrusters to surround the enemy. In less than 3 minutes, a reversal occurred, and the two conventional fleets of the L Alliance that jumped were surrounded. MB! Looking at the two fleets that seemed to be sending themselves to death and trapped in the battle array, how could the Commander-in-Chief of the L Alliance not understand that this was a trick of the Sky Serpentine fleet? Looking at the fleet that lost dozens of warships in such a short time, the Commander-in-Chief of the L Alliance did not care about anything else. Even if he knew that this was a trick of the Sky Serpentine fleet, he had to provide support. So all the conventional fleets press forward, rescue the first and second fleets for me, and entangle them for me. The Dreadnought fleet starts the jump engine and prepares to enter the field to harvest. The Commander-in-Chief of the L Alliance quickly responded and issued an order to the fleet. Although his two conventional fleets are now facing the siege of 4 Serpentis fleets, overall, his fleet data is still superior, and he also has the Dreadnought fleet, a powerful weapon. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible to lose. After reacting, he, the Commander-in-Chief of the L Alliance, was even somewhat glad that the Serpentis fleet made such a move. After all, if the Serpentis fleet wanted to escape, they could only leave a little bit behind, or even the entire fleet. And now the Serpentis fleet took the initiative to engage in battle, intending to eat up his two conventional fleets, forcing them to fight a head-on battle with him. Originally, he was thinking about how to eliminate the remaining enemies after defeating the Serpentis fleet. Now it's good, and he can finish the battle in one go. Although this will cause heavy losses to the two trapped conventional fleets, for the strategic goal of retaking the 11 ST Galaxy, it's all worth it. But how could Cormac Vaga and others do as he wished? Just as the 4 Sky Serpents fleets were biting their prey like 4 black dragons, the interceptor ships that had been mixed in the fleet on the other side dropped a round of interception probes on the battlefield and then quickly pulled out. This scene made everyone in the L Alliance twitch their faces. Looking at the various interference force fields on the shipborne detectors, their momentum could not help but fall. The Sky Serpents fleet's fierce style of dragging a few people with them even if they died was really chilling. Now there are only 2 words in their minds: reckless. Otherwise, no one with a normal mind would do such a thing as covering the entire battlefield with an interception force field without distinguishing between friend and foe. In any case, the warships of the L Alliance far outnumber the Sky Serpentis fleet, so they still have an advantage in this situation, but the price will be more severe, but it is acceptable. The next scene made the Commander-in-Chief of the L Alliance's eyes almost pop out. When the 4 regular fleets of the L Alliance chasing behind rushed to the battlefield and were surrounded by the interception force field, the Sky Serpentis fleet changed its tactics. The Sky Serpent fleet that was originally stationed at the Black Dragon quickly split into 3 fleets to counterattack the 4 L Alliance fleets that came. Only 1 fleet was left to deal with the L First and Second fleets, which had lost their combat effectiveness under various ravages. Looking at the 2 fleets that were left in the encirclement, the Commander-in-Chief of the L Alliance showed a trace of pain in his eyes. But looking at the 3 Sky Serpent fleets that were already in a triangle formation and charging towards the other 4 fleets, he gritted his teeth and issued an order. Each fleet captain is free to command and fire, to avenge the first and second fleets. But it was all in vain. At the moment when the 2 fleets engaged, the fleet at the forefront of the L Alliance was visibly reduced by 1 layer, and the entire battle front was flashing with brilliant fireworks. Lock the target, put on the stasis beam, and open fire. In this meat grinder-like melee, the battle process of the Sky Serpentis fleet was so simple. The large-scale interception force field and heavy stasis beam greatly supplemented the short range of the Avenger-class heavy neutron blaster. And the L Alliance fleet's insane fleet confrontation made the Sky Serpentis fleet's firepower reach its extreme. So there was a massacre on the battlefield. The defense line formed by the 4 fleets of the L Alliance collapsed at the first touch, and the 3 Sky Serpents fleets formed a triangle formation and directly penetrated their defense line. The commander-in-chief of the L Alliance trembled slightly when he saw that his fleet had lost 100 warships in just one contact. After seeing the melee ability of the Sky Serpent's fleet, he immediately responded, "All fleets disperse, keep a distance, and use long-range attacks." The L Alliance fleet, whose formation was forcibly penetrated, immediately tried every means to distance itself from the Sky Serpent's fleet under the command of each fleet captain. But it was too late. They had just dispersed when another Serpentis fleet, which had already dealt with the first and second fleets, came up. This Serpentis fleet did not aim to kill the enemy's manpower, but to overload the thrusters, catch up, and then use heavy stasis beams to slow down the enemy ships. Then, regardless of these enemy ships, they continued to chase them, and pull them back one by one. Before these overtaken L Alliance warships could breathe a sigh of relief, they were destroyed by the other 3 Serpentis fleets that were chasing them. Damn it, why hasn't the Dreadnought fleet arrived yet? Looking at the collapsed battle line, the commander-in-chief of the L Alliance was so angry that he trembled all over, and angrily asked why the Dreadnought fleet had not entered the battlefield yet. Now the conventional fleet can no longer form an effective counterattack, and the Dreadnought fleet must be used to save the situation. As long as the Dreadnought fleet enters the battlefield, with the terrifying firepower of the Dreadnought fleet, the situation can be rewritten in an instant. But how could these old-fashioned officials of the Serpentis group not have thought of this? The starry sky where the L Alliance's Dreadnought fleet was originally located had been surrounded by countless interception force fields, as if it was stuck in a quagmire and could not extricate itself. It turned out that when the conventional fleets of both sides were colliding, Brian Geldora led the interception fleet to jump into the Dreadnought fleet, and ejected the interception force field formed by the interception probe to forcibly interrupt it from the jump state. In order to delay the Dreadnought fleet, Brian Geldora's interception ships were divided into many groups, rushing into the Dreadnought fleet in a suicide attack and ejecting interception probes, always maintaining the existence of the interception force field. This not only reduces the loss of the interception ships, but also delays the Dreadnought fleet for a long time, buying time for victory in the main battlefield. Chapter 413. The Dreadnought fleet was held back, and the main battlefield was beyond the range of the Dreadnoughts, which made the L Alliance's idea of using the Dreadnoughts fail. Looking at the fleet being chased and eroded, the commander-in-chief of the L Alliance fleet had to make a bold move. Captains of all fleets, lead your fleets and quickly approach the Dreadnought fleet. You must know that the 2 fleets of the L Alliance are now being chased and intercepted by the Sky Serpentine fleet. After this order comes down, it is equivalent to abandoning these 2 fleets. Use these 2 fleets as bait to cover the return of the remaining fleet. And it must be said that the fleet of the L Alliance is also very decisive. After receiving the order, knowing that they have been abandoned, the 2 fleets that were frantically fleeing in the pursuit of the Sky Serpentis fleet decisively changed direction and directly engaged in a melee with the Sky Serpentis fleet, trying to buy time for other friendly forces to evacuate. And it was this counterattack that caught the Sky Serpentis fleet off guard. The 2 fleets suffered considerable losses after the melee, but the situation was quickly reversed under the command of Cormac Vaga. After half an hour of fighting, the 2 L Alliance fleets that were fighting with the Serpentine fleet were completely wiped out. This also bought enough time for the other L Alliance fleets to evacuate. Now the remaining 2 L Alliance conventional fleets have returned to the Dreadnought fleet and started to clear out Brian Gel's interception fleet, helping the Dreadnought fleet out of trouble. Under the air defense control of the 2 conventional fleets, Brian Gel's interception fleet suffered heavy losses, and only 1 in 10 interception ships survived. Without the interceptor, the Dreadnought fleet finally escaped, but that was all. They still didn't dare to move. For Serpentis fleets were seen moving around the Dreadnought fleet, eyeing the only 2 conventional fleets left around the Dreadnought fleet, which made the Dreadnought fleet a little hesitant. As long as the Dreadnought fleet dared to evacuate, the 2 conventional fleets would definitely be annihilated. And if they didn't evacuate, once the Northern Alliance fleet arrived, they would all be left here. But after the last round of fighting, the 2 conventional fleets of the L Alliance no longer had the idea of fighting the Sky Serpentis fleet. Now the 2 conventional fleets can only hide in the protection of the Dreadnought fleet and dare not go out. Seeing such a stalemate, Cormac Vaga frowned and immediately sent a Sky Serpentis fleet to try. But this Sky Serpentis fleet received a fatal blow as soon as it entered the range of the Dreadnought fleet. This half-Dreadnought fleet spewed out scorching flames, and the main guns and the gambling guns fired at the same time. This Sky Serpentis fleet had lost more than half of its troops before entering its attack range. Seeing this, Cormac Vaga did not hesitate and quickly withdrew the fleet. In less than 3 minutes, his Serpentis fleet lost 100 Avenger-class battleships, which was a heavy loss. But Cormac Vaga just frowned slightly, touched his bald head and said, "Strafe the dreadnoughts, it's not possible." If these dreadnoughts were equipped with flagship guns for flagships, Cormac Vaga would still be confident that he could rely on various maneuvers to eat up the two regular fleets of the L Alliance at a small cost, and it would not be impossible to eat up a few dreadnoughts. But these dreadnoughts are equipped with sweeping guns known as conventional killers, which are specially used for small warships. Facing these 1.5 sweeping dreadnought fleets, if the remaining Serpentis fleet rushes in, it will be completely destroyed in less than 10 minutes. After thinking for a long time, Cormac Vaga could only shake his head unwillingly. Forget it. Send a message to the Northern Alliance. Let them deal with this dreadnought fleet. The dreadnought fleet in front of them was not something they could deal with, so they could only delay it and let the Northern Alliance fleet deal with it. So now the Serpentis fleet no longer attacks head-on, but adopts harassment tactics. Each time, only a squadron-sized main fleet is sent to cover the interceptor ship to drop the interception probe. Otherwise these dreadnought fleets will evacuate safely. Even if it is such a squadron-sized Serpentis fleet, the conventional fleet of the L Alliance will have to pay a great price to annihilate it, and they can only ask the dreadnought to help. And every time the dreadnought fires, it will be unable to jump and move because of the activation of the battle module, and it will not be able to evacuate through hyperspace. Looking at the fleet of the L Alliance that was entangled by him, and could not evacuate, Cormac Vaga felt no joy in his heart, but only felt very aggrieved. In order to keep these guys, he has sent 3 squadrons to die. If the Serpentis group always had dreadnoughts now, he would not even need more, just a dozen, and he could use them to formulate tactics to open up the situation and eat all these enemies. Looking at the dreadnought fleet that looked like a hedgehog in the distance, Cormac Vaga sighed in his heart. After this battle, I have to suggest to my lord that we develop the flagship fleet. The current Serpentis fleet is fine against conventional fleet enemies, but it is very embarrassing to face a situation like this. The two sides have been deadlocked for more than 10 hours. The interception ships of the Serpentis fleet have long been lost. Now they are using strong attacks to force the dreadnought fleet to activate the battle module. At this point, the Serpentis fleet has less than 200 warships left, and all of them are injured. The Air Alliance's dreadnought fleet was also in a bad situation. Although its own warships did not suffer much loss, it had already experienced several battles and escaped. Now under the harassment of the Serpentine fleet, the strontium packs used to activate the battle module were almost gone. Once the strontium packs were used up, the dreadnought that could not activate the battle module would be an oversized battleship, and its threat would be greatly reduced. Neither side was in a good situation. After such a long stalemate, the Air Alliance's backup plan to delay the Northern Alliance was probably almost used up. Moreover, there was no support from the Kelson Star region for such a long time. It was obvious that the Eastern Commercial Union was also in trouble, and could no longer count on their support. Faced with this situation, the Commander-in-Chief of the L Alliance finally made up his mind to abandon other warships, and let the dreadnought fleet break through the blockade and head to the Kelson Star region. Cormac Vaga also understood the enemy's movements, but now there was no way out with the strength of the Sky's Serpentine fleet. Now the Serpentis fleet only had about 100 Avenger-class battleships left, which could only hold back the regular fleet of the AL Alliance, and could do nothing about the dreadnoughts. So Cormac Vaga could only watch the enemy's dreadnought fleet start the jump engine unwillingly, but he was really powerless. At this time, several warships rushed out of the subspace, and quickly started the induction around the AL Alliance's dreadnought fleet. The bright induction illuminated the entire battlefield. After the induction was activated, space channels were opened one after another, and interceptor ships jumped through the hyperspace. Then the dense interception force field covered the entire battlefield again, and the jump of the L Alliance's dreadnought fleet was forcibly interrupted. After intercepting the L Alliance's dreadnought fleet, with waves of red energy ripples vibrating in space, 20 Titans carrying several dreadnought fleets crushed the space. Looking at the densely packed flagships in front of him, the Commander-in-Chief of the L Alliance looked ashen. The Northern Alliance, the Myth Legion, here. Chapter 414. While Cormac Vaga and other officials led the Serpentis fleet to the 11 ST Galaxy to fight, the Foreign Legion led by Goethe was also fighting in the W1 and W2 galaxies. Because of the ultra-large-scale communication blockade in the 11 ST Galaxy, not only the fleet of the AL Alliance could not contact the outside world, but even Cormac Vaga and others could not communicate effectively. Therefore, the Foreign Legion led by Goethe lost contact with the base camp after the first wave of contact battles. In the W2 Galaxy, Goethe gathered his 3 fleets and ambushed the first 2 conventional fleets of the Eastern Commercial Union from the Kelson Star field at a very low cost, and got off to a good start. Because the Kelson Star Field had just been occupied, the fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union in it was not large, and the two conventional fleets had already been squeezed out. So after the two fleets were destroyed by Gutu, the angry Hut Rupert personally brought a mixed fleet of dreadnoughts and conventional warships of the Crimson Dawn Legion that had just arrived in the Kelson Star Field for garrison, intending to open up the voyage to the 11th ST Galaxy with an absolute advantage. The huge dreadnought stood in the center of the fleet, with battleships arrayed beside it, and other special warship fleets scattered around it. From a distance, it looked like a sea of warships. Looking at the battlefield images projected by the reconnaissance ship, Gutu and Wenshubai's eyes suddenly became angry, and they gritted their teeth and said, "The Bloody Dawn Legion. The whole army is ready to assemble." Seeing the fleet with a blood feud in the projection, Gutu was ready to assemble the fleet and launch an attack without thinking. At this time, Wenshubai held Gutu tightly. "Old Gu, the enemy is a mixed fleet of dreadnoughts and conventional warships. Our three battleship fleets can't win." Although Wenshubai also had a deep hatred for the Bloody Dawn Legion, he had to stay rational and be responsible for the nearly 1,000 brothers and their relatives. "We have to fight even if we can't win." Gutu's eyes were red, and he stared at Wenshubai. "I know your difficulties, but you must always remember that we are the children of this eastern land, and we must die on the battlefield even if we die. Hundreds of years ago, this star field was called the Land of the East, and all civilizations were known for their tribes, even if they were interstellar civilizations. Stability and tranquility were synonymous with this starry sky, until the navigation of this galaxy was discovered by other civilizations. Due to the crushing of technology, the entire land of the East fell in just a few years, and the tribes were massacred and enslaved. The tribes of Gutu, Wenshubai and others were massacred by the fleet of this Crimson Dawn Legion, and they were all defeated soldiers in the original war. Wenshubai looked at Gutu, was silent for a long time, and then said softly, "If we join the war like this, we will all die here." Gutu turned and entered the space capsule, and replied, "We died 20 years ago. Now we are just a group of lonely ghosts. Even if we enter hell now, what does it matter?" After a long time, Wenshubai chuckled and shook his head slightly. "That's right." Then, he also entered the space capsule. Report, the enemy fleet is found 0.6 light-years ahead. Gutu did not conceal the movement of the fleet during this attack, because the movement of the three battle fleets could not be concealed. After all, there were special reconnaissance ships in this mixed fleet, so he simply rushed over. "Finally here," Hut Rupert immediately ordered. "Slow down the fleet and prepare to meet the enemy." The mixed fleet of the Scarlet Dawn Legion changed its formation in an instant. The dreadnought instantly activated the battle module gun muzzle to start warming up, and the conventional fleet also began to make tactical moves to prepare for the enemy, and the entire mixed fleet suddenly turned into a hedgehog. Soon, the three fleets of the Foreign Legion led by Gutu leaped to a safe distance in front of the Bloody Dawn Legion. Looking at the logo on the fleet in front of him, Hut Rupert narrowed his eyes slightly, and then laughed unscrupulously. "I thought it was someone else. It turned out to be you, the defeated general." It can be seen that Hut Rupert and Gutu are old acquaintances. Gutu did not have the slightest intention of verbally attacking him, but shouted to all fleet members in the fleet channel, "Brothers, the enemy of life and death is right in front of us. The starry sky beneath our feet is the remains of the martyrs. Our ancestors are watching us in the starry sky. Don't let them down. Kill them and fight to the death. The hatred of the lost country and the hatred of the lost race, this is the most powerful stimulant. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Then, the interceptor ships of the Foreign Legion attacked first, and directly jumped into the fleet of the Scarlet Dawn Legion. One by one, the interception force fields were propped up in their fleet to intercept the dreadnought fleet. Then these interceptor ships were destroyed by the defending conventional fleet in the next moment, and the people in the space capsules could not escape, and all of them were killed in the artillery fire. Seeing his comrades sacrificed, Gutu endured the pain and shouted loudly, "Bury them here, this starry sky can't accommodate them. Kill them." The jump engine started. The three fleets of the Foreign Legion were divided into three, and jumped towards the fleet of the Scarlet Dawn Legion in a triangular formation. Seeing the other side start the assault, Hut Rupert was also unambiguous. The conventional fleet will go up to entangle them, and the dreadnought fleet will open fire on its own and crush them. The war was about to break out. Because the Scarlet Dawn Legion released several defensive interception force fields in front of the fleet, the three fleets led by Gutu were attracted by the interception force field, and the fleet stopped jumping 1,000 kilometers away from the Scarlet Dawn Legion. Gutu was not surprised. After the fleet completed the jump, he led the fleet to charge towards the enemy camp. The conventional fleets of both sides encountered each other first, but the result was beyond Herd Rupert's expectations. The conventional fleet that originally wanted to entangle the enemy was melted by the fierce artillery fire in an instant, and there was no effect of blocking the enemy. The entire fleet collapsed instantly after contact. The excellent combat power of the Avenger-class battleship not only surprised Herd Rupert, but also exceeded the expectations of Gutu and others. But Gutu and others could not stop to study the battle. He needed to lead the fleet to rush into the dreadnought fleet as soon as possible, otherwise the fleet would suffer heavy losses under the enemy's dreadnoughts. Looking at the unstoppable foreign army, Herd Rupert became even more angry. Damn it, the dreadnought fleet lost the counterattack, assist the conventional fleet in defense. Because he brought a mixed fleet this time, and it was not a complete mixed fleet, but only brought half of it, and the other half was still defending in the Kelson Star field, so the number of conventional fleets was far less than that of the foreign army led by Gutu. Judging from the performance, this conventional fleet is not only inferior in quantity, but also far from enough in quality. It is simply unable to effectively block the enemy and provide better conditions for the output of the dreadnoughts, so he can only order the dreadnought fleet to fire in advance to reduce the pressure on the conventional fleet. But Gutu ignored these conventional fleets at all. After the fleet broke through the defense, he led the fleet to rush towards the enemy's dreadnought fleet. He wanted to get close to it, reduce the distance between him and the dreadnought fleet, and also reduce the damage to his side from the dreadnoughts. The shame of the past will be washed away with blood today, regardless of everything, and we will not stop until we die. After saying that, Gutu was the first to control the warship and rush towards the dreadnought fleet of the Scarlet Dawn Legion. Brothers, kill! Lead the troops. At this moment, Wen Shubai, who was originally full of rationality, was no longer as elegant as before. He controlled the warship and followed Gutu closely, with the same crazy look on his face. At this moment, the three Avenger-class battleship fleets seemed to have really transformed into Avengers and launched the most crazy attack on the enemy. All tactical positioning and combat rationality were abandoned. Attack is the best defense, and the hull is the only protection. The will to break through the enemy, there is death or life. Chapter 415. Looking at the crazy attack of the Foreign Legion, Herd Rupert felt a headache. This time, he only brought half of the mixed dreadnought fleet. There were more than 100 dreadnoughts, and there was only one battle fleet that served as firepower supplement and formation protection. The rest were various special ships, such as interceptors, reconnaissance ships, and induction ships. After all, it was a mixed dreadnought fleet. Pure firepower ships would greatly affect their mobility and combat capabilities. This also led to the three Avenger-class battle fleets of the Foreign Legion, led by Gutu, directly inserting into his dreadnought fleet after the battle fleet that served as the first line of defense was broken. After breaking into the dreadnought fleet, due to the distance, the bulky main guns of the dreadnoughts rarely hit the target without the assistance of conventional warships. Although the secondary guns on the dreadnoughts can also threaten the Avenger-class battleships, the effect is not great, so this also gives Herd Rupert a headache. The conventional fleet quickly gathers around the dreadnought fleet and assists the dreadnought fleet to eliminate the enemy. Now there is no time to dispatch other fleets. Herd Rupert can only grit his teeth and let the half-crippled conventional fleet regroup to assist the dreadnought fleet. Otherwise, with the madness of the Foreign Legion, once the three battle fleets were completely destroyed, their own dreadnought fleet would definitely suffer heavy losses. After hearing the order, the defeated conventional fleet immediately began to assemble in the dreadnought fleet to assist the dreadnought fleet in launching the attack. They did not need to attack in the main force, but only needed to contain the warships of the Foreign Legion to buy enough time for the dreadnought fleet, so they fought very cunningly, and did not fight the Foreign Legion head-on. With the help of these conventional fleets, the originally bulky dreadnought main guns finally had a chance to show their power. Almost all the Avenger-class ships that were entangled would be destroyed in just a few minutes. So when he saw this situation, Gutu also made a prompt decision and decisively changed the target. With Shubai, take your fleet to pull out these loaches for me, and the rest of the fleet will continue to attack the target dreadnought. Yes. After receiving the order, Wen Shubai immediately abandoned the dreadnought that was about to break the energy shield, and took his fleet to clear the enemy's conventional fleet at the scale of a squadron. Because Herd Rupert's regular fleet was now only less than half of the fleet, and most of them were still wounded, so in the face of Wen Shubai's stranglehold, they had to turn their target to Wen Shubai's fleet, hoping to eliminate these guys first with the help of the dreadnought. Seeing that Wen Shubai had attracted attention, Gutu was not ambiguous and immediately launched a more crazy attack on this target. Use the fleet as the scale, 2 targets at a time, and quickly eliminate the targets. Now Winchibai's fleet has become the enemy's main attack direction. Guta must hurry up to destroy enough dreadnoughts to reduce the pressure on Winchibai's fleet. Because they are equipped with powerful heavy neutron blasters, coupled with the huge size and sufficient distance of the dreadnought, after replacing the close-range Nirvana ammunition, the firepower of the entire Avenger class can crush most warships of the same level. And a fleet of the Foreign Legion is 255 warships. Even if each fleet has suffered losses now, the number of fleets is more than 200. More than 200 Avenger-class ships simultaneously focused their fire on a dreadnought, and the effect was unparalleled. Because the Eastern Star region has long been a small-scale battle, in order to better exert the strength of the dreadnought and improve the survival rate of the dreadnought, this mixed fleet of the Bloody Dawn Legion is equipped with flagship-level self-repair equipment. Although this kind of dreadnought can greatly restore its ability shield or armor under the effect of the battle module, the shield value or armor value is greatly reduced. In simple terms, these dreadnoughts have high burst and high HP recovery, but their HP is far lower than that of warships of the same level. Theoretically, as long as the firepower is sufficient, they can be killed instantly without giving them a chance to recover, and this Avenger-class battleship fleet with super high firepower and quantity has just this strength. So in the shocking expression of Hut Rupert, all the dreadnoughts selected as targets by Guta's two fleets were destroyed in just 2 minutes. Under such super high firepower, even the dreadnoughts with super high repair capabilities cannot be repaired. But facing this efficiency, Guta was not satisfied. Because during this period, their fleet was also attacked fiercely, especially when Shubai's fleet, which had lost 1/3 of its fleet. If they continued like this, they could only destroy 15 to 20 enemy dreadnoughts at most, and they would end up losing too many warships, and their firepower would not be able to break through the dreadnoughts. At that time, they would only have one way to retreat, otherwise they would die here if they continue to fight. After thinking for a while, Guta's face turned fierce. All fleets gather around me, and follow my instructions to attack. Soon, 2 Avenger-class battleship fleets gathered around Guta. Nearly 400 Avenger-class ships formed a huge fleet, which was almost as powerful as the opponent's dreadnought fleet. Guta selected a dreadnought in a suitable position, marked it out in the fleet, and then ordered, "The first target has been marked, and all warships will fire on their own." As more than 400 Avenger-class battleships opened fire, the shield of this dreadnought was broken after facing countless attacks, and the attacks that followed penetrated its armor and hull. In just a few rounds of attacks, this dreadnought was destroyed, and it took less than 20 seconds. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as melting in an instant. Seeing his own dreadnought like this, Hut Rupert immediately gave up the clerical white fleet, which was like a loach in the fleet, and turned his target to Guta's synthetic fleet. All dreadnoughts changed their targets, lock on and attack, main guns fire indiscriminately, use of doomsday weapons is allowed. Now Hut Rupert has no other considerations. If this continues, his dreadnoughts will not last long. These guys must be dealt with as soon as possible, even if friendly fire occurs. Guta's synthetic fleet has more than 400 warships. The target is so large that there is no need to deliberately lock on. Just fire at the fleet cluster, and you can always hit 1 or 2 ships. Seeing the high-energy reaction warning in the enemy's dreadnought fleet, Guta's face changed, but in an instant, he became extremely fierce. "Brothers, revenge now, it's our time now." Guta overloaded the propulsion and weapons system of his warship, and took the lead in charging the dreadnought fleet. "All fleets, overload your weapons systems and afterburners, follow me to charge and defeat the enemy." Now the dreadnought fleet of the Bloody Dawn Legion is about to begin to use doomsday weapons indiscriminately to cover them with firepower. If the fleet continues to gather together like this, it will be difficult to escape death. Now there is only one way left for Guta, that is to rush into the dreadnought fleet. Use the enemy's dreadnought as a cover to avoid the doomsday attack, and then exchange injuries and lives with the enemy. Chapter 416. Just when Guta led his fleet to the front of the dreadnought fleet, dozens of doomsday weapons mixed with the flagship's main guns covered the entire front line, dyeing the entire starry sky red. The dreadnoughts at the front line were attacked first, and 5 dreadnoughts fell in an instant under the attack of the doomsday weapons, and the remaining more than 10 dreadnoughts were also seriously injured. The Foreign Legion was not doing well either. In addition to the fleet that had rushed to the front dreadnoughts, and was sheltered, the fleet left behind suffered a devastating blow. Nearly 60 Avenger-class battleships fell in this attack, and dozens of battleships were injured and lost their combat effectiveness. Now only less than 300 Avenger-class battleships still have combat effectiveness. In this attack, Guta directly or indirectly lost half of his fleet. Looking at his comrades who were killed by the doomsday weapons, Guta took a deep breath and roared, "Attack!" Led by Gutu, the remaining Foreign Legion fleet attacked the Dreadnought fleet like a group of interstellar hungry wolves. Because of the indiscriminate doomsday weapon attacks by the enemies ahead, even if there were Dreadnoughts surviving at the forefront of this battle, they were also seriously injured. In some cases, even the two energy shields and armor were destroyed, leaving only the hull structure in front. Therefore, the attack of the Foreign Legion was very easy and smooth. In just 10 minutes, Gutu and his fleet cleared out the remaining 10 or so Dreadnought fleets on the front line one by one. At this time, when Shubai finally completed the task and cleared out the conventional warships and most of the special warships of this Dreadnought mixed fleet, then the fleets of both sides began to merge. With the addition of Wenshubai's fleet, the number of Gutu's combined fleet returned to more than 400 ships, and the firepower was greatly supplemented. After the fleet was assembled, Gutu led the fleet to start a new round of charge. Het Rupert had restored the number of enemies in the fleet, and his heart, which had been calm after countless wars, was also twitching fiercely. He had a hunch that if he did not take corresponding actions, his half of the mixed Dreadnought fleet would be buried in this remote galaxy, and he would become the laughing stock of this eastern region. Het Rupert had no choice but to choose to gamble with Gutu to see whether his Dreadnought fleet would destroy them first, or his Dreadnought fleet would be destroyed by them. Disperse the fleet and fire freely at the enemy. The Dreadnought fleet will be dispersed at a certain distance, leaving enough attack space for other Dreadnoughts. As long as the Foreign Legion chooses to attack a Dreadnought, its fleet will be attacked by other Dreadnoughts. The price is that the attacked Dreadnought will be abandoned and become bait on the battlefield, and may even be accidentally injured by friendly forces. At this point in the battle, both sides no longer considered the casualty ratio and began a desperate counterattack. Now both Gutu and Het Rupert knew that if one side was not annihilated, the other side would be able to evacuate safely. Moreover, Gutu had never thought of retreating. Interceptor, come up and fill the interception force field quickly. Don't let these guys run away. Looking at the interception force field that was about to disappear on the battlefield, Gutu immediately shouted loudly in the fleet channel. Then, the remaining interceptor rushed into the battlefield like meteors, and interception probes were ejected one by one, and then quickly expanded and enlarged, completely covering the starry sky. Afterwards, these interceptors were destroyed one by the secondary guns of the 9 Dreadnoughts, even the space capsules. Only the light interceptors with destroyer hulls could not withstand the secondary guns of the Dreadnoughts. However, the mission of these interceptors was also completed. Looking at the interception force field that once again covered his fleet, Het Rupert's heart sank, because the retreat of his Dreadnought fleet was also blocked. Originally, even if his Dreadnought fleet could not win, it could still quickly withdraw from the battlefield through hyperspace jump. Now that the interception force field has covered it, he has no retreat at all. Afterwards, Het Rupert gave the fleet an order, fight to the death. Seeing that the interceptor ship had completed the mission brilliantly, Gutu was also overjoyed, and he led the fleet to start concentrated fire and destroy the enemy's Dreadnoughts with the highest efficiency. Thinking that the interception force field had covered the entire battlefield and blocked the retreat of the remaining enemy Dreadnoughts, he no longer had to worry about the enemy's Dreadnoughts leaving through hyperspace in the middle of the battle. Now was the best opportunity to attack, and Gutu would not let it go. Wenshubai, the remaining interceptors will be under your command. You must block their retreat. Okay. Wenshubai said without hesitation. He immediately controlled the warships that had left the main fleet and connected to the channels of each interceptor to take command. Gutu has superb warship command capabilities and rich combat experience, and because of his personality, he has always served as a commander. Wenshubai is good at everything, but not proficient in any of them, so he only manages logistics. In wartime, he serves as Gutu's deputy and flexibly takes on various duties according to Gutu's orders. Wenshubai only needed one order from Gutu to know what to do, so after taking charge of the interception mission, he kept calculating the disappearance time of the interception force field, and always dispatched interception ships to replenish the interception force field that was about to disappear. After fighting for half an hour and sacrificing nearly 20 Dreadnoughts, he found that the opponent had only exchanged less than 50 battleships. Such a loss ratio made Het Rupert begin to feel uneasy, and then he shifted his goal very carefully. After leaving half of the Dreadnoughts to continue to block Gutu's main fleet, the remaining Dreadnoughts began to make every effort to clear Wenshubai's interception fleet and the surrounding interception force field, clearing the conditions for the fleet to evacuate. Seeing the enemy's actions, Gutu knew that their few remaining interceptors could not hold out for long, so he became even more ruthless in order to achieve greater results. All fleets, follow me to charge and break through the enemy's formation. Then, he took the lead in driving the warship while firing and ramming the enemy's dreadnought. Because the distance was close and the acceleration was not enough, the collision could not cause any damage to both sides, and even the energy shield would not drop much. But the strong inertia generated by the collision between the two sides caused the dreadnought with the battle module activated to move and drift further away, which also prevented the dreadnought from forming a better attack, indirectly delaying its evacuation. Seeing that the collision was effective, without Goethe's order, the rest of the warships of the Foreign Legion rushed towards the dreadnought like meteors. These damn ants! Seeing the crazy attack of the Foreign Legion, Hut Rupert couldn't help but curse, and his calmness in front of others was gone. Seeing that he only had 34 dreadnoughts left, Hut Rupert was also angry. He had to break out, so that he could have a chance of revenge. Then, in the shocked and surprised eyes of Goethe and others, 10 dreadnoughts suddenly exploded, and the violent explosion cleared all the interception force field in the center of the battlefield. Hut Rupert looked deeply at the enemy in front of him, his eyes filled with rage. Then, without saying anything harsh, he took the remaining dreadnoughts and quickly evacuated back to other star systems in the Kelson star field through hyperspace jump. Although they won the final victory, all the members of the Foreign Legion did not feel the slightest joy in their hearts. Instead, they stared blankly at the battlefield full of warship wreckage. 3 battleship fleets devoured a mixed fleet consisting of 100 dreadnoughts and a battleship. This will be a battle that will shock the entire eastern region. But it is also a bitter victory. Looking at the fleet channel that has been silent for half a day, Goethe walked out of the space capsule and looked at the tragic battlefield. He put his hand on his chest and said softly, "May you live with the stars." Others did the same, and said goodbye to all the brothers who died in the battle with a serious expression. May you live with the stars. Chapter 417. When the Battle of the Foreign Legion in the W1 Galaxy ended, the Battle of Cormac Vaga and other officials in the 11st Galaxy also ended. Facing the super flagship fleet of the Northern Alliance, the remaining fleet of the L Alliance had no power to resist, and all fell into the Sea of Stars without any waves. After conquering the 11st Galaxy, Sherman also handed over the W1 Galaxy and W2 Galaxy that were still under his control to the Northern Alliance. Gracie Adam was not polite either, and immediately ordered the super flagship fleet of the Myth Legion to be stationed in the 11st Galaxy, and sent the fleet to the Kelson star field to receive the W1 Galaxy and W2, and set about building these two galaxies into a bridgehead for attacking the Kelson star field. Brother, don't say I'm dishonest, pick a constellation yourself. After the battle, Gracie Adam, who had just stabilized the current situation, immediately found Sherman, projected the star map, pointed to the several star regions controlled by the Northern Alliance on the star map, and said generously, "According to the original deal, the Serpentis group helped the Northern Alliance capture the 11st Galaxy, and handed over the W1 and W2 galaxies to them, and the reward was the territory of a constellation. This time, thanks to the Serpentis group's desperate fight, the Northern Alliance took this opportunity to clean up the entire Bubitan star region, wiped out all the enemies in the territory, and even the fleet launched multiple strikes on the L Alliance, greatly weakening the strength of the L Alliance. Now they have mastered the important navigation to the Kelson star field and the initiative of the war. It can be said that as long as he wants, he can send troops to retake the Kelson star field at any time. It is also because of this action that all the doubts about Gracie Adam in the Northern Alliance have disappeared, and he can be said to be proud of it. With such a great achievement, Gracie Adam was naturally generous with the reward he had promised to Sherman. He immediately let Sherman choose his own reward on the star map, which was very generous. Looking at the smiling Gracie Adam, Sherman naturally would not be so naive as to think that the other party would really give them the rich constellation as a reward. Then he pointed to a more remote constellation on the star map and said, "Let's go with this." Looking at the place where Sherman pointed, Gracie Adam frowned and persuaded sincerely, "Brother, this place is very barren. Apart from the basic resources, there are no other rare resources. Let's change it. The Sky Snake Group has made such a great contribution. Gracie Adam is now eager to reward the Sky Snake Group so that others will know that if they work for him, there will be great benefits. If this barren constellation is really handed over to the Tianchi Group, who knows how others will look at him? The constellation chosen by Sherman was developed a long time ago, so the resources are very scarce, and the location is next to the Buwitan star field. The most important thing is that this constellation and even the entire star field have been abandoned long ago, because the war at that time almost destroyed the entire inside. The entire star field is a bunch of dead stars, and there is no life planet. There are no life planets, no rare resources, and the location is remote, so this entire star field has been abandoned long ago, So now, in addition to some abandoned tribes that survived in the past, there are only some small companies or pirates hiding and making a living in it. Such a place, the Northern Alliance did not pay attention to it after conquering this star region. After all, it was a wasteland, so there was no need to pay attention to it. Sir Gracie Adam, the current Sky Snake group is too eye-catching, and it is really not suitable to show up again, so this place is indeed suitable for us to recuperate. Sherman said to Gracie Adam with a bitter face. Looking at Sherman with a bitter face, Gracie Adam also understood instantly. Although the Sky Snake group has only been in the eastern region for more than a month, it has performed very well in this war. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a star and emerging force. But this will inevitably attract the hatred of the L Alliance and the Eastern Business Union. After all, the reputation of the Sky Snake group was established by using these two forces as stepping stones. Who knows, one day, they will be retaliated wildly. Thinking of this, Gracie Adam couldn't help but improve his evaluation of Sherman. These days, there are many reckless men who face challenges head-on, but there are not many smart people who know how to retreat in the face of interests. You know, next to the interests, there are infinite crises. Brother, since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you anymore. Gracie Adam patted Sherman's shoulder and pointed at the star map. I will not take advantage of you. I will give you this entire star field. This star field is like chicken ribs in the hands of the Northern Alliance. It is tasteless to eat and a pity to abandon it. Not only are the resources scarce, but there are also many small forces in it. These forces are like loaches. They don't want to spend a lot of effort to eliminate them. Since the Sky Snake group wants to take over, it is better to do a favor and hand over the entire star field to the Sky Snake group. Then thank you, Mr. Gracie Adam. Sherman naturally did not refuse. After all, no one would complain about having too much territory. Gracie Adam smiled and said nothing. After all, exchanging a deserted and useless star field for a powerful force was a big profit. Afterwards, Sherman also formally joined the Northern Alliance with the Tianchi group according to the original agreement and became a member of the Northern Alliance. The station was placed in the DWU star field. If divided by territory, the current Tianchi group is undoubtedly the largest force in the entire Northern Alliance. After all, no matter how strong the Northern Alliance is, it has not yet achieved that each legion owns an entire star field. But the entire Northern Alliance had no objection to this. After all, what could they say about a star field with less resources than half of the other constellations? After discussing with Gracie Adam, Sherman declined Gracie Adams' request to join the Northern Alliance and entered the DWU star field with his fleet. He had little time left, so he had to hurry up. Because the Serpentis group now had only a few space stations and some metal blocks compressed from the wreckage of warships in addition to the fleet, the action was very fast. After several hours of preparation, a fleet cluster consisting of hundreds of warships set off from the Buvadin star field and headed straight for the destination. Before leaving, Sherman asked Brian Geldora to stay for the time being and asked him to take the industrial fleet to collect the wreckage of warships on the battlefield first. The Serpentis group was in great need of everything now, and it could not tolerate any waste. Chapter 418. A huge fleet consisting of hundreds of battleships and other types of warships is naturally not something that ordinary pirate forces dare to provoke, so Sherman and others arrived at the DWU star field very safely. Looking at the star map, Sherman decided to set up the base in the central galaxy to facilitate future defense and resource development and transportation. 3 days later, the Sky Fortress was installed, and the Tianchi group officially settled in this star field. And Sherman and others were finally able to get off the battleship and walk into the comfortable space station to rest. Thus, Sherman also held the first summary meeting after the battle. In addition to Brian Gelder, who was still in the Buwiden star field with the industrial fleet to collect the wreckage of the warship, the other 3 officials and Gutu and Clerk Bai of the Foreign Legion arrived at this battle report meeting. Cormac Vaga also took the lead in reporting the battle. My lord, there are currently 218 Avenger-class battleships left in the Sky Serpent fleet. Except for dozens of industrial ships, all other interceptors and special warships have been lost. The Serpentis group sent out 4 main battle fleets to attack the 11 ST Galaxy this time. There are only these few warships left out of nearly 1,000 warships. The cost is not small. And this is still based on the excellent command ability of officials such as Cormac Vaga, otherwise the whole army would be wiped out. Sherman nodded. The battle in a strategic galaxy like the 11 ST Galaxy is indeed very difficult, and such a large number of casualties is inevitable. Then, Wen Shubai, as the representative of the Foreign Legion, gave a battle report. The Battle of the Foreign Legion was also very tragic. Only more than 400 of the more than 900 brothers were left, and only more than 200 warships were left. As they spoke, Wen Shubai and Gutu's eyes were full of sadness. Originally, they only had so many brothers, and half of them were gone in this battle. How could they not be sad? Looking at the two sad and distressed people, Sherman was silent for a while. Because the sacrifices of the Foreign Legion were living soldiers, not semi-mechanical clones that could be produced at any time like the Tianchi group. Once they were sacrificed, they were really sacrificed. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that New Eden had real casualties. Looking at Sherman, who was hesitant to speak, Gutu then smiled. Your Majesty, we are all wandering ghosts in the interstellar space, and we don't know when we will die in any corner. This time, the brothers have really let out a breath of anger, and the death is worth it. The clerk by on the other side also nodded. Although the losses in this battle were heavy, the fleet lost 3/4, and half of the soldiers died in the battle, but the opponent also paid the price of a conventional fleet and nearly 80 dreadnoughts. In terms of the losses, it can be said to be a great victory. Besides, the Bloody Dawn Legion was the culprit that caused them to become wandering ghosts. It was definitely worth it for them to vent their anger this time. Looking at Gutu and the other man, Sherman nodded and said seriously, You have proved your strength and loyalty, so I will not treat you unfairly. From now on, you will become a member of New Eden and be assigned to the Sky Serpent Group. Now the Sky Serpent Group has nothing but warships, and even the warships are not fully staffed. Sherman can only give this condition to the current Foreign Legion. This condition also made Gutu and Wen Shubai very happy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, the two looked at each other, and Wen Shubai cautiously asked Sherman, Your Majesty, the Foreign Legion is now seriously insufficient. I wonder if we can recruit them. Of course. Sherman naturally had no objection. After all, this battle also allowed Sherman to see the fighting power of these natives, and in Sherman's plan, if he wanted to take the Eastern Star region into his pocket as soon as possible, he also needed to rely on the power of these natives. After thinking for a while, Sherman said to Wen Shubai and Gutu, From now on, you two will be responsible for all matters of the Foreign Legion. Except for the battles, you must obey me. Other recruitment, battle command, and other matters are all your responsibility. It's still the old rules. If you want to join the Tianchi group, you must stay in the Foreign Legion for 3 years or make military achievements in the battles during this period. Sherman's knowledge of the Eastern Star region is only a few Overlord-level forces, and he doesn't know much about the survivors, like Wen Shubai and Gutu. People like them are the most suitable candidates for the Foreign Legion. They have a huge blood feud with all the forces in the entire Eastern Star region, and their combat power is also very good. The most important thing is that they are not recognized by other forces. Just give them a chance for revenge and a relatively fair platform, so that they can both take revenge and gain power and make money. There is no need to worry that they will not fight to the death. Moreover, the warships they drive are all his New Eden. They are not afraid even if they become big stone barbarians. At most, they can just watch some fireworks. It is completely worth it. But Sherman didn't know much about this kind of survivors, so it was most appropriate for Wen Shubai and Gutu to be in charge of this matter. After all, they were the same kind of people, and Sherman didn't believe that these two people had no connection with others. Yes. Seeing that Sherman gave them such a large autonomy, Wen Shubai and Gutu's joy was immediately beyond words, and they nodded repeatedly. Seeing the performance of the two, Sherman also nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Cormac Waja with a smile on his face, Cormac Waja, after the meeting is over, you go to contact the profiteer Ola and ask him to send some Etano refinery here, otherwise it will be difficult to develop this place. This star field is too barren, and there are not many star systems with star belts. If you want to collect enough resources to develop a fleet in a short period of time, you can only rely on satellite mining, and this requires enough Etano refineries. In the future, the Sky Serpent Group will also need to develop a super flagship fleet, which also requires a large number of satellite resources. In any case, it needs to be developed in advance. Yes. Cormac Wagia stood up and accepted the order. Thinking of something, Sherman said to everyone, From now on, this star field will be renamed the Source Field, and this base camp will be called the Sky Serpent First Star. Yes, my lord. Cormac Waja and other officials were immediately excited and knelt on one knee to express their loyalty and gratitude to Sherman. Although in the eyes of Gutu and others, this was just an ordinary name change, in the eyes of the officials of New Eden, this matter was of great significance. After giving instructions one by one, after everyone left, Sherman's spirit and energy also relaxed immediately. Although Sherman did not participate in the continuous battles in person, the various worries during the period also made him very exhausted. He also forced himself to get through these days, and now he can finally have a good sleep and rest. But before he fell asleep, he saw that his terminal kept ringing. He clicked in helplessly, and saw that it was a message from Dirk Ellis. Barbarian, the game is super big. Mengwen Mujitu of the Northern Alliance was confessed because of her beautiful women's clothing. Now she is openly pursuing her. Chapter 419. Mengwen Mujitu? Sherman was stunned for a moment. He didn't seem to have such a person in his impression. Dirk Ellis patted his head and realized that Sherman didn't know this guy. You haven't been online for half a year. This guy sold a Blood Raider Sodio to me and dead Todd at that time. It's normal that you don't know him. When Sherman was turned into charcoal by Doomsday and underwent a pilot clone operation in the repair cabin for half a year, this Mengwen Mujitu ran to the Cloud Ring Star region to dig a grave and met a Sodio. But because the location of that place was too dangerous, it was sold to Dirk Ellis, who happened to be passing by. Later, Dirk Ellis and Shertua dispatched 2 Night God-class super aircraft carriers to secretly capture Sodio. The Blood Raider Sodio produced a blueprint of the Morlock-class Titan, and then Dirk Ellis and Shertua also gave Mengwen Mujitu 30 billion ISK as a reward as promised. After tasting the sweetness of this time, Mengwen Mujitu began to go to various low-security and 0-0 areas to dig graves every day, making money from archaeology while looking for traces of the pirate Sodio. Because of the previous cooperation, the two sides are still in contact. During this period of time, 3 pirate Sodio locations have been sold to Dirk Ellis and the others, so they are also acquaintances. Tell me quickly, what is going on? Sherman found a comfortable position on the bed and stared at the terminal waiting for news. Women's clothing is not scary. After all, there are many people in women's clothing in this game. Just like Liang Shan, who made a fortune by playing Eve live in women's clothing. Now, with the support of his wife's dozens of houses and live broadcast rewards, his life is so enjoyable every day. But it's a bit scary that Mengwen Mujitu is being pursued because she looks so beautiful in women's clothing. This is a treatment that Liang Shan doesn't even have. Is Mengwen Mujitu more beautiful than Liang Shan in women's clothing? Sherman couldn't help but guess. Soon, Dirk Ellis sent a message to Sherman. The details of this matter have been detailed on the forum. Go and have a look yourself. After saying that, he attached a link to Sherman. Sherman clicked in to take a look, and his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. The post was a photo of Mengwen Mujitu in women's clothing. He was wearing a set of exquisite Lolita clothing, with smooth hair slanting on his shoulders, and a blushing face because of the women's clothing. He looked so cute. If Sherman hadn't known in advance that this guy was a man, he probably couldn't help but be moved. If Liang Shan's women's clothing belongs to the kind of Lolita style, then Mengwen Mujitu has fully demonstrated this Lolita style. Looking at the cute guy in the photo, Sherman couldn't help shuddering when he thought that this was a man. He flipped through the comments below, which were even more lively. Fuck, such a cute guy is actually a boy. I feel that the status of Liang Shan's cross-dressing boss is about to be challenged. Sure enough, VVV are all scumbags, and the North Alliance is full of perverts. To be honest, most of these cross-dressing bosses are now from the North Alliance. The XP of the North Alliance is indeed a bit perverted. At this time, Liang Shan couldn't help but come out. Liang Shan, women's clothing is purely a personal hobby. Please don't raise it to Alliance behavior. After saying that, someone added, also, this Mengwen Mujitu's women's clothing is really cute. When seeing Liang Shan, a famous women's clothing boss in the game circle, personally come out, the whole post became even more lively. What's the sorry Liang Shan? Please contact and delete it. I can't go back. Even if Mengwen Mujitu's women's clothing is cute in my eyes, it is not even 1,000th of yours Liang Shan. I will always support you. The discussion was full of comments about monsters and demons, and the discussion did not stop until Liang Shan broke through the defense and fled in the face of these slightly perverted replies. Looking at these comments, Sherman was very satisfied with the melon, and the smile on his mouth never stopped. Sure enough, happiness is built on the embarrassment of others. And looking at the post, Sherman also understood the whole story. The cause of the incident was that one day when Liang Shan was broadcasting live, Mengwen Mujitu and his group were watching the live broadcast and waiting, ready to capture Liang Shan. At that time, Liang Shan was wearing a set of Lolita clothes bought by his wife, which cost several W and was very eye-catching. While waiting, someone watching the live broadcast said that Liang Shan was very beautiful, and Mengwen Mujitu, who usually loves anime and often attends various comic exhibitions, casually said, "That's it, I look much better in Lolita than him." Then the group members all expressed disbelief and said that Mengwen Mujitu was bragging. Mengwen Mujitu, who was still very innocent in school, was not questioned by this, and then fell into this clumsy provocation. She directly took out the Lolita clothes she had just bought with Lian Shan and prepared to attend the comic exhibition, and took a photo and uploaded it, just to prove herself to the group members. But something went wrong when it was uploaded. Because the game community is so large, every player doesn't know how many trumpets they have in other alliance forces, and there are countless game groups. It is unknown who sent this photo to the alliance group of the Northern Alliance. The members of the Northern Alliance Malcor were shocked after seeing this photo, and then found Mengwen Mujitu's QQ number in the alliance group and started a crazy pursuit of Mengwen Mujitu. Originally, Mengwen Mujitu was quite proud and felt that he was quite successful in dressing up as a woman this time, until he saw that the person pursuing him was a muscular man who went to the gym every day, and he was so scared that his face turned pale and decisively blocked him. "I thought I could find a rich woman like Lian Shan, but I didn't expect a strong man to come." This scared Mengwen Mujitu so much that I didn't know how to calculate the psychological shadow. Originally, the matter should have ended like this, but what I didn't expect was that the next day, the strong man who couldn't contact Mengwen Mujitu because he was blocked looked for Mengwen Mujitu in various groups and pursued her publicly. Then, this matter became a hot topic under the instigation of various spectators, and everyone knew about it. Mengwen Mujitu complained in the post, telling the hunk that he was a man and liked women, and the hunk replied that he didn't mind, he just liked his type. This made the post even more lively, and the price of this melon was probably going to go up. Even the officials saw the popularity and contacted Mengwen Mujitu, wanting him to become an official game anchor like Lian Shan to increase the popularity of the game, and offered a high price for this. Faced with such temptation, Mengwen Mujitu could not help swallowing his saliva, but thinking that he might be forced to lock a man and man on man in the future, he reluctantly refused, and now he has gone to the comic exhibition to relax. He plans to wait until the heat of this matter has died down before returning to the game, otherwise he will not be able to live with being pursued by a tough guy every day. Logically speaking, this game has been quiet for such a long time, and this kind of big melon will not disappear in less than a month, but at this time, a bigger melon appeared. I saw a post rising at a very fast speed, and even got the post bar administrator's favorite, and the heat instantly exceeded Mengwen Mujitu's cross-dressing incident. Shock! PIBC may be turned off. Chapter 420. Looking at this post, Sherman didn't think much of it, because this was simply impossible. There's no big war going on right now. Is it necessary to make this kind of political work post? And it was this old-fashioned shocking style. Sherman was a little powerless to complain. Besides, PIBC has become the undisputed overlord of the national server since the 49th battle in 2014, and has ruled the entire national server for so many years. And now there is nothing major happening in the early stage. How could such a big empire suddenly collapse? Although he didn't believe it in his heart, after seeing the popularity of the post, Sherman couldn't help but click in. The entire post was not long, except for a few sentences and a few screenshots of Alliance emails. But these screenshots shocked Sherman a little. Running water is not rotten, and the door hinge is not stupid. Pip. A gentleman's revenge can be avenged in 9 generations, and a national vengeance can be pursued in 100 generations. From today on, VVV, the Northern Alliance, ISU, and Xingyue have become allies and jointly declared war on PIBC. The alliance reputation between the alliances is adjusted to +10, and the reputation of the affiliated alliances is adjusted according to the actual situation. Each alliance adjusts the reputation with PIBC to -10, and the reputation with AOM to -10. Our ultimate goal is to completely eliminate PIBC, and replan the 0-0 power area after the war to inject new vitality into the national server. Northern Alliance want to start from scratch. There is nothing much to say. I know everyone has been waiting for this day for a long time. The old era is about to end, and we will create a new era with our own hands. ISU years are ruthless people change. The screenshots of other Alliance emails are probably the same, all of which are joint declarations of war. These are not a big deal, because Sherman himself is a member of PIBC, so he also knows the strength of PIBC. Although the joint declaration of war by these alliances can greatly weaken PIBC, it will not be to the extent of extinguishing the lights. The next screenshot of the alliance made Sherman's heart sink, and his face changed visibly. The wind rises from the tip of the green duckweed, and the waves form between the ripples. When we came to our senses, the wind was howling, and the waves were surging. We finally realized that it was time to say goodbye to an era. I still remember that the children on the roadside sang anti-man ballads, and I smiled bitterly. Why should I be against him? I am the man, the spear that breaks the formation, the horn of the charge, the pawn that crosses the river, and the chess piece without regrets. Years pass by, dreams pass by. The wind in the distance is calling, and the waves hitting the shore are whispering. It's time to say goodbye to that corrupt dynasty. 3V generals, listen to my orders, please follow me to pierce the sky. From today, VVV, the Northern Alliance, ISU, and Xingyue have formed an alliance and jointly declared war on PIBC. Veni Vidi Vici Land of Lies, a traitorous manifesto that was copied and modified from who knows where, and the very childish declaration of war is so harsh that it is impossible to complain. But your man is not in the mood to complain now, because this is really going to change. The PIBC alliance is very large and consists of several legions and affiliated alliances, so it is divided into the southern part and the northern part. For example, the source area where Sherman is located belongs to the southern part, and the Veni Vidi Vici alliance belongs to the northern part. Xiang Xiongji is now the commander of the Northern Army, and he actually leads the fleet of the Northern Division. Although they all belong to the same faction, they are still divided into close and distant ones. The Southern Division where Sherman is located is directly under PIBC, so it must be closer. Naturally, the two alliances have had grudges for a long time, but they were only suppressed by the top management of both sides. It is said that family members know their own affairs. As they have been used to being the overlord for many years, PIBC inevitably showed a relaxation of combat readiness, and the combat effectiveness of the combatants declined rapidly. So much so that the game has a detailed discussion about PIBC's use of flagships to crush enemies, and no other means of combat. Because Veni Vidi Vici has a bad reputation in the game for fire prevention, theft prevention, and 3V prevention, it has grudges against almost all other forces, so it is inevitable that it becomes the main target of harvesting, and it is always facing harvesting and counter-harvesting. The high-intensity combat over the years has trained a large number of very excellent combat personnel for Veni Vidi Vici, so it has been the absolute main force of PIBC's external combat in recent years, and its reputation as a Beifu army is also widely spread. It can be said that after losing the Northern Army, PIBC has already cut off one of its own arms. And now Veni Vidi Vici has also announced an alliance with other alliances to conduct joint operations against PIBC. The Northern Army, as the main force, will turn its guns against its former employer. The consequences can be imagined. Looking at these screenshots and the various anti-Manchu slogans in the posts, Sherman knew that this was true. The world is going to change. Now Sherman no longer has the desire to watch it, but calls Outlaw to urgently project the game login interface over. He must go online to take a look. He wanted to know, he had been away from the game for less than a month and a half. Why did the game's overlord seem to be in decline? As soon as he logged into the game, Sherman saw a lot of Alliance emails, nearly 100 of them accumulated in just a month and a half. Dirk Ellis also happened to see Sherman online, and then he logged into YY and teased Sherman, "Manzi, aren't you going to work on your business, and will be away for half a year? How come you have time to go online? Could it be that you have also taken a fancy to Mengwem Ujitu?" Listening to Dirk Ellis's teasing, Sherman replied unhappily, "I am a man, I like women, and I have a fiancé now, so I am not interested in cross-dressing men." Before Dirk Ellis could continue teasing, Sherman asked him about the current situation. "Oh duh, what big thing happened recently? Why did 3V also follow the Northern Alliance and other alliances to declare war on PIBC? You don't know?" Dirk Ellis asked back in surprise. "Know what? A month ago, 3V, led by Xiao Xiao, declared war on PIBC. Now both sides have been fighting in the J5A galaxy for more than a month." Dirk Ellis made a shocking statement. Sherman was confused by this news. Since he brought the Tianxi group to the eastern region, he has not paid attention to the game. In order not to be distracted, he even blocked all communication tools. Therefore, when Dirk Ellis sent a message to Sherman about this matter, he did not see it. After Dirk Ellis's explanation, Sherman also knew the whole story. Basically, Veni Vidi Vici and PIBC exposed various scandals to each other in a short period of time. And it was revealed that Veni Vidi Vici secretly formed a dreadnought fleet to raid the super flagship fleet of the Southern Division, destroying several Titans and super aircraft carriers of the Southern Division. Then, under various public opinions, the relationship between the two sides broke down. Veni Vidi Vici was the first to attack. The super spy Xiang Xiongji personally led the fleet to dismantle the Trade Star City and Permit, cutting off a major source of income for PIBC. Then, They cleverly joined forces with other large alliances to build another trade star city in the original place, so that everyone could make money and defend together, but PIBC was excluded. This move not only allowed Veni Vidi Vici to have the same interests as other alliances, but also allowed the notorious Veni Vidi Vici to gain some trust from other alliances, laying the foundation for the current cooperation. But the price was that the conflict with PIBC became more intensified. Then, they marched southwards and launched an attack on the PIB's headquarters, the Fountainhead domain. Now the two sides have been engaged in a high-intensity battle in the J58 galaxy, the gateway to the Fountainhead domain, for more than a month. During this period, other alliances remained silent and did not want to get involved in this muddy water. Now, with the joint declaration of war issued by these major alliances, this stalemate will surely be broken. It can be said that in just less than a month and a half, PIBC has gone from being the overlord of the national server to a critical moment of being on the verge of death at any time. How miserable it is. Moreover, before this joint declaration, Veni Vidi Vici also carried out a massive Titan transfer. Nearly 2,500 Titans made everyone breathless, so that they all told the PIBC Legion to surrender as soon as possible. Now with a joint declaration of war by other major alliances, the total number of Titans in these major alliances will be an astronomical figure. PIBC alone will definitely not be able to put together a Titan fleet that can match it. After listening to Delk Ellis, Sherman looked at the empty YY and shook his head secretly. People are panicking. Chapter 421. At this time, Darblood Kratos came online without knowing when, and saw the two people who were talking about the situation and interrupted and said, "Barbarian, you are here? Let's discuss something." I don't know what Darblood Kratos needs to keep secret, so he pulled the two people to another new private channel. Damn, what is so secretive that you have to change the channel? Dirk Ellis, who had just changed the channel, looked puzzled, and Sherman also looked puzzled. Darblood Kratos didn't waste any words, and said directly, "Barbarian, Lauda, I have received the latest news. The top leaders have decided to abandon the Jedi realm, and are ready to concentrate all resources to defend the Source realm." Before Darblood Kratos finished speaking, Dirk Ellis shrugged and said, "In the current situation, it is still quite reliable to do so. At least we can concentrate our forces to resist. Because the Jedi realm is adjacent to the Northern Alliance, and there are many imports and exports, it is very difficult to defend. If PIBC directly gave up the Jedi domain, and put all its strategic focus on the most fertile land of the Source domain, there would still be a possibility of resistance and defense. After all, with the current strength of PIBC, it is already very difficult to defend against the attacks of the two major alliances, 3V and the Northern Alliance. If you still want to divide your troops for defense, it will only make you die faster." Darblood Kratos was interrupted and snorted unhappily. Dirk Ellis immediately realized that he was rude, and then laughed dryly, motioning Darblood Kratos to continue. Darblood Kratos took the water on the table, moistened his throat, and continued, "The situation is like this now. I will definitely get involved in PIB's extinguishing action this time. I just want to ask if you want to get involved." As an ancient player who has experienced the entire game process, and his former alliance was also extinguished by PIBC, Darblood Kratos is a resolute anti-man party, and naturally he is happy that PIBC is facing this situation. So after seeing the current situation, Darblood Kratos inevitably had different ideas. Hearing this, Dirk Ellis, whose former employer was also extinguished by PIBC, said nonchalantly, "The world has been crying for a long time, I must follow you." "Good brother." Hearing what Dirk Ellis said, Darblood Kratos couldn't help but clench his fists, and made up his mind that next time Dirk Ellis came to the Magic City again, he must take him to experience the enthusiasm of the Magic City, instead of just going to the maid shop to play games like last time. Looking at the two people's statements, Sherman suddenly felt a little bit caught in a dilemma. Seeing that Sherman didn't speak for a long time, Darblood Kratos immediately asked anxiously, "Barbarian, do you want to join us?" You should know that in Darblood Kratos' plan to participate in this event, Sherman is the most critical step. If Sherman refuses, then the role of the two of them in this battle will be completely dispensable. After a moment of silence, Sherman spoke. "Sorry, I can't join you." "Why?" Dirk Ellis was puzzled. "Don't say you have feelings for PIBC. You have complained about the various systems of this alliance." Darblood Kratos was also puzzled. After all, judging from the past events, Sherman really had no feelings for this alliance. Seeing the two of them like this, Sherman said helplessly, "Although I don't like this alliance, I am in it now. Since the second test, I have indeed gained various conveniences and benefits brought by the alliance. Now I should fulfill my corresponding obligations. Even though Sherman no longer loves this alliance, he has indeed enjoyed many benefits brought by it since the second test. If he is asked to turn against it now, he will not be able to accept it in his heart. Dirk Ellis was not easy to say anything when he saw this. After all, if you put yourself in their shoes, you will know. The old man Darblood Kratos quickly reacted to Sherman's difficulties. He rolled his eyes and said mercilessly, "I think you are not doing your duty, but want to do your duty for the Legion." Seeing this, Sherman smiled awkwardly. From his debut till now, it can be said that the Legion has made him take off in the game and become the Lord of the South in reality. The Legion has done him a great favor. And now he is still the head of the Legion, and he must be responsible for the Legion. So, Sherman also explained to the two people openly, "I am now the head of the national server of the Void Glow Fleet. I can't embarrass the Legion because of my personal ideas. After all, this is still the second test. Even if PIBC is turned off, it will be restored to its previous state when the server is opened." Now Sherman can openly turn against the Alliance and backstab it, but even if PIBC is turned off, after the second test, everything will return to the situation before the second test, and PIBC will still exist. And the impact brought by this will make the Void Glow Fleet fall into the abyss in the Alliance, and can't raise its head. This is what Sherman doesn't want to see. He wants to backstab, but it is impossible for him to bring the Void Glow Fleet with him privately. This is too selfish, and it is also a shame for the trust and support of the instructors. Seeing this, Darblood Kratos and Dirk Ellis didn't know what to say, but just sighed slightly. The three of them were silent for a long time, and finally Darblood Kratos spoke first. "In this case, we won't force you. Since our comrades can't do it, we still have to talk about business. Sell me all the super flags in your inventory." Sherman has built a lot of super aircraft carriers and Titans during this period, so he has a lot of super flags in stock. At this time, this thing is the absolute main force of the battle. Sherman would not refuse the business. After all, the more ISK the better. Business still needs to be done. I still have 6 Titans and 17 super aircraft carriers of various types. I will sell them to you at 10% off the original market price. Now, as the war intensifies, the price of this super aircraft carrier is rising rapidly. Sherman can sell it at 10% off the original price. Darblood Kratos is undoubtedly making a lot of money, which can be regarded as providing support to the careers of two good friends in disguise. Darblood Kratos naturally would not refuse Sherman's kindness, and said with a smile, "That's nice." Although he didn't ask Sherman to join him in the rebellion, it was very good to get so many flagships at this time, and they were so cheap. This can save a lot of money for their business. Afterwards, Sherman quickly traded the batch of super flagships in his hand to Darblood Kratos. Looking at the large amount of new funds in his account, Sherman smiled. Sherman couldn't help but think seriously, should he take this opportunity to quickly manufacture and stockpile a batch of main battleships to make a fortune? Because he inherited the war hangar of the entire Legion and the materials in the manufacturing and construction of Sodio, the flagship cycle is too long to think about. But as long as there is a need, Sherman can always pull out a large number of battleships and put them on the battlefield. The more Sherman thought about this, the more he thought about it. He was about to drive the battleship to Sodio to start the action, but he suddenly saw a message from QQ, and the person who came was the instructor Ishienza and others, who had already gone to the international server. Chapter 422. "Hey Manzi, are you there?" "Yes, what's wrong, instructor?" After seeing Sherman reply, Shienza and others went straight to the point and said, "You should know the recent situation of the national server, right?" "Yes, I know. Now the dog brains are about to flow out of the fight. Do you want to come back to help?" Thinking of this, Sherman suddenly felt relieved. As long as the instructors come back, he can hand over the Legion back, and he can also quit the Legion and fight side by side with Dirk Ellis and others. There won't be such a big psychological burden in the heart, and there will be nothing to worry about. But facing Sherman's question, Shienza and others said with disdain, "Come back to help fight back?" Sherman was a little surprised. What's going on? Seeing Sherman's confused look, Shienza and others unlocked. Some time ago, our international service Legion has left WC and has now joined other Chinese alliances. There are too many reasons for it, so I won't tell you in detail. Anyway, it's broken up now, and it's impossible for us to come back this time. Seeing this, Sherman's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask, "If you don't come back, will it affect the development of the Legion after the official server is launched? If the entire Legion of the Void Glow Fleet does not come back to help this time, then when the official server is launched, the Coalition will definitely clean up the Legion. And the Legion's base is in the heart of the source, and it will definitely suffer heavy losses at that time. Open the server. What a shitty server. The Legion will be forced to merge. Xianzhou and others were very depressed. Hearing this, Sherman asked tentatively, is it merged into the Great Empire? Xianzhou and others were stunned when they heard this, and immediately laughed. It seems that you are doing well in the alliance now, you know all this. Only a few people know about this matter now, and even fewer people know about it in the national server, but it is not that there are none, but it is definitely very few. So Xianzhou and others tease Sherman like this. But Sherman's mind is very confused now, because in his memory, the merger of the two legions in the previous life was discussed in the Legion after the last deletion test, and the result has not been discussed yet. After the official server was launched, he had no idea, because he had already traveled to this world and time had returned to the time when the second test was launched. Now he knew that the matter had been decided long ago, and the discussion at that time was just to take care of the emotions of the team members. Regardless of the result of the discussion, the two legions would be merged. He was still too naive. After thinking for a while, Sherman continued to ask, Instructor, I don't know about the others, but you old people will definitely not agree to this, right? After all, it is better to say that it is a merger than to say that the Void Glow Fleet is integrated into the Great Empire, and the price is the disappearance of the Void Glow Fleet. This is something that the old people like Xianzhou and others absolutely do not want to see. That must be against it. Xianzhou and others said, and their voices became lower again, but what's the use of opposing it? You can't beat the thigh with your arms? Looking at Xianzhou and others who were in a low mood, Sherman opened his eyes wide, and had a bold idea about the purpose of the instructor's visit this time. Then he asked excitedly, but what about these belongings? It's impossible to leave them all to the Great Empire, right? Facing Sherman's question, Xianzhou and others showed disdain. Leave it to them? What the hell? After the server is opened, except for those who voluntarily merge and continue to stay, those of us who are unwilling will leave the alliance with our belongings, even if we go to low security to be pirates or go to high security to be a mission group. We can't let the Void Glow Fleet become history. Xianzhou and others said this with unspeakable sadness, and then quickly regained their spirits, and continued, at that time, the legacy of those retired veterans in the Legion hangar will also be contacted by those people to deal with it. If it doesn't work, it will be sold to others on the spot, but it will not be left to the Great Empire. Hearing this, Sherman finally confirmed his thoughts and suppressed his inner excitement and asked, Instructor, if that's the case, can I be part of the siege of PIBC this time? Xianzhou and others immediately interrupted Sherman, and stopped him from continuing. Anyway, we are still members of the Alliance now. Although it is impossible for us to come back to help, we can't kick you when you are down, right? I didn't come to you this time for this matter, but to inform you that from today until the end of the second test, you will serve as the commander of the Void Glow Fleet. All management accounts on the national server will be deprived of their permissions. During this period, you can do whatever you want with the resources in the Legion. In other words, from now on, the Void Fleet in the national server is no longer under their control, so whatever they do will be Sherman's fault. After all, the Void Fleet at that time will be Sherman's one-man show, and they have no authority to restrict it. In this way, even if Sherman commits a serious crime, it cannot be counted on the Void Fleet after the server is launched. After all, they can only get the authority after the official server. Looking at the idle people in the video, Sherman immediately understood. I understand. From now on, the Void Fleet in the second test will have nothing to do with you. Even if I risk the condemnation of the whole server and backstab the Alliance, it will be my own doing. Xianzhou and the others raised their eyebrows, with an intriguing smile on their lips. After the two finished talking, the Legion quickly handed over the position of the leader to Sherman on the grounds that there were too many things to do in the international server, and in order to better help the Alliance. And this matter was also reported to the Alliance, leaving no small braids for others, and no one else had any opinions on it. After all, Sherman had been handling affairs as a representative for some time, and now, at most, he was just promoted. This matter did not cause any waves in the Alliance. Everyone else was preparing for the upcoming, jokingly called, New 49 battle. The first thing Sherman did after taking over the position of the Legion commander was to directly dismiss all the old men, leaving only Darkblood Kratos and Dunk Ellis in office, instantly turning the Legion into a one-man show. After a detailed inventory of the Legion's various war preparations and materials, Sherman immediately sent a message to Darkblood Kratos. Damn, 196 Titans of various types, 231 super aircraft carriers of various types, and 500 dreadnoughts and thousands of heavy assault ships. and battleships of various types. Are you interested in taking them? Dark Blood Kratos looked at the message, and his mind was a little confused. What stimulated this guy? How could his attitude change so much in less than 3 hours? And seeing that Dark Blood Kratos did not reply for a long time, Sherman said shockingly, "If you are not interested in the battleship, then are you interested in this Void Glowstar City and various buildings?" He felt that Sherman was not going to sell arms, but was going to wash the hangar and run away. With a space station as a base and battleships for defense, and in the heart of the source domain, this is the rhythm of stabbing PIBC in the back and wanting to completely destroy it. This made Dark Blood Kratos a little panicked. Could it be that the discussion just now made him entangled in the Legion's grace and brotherhood and made him collapse? Thinking of this, Dark Blood Kratos quickly called Sherman on video, and then saw Sherman with an excited face, and asked carefully, "Barbarian, are you really okay?" "It's okay, I'm very sober, just tell me whether you want it or not." Sherman rubbed his hands, and calculated the profit after this vote. At this moment, he estimated that the funds in his account were completely enough to unlock the remaining ship system. This made him more and more excited. Seeing that Sherman was not unusual, Dark Blood Kratos' worries were put down immediately, and then he decisively agreed to Sherman. "I want all the flagships, heavy assault cruisers, battleships and space stations." Then Dark Blood Kratos thought about it again, and asked Sherman tentatively, "How about you sell the Legion to me too? After all, if such a big deal is transferred to other legions, it will definitely attract the attention of PIBC, which is very disadvantageous to his plan. It is better to keep these things in the original Legion, so as not to arouse suspicion, so now Dark Blood Kratos wants to buy the Legion." Sherman immediately said righteously, "No, this Void Glow fleet is my life." But before Dark Blood Kratos felt regretful and prepared to trade the warship and space station, Sherman looked stern again, tilted his head 45 degrees and said, "This will cost more money." Chapter 423. Without any surprise, the PY transaction between the two was approved quickly. But because the amount of this transaction was too large, Dark Blood Kratos could not pay even if he emptied his own funds, and there was no way Dark Blood Kratos could take so many warships, so he must call on other alliances. In addition, the prices of flagships and various battleships were soaring at this time, and Sherman had to add money. As a good brother, Dark Blood Kratos naturally would not refuse. After all, he also knew that Sherman liked to praise ISK, so he was also happy to help. After Dark Blood Kratos contacted several other alliances through his connections and negotiated, the leaders of several alliances immediately agreed to the deal. Everyone pooled money together and took the order. In order to deal a fatal blow to PIBC at a critical moment, only a few alliance leaders knew about this matter, and they did not tell anyone about it. As for the transaction with the Legion, it was much simpler. Sherman pulled the trumpets of several alliance leaders into the Void Glow fleet and gave them relevant positions. He still served as the Legion leader. After the transaction was completed, Sherman looked at the empty channel with an excited smile on his face. After this transaction, Sherman would no longer worry about ISK. The funds in his account were enough to unlock all forces and technologies twice. Not only that, this transaction also had an additional condition, that is, after the war, these alliances would help him unlock other officials that had not been unlocked. All the officials that were swiped would be killed by Sherman, and he would also need to pay a negligible amount of ISK. It can be said that Sherman won this time. Just when Sherman was overjoyed, a full band broadcast interrupted his thoughts. Full band broadcast, this is the Alliance command. Currently, VVV has assembled a large number of dreadnoughts and conventional fleets to enter the J5A galaxy, intending to compete for sovereignty. Now the Alliance needs to start the extreme assembly, and need a large number of flagship pilots. As many as you can, we will defend the source domain to the death. Broadcast over. Hearing the Alliance's extreme assembly, Sherman was stunned. Because according to the plan just discussed, Plan 25 should not start at this time. After all, each alliance also needs to select enough trustworthy flagship pilots, and this takes time. Without time to think, Sherman looked at the fleet that had begun to assemble, and sighed slightly in his heart. It is said that firing 3 shots into the sky is worthy of the court, so this time, I will take 3 super flags to participate in the war. If they explode, it will be worthy of the alliance, right? As he said, Sherman took out a Moloch-class Titan from the Star City. This is the Blood Raiders Power Titan, which was obtained by Dark Blood Kratos and Delk Ellis when they demolished the pirate Sodi. Because Dark Blood Kratos and Delk Ellis both had Conqueror-class Titans, and they didn't like warships that used energy cannons, so they kept them in the hangar after they were built. Finally, Darkblood Kratos used them to exchange 5 Divine Envoy-class Titans from Stone Man, because his funds were exhausted. And now this thing is not easy to sell. After all, the battle is based on the base number, and now with the money to buy a faction Titan, it is better to buy a regular Titan. After all, it is more fun to fight. That's why Sherman took out this thing to participate in the battle. After several inductions, Sherman quickly arrived at a galaxy within arm's reach of the target galaxy. Now this galaxy has gathered nearly 100 flagships of various types, from Titans to Dreadnoughts, and there are also many super aircraft carriers, just waiting for the commander to give an order to enter the battlefield through the Star Gate. And Sherman also waited quietly with the large army. On the other side, in order to better implement Plan 25, with the tacit cooperation of several alliances, countless war preparations were transported to the Unhuan Star region, and VVV, which was in the main attack direction, immediately dispatched a fleet to attack in time, intending to consume more war reserves of PIBC before the plan was implemented, and prepare for the fatal blow in the future. After all, PIBC has been the overlord for so many years, and has countless fertile lands. No one can calculate how much war reserves it has. Even the top leaders of PIBC who control the Alliance's war reserves are not sure. After all, in addition to the Alliance's reserves, each legion also has its own war reserves. After all, the Void Glow fleet alone has such a huge reserve of war reserves. How much can other veteran legions have? Not to mention that there are players who have already prepared their own war reserves. So now we can only use a war of attrition to weaken its war potential. You can't get fat in one go. This time, Xiang Xiangji volunteered to lead the Northern Army to the J5A Galaxy, the source portal, to cause trouble. Xiang Xiangji led a Hilboris-class heavy assault cruiser fleet to enter the J5A Galaxy first. After entering the target galaxy, the interceptors in the fleet immediately began to disperse, pulling tactical points and scouting enemy movements. The interceptors also immediately made a return jump, ready to launch interception probes more than 100 kilometers around the main fleet at any time to establish an interception defense field. The main fleet was quietly waiting for Xiang Xiangji's order, as steady as a rock. The strength of the Northern Army can be seen from the glimpse of the Leopard. Soon, the interceptor pilot, who was performing battlefield reconnaissance, said intelligence. The hostile Muning fleet has begun to gather outside the Star City. Repeat. The hostile Muning fleet has begun to gather outside the Star City. Hearing this, Xiang Xiangji began to think about it, and then asked, how many hostile fleets are there? The interceptor pilot quickly copied the enemy ID in the overview, then opened the special scout software and pasted it in, and soon found out the number of enemies. The enemy has assembled 216 people. It is expected that a fleet will engage us, but the number of local enemies is still increasing. It is possible that the enemy will deploy more fleets. Received. Continue monitoring. Xiang Xiangji looked at the increasing number of people in the local channel, and couldn't help but touch his chin. It seems that the extreme assembly of PIBC is still useful, with so many people. As a super vest, who infiltrated 3V from the Northern Alliance and became the commander of the battle, Xiang Xiangji naturally has a vest number in PIBC, so he is naturally clear about their extreme assembly emails and YY broadcasts. However, he did not expect that this decadent dynasty could actually gather so many people at this time. This was a bit beyond his expectations. After all, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. However, this only made him more excited. After all, the purpose of this time was to fight a war of attrition. The more people the enemy had, the better. He did not expect to achieve any major results this time. The interceptor pilot pulled out a suitable distance. Let's take the initiative to go over and see if these guys dare to fight. Soon, the interceptor set up a tactical point more than 1,000 kilometers away from the PIBC fleet's assembly Star City. Xiang Xiangji led the fleet to come quickly. The fleet began to carry out tactical maneuvers under Xiang Xiangji's leadership, watching the enemy's assembly. Faced with Xiang Xiangji's provocation, the commander of the PIBC fleet, Shukong Murong, was at least a battle-hardened commander, so he was not moved, but quietly waited for the fleet to complete the assembly. Because the PIBC assembly fleet was invincible with the Star City behind it, and the presence of the resident PIBC fleet, Xiang Xiangji did not dare to rush over with the fleet to deliver meat, so he could only helplessly wait for the enemy to assemble. Soon, as the fleet was assembled, Void Murong, who had already detected Xiangxiangji's fleet through combat probes, immediately ordered the interceptor to take the lead, and the interceptor fleet that had been prepared immediately jumped to Xiangxiangji's fleet, and various jump interception force fields and deceleration force fields immediately surrounded it. After the interceptor fleet succeeded, Void Murong immediately jumped over with the fleet that had been prepared, and the war broke out instantly. Chapter 424. Everyone follow me. Get ready to move away, and keep your distance. Seeing Void Murong coming with his fleet, Xiang Xiangji also reacted immediately. Now his Hilboris fleet was trapped in the interception force field. If he didn't quickly move away from the enemy and engage in close-range combat, his fleet would be no match for the Muning fleet that had replaced the close-range missiles. Only by moving away and engaging in long-range combat could the battlefield be tilted to his side. Void Murong had already responded to the actions of Xiang Xiangji's fleet. He didn't need to say anything. He saw that the Xiujin squadron in his fleet locked onto Xiang Xiangji, the commander, and fired a round of stagnation beams. The high-intensity deceleration effect brought by the stasis beam of the Kyujin-class combat reconnaissance ship immediately reduced Xiang Xiangji's monitor class to an extremely low speed. In addition, several interceptors used the jump jammer to forcibly shut down his micro-jump thrusters, which made him even more trapped. Seeing this, Xiang Xiangji also quickly marked the target that restricted him in the fleet. Everyone, kill the target I marked quickly. Because Xiang Xiangji was restricted, all fleets could not maneuver effectively, and had to choose to engage in close combat with the enemy fleet. And Shukong Murong naturally would not give up this opportunity. He immediately commanded the fleet to pour firepower on Xiang Xiangji's fleet frantically, striving to eliminate as much of the opponent's firepower as possible before Xiang Xiangji escaped. As long as the firepower of the fleet led by Xiang Xiangji was weakened, it would indirectly strengthen their own firepower, which would give them an advantage in the subsequent hard-fighting stalemate stage. After all, it was the firepower of an entire fleet, so in less than 5 minutes, all the Xiujin-class combat reconnaissance ships and the interceptor ships that disturbed Xiang Xiangji were cleared, and Xiang Xiangji finally escaped. After escaping from the predicament, Xiang Xiangji immediately led the fleet to maneuver, trying to increase the angular velocity of the fleet as much as possible, reduce the damage faced by the enemy, and effectively counterattack the enemy fleet. And Shukong Murong naturally did not want to lose the advantage so quickly, and immediately led the fleet to chase after them, trying to destroy as many enemy ships as possible before the enemy fleet left the best attack range of the enemy's close-range missiles. The two sides chased and fled, and the fight was very fierce. Missiles and projectiles flew together, drawing beautiful traces, and fireworks transformed from the destruction of warships appeared on the battlefield from time to time. During this period, Xiang Xiangji also effectively allocated the firepower of the fleet, without wasting any firepower, and commanded the fleet to fire in turns, greatly improving the attack efficiency. During this period, the combat quality of the Beifu army was also fully demonstrated. They strictly and resolutely executed all the instructions of Xiang Xiangji, and immediately reversed the originally disadvantageous combat loss ratio. Facing the strong and effective counterattack of Xiang Xiangji's fleet, Shukong Murong could only sigh in his heart. After all, the source department is used to overpowering and overtaking with the flagship, and they haven't fought this kind of battle for a long time, so it's inevitable that they lack experience. But he still decided to continue fighting, even if it meant a fight to the death. If it's still the same as before, as long as the conventional battle is slightly at a disadvantage, they will choose to withdraw, or the flagship will enter the field to crush, then the combat capability of the conventional fleet will never be improved. If you want to improve the combat effectiveness of a fleet, you must first improve its spirit, and what Void Murong is doing now is to change the spirit of the conventional fleet through a fight to the death. Even if doing so would bring unnecessary losses, let him experience a disastrous defeat, and become a big melon in his heart, it would not matter. The source of fertility is not lacking in war preparations, but what is lacking is qualified combatants. If he can exchange a group of qualified combatants for a little loss, I am afraid he will wake up with a smile in his dreams. After all, which one of the Northern Army has not been tempered in years of fighting? Otherwise the combat effectiveness would not be so strong. They want to but have no time to train a little bit. The battlefield is the best training ground. As long as they experience a few more battles, even a fool should know what to do after going to the battlefield. Under the leadership of Shukong Murong, the morale of the fleet suddenly rose as the battle went on, and everyone who survived was also growing rapidly. At least Shukong Murong was not as awkward in commanding as he was at the beginning. Up to now, the fleets of both sides have lost more than 2/3, and the interceptors have been completely wiped out in various tasks of cutting the enemy formations. Only the main battleships are left. After both sides devoured a batch of warships that were cut off and disconnected from each other, the remaining fleets of both sides have been separated by more than 200 kilometers, which is beyond the attack range of both sides, so both sides have also ushered in a short respite. After following the captain's movements, the fleet members of both sides shook their stiff hands, and took the opportunity to relax. In this battle, both sides fought to their heart's content. Even though both sides suffered heavy casualties, everyone felt their blood boiling. This emotion was particularly important for the PIBC side, which had suffered many defeats in the battle in the J5A galaxy in recent days. The morale was boosted immediately. I say, the commander on the other side fought well. Seeing that the other party was driving a monitor-level commander, and his ID was not someone he knew well, Xiang Xiangji couldn't help but praise him on the local channel with some curiosity. It turned out that Xiang Xiangji had fought with the commanders of PIBC before, and he knew their combat styles very well. They were particularly inclined to be steady, and would retreat decisively to reduce losses as long as the situation was not right, while the commander in front of him had the style of fighting to the death, so the commander in front of him was definitely not one of them's trumpets. Facing Xiang Xiangji's praise, Sukong Murong was not polite and accepted the praise. You commanded well, and it suits my temper. Hey! This character really suits Xiang Xiangji's temper. Then Xiang Xiangji asked himself a question that puzzled him. By the way, which company did man to borrow the command from? Why haven't I heard of you before? In response, Sukong Murong didn't have any thoughts, but replied indifferently, I am a nobody, and others dare not come up, so I was promoted by Huixian. Sukong Murong didn't have any emotion about this, but just spoke the truth. After all, he used to like to be a salted fish, quietly enjoying the game life, occasionally following other commanders as a ruthless F1 fighter, and he had no interest in leading the team. If it weren't for the fact that the whole server was besieging PIBC this time, there were too many battlefields and not enough commanders, and several commanders had things to deal with in reality today and couldn't go online. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to try to lead the team. Seeing Sukong Murong so straightforward, and a commander promoted from the basic frontline, Xiang Xiangji's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, I admire you, and you are also good at my temper. Come and join us, and you should have seen that you have no chance of winning. You have such strong command ability, but you are only in command now, which shows how corrupt your alliance is. It is not worth your desperate efforts. As long as you come, you can pick any piece of land you want. Xiang Xiangji really didn't have any conspiracy this time, but simply admired the guy in front of him. Because he knew that it was impossible for someone to be 25 on the battlefield. After all, if you want to survive in this gaming circle, you still have to save face. And he did this just to show his appreciation for Sukong Murong. After all, when the lights of PIBC are turned off, there will definitely be a lot of people fighting for him, so he might as well leave a good impression now. Besides, Xiang Xiangji is a member of the Northern Alliance after all, and he also wants to recruit such a fierce general for the Northern Alliance. Facing Xiang Xiangji's recruitment, Sukong Murong shook his head. Thank you, but I still want to fight for PIBC until the last moment. Looking at the few remaining fleets around him, Sukong Murong was a little depressed but continued. I have been in PIBC for a long time, accompanied it through the trough, and personally helped it to the top of the mountain with my brothers. I have feelings for it. You all say that it has become a decayed place, I know this. As he said this, Sukong Murong laughed at himself. He had been here for a long time, so he naturally knew the various drawbacks of the alliance. It had long since changed from a palace of honor for all the brothers to a cage. Various alliance regulations were imposed on everyone, which made the fun of the game deteriorate. When the alliance became a company where people punched in and out, countless old people chose to leave, and the forces of the entire universe also succumbed to force, which was not as energetic as it was back then. But? Void Murong raised his head and looked at the fleet in front of him indifferently, with a bright light flashing in his eyes. He seemed to have returned to the days when a group of brothers built the alliance bit by bit. The empire is decaying, so I will add some more bricks and tiles to it, even if it can only extend its life a little bit. In the end, it shouldn't just be the monkeys that scatter when the tree falls. There should also be stupid people like me who will go forward without hesitation even if they know there is no way back. Just to have a clear conscience. Chapter 425. Void Murong's words greatly shocked everyone, causing some PIBC legions that had privately contacted other alliances to surrender to give up immediately and strengthen their determination to fight to the death. At this moment, all the defenders only wanted to fight to their heart's content, as long as they played their own style, and they could start over again if they failed. Void Murong's words were not a speech, but they were better than a speech, which made all the voices in the PIBC alliance facing a desperate situation lowered, and the momentum was greatly encouraged. Looking at the PIBC fleet with high morale, Xiang Xiangji's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that he had done something wrong. He didn't recruit anyone, but instead boosted the enemy's morale. This situation is not good. Then, Xiang Xiangji narrowed his eyes, and rushed towards the enemy fleet with his fleet, ready to engage in battle again. Facing Xiang Xiangji's offensive, Shukong Murong was naturally prepared and led the fleet to meet it. Because this time only the main fleet and a few interceptors were left on both sides, the fleets began to bombard each other as soon as they reached the engagement distance. There was no need for fancy tactics, only medieval-style naval battles, and it all depended on who could hold out to the end. But it was obvious that the fleet of Void Murong, whose morale was greatly boosted, had exploded with frightening power at the beginning of the battle, and suppressed Xiang Xiangji's Beifu army in this fierce battle. Looking at the few remaining fleets on his side, Xiang Xiangji took a deep look at the PIBC fleet, and then turned his head and said, "Retreat." At this point in the battle, Xiang Xiangji's side had no chance of winning, and it would be a waste if they continued to fight, so they decisively chose to retreat. Seeing the retreating Xiangxiangji fleet, Shukong Murong naturally would not miss the opportunity to beat the fallen dog. He immediately ordered the interceptor pilot, who had completed the resurrection in the local star city, to immediately go to the Stargate exit to block it. Then the other fleet members immediately drove the warships to assemble towards him after resurrection, ready to chase. With high morale, the interceptor pilot did not procrastinate as before, and immediately drove the interceptor to the Stargate, blocking the Stargate before Xiangxiangji assembled the fleet and prepared to evacuate from the Stargate. The area around the Stargate was covered by the interception force field for 100 or 200 kilometers, so Xiang Xiangji's fleet was sucked over by the interception force field when it was making a group jump to the Stargate. After Xiang Xiangji's fleet was sucked over, the interceptor ship that had been loaded rushed into its formation again, and various interception force fields wrapped it up without cost, greatly delaying the evacuation time of Xiang Xiangji's fleet. Then Void Murong came with his fleet again. Facing the Void Murong fleet that had been restored to full strength, Xiang Xiangji's fleet was naturally no match for it. Since then, the outcome of the conventional fleet competition has been decided, and Xiang Xiangji is slightly inferior. Xiang Xiangji no longer hesitated about this. Since the conventional fleet's warm-up has ended, it's time for the flagship to fight. Order, the Dreadnought fleet enters. Xiang Xiangji's cold voice sounded in the command channel, and the flagship fleet, which had been prepared for a long time, immediately burst into cheers. It was finally their turn to enter. Just as Xiang Xiangji's conventional fleet fought back desperately, and was cleared one by one, a reconnaissance ship suddenly appeared from stealth mode, and then appeared in front of everyone in a bright induction moment. Then, one after another, dreadnoughts jumped in through hyperspace under the induced signal, and the fleet formed by the huge warships was even more majestic. 3V Dreadnought Fleet, here. Along with the Dreadnought fleet came two other heavy assault cruiser fleets, and Xiang Xiangji immediately ordered the fleet to attack the enemy fleet. Because the flagship guns equipped by this Dreadnought fleet are easily deflected by the attack of the conventional fleet, resulting in the damage not being played, and Xiang Xiangji, who discovered this problem, immediately adjusted the fleet. In less than a minute, the Kyujin-class combat reconnaissance ships from the two conventional fleets were urgently transferred to the new fleet, using high-intensity stagnation beams to assist the Dreadnought fleet in attacking. As expected, after getting the help of the Kyujin-class combat reconnaissance ships, the Dreadnought fleet finally began to show its power. Each attack of the flagship cannon could deal high damage, and the harvesting efficiency was greatly improved. Under the 3V flagship fleet and the conventional fleet, Void Murong's fleet suffered heavy losses. Nearly 100 ships of the fully replenished fleet that had just been replenished were destroyed in just a few minutes. Facing this loss, the expression on Void Murong's face did not change. Instead, he led the fleet to evacuate the battlefield while giving orders to the flagship fleet that had already prepared in another galaxy. Super flagship fleet, prepare, wait for the induction to light up and enter the battlefield. Facing Xiangxiangji's Dreadnought fleet, Void Murong did not think of using the Dreadnought fleet to fight them, but directly used the super flagship fleet to attack. Now 3V's super flagship fleet has not been deployed to the front line, and the Dreadnought fleet that can be dispatched will not exceed 3, so he will not worry about bringing the super flagship decisive battle forward if he dispatches the super flagship fleet now. There will not be many such opportunities. If he does not do it now, there will be no chance later. After Void Murong's order was issued, the first to enter were various light and heavy interceptors. These PIBC interceptors rushed in without hesitation and intercepted all of Xiang Xiangji's Dreadnought fleets. Then, a dive lighted up in front of the Dreadnought fleet, and waves of red light illuminated the entire starry sky. A super flagship fleet composed of various titans arrived. Looking at this super flagship fleet, Xiang Xiangji's mouth twitched slightly, and then he showed a bitter smile. This is not a martial arts ethics. Facing the super flagship fleet, his dreadnought fleet was really powerless, and could only let it slaughter him. Void Murong would not give him time to think about retreating. After the super flagship fleet arrived, he immediately ordered it to attack the enemy dreadnought fleet. The first thing Xiang Xiangji's dreadnought fleet encountered was a round of Doomsday Wash. Because the battle module was turned on, and it could not move, Xiang Xiangji's dreadnought fleet could only choose to silently bear the attack of the Doomsday weapon, and it could not escape even if it wanted to. Sherman was driving the Morlock-class Titan in the middle of the battle. Now their fleet channel was no longer as lively as before, and it was quiet. All Superflag pilots, including Sherman, were frantically locking onto the enemy's dreadnoughts. The situation now was that the quicker the hand, the slower the hand. With a whole Superflag fleet, this dreadnought fleet was not enough for everyone to share. If you were unlucky, you might not even get a KM. The sky was full of various doomsday beams that hit Xiang Xiangji's dreadnought fleet fiercely. With just this round of doomsday washing, Xiang Xiangji's dreadnought fleet had lost half of its members. After the doomsday face washing was over, the terrifying flagship gun volley followed. Thanks to the super high bonus of Titan to the flagship gun, the damage of Titan's flagship gun to the dreadnought was also very terrifying. In order to improve the efficiency of concentrated fire, Void Murong took over the command authority of Titan and launched a name-calling concentrated fire on the enemy's dreadnought fleet. Because the damage of the Titan fleet was too terrifying, Sherman was faced with the target that he had just locked on, and the target was already merged by the firepower, which made him not even have many assists, let alone KM. Seeing this scene, Sherman was so sad that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 426. Watching the enemy's super flagship fleet harvesting his own dreadnought fleet, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, Xiang Xiangji could do nothing except lead the conventional fleet to clear the enemy's interceptor ships to rescue the dreadnought fleet. Now he can only pray that someone in the dreadnought fleet can escape, and reduce the loss a little bit. Until the end, except for the conventional fleet that withdrew safely, all the dreadnought fleets were defeated in it, and no one survived. But before PIBC could recover from the joy of this great victory, bad news came again. While they were fighting, the Northern Alliance also began to attack PIBC from the SO and soul-stealing star regions in order to support the attack of 3V. The sovereignty and space stations of each star region entered the strengthening stage overnight, and were facing the crisis of falling at any time. The Northern Alliance pulled back the PIBC people, who were still immersed in the joy of victory. Anyone with a little strategic awareness knew the crisis. In the Alliance command channel of PIBC, the remaining senior managers held a meeting for a full 2 hours to discuss how to deal with it, but no matter how they discussed, they could not find a way to break the deadlock, which made them a little depressed. Facing the silence of the crowd, the CEO of PIBC also spoke. Everyone, the situation has developed to this point, and it is a foreseeable outcome that we will turn off the lights. Hearing this, Shukong Murong opened his mouth, but then sighed and said nothing. The main force of 3V is attacking the source. In order to deal with it, they have put their main forces into the source, so they can't organize a strong counterattack against the invasion of the border by the Northern Alliance and other forces. If this continues, even if they finally stop the attack of 3V, other territories will be lost, and the source area will no longer have strategic depth to defend, and will be firmly trapped here. As long as the coalition forces continue to consume their war preparations, the lights will be turned off, which is a foreseeable outcome. The Northern Alliance's move has undoubtedly killed their last glimmer of hope. It can be said that their hatred for the Northern Alliance is now greater than that of 3V. Everyone, since we are bound to turn off the lights, let us take 1 or 2 good friends with us. I think the Northern Alliance is very good. Without any surprise, all the commanders of PIBC immediately agreed to take the Northern Alliance with them before turning off the lights. At this moment, PIBC was no longer trying to defend the source, and the Alliance's supplies began to be mobilized again. Except for a fleet left to delay 3V's attack on the source area, all other fleets were transferred to the Jedi area to prepare for an attack on the Northern Alliance. Pip's situation of fighting to the death with the Northern Alliance immediately shocked the Northern Alliance, and it began to switch from offense to defense and established a series of defense lines. Facing Pip's reaction this time, 3V, who had been attacking the source area, somehow relaxed its attack and did not try to provoke the opponent's nerves. Because everyone can see that this will be Pip's counterattack before death, and this counterattack is absolutely fierce. And this counterattack is against the Northern Alliance. 3V is naturally happy to see it. After all, it is better to die than to die. Soon, PIBC was ready to pour all its resources and war preparations on the Northern Alliance, and was ready to take the Northern Alliance with it even if it died. The news shocked the entire gaming circle. And in order to prove that they were not joking, the PIBC fleet began a large-scale attack on the Northern Alliance at 15:30 that afternoon, and attacked the sovereign territory of the Northern Alliance. The Northern Alliance also reacted very quickly, and quickly organized a fleet to conduct defensive operations. But what was unexpected to the Northern Alliance was that they had just repelled a wave of attacks from PIBC, and PIBC launched a more fierce attack. The battle between the two sides was very fierce. In order to deal with such a crazy attack, the Northern Alliance also pulled up an extreme assembly, and both sides continued to add fleets to the battlefield. An encounter battle turned into a fierce battle of adding fuel to the fire. The two sides started fighting at 15:30 that afternoon, and the battle lasted until 6 o'clock the next morning when PIBC withdrew. All the participants were exhausted. And that was not the end, because PIBC also began to transport various war supplies from the source area to the front line in the direction of the Northern Alliance. The transport fleets looked very spectacular. It can be predicted that this kind of battle will become normal in the future. Whoever can't stand it first will face the lights out. And this time, no matter which side wins, it will not be easy, and it will definitely be a big loss. Let's not talk about PIBC, because no matter whether they win or lose the war with the Northern Alliance, they also want to avoid the ending of the lights being extinguished, so they fight very fiercely. The Northern Alliance is different, because if this war makes the Northern Alliance seriously injured, then other alliances will definitely not give up this opportunity, and then they will also face the desperate situation of PIBC now. Especially the 3V side, they will definitely not let go of this opportunity, and when the Northern Alliance and PIBC are both injured, they will become the most powerful force in one fell swoop. By then, they only need to clear out the winner, who is seriously injured, and then they will take over PIP's position, and become the new national server overlord. No one can resist this kind of temptation. Facing PIP's counterattack, the Northern Alliance needs to know 3V's attitude clearly. If 3V really has some ideas of sitting on the mountain and watching the Tigers fight, it can be predicted that the coalition forces besieging PIBC will collapse in an instant. And when the time comes, with the withdrawal of the Northern Alliance, other sovereign forces that have just taken action will also take into account PIP's counterattack and other factors, and will inevitably withdraw. At that time, it will become a contest between PIBC and 3V. And by then, PIBC, which only needs to defend against 3V, will have recovered, and this Grand PIP's lights out action will become a laughing stock. And it all depends on whether 3V will take action. Facing the eyes of the Northern Alliance and various forces, 3V immediately gave a positive answer. But after all, it is just empty words, and the Northern Alliance does not believe it. The most important thing is that over the years, 3V's poor reputation is well known to everyone. After all, fire prevention, theft prevention, and 3V prevention are not just a joke. After seeing the attitude of the Northern Alliance, 3V also gave up the idea of sitting on the mountain and watching the Tigers fight, and proved its attitude and determination with real actions. On the third day of the fierce battle between PIBC and the Northern Alliance, 3V's super flagship team also set out from the base camp in a very high-profile manner, and headed straight for the front line of the source area. Nearly 1,000 Titans were transferred to the front line. 3V's attitude of wanting to start a decisive battle and decide success or failure in one battle finally made the coalition forces, which had lost some trust, unite again. With 3V's super flag moving southward, and the information sent back by Xiangji, the Northern Alliance decided to hold on and trust 3V once. All for the sake of Anti-Man. Also for the Northern Alliance's flag to fly again in the north, so that the Northern Alliance can really become the Northern Alliance. Faced with 3V's high-profile super flag team transfer, PIBC also knew that their plan to provoke a split in the coalition had failed. They underestimated the hatred of the various alliances towards PIBC. 3V can start a decisive battle and advance to destroy PIBC, and the Northern Alliance can trust the notorious 3V once to destroy PIBC. At this moment, everyone unanimously agreed on the matter of turning off the lights of PIBC. Afterwards, PIBC also gave up the meaningless battle with the Northern Alliance, and put its focus back on the source battlefield to prepare for the Super Flag decisive battle. As 3V's Super Flag fleet moved south, the decisive battle known as the New 49 battle officially kicked off. Chapter 427. For this power reshuffle that will definitely go down in EVE history, not only the alliances are preparing, but even the game officials are preparing. Several servers have been seconded to support the huge data in the battle, in order to give players a better battle experience. After PIBC realized that its plan failed, the main fleets returned to the source from the Northern Alliance front. But it was too late. As the 3V Super Flagship team went south, Xiangji, who was executing the task of consuming Pip's combat readiness and fighting will, formulated a 24-hour non-stop harassment plan and divided a number of fleets for duty harassment, which made the Source Defense Fleet, which was already maintaining high-intensity combat, even more exhausted, and the strength of the counterattack became weaker and weaker. In the face of Pip's move to return the Super Flagship Fleet to the Fountainhead, 3V did not make any interception or other reactions, but just let its main force return to the J5A Galaxy. Then the CEO of PIBC once again issued a slogan of defending the Fountainhead to the death, fighting until the last Titan was reduced to ashes, and the last tritanium alloy was made into ammunition. Seeing the Alliance's determination, the members who were loyal to PIBC, and nicknamed First Class Steamed Buns, also burst out with great fighting enthusiasm, and their fighting will return to the peak. They also fought back and forth, with 3V's invading fleet, and both sides won and lost. Time passed little by little until 3 days later. After the anchoring of Star City, the frontline combat base, was completed, the subsequent super flagship fleet of 3V also moved south like a torrent. This momentum of not giving up until the source was broken also greatly boosted morale, and this also opened the prelude to the coming of the decisive battle. As PIBC returned the focus of operations to the source, under the lack of defensive forces, the combat progress of the Northern Alliance and ISU and other alliances also increased at once. In just 3 days, with the joint efforts of various anti-man rebel forces, the outer sovereign star regions of PIBC have been taken, leaving only the Jedi region and the Source region as the hinterland. At present, the encirclement and blockade plan formulated by the top leaders of various alliances has finally been initially completed. PIBC is like a turtle in a jar, with no way to retreat. In the corridor of a university, a middle-aged man looked at the message on his mobile phone, holding the phone tightly with his fingers, as if he wanted to crush it, and remained silent for a long time. Leaning on the railing and watching the students laughing and playing in the green campus, the man was silent for a long time, and finally chuckled, gently extinguished the cigarette on his fingertips, and turned away. I'm old. This world, after all, belongs to the young. Every day, both sides of the war transported large quantities of supplies and ships to the front line, and every day they were preparing for the decisive battle. All the players' eyes were focused on the J5A Galaxy, the decisive battle site, looking forward to who would win. Finally, the warning of the decisive battle issued by a senior commander of PIBC ignited everyone's expectations. Less than 2 minutes after the warning was issued, the news of the decisive battle warning spread to all legions and alliance groups. Facing the decisive battle that PIBC was about to hold, the anti-man rebel forces immediately sounded the alarm of the extreme assembly. All super flag drivers quickly went online and took their positions. In order not to miss this major EVE event, some players also did their best to ask for leave and went online. Among the various anti-man rebel forces, the 3V in the main battlefield of Yuanquan had the strongest reaction. Less than an hour after the announcement of the decisive battle, except for a few people who could not get away due to life matters, almost all the super flag pilots who went south to the main battlefield of Yuanquan were online and assembled, ready to fight a super flag decisive battle with PIBC at any time. Because Xiangji's command authority can only use dreadnoughts and small cruisers at most, and he has not reached the level of being able to use and command super flagship fleets, so this upcoming decisive battle he can only bring a dreadnought fleet as a firepower supplement. Although he could not command the super flagship fleet, he could at least command the dreadnought fleet to participate in it, and become one of the people who would make history, so Xiangji had no objection, and even enjoyed it. Similar to Xiangji, the Void Murong on the other side was similar. After all, he was a new commander, so after the super flagship fleet began to assemble, the command of this battle was transferred to the old commander, who was nicknamed Cousin by the players. But he did not choose to lead a fleet alone like Xiangji, but drove the god-level Titan that had accompanied him for many years to quietly join the super flagship fleet, choosing to become a super flagship driver and participate in the decisive battle here from the perspective of a warrior. Not only PIBC and 3V pulled up the extreme assembly, but even the Northern Alliance and ISU, which were far away from the main battlefield of the J5A Galaxy, also began to pull up the extreme assembly and completed the formation of the super flagship fleet. As long as the war in the J5A Galaxy started, they would also launch an attack from other directions. And just when both sides of the war were actively preparing and the players were ready to witness history, a message from the current CEO of PIBC ignited everyone's emotions. Tonight, facing the enemy with a fleet advantage and the super flagship ambushed behind the enemy, the command made a decision to avoid fighting and withdraw from J5A in an orderly manner. Those who dare to fight may not be brave, and those who dare to retreat may not be cowardly. Please strengthen your confidence, think rationally, obey the decision and dispatch of the command, and turn to the east. What does this mean? Duck Ellis asked Sherman in confusion after reading the long email. Sherman looked at the email and couldn't help but smile bitterly as he explained. In short, the decisive battle can't be fought. The Alliance decided to withdraw from the J5A galaxy and keep its strength in the east. Hearing this, Duck Ellis immediately started to curse. Have all the brains of those guys in the Alliance command been drained out? Don't they know what the consequences will be? Even Duck Ellis, the ruthless F1 fighter on the battlefield, knew that once they withdrew from the J5A galaxy, it would mean that the portal of the source would be opened, and the source would be lost and there would be no possibility of defense. This is simply handing over the source domain to others. In this regard, Sherman could only nod his head. After all, they themselves were one of the murderers, and he couldn't say anything. However, after looking at the content of the email, Sherman's idea of fighting to the death in the decisive battle and exploding the 3 titans in his hands was extinguished. It was not worth it. Even Duck Ellis and Sherman could see it. How could others not see it? In just a few minutes, the Alliance channel and the Fleet channel were all in an uproar. We moved all our belongings here overnight for the Alliance, ready to prove our courage and our determination to defend the source domain to the death even if we had to use up all our belongings. But now that I have made up my mind to fight to the death, you told me that we were going to move to the east, and directly gave up the source domain that we had fought for more than a month. And the Extreme Assembly was just announced a few hours ago, preparing for the decisive battle, and we all asked for leave to push things online. But now you tell them to move. Are you kidding me? Are you playing them like monkeys? At this moment, all the PIBC people suddenly had a sentence in their minds. I want to fight to the death. Why did your majesty run away first? Chapter 428. Faced with the excited members, the management of PIBC had to persuade and comfort them. But the general idea was, they just wanted to maintain their strength and avoid unnecessary losses so that they could deal with the Northern Alliance in the East in the future. In addition, from a strategic point of view, they were not defeated and fled, but strategically shifted to the Jedi realm. Faced with this unconvincing explanation, these angry members made it clear and accepted this reason. They no longer trusted the Alliance command, and only hoped that the CEO of the Alliance could come out in person to withdraw the order so that they could continue to fight. Under the pressure of everyone, the CEO of the Alliance could not bear the pressure and personally spoke, but the result was not what they expected. Instead, he expressed support for the well-thought-out strategic shift of the Alliance command and hoped that everyone could command rationally. After this, everyone was silent. Seeing that the order could not be changed, some people were disappointed and drove their flagships out of Star City, and then started self-destruction in front of everyone. Looking at the countdown of the self-destruction of their flagship, they couldn't help but complain on the local channel. After fighting for so long, this is the result. What's the use of this flagship? Ha, not even as good as a fire stick. Looking at the fireworks that appeared from time to time in Star City, due to the self-destruction of the flagship, the mood of the entire Alliance became more depressed. But the arm cannot bend the thigh after all. Then the super flagship fleet of PIBC evacuated from the J5A galaxy in the eyes of everyone's surprise or contempt, and began to move towards the Jedi area in the east. Looking at the super flagship fleet evacuating one after another, Shukong Murong's silent face showed a bitter smile. If I had known that there would be such a result, I might as well surrender earlier. Wouldn't the strength be better maintained? At this moment, he had a true understanding of this corrupt empire, and was completely desperate. Seeing that Void Murong drove the Titan out of Star City without using hyperspace jump to leave, a person in charge of commanding the evacuation could not help but urge, Void Murong, it's your squadron's turn to evacuate. Let's go. Go. Void Murong changed his usual gentleness and asked in why, after evacuating the Source Realm, where do we go? The person in charge said without hesitation, the Jedi Realm. It is still under our control. As long as we preserve our strength, we will have a chance to fight back. Faced with the command center's high-handed rhetoric, Void Murong waved his hand. Now that we have withdrawn from the source domain, when the enemy attacks the Jedi domain, can we still retreat to low security? The person in charge wanted to continue to explain, but Void Murong did not give him the opportunity at all, and continued, if you don't fight now, when your strength is complete and morale is high, do you think you can win after retreating to the Jedi domain? Do you believe that after tonight, the number of people in the Alliance who can fight will drop by more than half? The person in charge opened his mouth after hearing this, but couldn't say anything to refute it for a long time, and finally acquiesced to Shukong Murong's statement. After today, it is estimated that most of the Alliance's legions will join the arms of other alliances, and some will even quit the game directly, and the remaining people will also be in low morale. It is indeed a foolish dream to want to defend the Jedi realm with such low morale. Looking at the silent people in the Alliance command, Shukong Murong smiled and sighed. After making a decision, he still puts the responsibility on the leader of the Alliance command. He has really changed. The message he sent was all about fully supporting the decision made by the Alliance command, minimizing his own responsibility, and letting the Alliance command bear the consequences of this decision. But the Alliance command is really not a group of idiots who have drained their brains, and without his nod or signal, which Alliance commander would dare to make this decision? As he thought about it, Shukong Murong's mood became more depressed, and then he couldn't help but come up with a bold idea. While watching Xingqing Mountain constantly destroying itself, and the others expressing their disappointment, Shukong Murong's hesitation suddenly disappeared, and he was full of determination. Since you don't want to leave in this silence, then make your own voice. Then, he slowly sent a message in the Alliance channel. I used to laugh at 3V's stupid words about the fate of the North, and the dominance of the North. I didn't expect that today. I felt their helplessness for the first time. Seeing what Void Murong said, the originally chaotic Alliance channel suddenly became quiet, and everyone was quietly watching the news of this new star commander. And seeing the news of Void Murong, the people in the Alliance command all felt that something was wrong, and quickly sent him a private message, wanting him to shut up. But facing these private messages from the Alliance command, which was originally high and mighty, Void Murong directly chose to ignore them, and continue to write. I believe that the command, and that person have their own thoughts on the decision, but I reserve my opinion on this. Now that they have taken the initiative to evacuate the J5A galaxy, and abandon the source domain, can the Alliance really deal with the Coalition forces by going to the Jedi domain? Or is it that the Jedi domain is now more prepared than the source domain? Before he could continue, he saw that he had been kicked out of the Alliance, and automatically exited the Alliance channel, because he had no authority. The people in the command center were afraid that he would shake the morale of the army, so they kicked him out directly. Faced with this result, Shukong Murong had already expected it, and did not hesitate, but continued to say in the local channel, now that the Alliance can give up the source domain as its base camp, it will also give up the Jedi domain in the future when facing pressure from all sides. Where will we retreat to then? If we have to run to low security, and continue to resist as pirates in the end, it is better to fight now. At least we have tried our best, right? Seeing what Void Murong said, the remaining local super flagship fleets and self-destructing Alliance members who were preparing to evacuate also stopped, and their eyes slowly brightened when they saw the God Envoy Titan pilot on Star City, who had turned into a white reputation because he was raised from the Alliance. After a few dozen seconds of silence, Void Murong said word by word on the local channel, the Alliance wants to give up the source. I respect the Alliance's order, but I don't accept it. Since the Alliance has broken its promise and repeatedly eroded our trust, from now on, I will no longer fight for the Alliance, but only for the source. Since 3V can say that the fate of the North should be determined by the North itself, then the fate of the source should also be determined by the source itself. I just want 3V to know, the Northern Alliance to know, and even the people in the entire circle to know that the source is not a spineless person. If there are people who think the same way, please join my fleet and set off in half an hour. We will tell those guys from 3V our attitude. Shukong Murong's words did not contain any art of speech, but were full of emotion, without any skill, but they just hit the hearts of many old members of the Alliance, especially the hearts of old members like Yuan Quan. After Shukong Murong said this, these people, including Sherman, chose to withdraw from the Alliance without any hesitation, and drove their Titans to join the temporary super flagship fleet called Yuan Quan. This time, they no longer fought for the Alliance, but for themselves, for Yuan Quan, and for the dignity that had been shattered under the trampling of the Alliance. Even if they had predicted the fate of themselves and others, they had no regrets. The fate of Yuan Quan should also be dominated by Yuan Quan himself. Chapter 429. The people of Yuan Quan, who were already very dissatisfied with the Alliance's decision, chose to join in without hesitation at the call of Shukong Murong, and drove out all the war equipment they had moved to the frontline Star City. A bunch of bastards. Seeing that these hundreds of people did not obey the command and chose to fight, the person in charge of the evacuation of PIBC was a little angry. But more of it was actually the shame in his heart. After all, from the bottom of his heart, he also hoped to have a vigorous battle here to show the style of his Alliance, instead of retreating to the rear in such a humiliating way. As one of the commanders of the Alliance, He naturally knew that this so-called transfer was just a last gasp to prolong the existence of the Alliance. Facing the siege of the entire server, everything they did would be in vain, and the lights would be turned off. Rather than just lingering on like this, it would be better to fight a grand battle like Shukong Murong, and send off our Alliance with a gorgeous decisive battle, rather than dying in the torture of this blunt knife cutting flesh. But after all, it is difficult to follow orders. Looking at these super flagship teams of more than 100 people who have chosen to leave the Alliance and formed as individual players, he could only sigh silently. The remaining super flagship teams should prepare for evacuation. The induction will start in 5 minutes. Listening to the command of the headquarters, he also put aside the struggle in his heart and silently opened the access rights of Star City to these warriors. This is what he can do. After taking a deep look at the Source Guard super flagship team of Void Murong, he took the remaining super flagship team away without hesitation. Looking at the Star City that was reopened to them, Shukong Murong immediately understood their intentions and silently said thank you in his heart. Because they came to participate in this decisive battle with the idea of fighting to the death, most of the war preparations and spare titans were placed in it, and even the resurrection point was set up in it. However, the Star City belonged to the Alliance. After they chose to withdraw from the Alliance, the Star City was no longer open to them, because they did not have the authority to enter and exit the Star City. Now, if he is given the right to enter and exit again, it is equivalent to allowing them to replenish their bases after leaving the Alliance, and even if they die in battle, they will not be able to replenish their bases infinitely. This is also one of their few advantages now. Looking at these brothers full of grief and indignation, Shukong Murong knows that after this battle, some of these brothers may leave the game because of disappointment. For these brothers, there is not much he can do, so this battle is their closing ceremony. Void Murong took a deep breath and then roared, "Brothers, the fate of the Source should be decided by ourselves. Even if we die, we must bite off a few pieces of their flesh, and let them know that the Source domain is not a spineless people. Brothers, follow me to kill. Kill!" Void Murong drove the God-class Titan and took the lead, followed by more than 100 Titans of various types. But compared to the 3v array of Titans at the Stargate, they were no different from a gnat trying to shake a tree. Looking at the enemy's super flagship fleet leaping towards their own super flagship fleet, 3v couldn't help but burst into laughter. In their opinion, facing their nearly 1,000 Titans, a full 4 Titan fleets, this Titan fleet of only half a fleet of about 100 ships, isn't this just a meal for them? I'm afraid that only one round of Doomsday salvo from the 4 fleets will destroy half of this half fleet, right? What are they fighting for? Why do they dare to fight? As soon as Void Murong landed with the fleet, his own fleet instantly emitted a series of command pulse waves, which enhanced the various states of the warships of his own fleet, and strengthened their combat effectiveness and defense. The same was true for the 3v fleet. Brilliant command pulse waves spread across the fleet, as brilliant as the aurora in the starry sky. And this brilliant aurora was the signal for war. Both sides simultaneously launched doomsday weapons at each other's Titans, and the thick doomsday beams enveloped the Titan warships of both sides. The doomsday weapons launched by more than 1,000 Titans at the same time instantly generated a huge amount of data, which far exceeded the load of the server, and the entire battlefield began to experience severe lag. But as the jamming became less serious, fireworks appeared in both fleets in an instant. These were the Titans destroyed by the doomsday weapons. Among them, the most fireworks appeared in the fleet of Void Murong, and nearly 20 people were instantly reduced. If the commander of the 3v Titan fleet had not ordered to lock on to these 20 Titans for concentrated fire, if he really wanted to save the firepower, this number might have to be increased. Compared with the opponent, the effect of Void Murong's side was much less, with only 3 ships. But Shukong Murong didn't care, because he didn't think he could win or repel the enemy this time. He just wanted to show the attitude of himself and others to the outside world. The winner and loser had been decided when the Alliance ordered to move to the Jedi realm and abandon the Source realm. After the Doomsday weapons finished washing faces with each other, the next thing was the Fist-to-Flesh Titan bombardment. However, due to the time expansion, the damage in various commands were delayed, and the attacks of both sides were delayed, and there were even people whose computers couldn't stand it and were kicked offline. Facing the firepower advantage brought by the number of 3v super flagship fleets, Void Murong's super flagship fleet seemed a little powerless. They were at an absolute disadvantage from the beginning of the battleship bombardment. Moreover, the opponent also had a large number of logistics aircraft carriers as a guarantee, so only Void Murong's fleet exploded on the battlefield, and 3v's Titans were rarely destroyed. If this continues, Void Murong may only be able to exchange less than 15 titans of the opponent at the cost of annihilation. This is a battle loss ratio of almost 1 to 0.1. Needless to say, when this battle is over, Void Murong will become a negative example within PIBC, and will also become the latest joke in the entire game. He is mentally prepared for this. Looking at the slow motion of the titans of both sides, Sherman was not affected by the time dilation, but he watched with interest. Because before the battle, 3V's interceptor ships had been sent deep into the Source Realm to intercept the PIBC fleet retreating to the Jedi Realm. In addition, the sudden attack by Void Murong and the time expansion made it impossible for other star systems to enter J5A, so there were not many 3V interceptors available. This also gave Sherman a lot of room for maneuver. On one hand, he was fully attacking the enemy's Titan and paying attention to the hungry concubine while on the other hand, he was always paying attention to his own Titan. If he found himself being targeted, Sherman would decisively choose to return to Star City for repairs, and then return to the battlefield. Because the Moloch-class Titans had high defense, and Sherman ran away twice in a row, no one paid attention to him anymore, which made him very happy. With the advantage of zero delay in this battlefield, Sherman took 2 km in a row, but there was no smile on his face. Instead, he looked at the Titans bombarding each other in slow motion and fell into thought. At this moment, Sherman had a bold idea. If the Source Titan fleet can be unaffected by time dilation like me, can we reverse the situation? Chapter 430. As soon as this idea came out, Sherman couldn't help but want to give it a try. He did it right away, and Sherman immediately contacted Aura. Aura, can you solve the time expansion in this game? Well, after all, it is a network of 2 worlds, and Sherman doesn't understand it, so he can only ask Aura. Aura heard the words, and a stream of data flowed through his eyes, and he instantly knew the current situation in the game. Then he answered very affirmatively, "Yes, but I don't know what level you want to achieve, my lord." With Aura's ability, the time dilation of the battlefield galaxy can be completely eliminated, but this is undoubtedly not in line with Sherman's expectations. After all, it is because of the time dilation that they have persisted until now. If there is no time dilation, wouldn't they die faster? Sherman thought about it, looked at his fleet that was slowly losing people on the battlefield and said, "The time dilation of the 3V super flagship fleet remains unchanged, and then let the time dilation of the Source Defense super flagship fleet be reduced a little, not too much, just enough to be able to operate normally, and finally just a little delay will be enough. This thing can't be made too obvious, otherwise anyone can find out that something is wrong. Once the matter gets out of hand, the authorities will have to investigate. So the time expansion only needs to be reduced to a suitable degree, and it doesn't need to be completely eliminated. It has to leave some traces." After hearing Sherman's request, Aura smiled and nodded, then squinted at Sherman. "My lord, this operation will cost 1 trillion ISK. Are you sure you want to execute it? 1 trillion. You are just robbing money." Sherman stared at Outlaw with wide eyes, looking surprised. How can this be a matter that only requires Outlaw to do something? Why does he have to pay for it? Outlaw looked at Sherman with an apologetic look and explained to Sherman very calmly. "This is limited by the rules. Please make a decision as soon as possible." Hearing the word rules, Sherman knew that he had to pay the 1 trillion ISK. Having known Outlaw and other officials for so long, Sherman knew that as long as they mentioned the word rules, there was no room for negotiation on this condition. It was a hard requirement. There was nothing to say. Sherman looked at the numbers on his account and let Aura deduct them without hesitation. Although this trillion was a lot, it was in the past. It was equivalent to the price of 4 fully equipped Titans now, and he only sold a few hundred Titans. After receiving the ISK, Aura's eyes flashed with data. In less than 10 seconds, Aura put away the data stream in his eyes. At this time, Shukong Murong and others suddenly found that their network suddenly became much smoother, and the damage became real-time damage. Except for some delays in locking and moving, everything else was almost the same as normal. Soon, the situation was mastered by Void Murong. One was affected by time dilation, while the other was not. In this case, Void Murong's fleet was attacking at a frequency 3 times that of the 3V fleet, which undoubtedly narrowed the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. Void Murong soon noticed this problem, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he ordered the fleet to speed up the attack. The enemy's attack suddenly became much more intense, which made the 3V people a little confused, but there was no time for them to be confused. The two sides started to fight each other with Titans. 3V had an absolute advantage in numbers and firepower, so even if Sherman cheated secretly, he could not completely reverse the situation. At most, he could only maintain a 1-to-1 casualty ratio. And this was when 3V's logistics carrier could not withstand the server, and most of them were forced out of the game. Otherwise, the casualty ratio would be much higher. But in the face of such a disadvantage, Sherman and others did not give up, and even used the tactics that Sherman had just used when the opponent did not have an interceptor. Once they found themselves being focused on, they would jump back to the Star City for repairs, and then re-enter the battlefield, just like an indestructible cockroach. However, as the battle progressed, 3V's interception fleet also re-entered the J5A battlefield, and various interception force fields quickly covered the entire battlefield, which made it impossible for Sherman and others to return to the Star City for repairs, and they could only choose to bear it. The battle also entered a white-hot stage. Facing an opponent with superior fleet power, Sherman and others would choose to self-destruct and return to the Star City to revive once their warships were destroyed, and then replace them with new warships to continue fighting, as if they were fighting to the death. The battle lasted all night. For the fleet of 100 people from Yuanquan, both 3V, and those who had been watching the live broadcast of the war outside the field could not help but show admiration. 3 hours after 3V intercepted the fleet, all the titans of everyone, including Sherman, had been destroyed. Then, they did not lose heart, but organized a super aircraft carrier fleet to resist the enemy. When the super aircraft carrier was finished, used Xiaohang and Wu Wei to jump in and participate in the battle. After all the flagships had finished fighting, Void Murong organized his battle fleet to continue attacking. Even though these 100 battleships posed no threat to the Titan, they continued to attack with red eyes. The battle between the two sides started at about 10 p.m., but it lasted until 11 a.m. the next day because of the system's routine maintenance. The two sides fought for a full 13 hours. During the system's routine maintenance, the result of this battle also appeared. The two sides had a 3-to-1 casualty ratio, and 3v won. But everyone who knew about the battle last night did not laugh at Shikung Murong and his men, but instead they were in awe, because they used their actual actions to prove that Yuanquan was not a man without backbone. And the price was that nearly 100 people in their Yuanquan fleet went bankrupt. All of them were destroyed. Sherman alone lost 3 Titans, a super aircraft carrier and 5 dreadnoughts in the battle last night. The others were not much worse than Sherman, and they also destroyed their flagships, and then used the battleship fleet to continue fighting. After the 20-minute daily maintenance, both sides immediately went online, all glaring at each other's fleet. In the end, it was Void Murong who chose to lead the team to evacuate the J5A Galaxy. There was no other way, the battle preparations had been completed, and they had no ships to fight if they wanted to continue. Void Murong looked at the dark mass of enemies behind him, his eyes full of anger, and his mouth slightly opened. Don't think that you can be safe if you take down the source. As long as we are here, you will never have an easy life. Afterwards, the fleet quickly evacuated to the NPC space station on the first star of the Serpent. Here, Void Murong contacted many old brothers in the source last night to help bring over a large number of stealth bombers, strategic cruisers, and Black Special Forces ships. From today on, the Source Resistance Army is officially established, and there is only one purpose, that is to make these enemies stationed in the source not think about stable production. I want them to be in fear every moment as soon as they leave the space station. From today on, we will fight all the enemies in the source to the death. This decision of Void Murong was supported by most people. After all, they had not yet vented their anger. After learning of the decision of Void Murong and others, many legions of the original source secretly transferred a large number of black hidden warships to support their actions, in addition to some flagships and standard warships. Void Murong and others also relied on this huge batch of war preparations, and then led people to be active in the source area, and indiscriminately attack the warships that were producing and transporting in the source area, which made all the new legions in the source area very angry. But no matter how they scripted Void Murong and his team, they would start to act again the next day without any impact, which made the source realm busy with anti-harvesting every day, and production was greatly restricted. And this resistance army, which was still active in the source realm even if the PIPC alliance was extinguished, was also nicknamed by other players, the lone hero of the source. This was both a joke and a compliment. Chapter 431. As Void Murong led a group of brothers to the Snake Prime space station to become a rebel army, the PIP's main force also retreated to the Jedi domain to defend it, but even the main force went to face the Northern Alliance and did not gain any benefits. At present, the battle line was driven out of the Catcher Star domain by the Northern Alliance. At present, the two sides are fighting many times around 49U6U in Churuisi, a key strategic point connecting the Jedi domain, the Churuisi Star domain, and the Catcher Star domain. It can be predicted that the battle around the 49U6U star system will be a long tug-of-war. After 3V digests the source domain, that will be the time to truly decide whether PIVC will be extinguished. And that day is not too far away. Of course, Sherman didn't care whether PIVC destroyed the lights or not, nor did he care when the final battle would start. In short, almost all of his assets had been dealt with, and even the Void Glow fleet had been officially incorporated into another resurrected ancient force. Now he was a free man, and could go anywhere he wanted. After Void Murone and some of his brothers continued to stay in the source to become a rebel army, Sherman gave them some warships in the hangar and left the game again. He had many things to do in reality, and it was impossible for him to be in the game every day like before. So after chatting with Delk Ellis, Sherman decisively quit the game. When he enters the game next time, the situation inside may change dramatically. Looking at the space outside the window, Sherman couldn't help but stretch his arms and stretch his muscles. At this time, Cormac Waga knocked on the door at the right time. Report, Clerk Bai and Gu 2 are back to report. Hearing this, Sherman couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Let them wait for me in the conference room. I'll be there soon. After the meeting a week ago, when Shu Bai and Gu asked to go out and look for the remnants of the original inhabitants, so as to bring them under the command of the Tianxi group as soon as possible and accept the protection of the Tianxi group. After all, the Tianxi group is managed by the famous New Eden, and the leader of the Tianxi group, Sherman, is even known as the New Eden Emperor of the South. This is a strong thigh, and they can't miss it. So after the meeting, when Shu Bai and Gutu immediately split into two groups, and went to the residences of the remnants to persuade them. Thanks to the oppression and exploitation of these survivors by various forces over the years, in the face of the two people's persuasion, these survivors agreed without even considering it, and immediately began to prepare to migrate to the source area. During this week, when Shu Bai and Guta ran through the entire Northern Alliance's control area and neutral area without rest. Except for a part of the tribe that had settled down and did not want to experience the storm, almost 90% of the survivors they contacted agreed to go to the source area. This is the current situation. Almost 90% of the survivors have agreed to move here, so there are more people. Therefore, the resettlement facilities and immigration spacecraft need to be prepared. After when Shu Bai finished reporting to Sherman, he drank all the water on the table in one breath due to dry mouth. After listening to Wen Shu Bai's report, Sherman tapped the table lightly with his fingers and asked thoughtfully, how many people are willing to immigrate to the source region? Wen Shu Bai calculated in his mind, and then tentatively replied, about 32.7 billion, the fluctuation will not exceed 10 million. 32.7 billion. Hearing this number, Sherman's heart sank. It was not that he was shocked by this, after all, the number of people in any affiliated civilization in his southern star field was more than this, and this number was not enough to shock him. It was that the source domain where he was now was just beginning to be developed, and even the actual control area had only radiated to several surrounding star systems. These tens of billions of people suddenly came, and he didn't have enough colonized planets to accommodate them. Moreover, there is no natural life planet in the source area. In order to accommodate these people, he has to transform some planets into colonized planets. And this requires time and financial resources. But obviously, Sherman has neither time nor money now. At present, all the resources of the Tianxi group are put into building the Atano refinery. Only by making these Atanos work can the Tianxi group obtain enough resources in this barren star field through satellite development, and develop accordingly. If they want to accommodate these survivors now, they can only live in Atano for the time being, and then migrate them after the colony planet is transformed. And this is a population of more than 20 billion, and the current space station alone is not enough. Looking at Sherman, who was thinking with his eyes narrowed, Gu2 and the others sat quietly in their seats and dared not speak, because they also knew how much of a burden such a large population would be to the Tianxi group at this time. But they had no choice. After all, these were their people. They couldn't just watch them stay there and be abused. So they gritted their teeth and agreed to these eager people. Their consciences were comforted, but the production burden of more than 20 billion people fell on Sherman. After thinking for a long time, Sherman couldn't think of a good solution. After all, the current Tianxi group lacked everything. Sherman wished that he could spend $1 in two. There was simply not enough money to resettle so many survivors. Then we can only go the old way. Finally, Sherman sighed while looking at the star map. Cormac Waga, how is the fleet now? The Serpentis fleet has been replenished, and the warships of the Foreign Legion have also been replenished, and they are ready to fight for our lord at any time. When Cormac Waga heard what Sherman said, he immediately understood what Sherman meant, So he answered with a little excitement. Because Sherman used all his funds to buy a large amount of resources during this period, the entire Serpentis Prime and the Atnos used for satellite development in several surrounding galaxies have been anchored, and relying on these production lines in Atnos, the Serpentis Group's warships have also been replenished, and there are even a batch of war preparations for emergencies. The strength of the main fleet of the Sky Serpents has been restored, but the strength of the Foreign Legion has not been fully restored because it has not yet received personnel reinforcements. Although it is not possible to fight against large forces such as the L Alliance, small-scale battles are no problem at all. Sherman nodded and immediately gave orders to several people. Order, from now on, carry out a cleanup operation in the source domain and eliminate all pirates and mercenaries hiding in it. The Sky Serpent's fleet will attack first, and the Foreign Legion will assist. All threats must be eliminated before immigration begins. Yes. Everyone immediately received the order excitedly. Pirates are great. Although these pirates in the source domain are a little poor, they have developed for so many years after all, and the resources and funds they have accumulated are definitely much more than the poor Tianchi group. As long as the pirates in the entire source domain are cleared out, relying on the sea's materials and funds, let alone transforming the colonized planet, I am afraid that the flagship manufacturing plan that Sherman has been thinking about since the last battle can also be put on the agenda. Chapter 432. After Sherman issued his order, the pirates of the entire source region were in trouble, because they suddenly discovered that the Sky Serpent group in the Central Star System, which they had been avoiding, suddenly sent troops in all directions, and fought against any warships and bases that appeared in front of them without asking for any reason. Faced with the powerful fighting power of the Sky Serpent group, these self-proclaimed tough pirates were killed and retreated step by step. In just a few days, the range of these pirates' activities was suppressed to a very narrow range. If this continues, I am afraid that in a week at most, they will be completely defeated. In order to survive, they had no choice but to declare a united front against the powerful Serpentis group. Some of them wanted to surrender to the Serpentis group, but all of them were rejected by Cormac Vaga, because the purpose of the Serpentis group's action was not to control the source domain, but for resources. For the Serpentis group, these pirate pilots are the most valuable. How could they let them surrender? This surrender means that they are their own people, and they can't sell their own people as slaves. After all, they still have to survive here. So with nowhere to go, these pirates had no choice but to unite to deal with the attack of the Sky Serpent group, otherwise they would be slaughtered by the Sky Serpent group. Sherman did not take the fact that these pirates chose to unite seriously, and even secretly asked Cormac Waja to slow down the pace of attack to help them unite. After all, only when these pirates go all out can the Sky Serpent group maximize its profits, otherwise these pirates really have to hide desperately, and they can't catch them all. In the past few days, Sherman was grinning from ear to ear. Every day, a steady stream of resources were transported from all around to the Serpentine Star. At present, the influence of the Serpentine group has also expanded to several surrounding constellations. Under the special control of Cormac Vaga, the pirates only had their warships blown up, and their space capsules were not attacked. They were all captured. These prisoners were also sold to Gracie Adam. After all, these are rare warship pilots. Although they cannot be used as the main force due to their loyalty issues, they can be sent to die. Just like the Myth Legion controlled by Gracie Adam, although the number of official pilots is only 3,000, it has a slave fleet of nearly 5,000 people. So for these pirates, Gracie Adam said that he would take as many as he could, and the price was not cheap. Both Sherman and Gracie Adam were very satisfied with the deal, and relying on the resources obtained from reselling slaves, Sherman immediately waved his hand, and the transformation project of the 3 planets was launched vigorously. It is estimated that it will only take half a year to migrate. In addition, the order for a Sodio was also given to Allah, and it is expected to be delivered to Sherman in a week. After the Sodio engineering complex is in hand, the flagship plan of the Tianchi group can be launched. However, thinking of the price paid to Allah for this Sodio engineering complex, Sherman couldn't help but feel angry. Those resources are enough to build 3 Sodios. It's not that Sherman can't build the Sodio engineering complex by himself in the source domain, but it takes time to build the Sodio engineering complex, and plus the time to build the flagship. By the time the Tianchi group's flagship fleet comes out, I'm afraid it will be too late. That's why Sherman held back his heart and gritted his teeth to buy an existing Sodio engineering complex from Allah. Now he didn't have much time to waste. But at this time, the transport fleet sent by Allah to transport the Sodio engineering complex had an accident. In the deep space of the border star field from the southern star field to the eastern star field, a fleet consisting of 10 cargo ships and more than 20 cruisers was slowly sailing towards the hinterland of the Eastern Star Field. The transport fleet with such weak defense was sailing without any cover, as if it was not worried about being intercepted. This is true. No one would think of offending this transport fleet after seeing the logo on it, because this is New Eden's commercial transport fleet. The military parade a few months ago has shut everyone up. Facing such a force, I'm afraid only the angel civilization or the demon civilization would have the confidence to offend New Eden. After all, no one wants to wake up one day and find a super flagship fleet quietly parked outside their own space station. Therefore, New Eden's external commercial transport fleets almost only have an escort team to teach the blind little pirates a lesson. Even when the New Eden transport fleet passes through a certain civilization, these civilizations will take the initiative to send fleets to escort it for fear that something will happen in their own territory. This is the confidence from a powerful civilization. But just today, some short-sighted forces really set their sights on the New Eden transport fleet. Record, the third commercial transport team of the New Eden Industrial Group has arrived in the Eastern Star region and is about to enter the unknown star region in the Eastern Star region and sail towards the Pearl of the Orient. The navigator of this transport fleet, a warrior from the Imperial Crusaders, looked at the star map and reported the location of the fleet to the headquarters. Soon, the headquarters also sent back the message. Received, keep going, I wish you a safe voyage. Received, everything for New Eden. Everything for New Eden. The escort fleet of this transport fleet only consists of a squadron of Imperial Crusaders, a Pioneer-class Navy type, and 20 Revelation-class Navy type escort fleets. The Pioneer-class Navy type can be used as a command ship, and with 20 Revelation-class Navy type warships, plus the powerful combat power of the Imperial Crusaders, it is completely capable of dealing with fleets of the same level that are several times larger than its own. Even if they cannot defeat the enemy, they can hold out until the reinforcements arrive. But this time, the power that is targeting them is not ordinary. When the transport fleet was about to enter the civilized area of the Eastern Star region, several heavy and light interceptors suddenly rushed out of the subspace, intercepting the transport ships and escort fleets that were unable to dodge, and instantly blocked the communication in the entire force field, so that the escort squadron could not even send out the call for help. Then, a battle fleet also jumped from deep space and stopped steadily in front of the transport fleet. Without any surprise, facing such a perfect enemy plan, the transport fleet and the escort squadron were reduced to fireworks in the starry sky and turned into wreckage in an instant. Even the space capsule that was lucky enough not to be destroyed along with the warship was attacked the next second after escaping from the warship. It was obvious that the enemy wanted to destroy the corpses and wipe out the traces. After cleaning up the supplies in the cargo ship, the attack fleet quickly disappeared in the deep space, leaving only a pile of empty wreckage and cold corpses. 10 minutes later, a patrol team from the Northern Alliance rushed to the scene after detecting the battle, but they only saw debris and several bodies on the ground, and the attackers had disappeared long ago. The patrol captain, who originally thought it was just an ordinary pirate attack, was about to report and leave as usual, but after seeing the mark on a piece of debris, he shuddered, and then carefully observed the clothes on the bodies, and immediately reported to the headquarters with a cold sweat on his face. Headquarters, a transport fleet was attacked on our border, and all the warships were destroyed. Now only a few bodies and debris are left. According to the traces left at the scene, this transport fleet belongs to the New Eden Industrial Group. After hearing the report, the headquarters of the Northern Alliance Patrol immediately ordered them to check again and confirm the identity of the attacking fleet. However, after several reports from the scene, they immediately reported the matter to their superiors. They could not handle this matter. Chapter 433. The transport fleet was attacked, all the transported materials were lost, and the escort squadron was completely wiped out. What a shame. Although this transport fleet did not send out any rescue news from the time it was attacked to the time it died, they were all clone pilots. When these clone pilots of the Imperial Crusaders were resurrected from the Imperial Crusaders' direct Star City, the news of the attack was uploaded to Jamil Salam, and soon the news was known to the entire New Eden's top leaders. After learning the news, the killers of New Eden were not ashamed at first, but excitedly asked Aura for a fight. Aura, this is an insult to New Eden and disrespect to our Lord. I, the Guristas group, ask for a fight and vow to turn the place of provocation into ashes. Nonsense, this attack took place in the eastern region, and my Angel Enterprise Consortium's fleet is the closest, so this mission should be ours. Don't make a fuss, the victims are my Imperial Crusaders. No matter what, the Emma Empire should deal with it personally and wash away the shame with the enemy's blood. In the conference room, These pillars of New Eden no longer looked arrogant as others did, and all of them were scrambling for the task of attacking. It's not their fault. Ever since Sherman led the Sky Serpent group to the eastern region, the entire southern star region has been controlled by New Eden and is considered an enemy. Even the pirates, who make a living in the dark zone, have been swept away by mods several times, which makes them want to practice but have no way to do it. In addition, New Eden has developed very rapidly after this period of stability. Now not only has the main fleet completed its full establishment, but also a huge amount of war preparations have been reserved. It is said that keeping warm is the best way to do something, and these officials wanted to try their hand at it all the time after their fleets were strong. But before Sherman left, he repeatedly ordered that they should not take the initiative to start a foreign war, and everything should wait until he came back, so they could only practice with each other in the virtual warehouse. But now the enemy took the initiative to provoke. This did not violate Sherman's orders. How could they not be excited? The officials of New Eden scrambled for the opportunity to send troops, and Aura looked at everyone expressionlessly without saying a word. To be honest, he was also very helpless about these guys. New Eden is a warlike civilization at heart. I don't know who is so blind that he actually took the initiative to take the keys to these guys who were shackled by Sherman. Aura stopped the meeting room in time when it was about to stage a fight. Okay, I can't make a decision on this matter. I need to ask my master. What's the point of you arguing here? The decision to take the initiative to send troops is in the hands of Sherman. Aura's authority is limited to self-defense, so Sherman still needs to make a decision on this matter. After hearing what Aura said, everyone immediately sat back in their seats. After a while, Sherman's holographic projection appeared in front of everyone. Meet my lord. Yes. Sherman nodded, then looked at everyone and asked in confusion, what day is today? Why are you all here? Because each force has its own defense zone, they are scattered in various places in the southern region. Unless Sherman specifically requests it, these guys will not gather together for no reason. But if they did not gather under his order, it meant that something big had happened. Thinking of this, Sherman's smile suddenly disappeared, and turned into a cold and solemn expression. Seeing Sherman's expression, Ollie immediately told Sherman the whole story, very objectively, without adding any subjective opinions to instigate Sherman to start a war. Hearing that the sodio he bought was intercepted, Sherman's face twitched. He has always been the only one who robbed others. When has he ever been robbed by others? This is a shame. Have you found out who did it? Moreover, the quantum signal sent by sodio is now located in the Ella star field. Ola did not answer the question directly, but told the location of sodio. Sodio is much more important than Titan in terms of strategy, so Ola has no idea how many tricks he has used on it. How could he let it escape from New Eden's sight? And even if the enemy took it away, they couldn't use it. They couldn't even take it out of the compressed space, let alone operate and study it. Even the angelic civilization or the demonic civilization can't do anything about this, Ola is confident. After hearing Ola's words, Sherman couldn't help but touch the stubble on his chin. Early star region, L Alliance? Yes, the reconnaissance fleet has already gone to the star system where Sodio is located, and judging from the fleet that is guarding its base, it is indeed a secret base of the L Alliance. Ola's words immediately confirmed that this attack was an action by the L Alliance to frame the Northern Alliance. Sherman thought about it for a while, and understood why the L Alliance did this. Now that the Northern Alliance occupied the strategic location of the 11 ST galaxy, it completely blocked the navigation of the Kelson star field into the Buvidin star field. Then the Northern Alliance concentrated its forces to attack the L Alliance's homeland, the Aisha star field, and the Early star field. Facing the attack of the Northern Alliance, the L Alliance was already in a very difficult situation. Due to the blockade of the Northern Alliance, the Eastern Commercial Federation could not provide support, and even sent troops to contain it. If this continues, the L Alliance will be dead or in trouble within half a year. So it is understandable that the L Alliance carried out such a borrowed knife operation to break the deadlock. After all, how to deal with this matter in New Eden is enough of a headache for them, and the Northern Alliance is undoubtedly not interested in targeting them. My lord, the Emma Empire requests a fight, and the Imperial Crusaders will wash this shame with their own hands. Looking at Sherman's slightly frowned brows, Jamil Salam immediately stepped forward and solemnly requested a fight. The others looked at Jamil Salam, who had asked for a fight first, and immediately hurried forward to ask for a fight. But Sherman did not reply immediately, but turned to look at Aura, with a slight smile on his face. Aura, this incident was caused by your inconsideration, so shouldn't it be counted into the mission time? After all, this sudden incident will greatly affect my mission. Looking at his master, Aura nodded with a smile. My lord, the mission time will be suspended until the matter is resolved. But after seeing Sherman, with a slightly cracked mouth, Aura added, but the time can only be suspended for 1 week at most, and troops cannot be sent to attack other unrelated forces. If Sherman takes this opportunity to directly destroy all the major forces in the entire Eastern Star region, then this trial will be meaningless, so restrictions have to be made. Hearing this, Sherman did not care, but nodded with a smile on his face. He did not think that Aura would let him take advantage of the loophole. What he was thinking about now was how to use this opportunity to clear the obstacles for the mission. Soon, Sherman gave an order to Ola. Ola, send a telegram to question the Northern Alliance immediately, ordering them to investigate the attack within 3 days, otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you. Yes. Then Sherman glanced at the people below who were staring at him eagerly, coughed lightly, and selected the candidate. Jamil Salam, order the Imperial Crusaders to move to the border of the Eastern Star region and strike the enemy at any time. I've given you a chance for revenge, I hope you won't let me down, and act more quickly. Yes. Jamil Salam took the order with excitement in the envious eyes of others. This was a rare opportunity. At this moment, she even felt a little grateful to the guys who attacked her fleet. Looking at the excited Jamil Salam, Sherman said, I have only one request for you. Destroy all enemy warships in space, and destroy all enemy space stations in the starry sky. I don't want to see any enemy fleets in the starry sky at that time. Jamil Salam saluted with a serious face. Yes. For the glory of my lord. Chapter 434. In a large space station in the Eastern Star region, in the Road Star region, dozens of people sat in a conference room with exquisite decorations, looking solemn. The atmosphere in the conference room was almost frozen, and only the sound of fingers tapping on the table could be heard, which made the atmosphere in the room even more depressing. Finally, Gracie Adam, who was sitting in the first seat, spoke first. Everyone, regarding the attack on the New Eden commercial transport fleet at our border, New Eden has sent us a document, ordering us to investigate the matter within 3 days, otherwise we will have to face the wrath of New Eden. The document that Ola sent to Gracie Adam contained much harsher and more arrogant content than what Sherman said, because he knew the purpose of Sherman's doing so. Faced with such a polite questioning from New Eden, a hot-tempered guy immediately stood up and said in dissatisfaction, What does New Eden mean by this? This is the Eastern Star region, not their Southern Star region. It is not their turn to act tyrannically. In my opinion, why don't we call on all forces in the Eastern Star region to unite again, and let New Eden know that our Eastern Star region is not as good as the Southern Star region? What this hot-tempered guy said is not without reason. Although there has been chaos in the Eastern Star region for many years, there is an unwritten rule, that is, when facing foreign enemies, they must unite and fight together to ensure that the interests of the Eastern Star region are in their own hands. And this is actually what the L Alliance hopes for, because now this is the only way to save them. Only when the Alliance is opened again, the Northern Alliance will have to put aside all disputes and fight the enemy together. As soon as this was said, some other war advocates immediately gave their support, and some guys who had a secret interest in the L Alliance also raised their hands in agreement. It can be said that everyone responded to this matter with one voice. Of course, there were people in the Northern Alliance who did not see the situation clearly. I saw the commander of one legion snorted coldly, and looked at the guys on the field who shouted to unite to resist foreign enemies. Anyone with a brain will know that it was the L Alliance guys who did this. I really don't know how much benefit you guys have received from the L Alliance in private, and you actually speak for them like this. As a veteran legion of the Northern Alliance, the fate of him and his legion has long been linked to the Northern Alliance, so he has no worries. Then, under the cannibalistic eyes of others, he said to Gracie Adam, Leader, the attack on New Eden's transportation is definitely related to the L Alliance. As long as we follow this direction, we will definitely find clues to the murderer. Gracie Adam hadn't spoken yet, but he heard someone snort in disdain. If we investigate what New Eden asks us to do, then where will the face of our Northern Alliance be? If we give in to outsiders this time, how will we survive in the Eastern Star region in the future? That's right, if we give in this time, what should we do if New Eden continues to ask us to do more excessive things in the future? Alliance leader, we must investigate the murderer, but we also need to take the initiative in our hands. We can't let New Eden lead us by the nose. No matter whether they were leaning towards the L Alliance or not, everyone spoke out against this matter. After all, the Northern Alliance is the overlord of the Eastern Star region. If they succumb to New Eden this time, their prestige will be greatly questioned, which is very detrimental to their rule. This is related to their vital interests. This is related to their interests, so they have no choice but to speak out. Facing everyone's opposition to this matter, Gracie Adams sat in his seat and did not answer, but projected a piece of information in front of everyone. This is sent from the border. You can take a look first and then consider it. In the projection, fleets of huge warships were densely arranged in the starry sky. The huge and ferocious Titan was exposed to everyone's eyes without any concealment, and the muzzles were all aimed at the Northern Alliance fleet defending the border. Compared with these huge fleets arranged in the starry sky, the Northern Alliance fleet was like an ant under the feet of an elephant, disproportionate. Everyone looked at the projection and opened their mouths, unable to speak. Gracie Adams also spoke at the right time. This is the fleet dispatched to the border by New Eden. There are not many, just 12 super flagship fleets. If anyone here has a way to deal with it, I will voluntarily give up this position. Is there anyone who can take it? After hearing this, no one was speechless. You must be kidding. Their Northern Alliance only has 2 super flagship fleets, and the entire Eastern Star region may not be able to gather 12 super flagship fleets. How can they fight? Looking at the silent crowd, Gracie Adams thought of something and added, by the way, this is only half of the Emma Empire's troops under New Eden, and according to intelligence, its other 12 super flagship fleets have also completed their assembly in the Southern Star region and can be dispatched at any time. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Then, someone stood up and said righteously, Leader, the transport fleet of New Eden was attacked in our territory. We have the responsibility to investigate it. The suggestion just made by Kaimaitanzi is very good. I also suggest that this matter be investigated in the direction of the L Alliance. Looking at the person who spoke, Gracie Adams showed a sneer on his face. If he remembered correctly, this guy just firmly supported the joint resistance. Captain Moore, we don't have to force it. I think we should suspend the war and request other forces to jointly resist the enemy. No reluctance. Not at all. We should have this responsibility, so this is a righteous statement. What's the point of joining forces to resist the enemy? The original joint resistance to the enemy also had the hope of victory and sufficient distribution of interests. At the beginning, the angel civilization and the demon civilization looked down on the Eastern Star region, so when faced with their alliance and knew their attitude, they only made a slight contact and withdrew, without the idea of sending heavy troops to crush them. This time, New Eden has dispatched 12 super flagship fleets to the border, and there are 12 super flagship fleets gathering in the rear. It's not a joke with them. If they can unite, it will be a miracle. Because that is not called joining forces to resist the enemy, but called going to hell together. And anyone with a discerning eye knows that this matter was caused by the L Alliance itself. As long as they can make New Eden satisfied and withdraw their troops back to the camp, the lives of others have nothing to do with them. Looking at the people who all lowered their eyebrows slightly, Gracie Adams couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Everyone is a group of people united by interests. There is no such thing as bullshit faith and credibility. Interests are their beliefs. Without further sarcasm, Gracie Adams looked at several guys who had ambiguous relationships with the L Alliance in private. I leave this matter to you. I won't ask you how you do it. In short, bring me the evidence of the L Alliance attacking the New Eden transport fleet in 3 days, or you will take the blame yourself. Don't talk about difficulties. I know everything about you and the L Alliance. I've given you a chance, but don't be ungrateful. Looking at Gracie Adams, who was like a man-eating tiger, these people could only swallow their words and tremble as they accepted the order. Now, they could only mourn for the L Alliance in silence, as they would rather die than die. Chapter 435. But the Northern Alliance's investigation was doomed to be in vain. They handled the attack on the New Eden transport ship perfectly, leaving no evidence and no witnesses. Moreover, the fleet on the front line was under the surveillance of the Northern Alliance, and there was no sign of mobilization, so Gracie Adams did not care whether those pro-Alliance traitors could find evidence. If they could, it would be better. If not, he could take the opportunity to eliminate these guys, and he would not suffer any loss. After the meeting, Gracie Adams sent a private communication directly to Godwin Borg, the leader of the L Alliance. Godwin Borg, who was sitting in the central star city of the Alliance observing the situation, calmed down his anxiety instantly after seeing his private communication ringing, and then straightened his collar to answer the call. After answering the call, Gracie Adams did not beat around the bush, but directly questioned, "Old man, do you know that New Eden is really determined to intervene in the Eastern Star region? Do you think we can stop it?" Godwin Borg didn't fall for it, but stroked his beard with a smile on his face, like a smiling tiger. New Eden is powerful, and the entire Eastern Star region cannot cope with it, so you have to solve this matter as soon as possible. After all, the transport fleet of New Eden was attacked in the territory of your Northern Alliance. No matter what, you have to take the main responsibility for this matter, and you have to find out the murderer as soon as possible and give an explanation to New Eden. Godwin Borg said it very righteously, but what he meant was that if no evidence was found, then the Northern Alliance would have to bear the blame. In fact, although Godwin Borg looked calm, he was also very anxious, because he couldn't understand why it was just an ordinary transport fleet being attacked. According to convention, it should be just a verbal warning within questioning and protest, but he didn't expect that New Eden would not say much and directly place 12 super flagship fleets at the border of the Eastern Star Field, and another 12 super flagship fleets were assembled at the border of the Southern Star Field. It seemed that if they didn't give them a satisfactory explanation, then New Eden would use the warships in its hands to claim it. Others use power to suppress others, but New Eden uses force to suppress others. They don't give them any chance to refute, and Godwin Borg also believes that if any force in the Eastern Star region dares to make a fuss at this time, the 12 super flagship fleets located on the border will appear outside their space station and use the guns to make them organize their words again. So after learning about New Eden's attitude, Godwin Borg's heart was so anxious. Now when Gracie Adam was the first to lose his patience and use the private channel to find him, he was relieved, because Gracie Adam's attitude was very important in dealing with this matter. Facing Godwin Borg's watertight words, Gracie Adam immediately rolled his eyes. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows who did it. If it weren't for the fact that the L Alliance's actions were too clean and neat this time, without leaving any evidence, he would definitely let the L Alliance know the consequences of daring to bring in outsiders. Stop talking nonsense. I have two things to ask you today. You tell me. Although both sides are still fighting fiercely, and even the front line has not yet ceased fire, the two of them are chatting like friends, which is very strange. First, we need someone to take the blame for the attack on the New Eden transport fleet. We have to choose one. Okay, I give it to you tomorrow. Godwin Borg nodded. New Eden is making such a big fuss now. If we don't show some sincerity to appease them, New Eden will definitely not let it go. So he didn't refuse, and even fully supported it. Seeing that Godwin Borg was so sensible, Gracie Adams' face also improved a little, and then he continued, Second, after taking out the scapegoat, New Eden may not let it go. All the compensation needs to be paid by you. Impossible. Hearing this, Godwin Borg refused without hesitation. Let's not talk about whether New Eden would ask for a huge sum of money and tear off a piece of meat. Even if he could afford it, he would not do it, because doing so would undoubtedly prove that he was the one who caused the attack. Who knows if New Eden would take the opportunity to continue blackmailing after having this excuse. So he would never agree to this. Before Gracie Adam could speak, Godwin Borg added, I can only agree to one of these two things, otherwise no one will have a good life. Let's wait for everyone to face New Eden together. Listening to Godwin Borg's words, Gracie Adams' irritability was already evident, and he shouted impatiently, In that case, I will tell New Eden about the matter, and let New Eden judge for itself. After saying that, he was about to hang up the communication. Seeing this, Godwin Borg was also calm, and there was no worry on his face. Gracie Adam, if it is a negotiation, then talk it over, don't make these meaningless performances, and you know that the good or bad of this matter makes no difference to me. Seeing that Godwin Borg did not respond, Gracie Adams' face lost its restlessness and regained its calm. Godwin Borg was right. Gracie Adams' anxiety and impatience were all pretended. After all, as a famous old fox, how could Gracie Adams' surrender be so shallow? In the final analysis, it was all to force Godwin Borg to agree to these two conditions. After hearing Godwin Borg's words, Gracie Adams stopped banging the table and roaring, but looked at Godwin Borg and asked calmly, Tell me, what do you want to do? Now the L Alliance has long been unable to resist the attack of the Northern Alliance, and the fall of the entire territory is a foregone conclusion, so Godwin Borg is now not afraid of wearing shoes even if he is barefoot. And this is also Gracie Adams' biggest headache. Godwin Borg is now ready to leave the Eastern Star region with his belongings after the collapse of the L Alliance. If it weren't for his risky move, which gave the L Alliance a chance to breathe, I'm afraid this guy would have left long ago. Having known each other for decades, Gracie Adam knows Godwin Borg's character very well, so he has no doubt that he will do this. Even though Gracie Adam wanted to issue an order to launch a general attack and bring this guy back to torture him to death, he finally held back. The L Alliance cannot be destroyed now, at least not before the matter in New Eden is dealt with. Two conditions, each of us is responsible for one. Impossible, the Northern Alliance did not participate in this matter, there is no reason for it to be responsible. If it really didn't participate, Then where did the equipment in your 8B2 Galaxy space station come from? Godwin Borg drank water and said indifferently. At that time, in addition to Sodio, the cargo loaded in the transport fleet of New Eden also contained a lot of standard equipment of the Yemen Navy. These were the goods that New Eden transported to the Eastern Star region to open up the market. And this batch of goods appeared in the hinterland of the Northern Alliance. It was not an accident, but this matter was secretly provided by a certain legion of the Northern Alliance, and the Eternal Legion of the L Alliance took action to complete it. Otherwise, how could such a fleet appear in the territory of the Northern Alliance without anyone noticing, and evacuate safely after completing the attack without leaving any trace? There are still people in the Northern Alliance who are cleaning up the mess. This is also the premise for Gracie Adam and Godwin Borg to discuss how to deal with New Eden, because both of them are involved in this matter. Looking at Gracie Adam, Godwin Borg slowly said, "You choose the scapegoat, and I will pay for the subsequent compensation for New Eden. This is my final condition." Before Gracie Adam spoke, Godwin Borg continued to say meaningfully, "Besides, you Northern Alliance are not without suitable targets. Using that force as a scapegoat will not have much impact on you." Hearing Godwin Borg's implication, Gracie Adam couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The next morning, the content of the Northern Alliance's press conference on the attack on the New Eden transport fleet shocked the entire Eastern Star region. After the attack, our training fleet quickly arrived and pursued the attacking fleet. Although no one was saved, an enemy warship was destroyed. At this time, a reporter raised his hand, and Gracie Adam nodded, indicating that he should speak. "Mr. Gracie Adam, did you find any clues from the destroyed warship?" Hearing the reporter's question, Gracie Adam replied with a serious face, "Yes." "So, you have already locked on who the murderer is?" "Yes, although there is no logo sprayed on the destroyed warship, it is indeed very unique, and there is only one force in the entire Eastern Star region." As he said, Gracie Adam clapped his hands, and a holographic projection appeared, including a holographic projection of the wreckage of the warship in the starry sky. Although the wreckage of the warship was torn into pieces, it was still intact as a whole, and could be easily pieced together to its original appearance. Even faster, the wreckage in the projection quickly began to rotate and piece together under the restoration technology, and soon a very deterrent battleship was pieced together. After seeing the restored appearance of the wreckage of the warship, Sherman, who had been watching the live broadcast of the press conference, suddenly spit out a mouthful of water and almost choked himself to death. Because this was his Tianchi Group's standard battleship, the Avenger-class battleship. Gracie Adam continued, "This battleship is called the Avenger class. It is a special battleship of the Serpentis Group. It is currently only equipped in the internal fleet of the Serpentis Group, and has never been sold to the outside world." Gracie Adam almost said that the attack on the New Eden transport fleet was the Serpentis Group. Sure enough, with such effective evidence, everyone believed that the Serpentis Group was the one behind it. In addition, the Serpentis Group was either robbing or on the way to rob after entering the Eastern Star region, and even directly intervened in the war between the three major alliances twice. After listing all the audacious actions of the Serpentis Group, it is not impossible that they attacked the New Eden transport fleet. Afterwards, Godwin Borg, the leader of the Ale Alliance, also held a press conference, announcing that the Serpentis Group fleet had been found passing through the border of his alliance. Just when the Ale Alliance organized a fleet to respond, the Serpentis fleet crossed the border of the Elris star field and headed north, and 3 hours later it suddenly turned back and returned to the territory of the Northern Alliance. When the press conference of the L Alliance ended, it further verified Gracie Adams' words, and completely confirmed the fact that the Serpentis Group attacked the New Eden transport fleet. After all, the two alliances are still at war, and it is impossible for them to unite to slander a small army. Besides, the Serpentis Group is still a member of the Northern Alliance. As the leader of the Northern Alliance, Gracie Adams should slander the L Alliance even if he wants to, and there is no need to slander his own people. So, this is respecting the facts. The two press conferences were all attended by their people from beginning to end. With the tacit cooperation of both parties, the blame was firmly placed on the Tianchi Group. As for the question of why there were no more direct evidence such as the battle situation, since there were warship wreckage, no one mentioned it. They all tacitly put all kinds of blame on the fact that the attack fleet was equipped with Tianchi Group's unique standard warships. The Tianchi Group is now unable to defend itself as it is being pointed at by thousands of people. But the problem is, I attack my own transport fleet? Looking at the leaders of the two alliances who confirmed their crimes at the two press conferences, if it weren't for the fact that New Eden and the Sky Serpent Group belonged to him, Sherman would have almost believed them. Fuck, it feels like they are using me as a scapegoat. Soon, Sherman figured out all the problems. The Sky Serpent Group intervened in the war twice, not to mention the L Alliance and the Eastern Commercial Federation. There was absolutely a deep hatred, and although the Northern Alliance accepted the Sky Serpent Group, there must be other opinions within it. Bad reputation, dislike from various forces, etc. Under these various reasons, the Sky Serpent Group became the perfect scapegoat, and the blame was also put on Sherman. This can not only give New Eden an explanation, but also remove the thorn in the eye of the Sky Serpent Group, killing two birds with one stone. If the Sky Serpent Group is not a member of New Eden, otherwise there is really no way to defend it. After all, the Sky Serpent fleet has been frequently dispatched to eliminate pirates recently, and even chased them to other starfields several times. There is really no evidence to prove its innocence. Sherman looked at Gracie Adam at the press conference and had some guesses in his mind. This time the transport fleet was attacked. In addition to the L Alliance, I am afraid that the Northern Alliance was also involved. Otherwise, Gracie Adam would not have tried so hard to prove this matter. Sherman became more and more angry as he thought about it, and suddenly he felt evil. Jamil Salam ordered the Imperial Crusaders to set off in two groups and send messages to the L Alliance and the Northern Alliance to borrow the passage. The 1st to 6th Legions borrowed the L Alliance to attack the source area. The 7th to 12th Legions will attack the source domain via the Northern Alliance. Once we are in its territory, we will immediately launch an attack, destroy all its fleets, and destroy all its military fortresses. If you want to play, then let's play together. All the chips are in my hands. How can you play with me? I will kill you. Sherman then looked at Cormacwaga, who was laughing, and said viciously, order the fleets that are scattered to suppress bandits to return to the base immediately and assemble, and prepare for battle. Yes. Chapter 436. After the press conference, the news that the Serpentis Group attacked the New Eden transport fleet and provoked the interstellar behemoth New Eden spread throughout the entire Eastern Star region. New Eden stopped broadcasting. The 12 super flagship fleets at the border of the Eastern Star region were like the sword of Dalmos hanging high, making everyone tremble with fear. The next second, a doomsday beam next to them penetrated the planet they were on. Under the deliberate guidance of Gracie Adam and Godwin Borg, the various forces in the Eastern Star region were in a turmoil over the request to deal with the Serpentis Group in exchange for the withdrawal of New Eden. They all requested the Northern Alliance to deal with the Serpentis Group and return peace to the Eastern Star region. Under such public opinion, the leader of the Northern Alliance, Gracie Adam, said that this injustice has its perpetrators, and the Sky Serpent Group is also a member of the Northern Alliance. He couldn't bear to take action and hoped that New Eden would take action personally. Faced with this situation, Sherman published a report to everyone, saying that the Northern Alliance and the L Alliance had joined forces to put the blame on the Sky Serpent Group, and announced his withdrawal from the Northern Alliance and declared independence on the grounds that the Northern Alliance was unrighteous. But Sherman's report did not cause any substantial shock. It was all his own one-sided words. How could anyone believe that all the reactions to this matter were that the Sky Serpent Group knew it was exposed and wanted to resist armed? Facing the independence of the Serpentis Group, before the Northern Alliance made any response, New Eden announced that it would borrow the passage from the Northern Alliance and the L Alliance to attack the source domain from two directions. This request was probably just a way of saying it. How could the Northern Alliance and the Stone Barbarian Alliance agree to it? They had said they could fully cooperate. Late at night, Gracie Adam and Alvin Borg met through holographic projection. Now that the blame has been placed on the Serpentis Group, it's up to New Eden to see how it performs next. As he spoke, Alvin Borg sipped the red wine in his glass with a big smile on his face. 17 top super flagship fleets fighting together, that kind of scene is rare to see. You must watch it carefully. Compared to Alvin Borg's indifference in watching the show, Gracie Adams seemed a little regretful. The Sky Serpent Group is a rare and good knife. It's a pity to just disappear like that. The Sky Serpent Group has been in the Eastern Territory for a long time, but the two battles it participated in have proved its weak combat effectiveness. However, in the battle of the same tonnage, my Myth Legion is not sure to win. I originally wanted to gradually win back the heart of the Serpentis Group, infiltrate my people, master that good knife, and turn it into the sharpest blade in my hand. But now I have not even sent anyone to make me a scapegoat. What a pity. Looking at Gracie Adam with a sigh on his face, Alvin Borg showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. Haha, he should just say that he covets the battleship technology of the Serpentis Group. There is no need for him to pretend with just the two of us. How could I know what Gracie Adams' intention was to take in the Serpentis Group? He hoped that the Serpentis Group could fight for the Northern Alliance, but more importantly, the the brand new battleship technology exposed by the Serpentis Group. And that is what Gracie Adam wanted the most. Gracie Adam, whose mind was exposed by Alvin Borg, did not refute, but looked at Alvin Borg and sighed. Does he want it? You know, the warships of the Serpent Group attracted our attention when they first appeared on the battlefield of the Eastern region. The warships that performed so weakly on the battlefield attracted our attention. After analyzing the battle report above, and before we checked the warships in other civilizations, we felt even colder. The first to take action was actually the Eastern Business Federation. At the beginning, the Eastern Business Federation divided the Tianxi Group into two extremely safe star systems, W1 and W2, in order to force the Tianxi Group to completely join the Eastern Business Federation. Only if the Tianxi Group opened the door first, we could take the initiative and obtain the battleship technology of the Tianxi Group more quickly. However, we did not expect that the Tianxi Group would be so tough, would directly turn against us, and occupy the strategic lifeline of the 11 ST star system. Stealing a chicken is a loss. Before seeing the style of the Serpentis Group, Gracie Adam was even more stupid and used a very violent method to completely neutralize the Serpentis Group, and then completely took over the warship technology of the Serpentis Group. Unfortunately, the plan changed in time, and that thing happened before I finished the operation. Who wants the warship technology that is comparable to the most advanced today? After saying that, Alvin Borg also sighed with Gracie Adam. But it's useless to want it. Do you dare to compete with New Eden? Hearing that, Gracie Adam could only sigh. The warship technology of the Serpent Group is the real price we pay to appease New Eden. In that world, all public opinions are fake. We would think that we can satisfy New Eden by carefully finding a force as a scapegoat. And we would also think that New Eden, which has risen in the midst of public opinions, would care about public opinions. In order to prevent New Eden from taking the opportunity to intervene in the situation in the Eastern Star region, the Serpent Group was used as a sacrifice. Only interests can appease people's hearts the most. So when we reported our investigation report to New Eden, we also mentioned the advanced warship technology of the Tianxi Group. And the result was beyond our expectation. Before our report was handed in, New Eden also accepted our investigation results very quickly. So, as long as the interests are enough, who cares about the truth of the matter? Don't think about those things. That thing is now something you can think about. If you cause trouble, you will be blamed for helping him clean up his mess. Gracie Adam turned to look at Erwin Borg with a threatening look on his face. That time, I got into such a small trouble for a mere equipment worth hundreds of billions. If no one from my Northern Alliance had participated in the retreat, I would definitely have helped Erwin Borg with such a small threat. Facing Gracie Adam's threat, Erwin Borg responded with a bitter smile, saying that it would never happen again. But my heart was cold. Because the attack was personally carried out by my Eternal Legion, I detained a ship of goods privately before the attack began, and the rest was shared with the Northern Alliance Legion that provided the information. The cargo that was left behind was the Weinberg Engineering Complex that Gold ordered from Aura. The blueprints of the super flag are hard to get, but as long as the price is high, no one will risk selling it. And as long as the super flag is returned first, the angel civilization and the demon civilization will turn a blind eye, and it is even possible to do the business personally. But the engineering complex that can produce the super flag is suspected to have been blocked and suppressed by the two small overlords. After all, the warships purchased were destroyed, so they can only be repurchased. Once the engineering complex that can produce super flags is exposed, it will be fatal to the business of the two small overlords. Unless there is enough strength to protect it like New Eden, the two small overlords will have no reason to deal with him. But now the engineering complex that New Eden can manufacture super flags has fallen into my hands. As long as I give me some more time, I can accumulate enough super flag fleets to reverse the situation in the entire Eastern Star region. Even the position of the overlord of the Eastern Star region is possible. While Erwin Borg was still enjoying the future, a series of urgent military intelligence was passed to us. The two looked at the intelligence and were stunned. They looked at each other and disconnected the communication. Half an hour later, the Crusaders of the Emma Empire were divided into two groups, each with 8 super flagship fleets. One group retreated from the border of the Northern Alliance, and the other group passed through the territory of the Stone Barbarian Alliance, all heading towards the only exit of the Source region in the Buwiden Star region. But when the 8 super flagship fleets retreating into the Stone Barbarian Alliance passed through a certain star system, they suddenly stopped. Before a short stop, they sent a message to the fleet of the Qinming Alliance that was accompanying them. The message was very good, that is, the signal of the lost goods was detected in the star system. Then a reconnaissance fleet was separated to lead the fleet of the Stone Barbarian Alliance to find the location where the signal of the lost goods was sent, a secret military base made of a modified large satellite. Before seeing the secret base, the unaccompanied fleet of the Stone Barbarian Alliance was dumbfounded, because that was a supply point of the Stone Barbarian Alliance's Eternal Legion. Then, without waiting for us to speak, the 8 super flagship fleets of the Imperial Crusaders quickly surrounded the entire base and asked the Marines to retreat and search, but were rejected. Could it be accepted? The container carrying Qinlingjia's engineering complex was really outside. As for the defenders' need to retreat downwards to apply for delay, the Imperial Crusaders did not waste any time and immediately launched an attack. Several small-power single doomsday beams instantly penetrated the entire large satellite, and the base was torn into pieces, and most of the people died. Faced with the behavior of the Imperial Crusaders, the fleet accompanying the Stone Barbarian Alliance could only issue a weak protest, and dared not to take direct action. After all, the situation was there, and the 8 super flagship fleets would not care about the provocation of our mere heavy assault cruiser fleet. Because of the signal sent by the Weinberg engineering complex, these doomsday beams were deliberately avoided, so before the secret military base was shattered, in the eyes of no one, a reconnaissance ship slowly pulled out a huge container from it. Looking at the small New Eden logo under the container, all those who expressed their protest were speechless. What New Eden said was true, so how could the lost cargo of New Eden be in the secret base of the Eternal Legion? Could it be that? The situation is already very clear, that is, the Eternal Legion attacked the New Eden transport fleet, and then put the blame on the Sky Serpentine group, and the Northern Alliance was also involved. Everyone knows why the two alliances that are still in a state of war would unite to make such a scene, but we only know now that things are going to change. As expected, the Prime Minister of New Eden, Ola, immediately declared war on the Stone Barbarian Alliance and the Northern Alliance, and wanted to wash away the shame of New Eden with blood. The Northern Alliance and the Stone Barbarian Alliance both publicly issued statements, saying that we knew everything, and we hope that New Eden can control its emotions, and give us some time to investigate. Faced with the communication link between the two alliances, Ola directly refused, saying that we would pay enough for our actions and lies. The 17 super flagship fleets of the former Imperial Crusaders attacked the two small alliances on the spot. After just a few days, the Buvatan star field was lost first, and all the fleets and anchored military fortresses of the Northern Alliance were destroyed. The former Imperial Crusaders continued their northern expedition, intending to push all the way to the capital star system of the Northern Alliance. Compared with the Northern Alliance, which still had sufficient strategic depth, the Stone Barbarian Alliance, which only had 2 star fields, was in a miserable state. Facing 8 super flagship fleets, all the defenders of the Erway starfield were like cold water meeting snow, and they collapsed at the first touch. The front line that had been fighting with the Northern Alliance for nearly a month was lost in an instant. Before the opening, the Imperial Crusaders did not choose to advance straight ahead, but chose to advance steadily, clearing out one galaxy after another, killing all the warships that appeared in front of them, and destroying all the military fortresses they encountered. That brutal action was taken by Aura according to Gold's instructions. It can be said that it was the scorched earth action in the starry sky. Faced with such a brutal Imperial Crusaders, the enemy fleets that had no way to advance chose to resist, but in one case, those fleets were covered by artillery fire before they caused any damage, which caused a slight ripple. 8 days ago, facing the situation that only one constellation was left and the rest had been occupied and controlled by the Imperial Crusaders, the remaining main force of the Qinling Alliance chose to abandon the territory and retreat northward into the control area of the Northern Alliance. They were called upon to unite all forces in the entire Eastern Star region to resist the brutal actions of New Eden together. But in one case, except for our 2 alliances, the rest of the forces chose to remain silent. I am kidding, in just 8 short days, the 2 small alliances of the 7th of the 8 small overlords in the Eastern Star region, one could declare demise, and the other only had 1 star region left, who dared to retreat to face the sharp edge of the Imperial Crusaders. The Eastern Business Union, one of the 8 small overlords, was the only one without an alliance, and even accused the Northern Alliance and the Stone Barbarian Alliance of being blinded by profit, deceiving not only New Eden, but also the entire Eastern Star region, and publicly expressed a weak condemnation of the 2 small alliances. During the period, the 17 super flagship fleets of the Imperial Crusaders completed the encirclement of the Northern Alliance's first star region, the Road Star region, and completely blocked the remaining forces of the Northern Alliance and the Stone Barbarian Alliance. Faced with the step-by-step pressure, Gracie Adam, and Shinmen Winborg, who had already made progress, fell into despair. Seeing the first line of defense in the road Starfield fall apart in an instant under the attack of the Imperial Crusaders, Gracie Adams' eyes were full of blood red. If he continued like this, he would probably see the enemy's super flagship fleet in Star City early tomorrow morning. The Northern Alliance is over. Thinking of that, Gracie Adams regretted why he confessed directly to New Eden. In this way, he would at least pay some price, but it would develop into what it is now. Looking at the Imperial Crusaders, who had broken through the first line of defense and launched a retreat to the seventh line of defense, thinking that seeing them die was saving their own forces, Gracie Adams suddenly became ruthless. In that case, let's die together. Gracie Adams then glanced at Erwin Borg, whose hair had turned white overnight, and gritted his teeth to dial a communication. Hello? Before the communication was connected, a lazy and cold voice came from it. Gracie Adams did not hesitate, but said directly, "You agreed to their conditions, and you hope that they can support you as soon as possible now, but they can also think of everything." If he had agreed earlier, this situation would have happened. Stop talking nonsense. New Eden has already breached the first line of defense in the Road Star region. If they take action again, they will see you in the New Eden Tribunal tomorrow. New Eden? Before hearing those 8 words, the smile on the face of the handsome guy far away in the demon civilization suddenly froze. Chapter 437. Gracie Adams did not notice the strange tone on the other side of the terminal, and continued to urge, "Sir Adrian Black Flag, I hope you can send a fleet as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late." "Send a fleet over, and it will be free?" Adrian Black Flag sneered and asked back. After being driven out of the Southern Star region, the Black Flag Corps was rebuilt with the help of his wife, and its strength is even better than before. It has 5 super flagship fleets, and dozens of conventional and special fleets. Although its strength is not ranked in the Central Star region, it is also one of the best in other star regions. However, with this little strength, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg, and it would only end in failure. Moreover, he and New Eden were born to have a backlash, and he was defeated by it twice, and now he is almost psychologically traumatized. Because of the rise of New Eden, the news of the Southern Star region had already spread throughout the known universe, and the Black Flag Corps, as a very small number of super flagship fleets that served as stepping stones on the road to the rise of New Eden, was also known to everyone, so Godwin Borg, who was more meticulous, immediately took over the conversation. "Sir Eddie Black Flag, although New Eden is powerful, they will eventually leave after the revenge is over. We don't ask you to repel New Eden's attack, we just need you to rescue us, and ask your beloved wife to issue a statement to let New Eden leave the Eastern Star region, then everything will be fine." Before Eddie White Flag went to the Central Star region and reorganized the White Flag Corps, he had been seeking to develop his own foothold here. The Northern Star region is the absolute vassal control area of the Angel civilization. The Western Star region is the fiefdom of the various nobles of the Demon civilization, and the Southern Star region is even more so. This is my eternal pain, so there is only a little chance in the Eastern Star region. So after Goad came to the Eastern Star region, Edway White Flag contacted Gracie Adams, the leader of the weakest force in the Eastern Star region, and proposed a proposal to divide the entire Eastern Star region by a weak alliance. But Gracie Adams agreed firmly. In Gracie Adams' view, no matter how chaotic the Eastern Star region is, it is our own business, and the benefits should be shared by the people in the future. Although the White Flag Corps is stronger than the Northern Alliance, it is entirely possible to intervene in the Eastern Star region to share a share. If no one is willing to give up their own interests, the alliance will inevitably be formed. Of course, if the White Flag Army has the strength of New Eden, this Gracie Adams will probably change his face and become the most loyal lackey. The benefits of being able to hold a calf of that level are beyond the reach of a mere Eastern Star region. Edway White Flag listened to Sherman Borg's words and fell into silence. Gracie Adams and Sherman Borg listened to the silent communication and dared not speak, waiting anxiously in their hearts, because their lives and property were in the hands of the other party. After a while, Edway Baichi gritted his teeth and agreed to rescue them. If they are rescued, you will have 2 star regions in the Eastern Star region before New Eden enters. Taking such a small risk, if the benefits are enough, Edway Baichi would rather wait until New Eden kills the 2 forces and secretly support the forces in the Eastern Star region. At least it will save a little time and energy. Okay. Gracie and Adam have no choice. In the current situation, if they agree, they may not live past the 7th day. The situation is pressing. My lord, the 7th Legion of the Imperial Crusaders has already broken through the first line of defense of Lin Juni Domain, and is currently attacking the 7th line of defense. Because the 7th line of defense is composed of countless military fortresses, the retreat speed is faster, but it is expected to be broken in 10 hours. On the first star of the Serpent, Aura, who came through the holographic projection, reported to Lin Jun the current retreat situation. Because of the need to encircle and try not to let anyone leave, only 8 of the 17 super flagship fleets can be used for retreat, and 8 are used to block around the Windboj domain, and the remaining 8 are reserves, ready to make up for possible accidents. The 8 super flagship fleets have made the coalition forces of the L Alliance and the Northern Alliance struggle to cope. At present, the first line of defense has been defeated, and the coalition has advanced to the 7th line of defense. The 2 small alliances, Most Elite Myth Legion and Eternal Legion, a total of 7 super flagship fleets, have also completed their assembly, forming the 8th and 1st line of defense. Yes, we want to eat up the lonely and deep Imperial Crusaders' 7th Legion, but we have learned a lesson. When the Imperial Crusaders' 7th Army broke through the 1st line of defense and retreated to the 7th line of defense, Gracie Adam assembled the 8 super flagship fleets of the Myth Legion to launch a surprise attack, hoping to boost morale with a small victory. But the sky is like the number of people. Just before my 8 super flagship fleets passed, they appeared around us a few rounds of induction. They were 8 super flagship fleets of the Imperial Crusaders as a reserve. What a coincidence! After 8 hours of fierce fighting, one of my super flagship fleets was annihilated, and the organization disappeared directly. If the interception fleet of the L Alliance had delayed the super flagship fleet of New Eden and blocked the retreat of the interception fleet of New Eden, it would have bought time for the evacuation of the other 2 super flagship fleets. Of course, if it was just one super flagship fleet, I am afraid that the Myth Legion would have been directly destroyed. So when we learned that the Imperial Crusaders had no other 8 super flagship fleets that could support our battlefield at any time, our super flagship fleet was no longer easy to dispatch, and we could only watch the Imperial Crusaders' super flagship fleets push across the entire front line. Order Jamil Salam to speed up, let us take a breath, and let our last drop of blood be drained. Looking at the Imperial Crusaders that had already been marked in the innermost circle of star systems in the Weinberg domain on the star map, Lin Jun immediately gave the order. If it goes on like this, the entire war will have started at least a day ago. That is not in the interest of New Eden, because the war is only going on, and the Imperial Crusaders' forward fleet is also transporting a steady stream of spoils back to the Southern Star region. If the war starts like that, there is no reason for New Eden to stay there any longer. Besides, if the Lin Jinyi domain is breached and the 2 small alliances fall apart, it will also be beneficial for the development of the Tianxi group if all the legions come to fight for territory. So the 2 small alliances must be made to take a breath and squeeze out all the fleets of the legions in the alliance for defense, and use the bloodletting offensive to consume all the fleets of the 2 alliances. Yes. Ola nodded and accepted the order. It was only the 8th day, and there were still 7 days left for Lin Jun, so Ola did not interfere with the order. And that war brought a large number of people and spoils, which also required time to deal with, otherwise it would be too wasteful. Since its rise, New Eden has been poor and afraid of waste. Chapter 438. After the order was issued, Jamil Salam also instantly understood Sherman's idea, and immediately ordered the fleet to slow down the attack. The Imperial Crusaders who slowed down the attack were also known by Gracie Adam and Godwin Borg. They soon came to the conclusion that the fuel and ammunition of the New Eden super flagship fleet were probably almost consumed. Otherwise, why would a military fortress that could be solved with a doomsday attack have to be consumed bit by an entire super flagship fleet using ordinary attacks? This must be because the Titans have run out of fuel to activate their doomsday weapons. After all, from the beginning of the war until now, the Titans of the Imperial Crusaders have always been determined not to use the flagship guns if they can solve the problem with the doomsday weapons, and strive to resolve the battle in the shortest time possible, without any delay. They have used so many doomsday weapons, so they must have used almost all of them by now. Thinking of this, the 2 of them immediately felt extremely relieved. If the Titans of the Imperial Crusaders have no fuel to use the doomsday weapons, then their attack speed will be greatly reduced, and they are also confident that they can organize a fleet to hold on until rescue arrives. After all, a Titan with a doomsday weapon and a Titan without a doomsday weapon are 2 different things. Afterwards, the 2 quickly reorganized the remaining fleets, and drew out a total of 57 regular fleets and 13 dreadnought fleets from their various legions. It can be said that this is the last strength of the 2 alliances. Not only that, the remaining 7 super flagship fleets of the Myth Legion under Gracie Adam and Godwin Borg and the Eternal Legion have also been replenished and can retreat to the battlefield at any time. As for relying on those fleets to attack the Imperial Crusaders, we have never thought about it. We just hope to hold on until the White Flag Legion comes back. In the face of the Imperial Crusaders' pressure, the two of them thought about why Murong of the Imperial Crusaders had so much fuel to activate the Doomsday weapon. After all, there is a lot of fuel in many of our destroyed space stations. Even if there is some loss when they are destroyed, there is no problem in supplying the 8 super flagship fleets of the Imperial Crusaders. It's a pity that the appearance of the escape route overshadowed the two's usual enthusiasm. On the other hand, because the entire road star field was covered by the Imperial Crusaders' anti-induction and the border was blocked, its reconnaissance fleet did not go out at all. So it was not that Gracie Adam and others wanted to abandon the road star field and go out with a lifeless force, but that the Imperial Crusaders were completely leaving us a way to survive. And the White Flag Corps of Edway Baichi had only one mission later, which was to open a way for us to escape, and that would lead to a head-on conflict with the Imperial Crusaders. 17 hours ago, under the leadership of Edway Baichi, his 8 super flagship fleets and more than 10 new warships brought from the Demon Civilization also arrived at the border of the Eastern Star region, and were only a hyperspace flagship jump away from the Imperial Crusaders, who were blocking the exit there. In order to ensure the secrecy of this operation, Edway Baichi deliberately took a long detour and sailed secretly from a remote place, so he perfectly bypassed the reconnaissance ships deployed by the Imperial Crusaders around. Now the Imperial Crusaders are unaware of the arrival of the White Flag Corps, and are still blocking the entrance and exit of the Eastern Star region as usual. Before seeing the flag of the blocked Imperial Crusaders, Edway Baichi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly revealed a deep smile. It's them. That Imperial Crusaders was the Imperial Crusaders that destroyed my White Flag Legion, the first legion led by Void Black Flag. Of course, Void Black Flag is not only the commander of the First Legion, but also in charge of the entire Imperial Crusaders. Before seeing the conspicuous flag sprayed under the battleship of the First Legion, Edway Baichi smiled, waved his hand heavily, and passed on orders to the White Flag Legion. Before learning that the White Flag Corps was already in place, Gracie Adam and the others were relieved. In just 17 hours, half of our conventional fleet had been annihilated, and the Dreadnought fleet had even lost a fragmented organization. If we delay for a few more hours, I'm afraid that the super flagship fleet used in our advanced plan will also be sent to the rear to participate in the battle. Fortunately, while sighing, the two quickly ordered the vast majority of reconnaissance ships that had infiltrated the blockade to rush to the designated point and prepare to implement the evacuation plan. Then, before leaving a few fleets to continue the resistance, the rest of the fleet quickly assembled at the assembly point and prepared to evacuate. Half an hour ago, several reconnaissance ships rushed out of the subspace, followed by several dark inductions that lit up around the First Legion of the Imperial Crusaders. And when Void Black Flag reacted, 8 super flagship fleets and a dozen regular fleets appeared through induction, and quickly attacked the First Legion. And at that moment, the entire Imperial Crusaders' headquarters was filled with reports from various legions. Report: the First Legion was attacked, the enemy's 8 super flagship fleets and 18 regular fleets are besieging you, seeking support from nearby friendly forces. Report: the 7th Legion was attacked by the enemy's interception fleet. It is currently unable to withdraw from the battle and provide support. Report: the 8th Legion was attacked by the enemy's interception fleet. It is currently unable to withdraw from the battle and provide support. Almost at the same time, the other 11 legions of the Imperial Crusaders were attacked by the Coalition interception fleet. After destroying all the interception ships in the interception force field, their super flagship fleets basically provided support to the First Legion. At that time, Gracie Adam and his men emptied all their interception ships, just to keep the other 11 legions to buy time for the White Flag Legion to open the passage. At that time, Gracie Adam's 7 super flagship fleets, through Murong's delivery, sent all the warships around the base to the blockade line of the First Legion, intending to cooperate with the White Flag Legion to open the escape passage more slowly. And all this happened in just a few minutes, and the First Legion was besieged by 4 super flagship fleets and nearly 100 conventional fleets. We need to engage in battle, and find an opportunity to evacuate quickly. Jamil Salam immediately gave the First Legion my order. The current situation is something the First Legion can resist, so we must evacuate as quickly as possible. Yes. With a hint of determination, Void Black Flag immediately ordered the First Legion's Murong to launch a group doomsday attack on the enemy's regular fleet, while our fleet quickly moved to the front of Wandong to avoid the enemy's doomsday attack. In the current situation, It is impossible for the First Legion to break out of the siege or defeat the opponent's Murong, as long as the enemy's inanimate force is killed as little as possible. Nearly 100 conventional fleets attacked from all directions. Such a small marching formation could not possibly make a timely turn, so it was forced to suffer the ultra-small-scale group Doomsday damage of 70 god-level Murongs. Before the Doomsday began, the originally densely packed warships were reduced to the wreckage of a starry sky, and nearly 70 conventional fleets were reduced to ashes. Before seeing the enemy's interception force field and interception on the group Doomsday being cleared, as a dark blue space channel was opened, the conventional fleet of the First Legion quickly evacuated, and the flagship also jumped away through the hyperspace flagship at the moment the interception force field disappeared. After just a few dozen seconds, only the God Envoy class Murong that opened the hyperspace jump channel for the conventional fleet was left, and the rest of the fleet had already evacuated. Before the Murong that opened the hyperspace channel could also leave through the hyperspace jump, a heavy interceptor of the White Flag Legion jumped over before the Doomsday began and quickly intercepted the Wandong. Due to the interference of the heavy interceptor, the hyperspace flagship jump equipment of the God Envoy class Murong was disordered, and it could no longer evacuate. Looking at the wreckage of warships all around, Edwei Baichi was immediately frightened and broke into a hot sweat. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that Qian had given him a warning, otherwise the conventional fleet I brought would have to do the same. In order to avoid any more accidental and unnecessary losses, Edwei Baichi immediately ordered all Murongs to activate the Doomsday weapon on the intercepted God Envoy class Murong. In the Doomsday volley of nearly 100 Murongs, the God Envoy class Murong was blown to pieces without any intention, and the driver of the God Envoy class Murong also activated the Murong's closed defense system, and launched an attack on the surrounding space capsules that were lucky enough to survive the Doomsday attack. And those space capsules without any defense were also shattered one by one, leaving only broken corpses. Chapter 439. Godwin Borg looked at the battlefield, feeling both happy and sad. He was happy that he and his companions had destroyed a Titan from New Eden, which was considered a relief before leaving. He was sad that the pilot of this god-level Titan was unethical, and destroyed all the surrounding space capsules, when he knew he couldn't leave. That was the pilots of a total of 40 fleets, and his pilots accounted for more than half of them. It can be said that even if his L Alliance waited until he came back, it would not be possible for it to rise again. Warships can be bought with money, but it is not easy to train pilots. Compared to Godwin Borg's grief, Gracie Adam was slightly relieved. Although he also lost pilots from more than a dozen fleets, they were all slave fleets, not his own fleets, so he was also very scared. On the other side, Adrian Black Flag had no time to side with the two of them. After ordering the fleet to quickly clean up the wreckage of the remaining internal devices of the God Envoy Titan, he ordered the follow-up fleet to open the induction and guide the fleet to retreat quickly. Otherwise, if they drag on, by the time New Eden reacts, they will be in trouble. Afterwards, with the help of the induction, the Black Flag fleet and the coalition forces quickly evacuated through the bridge opened by the Titan, and rushed madly towards the Demon Civilization territory in the Central Star Field. After learning that the Black Flag Corps raided the first corps of the Imperial Crusaders, rescued the coalition forces, and destroyed one of their own God Envoy Titans, Sherman's originally happy face instantly brightened. My lord, the White Flag Army is now fleeing rapidly to the Central Star region. It is expected to retreat into the Central Star region in 10 great hours, and into the territory of the Demon Civilization in 17 great hours. Ola also quickly told the information. Facing the White Flag Army's surprise attack, Gus was now furious. Order the Titan Empire Navy to go north to the border of the Central Star region and intercept us. Order the Amadeus Group's super flagship fleet to go north immediately to prevent the Central Star region from sending troops to support us. Order the Angel Enterprise Consortium and the Sasha Group to weaken the vigilance inside the Southern Star region. If anything happens, ask for the reason and kill it immediately. Orders came from Gus' mouth one after another, and Ola took over and relayed them to various officials. The giant New Eden, which had just been quiet for a while, started up again. As for the endgame of the Eastern Star region before the battle began, Gus also planned to make plans before returning, and called Cormac Vaga over. Cormac Vaga, taking advantage of the chaos, he led the fleet to quickly retreat to the hinterland of the Jiaojia Alliance and the Northern Alliance to grab all the resources that could be used. Remember, we only need resources, we need to seize territory, and try to increase friction with other forces. Yes. Cormac Waja immediately accepted the order. The current Tianxi group does not have enough strength to seize territory. It is already very weak to be able to defend the source area. So what the Tianxi group lacks now is only resources. As long as the resources are sufficient, after a period of time, the Tianchi Group's super flagship fleet can start from the source area at a disadvantage and capture the 7 directions. That's why Gus ordered Cormac Vaga to grab resources. After thinking about it, Gus also called Gudu and Cleric Bai from the Liji Legion. He waited for the two to speak, and then Gus gave them orders. The Eastern Star region is in turmoil now, which is also an opportunity for you. They took advantage of that time to transfer as few survivors as possible to the source domain, and then issued an official document. The source domain will accept the survivors for a fee. As long as they can come to the source domain, they can get rid of their slave status. You use the Sky Snake group as a guarantee. In addition to the territory that he had taken and defended, Gus would take away all the other resources and population that could be taken away. Before hearing Gus's promise, Gutu and Winshu Bai immediately led the Liji Corps to set off and slowly disappeared into the vast starry sky. Jiao Jia's words were very clear, that is, as long as our survivors can return to the source of the spring at that time and voluntarily join the Tianchi group, they can get rid of their slave status. Although they can't directly join the Tianchi group, they still need to go through the necessary procedure of retreating to the Liji Corps, but it is enough for us to flock to it. After all, who wants to be a slave when they can be free? As for whether the slaves will have any opinions or threaten the Sky Serpent group, the two are not worried. After all, the leader of the Sky Serpent group, His Majesty the Emperor of New Eden, has made a guarantee, so how could he care about the threats of those people? You have seen that the Stone Barbarian Alliance and the Northern Alliance, which were once in their heyday, have become stray dogs in just a few days. They have to flee the Eastern Star region. We know that it is the best opportunity to save our survivors, so we dare not delay for a moment. Before arranging the affairs in the Eastern Star region, Jiao Jia retreated into a clone chamber on the source first star. The temporary consciousness signal has been connected to my lord. Welcome home. As the clone chamber in Gus's personal captain's room opened, Gus temporarily connected to the clone and opened his eyes. Although the temporary remote cloning method only lasts for a few days, it can be maintained permanently like the clone body, but the disadvantage is that the burden on consciousness will be very heavy, and it will cause damage to consciousness like permanent cloning. Before Gus walked out of the cloning chamber, he cleaned the nutrient solution under his body, and immediately gave an order to the central computer of New Eden. Establish a command center, and connect the consciousness channel of all the officials. Yes, my lord. In just 7 minutes, a command center that had been prepared long ago was completed on the central computer. With the help of the central computer, the consciousness signals of all the officials from various regions formed holographic projections in the command room through implants. That was the combat command mode of the central computer, which enabled Gus to keep abreast of the situation in various battlefields while sitting in the front, and directly issue orders to the rear-line troops, but was used to convey through aura. Of course, Jiao Jia knew her level. During the battle, she might become a micro-manipulator to disrupt the rear commander's arrangement. The reason she turned on the combat mode was just to make the rear officers better cooperate in the battle. Meet my lord. The official saluted Jiao Jia before retreating into the combat command room. Gus waved his hand, looked at the small holographic star map in the back, and asked the officials, what is the current situation of each unit? Where has the enemy reached? The Titan King, who is in charge of pursuit and interception, was the first to report. At present, the 10 super flagship fleets of the Imperial Crusaders are chasing the enemy fleet. Now they have chased to the chaotic zone between the Eastern Star region and the Central Star region. The 17 legions of the Imperial Navy have also rushed to the chaotic zone and completed the interception of the enemy. Now they are shrinking the encirclement and killing the enemy. Because Aira of the 1st Legion had just activated the Doomsday weapon and then jumped the hyperspace flagship after evacuation, the ultra-small load brought by it almost destroyed Aira's mobile equipment, and he could not participate in the battle. He needed to return to the Southern Star region for repairs. In order to avoid accidents, Mirza Salam sent another legion to escort them, so the pursuing Imperial Crusaders had only 10 legions. On the other side, Estamertel also followed Mirza Salam's words and reported, at present, the 7 super flagship fleets of your Fear Emitas have also rushed to the designated location and completed the surveillance of the Central Star Field. At present, there is no movement in the Central Star Field, and the situation is under control. The Angel Enterprise Consortium has also quickly completed the fleet assembly. At present, the 7 super flagship fleets have also gathered at various strategic locations in the Southern Star Field, and can suppress all rebellion at any time. The Shasta control towers in the star systems of the Southern Star region have been fully activated, and the Shasta fleet has also completed its assembly, ready to rush to the various star regions in the south to suppress the retreat at any time. The southern star region is the base camp of New Eden. Although many civilizations in it have declared themselves vassals of New Eden, it is hard to guarantee that those civilizations will secretly do bad things when most of New Eden's super flagship fleets are dispatched, so necessary measures must be taken. Before hearing the reports of the officials, Gus nodded. Estimel tell, they must always be on alert in the direction of the central star field, and declare a temporary military control zone to allow any warships to travel with them until the battle begins. When necessary, they can decide on attack and defense. Yes. Estimel tell obeyed the order. In that operation, our Emidas group had the most important task, because we had to guard against enemy resources from the central star field, and everyone knew that the demon civilization would send more or less fleets later. Once the defense line of the Emidas group is breached, the Titan Empire Navy that is blocking the White Flag Army will face the situation of being attacked from both sides. At that time, let alone destroying the White Flag Army's fleet, I am afraid that they themselves will also be threatened. Afterwards, Gus looked at Mirza Salam, who was embarrassed. That time, it was because of the mistake of the Imperial Crusaders that the originally tense mission became like that, so Mirza Salam was now full of guilt and anger, and dared not look at Gus. Jiao Salam, you just said less than what I said. I have only one request for you. Get rid of those guys in the shortest time. You authorize him to use any means in that operation. Yes. Mirza Salam looked at Jiao, gritted his teeth, and took the order fiercely. You must let those guys who provoked the Titan Empire know what cruelty is. And Ola, who served as Gus' assistant, was also idle, and was assigned a task by Gus. Ola, he followed the slow anti-fleet of the Unified Cooperation Department to the battlefield immediately, quickly scouted the position and movement of the White Flag Legion, and provided all necessary help to the Titan Empire. Yes. In response, Ola gladly accepted the order. Chapter 440. As the Black Hidden Fleet, the Quick Reaction Fleet is not only a powerful offensive fleet, but also an outstanding reconnaissance fleet. After all, the Quick Reaction Fleet is best at finding opportunities in complex battlefields or behind enemy lines, and its reconnaissance capabilities are excellent. There are also many reconnaissance ships among them, which can not only detect enemy objects, but also provide guidance and assistance to the Emma Empire's super flagship fleet at any time. So this time, letting Aura take it over is just to resolve the battle as soon as possible. After all, such things will change if you delay. This time, New Eden's revenge came very quickly and fiercely. The Black Flag Legion was intercepted before it entered the central star field, and the fleet directly deployed was a full 26 super flagship fleets, of which 22 directly participated in the battle. This made Adrian Black Flag, who was originally anxious because the plan went smoothly, and even ate a Titan of New Eden to avenge his revenge, suddenly fall into anxiety. He never thought that he and others would evacuate non-stop after the battle, but they were still blocked by New Eden in advance. How could New Eden react so quickly? He naturally could not have thought of this. After Sherman went to the Eastern Star region, Jamil Salam secretly began to prepare for combat activities in the Central Star region. Many secret bases were established in the Southern Star region, the Eastern Star region, and the Central Star region. At this moment, in order to block the navigation before the Black Flag Legion, she directly activated such secret bases. Later, the Imperial Navy quickly completed the interception with the guidance provided by these bases. If we still have to rely on reconnaissance ships to take over the guidance, I am afraid that we can still block the White Flag Legion. The super flagship fleet of your Eternal Legion has encountered the pursuing Imperial Crusaders, and is currently engaged in battle. Emlyn Borg said to Edway Baichi with gritted teeth. Because the target is too small, our fleet may retreat together, and the fleet that is in the lead needs to delay time. I never thought that the Imperial Crusaders would retreat so desperately that time. Before chasing my super flagship fleet, they directly called in 7 legions, and a few rounds of Group Doomsday wiped out the regular fleet of my super flagship fleet, leaving only a few stone barbarians, and the fearsome fleet to retreat and resist. Facing 7 super flagship fleets, I knew that the remaining Lelan and the flagship could only resist for a while. The destruction of the super flagship fleet was not terrible, but the attitude of the Imperial Crusaders now changed directly from the tactics of leaving as many people alive as possible in the Eastern Star region. They came to annihilate us, and would leave no one alive. The Imperial Crusaders' venting of anger made me more frightened. If I were caught, the result would definitely be very miserable. Looking at Emlyn Borg, who was frightened, Gracie Adam was very happy in his heart, because now we have changed the direction of evacuation because of the 17 super flagship fleets blocked by the Titan Empire. Now we have been driven into a closed star field. If we continue to go forward, we will be forced to retreat and fight with the enemy's main force. And it is completely possible for our fleet to survive among the enemy's nearly 77 super flagship fleets. Not to mention the small generation gap between the warships of the two sides, I am afraid that even Leland, who serves in the White Flag Corps, cannot face the New Eden's God Envoy Stone Barbarian head-on. Now what we call evacuation and resistance is just a quick death, and we will not be able to escape death in the end. Emmeline Borg and Gracie Adam looked at each other, and at the same time turned their eyes to the body of Edway Baichi, who was also frowning. Now, if we want to break that situation, we can only rely on Edway Baichi, and we can only hope that the identity of the woman behind us can open a way out for us. As the seventh king of gigolos recognized in the universe today, Edway Baichi's wife is one of the only 7 kings of the demon civilization. Now Edway Baichi and his White Flag Corps are in such a desperate situation. The demon civilization is always likely to sit back and do nothing, right? As long as the demon civilization can make a move, we will have no chance of survival. We doubt that New Eden dares to fight the demon civilization head-on. As long as the demon civilization exerts some pressure, New Eden should leave us a way out, but at least it will cost us some money. As long as our lives are saved, we can accept the small price. Feeling the cold eyes of the two, Edway Baichi's mouth twitched. How could I know what we are thinking? But New Eden rose up by itself, and it was not as others imagined that it rose up with the support of the Angel King. If it was that God was ranked as the first Soft Rice King, covering up a small part of the attention of that title, I would definitely have to explain it to the outside world. As for whether the demon civilization would come out to rescue him, Edway Baichi was not worried, but it was only for him. After all, I had no idea about the weakness and strong revenge of New Eden. And even if they could save me, the price would be very small. But Edway Baichi would say that little truth foolishly, and comforted the two people instead. Don't worry, you have sent a distress message to the demon civilization. As long as you can hold on, the demon civilization will definitely send troops to rescue you. Well, I sent a message to my wife, and it was just a few complicated words. Wife, save you. These few words fully reflected my current mood. Now I care about the opinions of others. Forget about the idea of proving yourself. Why should I struggle for myself when I can eat free food? Eating free food is shabby. And now I need the 2 people behind me to block the knife for my White Flag army. If the loss of my White Flag army is too small, my voice in the demon civilization camp will be slightly reduced. Very slowly, Emmeline Borg and Gracie Adam patted their chests and promised me that they would hold on until the arrival of support, despite Edway White Flag's sweet talk. Before the two left, Edway White Flag smiled and quickly called several captains of the White Flag Legion to a meeting. During the meeting, they repeatedly ordered that they must have a head-on conflict with New Eden. They should escape if they could. They were dreaming of reversing the situation. Before the meeting began, the flagship of the White Flag Legion retreated and changed its equipment. All the warships gathered and hid in deep space. They activated the covert action device and retreated into the subspace to hide, and turned on silence. They were actively contacting the outside world, but only passively receiving signals from the outside world. Gracie Adam and Leland Borg were not aware of the White Flag Corps' actions. Instead, they confidently organized their fleet to set up a defense line before being fed a small bowl of chicken soup by Edway Baichi, ready to defend and wait for help. When we established the defense line and sent a telegram to Edway Baichi hoping to retreat and cooperate in the battle, we found that the White Flag Corps had been contacted. When the reconnaissance ship that was contacted later went to investigate and reported the news that all members of the White Flag Corps had disappeared, the two were stunned. But no matter how much we cursed, we couldn't change anything. The Imperial Crusaders and the Imperial Navy's rear fleet had already finished attacking our defense line, so we had to concentrate on retreating and commanding. Before discovering that the fleet behind the defense line was the main fleet of the Ale Alliance and the Northern Alliance, Weinberg Salam was not determined at all. Before leaving 8 legions to continue the blockade, the rest of the legions pressed down, trying to break their defense line as quickly as possible. Facing the Titan super flagship fleet that was cautious and fully fired, the coalition's defense line was forced to extend forward continuously. The battle retreated only 2 hours, and before the coalition's flagships, from stone barbarians to dreadnoughts, were all destroyed, the defense line collapsed instantly, and the fleeing coalition warships fled in all directions. The Titan Empire's fleet also started the game of capturing prisoners. Gracie Adam and Emmeline Borg also evacuated separately, with a fleet of personal guards at the moment the defense line collapsed, in an attempt to escape capture. But it was all in vain. Facing the fleeing coalition, Aura's slow anti-fleet finally showed its power again before completing the reconnaissance and induction missions. After the slow anti-ship fleet equipped with the slow deployment kit met, the warships that fled into the deep space were captured accurately, and nearly 1,000 prisoners were captured in a short time. Emma Winborg and Gracie Adam were the targets of Ola's attention. After just one encounter, the slow anti-ship fleet wiped out the two's personal guard fleet and took the two to Winborg Salam's car for interrogation. When the two sat outside the interrogation room with special handcuffs and shackles, looking at the holographic projections around them, their faces usually changed when they saw the people sitting in the main seat. "It's him." The two looked at Leland, who was sitting in the main seat, and their faces suddenly became very calm. Being able to sit in the main seat among those people from New Eden, his identity was self-evident. "Leland, is he the Emperor of New Eden?" Gracie Adam looked at Leland and asked in disbelief. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and Winborg Salam wiped his hands and said lightly, "How can you call my lord's name directly?" Although he was slapped, Gracie Adam raised his head and smiled bitterly. Strange. It turns out that after all this time, our so-called borrowing a knife to kill someone is a joke. God looked at the two people behind him and saw no expression, but said lightly, "I will tell you the movements of Edway Baichi and the White Flag Army, and you will give them a decent death." Hearing this, Emma Winborg looked up at God and laughed. "Since the right and left are the same, why do you tell you this? Now the movements of Edway Baichi and the White Flag Army are our only trump card, and Leland Winborg still hopes to use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for his own life." Gold didn't say anything, but gave Winborg Salam a look, and the former understood and ordered several cyborgs to drag Emma Winborg out. The Titan Empire is a religious empire, and there are many cruel means to deal with heretics, and those means will be put into practice under Emma Winborg soon. Emma Winborg looked at the cyborg clones, who were not separated from the water, and took him away, and could only make bursts of shrill screams. As the door of the interrogation room closed, the shrill voice stopped abruptly. Gracie Adam ignored Leland Winborg, who was dragged away, and asked Gold with a cigarette, "What will be your ending if you tell them?" "Allow him to choose, and you will tell others that he died on the way to charge, so as to save his face," Gold replied calmly. Gracie Adam was silent for a while, and replied hoarsely, "Thank you." Then he said, "Edward White Flag is still hiding in the subspace of that galaxy, and you know the specific location. Did he retreat into the subspace to hide?" A smile suddenly appeared on Gold's face. For targets hiding in the subspace, the slow anti-fleet is a good anti-stealth. Looking at Gold's eyes, Aura understood and went in and out of the interrogation, and set off with the slow anti-fleet. Before Gold got up and left, he said to Gracie Adam, "You will take his body or ashes back to the Eastern Star region for burial." Looking at Gold, who hung up the holographic projection, Gracie Adam raised his head to see what expression he had. "Thank you." It was Shaoshur, and a sigh of thanks echoed heavily in the interrogation room. Chapter 441. Sherman didn't know the final outcome of Gracie Adams' choice, nor did he want to know. He just ordered his body to be sent back to the Eastern Star region for burial. After Godwin Bowe and Gracie Adam were executed, Sherman didn't make things difficult for the remaining prisoners of war. Instead, he had them well fed and well served until Kabu, the exclusive slave intermediary of New Eden, came to receive them. These were all elite battleship pilots, who could be sold for a good price in the markets of other star regions. New Eden would not execute them just like that. The operation of capturing prisoners of war lasted only 2 hours, and almost all the fleeing coalition forces were captured. When the enemy could no longer be searched in the main space of the entire star field, Jamil Salam ordered the fleet to shrink quickly and surround the galaxy where every black flag was hiding. On the other side, every black flag watched the coalition forces being captured by New Eden and captured in the battleship cabin on the monitor, and his heart trembled. Damn it, if I had known that New Eden would have such a big reaction, I would never have come to this damn place. Now that Godwin Borg and Gracie Adam have been captured, their lives or deaths are unknown. The rescue conditions promised to them will be out of the question, a huge loss. Every black flag looked at the New Eden fleet that was constantly patrolling the galaxy, his eyes full of helplessness. Since the emergence of New Eden, he has been the loser every time he fights with it. In the previous few times, he escaped death with the desperate cover of his men. Now the entire star field is blocked. If the demon civilization fails to help them out before New Eden, then he will definitely not be able to escape this time. However, this star field is so large, and he and his people are hiding in the subspace. It will take a lot of effort for New Eden to find him. It should be no problem to delay until the rescue of the demon civilization arrives. But what you fear, what will come? On the monitor, several warships hiding in the subspace were driven out, and then destroyed in front of every Black Flag, and the pilots were captured by the enemy. Every Black Flag frowned, but did not think much about it. After all, the entire Black Flag Corps is hiding in the subspace, and there are so many of them. It is not impossible for New Eden to find one or two of them by chance. But as more and more of his warships were found by New Eden, Adrian Black Flag began to get uneasy. Wouldn't New Eden have portable anti-stealth equipment? Adrian Black Flag looked at the dozen dreadnoughts captured by New Eden and couldn't help but guess. After all, the subspace is not the main space. If you want to find the target from it, you can go buy a lottery ticket, but now New Eden is accurate in catching one, which makes him guess. But the current mainstream anti-stealth equipment is a huge control tower or equipment in a large space station. At present, only the demon civilization has officially equipped the Void Demon with this ability, and even the Angel civilization has not yet had it. But thinking of the endless black technology in New Eden, even the doomsday weapons that can be equipped on battleships, it is not impossible to have anti-stealth devices that can be equipped on battleships. Thinking of this, Adrian Black Flag could not sit still. If he waited like this, he would just sit and wait for death. Sooner or later, New Eden would catch his vehicle from the subspace. However, after looking at the densely packed New Eden battleships in the galaxy on the passive radar, Adrian Black Flag immediately gave up the idea of counterattack. Now the entire 10 legions of the Imperial Crusaders and the entire Crusader Super Flag fleet are stuck in this small galaxy, obviously wanting to defeat his Black Flag Legion in one fell swoop. If he orders the fleet scattered in deep space to return to the main space to assemble, he may have to lose at least half of his fleet by the time the assembly is completed. But if this continues, he and others will be caught sooner or later. After thinking it over again and again, every Black Flag decided to keep his troops in place and let New Eden act to delay the time. Now he could only hope that New Eden would slow down and his wife's rescue fleet would be faster. On the other side, Aura, who led the quick response fleet, was also reporting to Sherman. My lord, the location of the fleet of the Black Flag Corps hiding in the subspace has been confirmed, and Jamil Salam is now clearing it out. Yes, Aura has already discovered the hiding locations of all the members of the Black Flag Corps, including every Black Flag. Now he has not expelled them all just to reduce losses and annihilate the Black Flag Corps faster. After all, if the Black Flag Legion was expelled from the subspace directly, it would undoubtedly cause her enemies, who had no way out, to fight back desperately. Although they would not have any chance of winning, they would always cause losses to their side. And if their fleet chose to flee, even if they had blocked the entire starfield, it would take some effort to catch them all. So Aura and Jamil Salam decided to use the method of targeted elimination. First eliminate the scattered Black Flag Legion, and use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to annihilate the Black Flag Legion here. They were just betting on whether Adrian Black Flag would choose to continue hiding and delaying time in the face of this situation. If they bet right, everything would be fine. If they bet wrong, it would not matter, at most they would suffer a little loss. And from the current situation, they bet right. Sherman did not object to the tactics of Aura and Jamil Salam, but just instructed Aura, other things are fine, but you must keep a close eye on Adrian Black Flag and all the flagships of the Black Flag Legion, and don't let them escape. Because they were afraid of the Black Flag Corps' violent reaction, they first cleared the regular fleet of the Black Flag Corps, followed by the flagship, and finally the vehicle of Adrian Black Flag. And Sherman also warned the two to prevent Adrian Black Flag from escaping by some means, after discovering something was wrong. In response, Ola explained confidently, My lord, there are a full 20 Marshall-class ships lurking within 50 kilometers around Adrian Black Flag. As long as he shows any abnormality, these 20 Marshall-class Black Hidden Special Service ships will quickly capture him, and then use doomsday weapons to turn him into ashes. Among the targets this time, the most important one is Adrian Black Flag, even more important than the entire Black Flag Corps. Why didn't Aura make any preparations? He had been keeping a close eye on him the moment he was detected. As a multi-purpose warship for special missions, a full 20 Marshall-class ships were keeping an eye on Adrian Black Flag, a mere command ship. That was absolutely foolproof. Even if the super flagship fleet of the demon civilization entered the battlefield forcefully, Aura was confident that he could kill Adrian Black Flag in an instant. Hearing that Aura had made the deployment, Sherman said no more and watched the Emma Empire fleet's performance of catching mice with peace of mind. Poor Adri Black Flag didn't know that his life was no longer in his hands, and he was still praying for his wife's rescue to arrive soon. Although Adri Black Flag could not know the current losses of the Black Flag Corps due to the silence of the communication, the losses would definitely not be small according to the combat information detected by the passive radar. Watching the New Eden fleet's cat-catching mouse-like actions, Adri Black Flag was very helpless, but he could do nothing about it. Chapter 442. Under the cooperation of Aura and Jamil Salam, in less than 3 hours, the conventional fleet of the Black Flag Legion hidden in the subspace was completely wiped out and became prisoners of war. Now the target has also extended to the flagship of the Black Flag Legion. I saw that the 2 legions of the Imperial Crusaders jumped into a deep space together, surrounding an uninhabited starry sky. Then, a black and white warship with the 3 letters DD painted on its hull jumped out of the subspace and stopped steadily in front of the Imperial Crusaders' fleet. It was a Marshall-class Black Hidden Special Service ship. Then, the bow of the Marshall-class Black Hidden Special Service ship slowly gathered a group of dark blue electromagnetic energy. In the eyes of everyone, this group of electromagnetic energy gathered to the extreme, and then shot into the encirclement at a high speed, and then suddenly exploded. The dark blue electromagnetic wave quickly covered the entire encirclement, and then a whole formation of dreadnoughts was expelled from the subspace and appeared in front of the 2 Imperial Crusaders. Faced with 2 full super flagship fleets and a full 40 Titans lighting up doomsday weapons, the dreadnought fleet of the Black Flag Legion chose to surrender very wisely. All the pilots of the Black Flag Corps were ejected from the dreadnought, and all the space capsules were led by their captain to jump to another starry sky. Ejecting from the warship and moving away from it is the standard surrender procedure in the Starry Sea, similar to putting down the gun and waving a white flag, indicating that one has no ability to resist. The space capsule is fragile and unarmed, and moving away from the warship indicates that one cannot return to the warship at any time. This is true surrender. Looking at the Black Flag Corps' dreadnought fleet that surrendered directly after being surrounded, Jamil Salam looked at Sherman, with a smile on his face, and said in his heart, "It's a pity. It was because of these guys that the 1st Legion of the Imperial Crusaders had to retreat to the southern star field in a miserable manner to rest, not to mention that they destroyed one of their own God Envoy Titans. Before I could calm down, these guys actually surrendered. Although I was very reluctant to accept the surrender, after all, the capture of an entire dreadnought fleet and its pilots was enough to make up for the losses of this mission. Put these prisoners in a good place. No special treatment is needed. Just make sure they don't starve to death." Jamil Salam instructed a Legion commander. No matter whether they were captured on the battlefield or surrendered prisoners, New Eden would sell them directly, and never thought of absorbing them. So Jamil Salam treated them all equally, and did not give any preferential treatment to those who surrendered voluntarily. New Eden did not have any slave fleets. It would be better to build a few more Titans with those resources. And some of the captured Black Flag Legion fleets surrendered very tactfully, while more of them resisted openly. Faced with this, Jamil Salam showed no mercy, and launched a round of doomsday attacks without any further ado. After the doomsday attacks, the flagship cannons bombarded them. Under these 2 unreasonable attacks, none of the lone flagship fleets could withstand them, and they collapsed directly. While Aura and Jamil Salam were frantically catching mice, the Gustus fleet on guard in the central star field also received news. "My lord, 5 super flagship fleets are coming from the central star field. They are fleets from the demon civilization." Estamel Tel looked at the images sent by the reconnaissance ship, and immediately reported to Sherman. But his face was not solemn at all, but rather eager to try. This time, the Emma Empire was the only one to perform the mission, and her Gustus group could only guard the central star field. Now we finally have a chance to fight. It's just the super flagship fleet of the demon civilization. It's not like we haven't fought before. After learning that the demon civilization finally made a move, Sherman immediately gave Estamel Tel an order: block the star field, and don't let them enter the battlefield, but remember not to fire the first shot. Of course, if the other side opens fire first, you don't have to be polite, leave them all to me. Because the demon civilization and the angel civilization have just signed a truce and entered a rare period of peace, even if Sherman is not afraid, he still has to consider his wife. So because the Black Flag Legion attacked New Eden first, he can counterattack without scruples, but he still has to give the demon civilization a face-saving project. "Yes, my lord." Estamel Tel took the order with understanding. Because the enemy dispatched 5 super flagship fleets this time, and it was unknown whether there would be follow-up reinforcements, Sherman thought about it and called Jamil Salam again. Jamil Salam, withdraw the Imperial Navy and transfer it to the Gustas group to prevent the demon civilization from playing dirty tricks. As for the rest of the aftermath, leave it to the Imperial Crusaders. The coalition forces have been completely annihilated, and now only the Black Flag Legion is left hiding in the subspace, with less than 2 super flagship fleets. The 10 legions of the Imperial Crusaders are more than enough. Jamil Salam nodded, and after receiving the order, he quickly made arrangements. Your Highness, the front reconnaissance fleet reports that 4 super flagship fleets have been detected in the star field ahead. A sturdy man, with all kinds of strange lines on his face, knelt on one knee and reported respectfully to the woman in the main seat. The woman was the first heir to the current demon civilization, the wife of Adrian Black Flag, Princess Sarah Jones. New Eden? Yes, according to the reconnaissance ship's report, the army in the star field ahead is the New Eden army that defeated the Third Fleet, the Gustas group. Because although New Eden is an empire, it has many forces under it, such as the Angel Enterprise Consortium, the Sasha Group, the Gustas Group, the Emma Empire, etc., and each force has different branch forces and fleets. So the outside world is not very familiar with the organization of the New Eden fleet, and can only use the commonly used organization to divide the organization of New Eden. After hearing that the one blocking her way was the Gustas Group, Sarah Jones couldn't help but frown. This was a tough guy who had fought the Demon Third Fleet head-on. The Komodo-class Titans they were equipped with were called second-generation Titans, but they could fight 4 super flagship fleets of the Demon civilization alone. The technology of the second-generation Titans has only been broken through by the Demon civilization, and it is still in the experimental stage, and has not been implemented yet. And she only brought the Guards Corps with her this time. If she wants to break through the defense line of Gustas, she must wait until the follow-up fleet arrives. She can wait, but can Adrian Black Flag hold out until then? Your Highness, what should we do now? The sturdy man, the commander of Sarah Jones's personal guard, asked. Uncle Rap, do you have any good suggestions? Although the personal guard fleet belongs to her, Sarah Jones knows her own weight, so she is more inclined to ask Rap, a professional, for advice on this issue. Your Highness, I suggest that we just stand in a confrontation with the other side, contain the enemy, and buy time for Lord Adrian Black Flag. Then wait for the arrival of the follow-up reinforcement fleet, and force them to evacuate. Lap also knew about Euristas' Titans, and outstanding drone technology. Although his guards were much stronger than the Demon Third Fleet in terms of equipment and combat effectiveness, he did not think he could gain any advantage over the Euristas group, let alone win. And he did not have a good impression of the pretty boy Edry Black Flag. If he really died in the hands of New Eden, he would be more happy to see it. After all, how could he not be angry when he learned that the little cabbage he had guarded for so long was deceived by a wild boy who came from nowhere? Faced with Lapu's suggestion, although Sarah Jones knew it was the best choice, she couldn't wait until then. After all, it was her fiancé who was besieged. Sarah Jones took a deep breath, and then said with determination, Uncle Lapu, please come forward to contact the other commander. I, the Demon Princess, Sarah Jones, request to negotiate with the Emperor of New Eden. Chapter 443. My lord, the Demon Princess hopes to negotiate with you in person to resolve this matter. Soon, Estamel Tel conveyed the request for negotiation from the Demon civilization. Demon Princess Sarah Jones? Sherman was stunned. Yes, my lord. This Sarah Jones is one of the only 2 princesses of the Demon civilization, and she is also the first heir to the Demon civilization. If nothing unexpected happens, when the current Demon King retires, Sarah Jones will be the new Demon King. In terms of status, Sarah Jones is much higher than Wang Yan, the Angel Princess. Without any hesitation, Sherman agreed to the request for negotiation. Estamel Tel, transfer the projection. Yes, my lord. After a while, Sarah Jones's holographic projection was transferred to Sherman. Hello, Lord Sherman. Facing Sherman, Sarah Jones was very polite and greeted him first. Sherman also clasped his fists and started the topic directly. Lord Princess, let's just talk about the matter directly. After all, I have time to chat with you, but Adry Black Flag has no time to wait. New Eden is now the party with absolute advantage, and the most important bargaining chip is also in New Eden's hands, so this negotiation has been inclined to New Eden since it was proposed. Sarah Jones also knew this, so she did not talk about other things, but asked Sherman, Sir Sherman, as long as you can hand over the territory, resources, and even population to me intact, then everything can be discussed. From the beginning of this negotiation, Sarah Jones put her position very low, and she could only hope that Sherman would cut less. After all, The demon princess has bowed her head. How can you not be satisfied and ask for more? Seeing this, Sherman also happily showed his big white teeth and waved his hand back, only to see Aura appear at the right time and hand a list to Sherman. Sherman took the list and put it in front of Sarah Jones. My lady, this time it was the Black Flag Corps that violated the armistice agreement signed not long ago and opened fire on us first, and also caused heavy losses to our 2 super flagship fleets. The numbers are almost gone, and they are still waiting for replenishment at the base camp. Do you think they need to be compensated twice? Well, withdrawing from the battle would also be a heavy loss. After all, we cannot participate in the war. Sarah Jones knew that the 1st Legion of the Imperial Crusaders returned to the Southern Star Field under the escort of the 2nd Legion because the power system of the warship was damaged. The condition proposed by Sherman was naked blackmail. But knowing that it was blackmail, Sarah Jones had to agree. Okay, the compensation will be transferred to the account of New Eden Industrial Group later. Although Sarah Jones agreed very straightforwardly, Sherman still shook his head. My lady, I don't want star coins. I need rare resources of equal value, such as super devouring or in silver-like ore. The Southern Star region is too barren. Although there is no shortage of basic resources, there are very few rare resources such as super devouring ore. Currently, it can only be maintained by trading with the civilizations in the Justice Order of the Central Star region. The storage capacity is greatly insufficient. The Demon Civilization also knows this place, so it also deliberately restricts the export of such minerals to New Eden. The gap created has affected the development of New Eden. Facing Sherman's request, Sarah Jones agreed without blinking. Sure, these things will be shipped to New Eden in a week at most. Seeing Sarah Jones' cooperation, Sherman smiled happily, turned around and nodded to Aura, and Aura projected a pale young man. It was Adrian Black Flag. Because Sarah Jones led the fleet, Jamil Salam had to speed up the battle progress, and even wanted to take Adrian Black Flag as a prisoner to avoid accidents. Under the doomsday weapons that were accumulating power and glowing slightly red, Adrian Black Flag also wisely chose to surrender. And because of Adrian Black Flag's surrender, the rest of the Black Flag Corps' fleet also surrendered, and now the Imperial Crusaders are still receiving the Black Flag Corps' warships. Sarah Jones. Seeing Sarah Jones in the projection, Adrian Black Flag couldn't help but lower his head, blushing. After looking at Adrian Black Flag, Sarah Jones went up and hugged Adrian Black Flag with a projection, and said with relief, "It's okay, I help you rebuild the fleet after I go back. Knowing shame leads to courage. I will always believe in you." Sarah Jones looked at Adrian Black Flag with eyes full of love and trust, as if there was light. Looking at the two people's behavior as if no one was around, Sherman looked at Ola with a dark face, and then Ola also took Adrian Black Flag out of the room with an expressionless face. Now that the goods have been experienced, it's time to talk about the ransom. Watching Adrian Black Flag being taken away, Sarah Jones instantly regained her composure. Of course, everything should be done according to the rules. The rules that Sarah Jones mentioned were the normal ransom for prisoners of war. However, how could Sherman agree so easily? Instead, he opened his hands and said to Sarah Jones very seriously, 10 times. This time, the Black Flag Army violated the armistice agreement first. Even if I execute them all now, you still have to compensate me for my losses according to the agreement. So since you want to redeem them, you need 10 times the market price. Without waiting for Sarah Jones to reply, Sherman continued, also, these prisoners of war only support bundled sales, not individual redemption. The implication is that if you want to redeem a dry Black Flag, you need to redeem all the prisoners of war in the Black Flag Corps. There is no such thing as giving up others, and redeeming only a few important people just because the price has increased tenfold. After seeing the list of prisoners of war sent to her by Sherman, Sarah Jones, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but get angry. She looked at Sherman and said with gritted teeth, "With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death?" On the list given by Sherman, the captured Black Flag Corps had a total of 5 super flagship fleets and nearly 30 conventional fleets, which had already exceeded the fleet brought by a dry Black Flag. Sherman undoubtedly tampered with this list. My lady, although I am greedy, I am honest in business. This is how many prisoners we have captured. Facing Sarah Jones's threat, Sherman pretended to be wronged, but his eyes were full of mockery. Looking at such a shameless statement, Sarah Jones was so angry that she laughed. My lady, the number of people on this list is more than the entire Black Flag Legion. Where did these extra people come from? Hearing this, Sherman slapped his head, as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the coalition forces that escaped from the Eastern Star region have already joined the Black Flag Legion on the way to escape, so the number of people is correct. I have always been the most honest person in doing business. Of course, you can also give a specific number. After I clear out the extra people, we can continue the transaction. Chapter 444. Are you threatening me? Sarah Jones narrowed her eyes and stared at Sherman with a cold face. You are the princess of the demon civilization. How dare I, the leader of a small remote civilization, threaten you? After saying that, Sherman clenched his palms lightly, making a series of noises. Of course, because the prisoners of war are placed together, I can't guarantee that I won't kill them by mistake. This is already a naked threat. Sarah Jones's eyes were full of anger. As the heir to the only two dominant civilizations in the known universe, when has she ever been threatened like this? But after all, Adri Black Flag is in Sherman's hands, so she has no choice but to bow her head. If Adri Black Flag, the son-in-law of the demon civilization, dies in Sherman's hands, the consequences will be much higher than this compensation. Especially Sherman and Adri Black Flag are known as the two big gigolos in the universe. One is the son-in-law of the angel civilization, and the other is the son-in-law of the demon civilization. The public opinion about the demon civilization is not acceptable to the demon civilization. Just when Sarah Jones decided to accept Sherman's conditions, Lapu beside her changed her expression slightly, and then sent a message to Sarah Jones. Seeing the message from Lapu, Sarah Jones's expression suddenly became happy, and she became very confident from the helplessness just now. Sir Sherman, I cannot accept your conditions. Please be more realistic. Oh, do you want to give up the Black Flag Legion? Of course not. Sarah Jones replied, I can accept reasonable compensation, but not blackmail. What do you mean? Sherman was a little confused when he saw Sarah Jones, who had become very confident. Oh, what do you mean? Sarah Jones stared at Sherman closely with a bright smile on her face. Believe me, you will definitely change your mind in a few hours. Sarah Jones cut off the communication on her own initiative, leaving Sherman with a confused look on his face. Ola, what does this girl mean? Is she going to give up Adrian Black Flag and the Black Flag Legion? Before Ola could answer, Astammertel gave Sherman the answer. My lord, a large-scale super flag fleet is coming to my defense zone, and the enemy has at least 30 super flag fleets. This is the reinforcement dispatched by Sarah Jones, 6 military groups of the demon civilization, a total of 30 super flag fleets. Heh, is this the reason for your sudden change of attitude? Sherman looked at the surrender sent by Astammertel, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. If these 30 super flagship fleets are Sarah Jones' trump card, then Sherman will definitely make her feel what regret is. Jamil Salam, order the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Crusaders to move to combat positions, and be ready to support the Gustas group at any time. Astammertel, prepare for battle, as usual, don't fire the first shot. Once the other side opens fire first, you must fight back fiercely. Aura, let the frontline Star City in the southern star field be prepared for battle, so that once the battle begins, the resurrected fleet can return to the battlefield as soon as possible. In this battle, we must make sure to hurt the demon civilization. With Sherman's order, the war beast of New Eden really started. All the officials took the order and left with excitement. They could feel that this would be a great war. Soon, with the arrival of the 6 major military groups of the demon civilization, Sarah Jones had as many as 35 super flagships. With such a large fleet in hand, Sarah Jones no longer felt helpless. Watching the huge fleet moving towards the Gustas group's fleet, Sarah Jones asked her personal guard commander with a smile, Uncle Lapu, do you think that lunatic has changed his mind now? Lap looked at the power that could sweep across most civilizations, and replied confidently, Your Highness, in the face of such affront, I really can't think of anyone who can resist except the angel civilization. Maybe Sherman, the lunatic, has been scared to death. However, the Gustas group's defensive fleet answered them. Sarah Jones looked at the Gustas group fleet that did not flinch in front of her, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Uncle Rap, surround them, and use energy cannons to teach them what fleet respect is. Yes, Your Highness. Then, 10 super flagship fleets of the demon civilization leaped out and landed steadily in front of the Estamel Terra's fleet. Listening to the rapid alarm of the doomsday weapon locking in the warship, Estamel Terra's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. I thought you didn't dare to do it. Then, without Estamel Terra's words, the other 3 officials immediately completed the defensive action, and the Titans flew across the sky as the first line of defense to protect the other flagships behind them. The Titans were ready to take the enemy's doomsday salvo. As nearly 200 Titans of the 10 super flagship fleets of the Demon Civilization completed the Doomsday lock on Estemelter's vehicle, 200 highly condensed Doomsday energy beams hit Estemelter's vehicle fiercely. The energy shield of the Komodo-class Titan of Estemelter was bombarded to be extremely thin by these Doomsday beams, and the energy in the capacitor compartment was completely consumed by the corrosion of these Doomsday beams. At this time, the two Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carriers sheltered in the center of the fleet also suddenly exerted their strength, and in an instant, the energy shield of the Komodo-class Titan was repaired, and the capacitor was refilled. In front of the logistics aircraft carrier fleet, unless you can kill it instantly, don't think about killing it by force. Obviously, this Komodo-class Titan, which was well equipped by Estemelter, could not kill it instantly with these 200 Doomsday weapons. It is impolite not to return the favor, and Estemelter is not a person who will not fight back when being beaten. A trace of killing intent flashed in Estemelter's eyes, and the 4 Dread Eurista's super flagship fleets, a total of 100 Komodo-class Titans, also released Doomsday weapons at the enemy fleet. Unlike the splendor of energy-type group Doomsday weapons, the missile-type group Doomsday weapons give people the intuitive feeling that they are like dense meteors. As the group Doomsday weapons of the Komodo-class Titans were activated, countless specially made missiles smashed into the super flagship fleet of the Demon Civilization like an endless meteor shower. These special missiles almost ignored the interception of the Demon Civilization fleet, autonomously locked and maneuvered towards the target, and then exploded suddenly the moment they touched the target. And because the missile Doomsday does not need to be cooled like the energy type, as long as there is enough ammunition, this Doomsday can continue like this. And Estemelter did not want to keep some as a backup, and ordered the Titan to launch all the Doomsday missiles. The result was that Sarah Jones's 10 super flagship fleets were hit by the meteor shower for a full 5 minutes, and there were also various anti-flagship missiles with larger calibers mixed in. When the meteor shower ended, Sarah Jones looked at the wreckage of her 10 super flagship fleets in a daze. Because under the baptism of the missile rain that lasted for 5 minutes, the regular fleets in these 10 super flagship fleets had all disappeared, and the Dreadnought fleet lost more than half of its strength. Only the Titans, which were the toughest, did not suffer any casualties. Under Estemelter's deliberate preparation, these 10 super flagship fleets were directly destroyed. Missile Doomsday does not have the all-round coverage of Energy Doomsday, but it also has some advantages that Energy Doomsday does not have, that is, precision. No missile will be wasted, all of them are locked on the enemy's conventional fleet under the guidance of Estemelter. The result is that the conventional fleets that served as cover in the 10 super flagship fleets of the Demon Civilization were completely destroyed. Not only were the warships destroyed, but their pilots were also turned into ashes in the continuous explosions. This shocking scene made the entire battlefield quiet. Chapter 445. After Estemelter's Doomsday, the 10 super flagship fleets of the Demon Civilization were left with only a few half-crippled super aircraft carriers and dreadnought fleets, except for the 200 Titans. Estemelter's goal was simple from the beginning, which was to effectively kill the living forces of the Demon Civilization. Titans and other flagships were difficult to fight, but conventional fleets were much easier, so he chose this missile-type group Doomsday. Looking at the fleet that was originally able to cover the stars, only a few lonely ones were left. Sarah Jones was like a gambler who lost the bet. The original charming temperament disappeared, replaced by a murderous aura. Uncle Apu ordered the fleet to attack, and make sure to leave all the Gustus fleet behind. With this kind of loss, if she doesn't leave the Gustus group fleet behind, it will be very detrimental to her and the reputation of the entire Demon Civilization. So now, no matter what, she must leave the Gustus group fleet behind this time to restore her reputation, even if it costs a greater price. And only in this way can the Black Flag Legion and Edry Black Flag have a way out, forcing New Eden to take the initiative to start negotiations. Yes. Lap took the order, and immediately, after leaving behind the personal guard fleet, he led the remaining 20 super flagship fleets to press forward. Because the Doomsday bombardment just lasted for a full 5 minutes, they now knew that these Komodo-class Titans could no longer release Doomsday weapons, so the regular fleet also detoured to the vicinity of Eurystus to find a fighting opportunity, while the Titans and other flagships chose to rush straight ahead, ready to break through Eurystus's defense line from the front. Titan in front, Dreadnought in the back, abandon the opponent's Titan, and attack other flagships and regular fleets with all your strength. Estemelter looked at the swarming enemies, and calmly gave orders to the other 3 officers. They came here this time, in order to save time. They did not bring the regular fleet, except for the Titans, they only brought the Dreadnought fleet and the logistics carrier fleet. Without the assistance of the regular fleet, some tactics could not be carried out, so now they can only choose a breakthrough point in the face of such a superior force. Otherwise, if they target the enemy Titans from the beginning, they will undoubtedly be trapped in this tidal fleet sea. Afterwards, hundreds of Komodo-class Titans formed a line across the front of the battle line, like a huge shield blocking the Dreadnought fleet and the logistics carrier fleet behind them, while the Dreadnought fleet protected the logistics carrier fleet in the center, and the logistics carrier fleet was well protected. There was no nonsense, and the two sides began to bombard each other as soon as they reached the attack distance. The flagship cluster of the Demon Civilization attacked the Komodo-class Titans, acting as shields frantically, suppressing the energy shield of the Komodo-class Titans to a dangerous threshold, but it was finally blocked. The Red Turtle-class logistics aircraft carrier fleet in the center was also squeezing out every bit of its own repair energy to pass it to the Komodo-class Titan. Under the desperate repair of the 4 logistics aircraft carrier fleets, the Komodo-class Titan, which served as a shield, also said goodbye to the threat just now. The energy shield was recharged and began to switch from defense to offense. The target of the Komodo-class Titan cluster was not the Titans of the Demon Civilization, but those dreadnoughts that activated the battle module. Because New Eden was forced to share the flagship-level remote shield repair technology with the Angel Civilization and the Demon Civilization, the Demon Civilization super flagship fleet now also has a qualified logistics aircraft carrier fleet. Although the Demon Civilization can only match it with ordinary small aircraft carriers, because it does not have a professional logistics aircraft carrier to support the flagship-level remote repair device, it has played a role anyway. Without the Doomsday weapons, it was almost impossible for Stammertel to kill the Titans of the Demon Civilization, so these dreadnought fleets that served as important firepower became their first target. After the battle module was activated, the dreadnought would not be able to accept external repairs, and the flagship guns of the Komodo-class Titans were not vegetarians. If 3 ships fired at the same time, it would be no problem to kill them instantly. So when he saw that the Titans of the Gustas group did not pay attention to their own Titans, but set their sights on their own dreadnought fleets, Lapu's face suddenly changed, and then he hurriedly ordered the dreadnought fleets to stop attacking and shut down the modules, and prepare to evacuate or receive remote repairs from the logistics aircraft carrier fleet. Conventional fleets, stop making detours, hurry up and get closer, release anti-ballistic missiles, and intercept the flagship missiles launched by the enemy Titans. Yes! Soon, several conventional fleets equipped with anti-missile missiles interspersed with the Komodo-class Titan cluster and intercepted the anti-flagship missiles launched by the Komodo-class Titans. Although this missile-type weapon can achieve precise strikes with the help of the locking system, it is still a 100% hit rate. But there are gains and losses. Missile-type weapons are not like energy or projectiles in attack, which can achieve instantaneous hits. When attacking the enemy, there will be a period of flight time. In addition, the missiles were not very fast when launched, so they were easily intercepted by anti-ballistic missiles. So after these conventional fleets equipped with anti-ballistic missiles moved to the side of the Komodo-class Titan, all the anti-flagship missiles launched by the Komodo-class Titan cluster were intercepted, which also gave the Demon Civilization's fearless fleet a chance to breathe, and all of them jumped to a safe position. And because of the help of these conventional fleets equipped with anti-ballistic missiles, the missiles of the Komodo-class Titan were intercepted as soon as they were launched, becoming a living target. Looking at these annoying flies, Estamel Teres frowned slightly, and then ordered the cavalry carrier-based aircraft to take off and eliminate these flies. Although they did not bring a conventional fleet this time, the Komodo-class Titan and the Cayman-class Dreadnought are equipped with cavalry launch rails, so there is no problem in conducting beyond visual range anti-conventional operations. As the densely packed light and heavy cavalry squadrons in the Gustas group fleet took off, these conventional fleets equipped with anti-ballistic missiles were quickly repelled, as if being chased by a swarm of bees, and had to retreat. As these conventional anti-ballistic fleets were driven away, the scene instantly became stalemated again. On the demon side, only the Titans dared to fight, and other flagships and conventional warships did not dare to approach the battlefield. Behind the Titan clusters of both sides were the assistants of the logistics aircraft carrier fleet, and it was not practical to concentrate fire to kill the other side's Titans. The Titans could not open a breakthrough, the Dreadnought fleet did not dare to attack, and the conventional fleet retreated. The battlefield became stalemated. Chapter 446. Thanks to Estamelter's operation, only the Titans of both sides were still engaged in a meaningless bombardment on the battlefield. Other warships could not intervene at all, whoever entered would die. And the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft released by the only aircraft carrier fleet capable of beyond visual range combat on the demon side could not break through the defense line and attack Gustav's dreadnought fleet. Because not only were Gustav's iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft groups fighting with them, but the anti-aircraft firepower of its dreadnought fleet was also firing at full force, so it was impossible to get close to the attack range, let alone destroy it. After the two sides had been in a meaningless confrontation for half an hour, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Estemeltel's eyes. Finally, we are ready. After saying that, Estemeltel gave another order to the dreadnought fleet. All dreadnought fleets, prepare for the Doomsday Strike, target the opponent's logistics carrier fleet. In addition to the Titan, this dreadnought also has some Doomsday weapons. It's just that because the Komodo-class Titan acts as a barrier, the Demon Dreadnought fleet's Doomsday weapons can only scratch it. However, Eurysta's Doomsday weapon is a missile. This means that the Doomsday bombing it launches can bypass the Titans of both sides and attack the targets hiding in the rear. In fact, the anti-flagship missiles of the Komodo-class Titan can also bypass the opponent's Titan to attack the Dreadnought fleet and logistics fleet behind it, but Estemeltel chose to deliberately ignore it in order to cooperate in the battle. And now, the time has come. The huge Cayman-class Dreadnought fleet activated the battle module at the same time, and countless missile hatches opened on both sides, revealing countless black missiles. Then, the missiles ignited in a short time, and after rising into the air, they headed towards the target under the guidance of the shipboard computer. In Sarah Jones' eyes, she saw countless missiles with long-tail flames bypassing the Komodo-class Titans and rushing towards her own fleet around the barrier formed by the Komodo-class Titans. The densely packed missiles occupied the starry sky in the middle of the battlefield, which was very beautiful. Prepare for air defense. Looking at the rain of missiles that bypassed their own Titans and headed towards their own logistics aircraft carrier fleet in various tactical maneuvers, Rapp's hoarse voice resounded throughout the fleet channel. But it was too late. The rain of Doomsday missiles launched by these dreadnoughts showed excellent terminal breakthrough capabilities after bypassing the Titan fleet of the Demon Civilization. The hastily carried out anti-aircraft firepower of the Demon Civilization could not intercept it at all. As the first wave of Doomsday missiles rushed into the logistics aircraft carrier of the Demon Civilization, the explosion set off a series of electromagnetic pulse waves that interfered with the locking systems of the surrounding warships. After the locking system was interfered, the anti-aircraft firepower completely lost its effect. Then, in the eyes of Sarah Jones and Rapp, continuous explosions set off in the logistics aircraft carrier fleet. In addition, the Komodo-class Titans also began to use anti-flagship missiles to bombard them. Compared with the Doomsday missiles of the Cayman-class dreadnoughts, these thick anti-flagship missiles are more powerful and almost hit one by one. Faced with these continuous attacks, the Demon fleet's originally advanced air defense system seemed very helpless. By the time the attack was over, the logistics aircraft carrier fleet that the Demon Civilization had originally thought of putting together to facilitate the Titan's endurance had been reduced to a single digit and had completely lost its function. Before Sarah Jones could react, she saw dozens of bright inductions light up around her fleet. Then, rich red energy ripples shone in the starry sky, and a number of god-level Titans accompanied by a large number of accompanying fleets crushed the galaxy. The Emma Empire's super flagship fleet, here. Without any nonsense, after arriving at the battlefield, Jamil Salam immediately ordered the fleet to attack the Titans of the Demon Civilization, and various interceptors also rushed into the Demon Civilization's fleet fearlessly. The light interceptor launched a jump interception force field, while the heavy interceptor directly interfered with the enemy Titans with high-intensity jumps, forcing all the Titans of the Demon Civilization to stay. Looking at the 20 super flagship fleets that suddenly entered New Eden, Lapu knew that the situation was hopeless for them, and it would be futile to persist. And it didn't matter if they died in battle, but Princess Sarah Jones was still among them, so they had to evacuate. So the conventional fleet and the dreadnought fleet opened fire at full force to clear the enemy's interceptor ships around. Sarah Jones naturally knew what was going on with Lapu's actions. But she did not intervene, because she knew it was the most correct choice, so she could only watch Lapu's command in silence. Now, their goal is no longer to force New Eden to release the Black Flag Legion and Adri Black Flag by force, but to escape alive. Watching the enemies frantically clearing out their own interceptor ships, Jamil Salam's beautiful face showed a cruel smile. All legions listen to the order. The flagships concentrate their firepower to clear out the enemy aircraft carriers and dreadnoughts first, and clean up the Titans behind. The Golden Fleet attacks, and directly penetrates into the enemy fleet, and kills the enemy's conventional fleet attacking the interceptor ship. This time, I will annihilate the enemy. After receiving the order, the Emma Empire's legions changed their tactics, abandoned the enemy's Titans, and instead set their sights on the enemy's aircraft carriers and dreadnoughts. Facing the Empire's absolute superiority in firepower, the Demon Civilization fleet counterattacked and found no effect, and then turned its target to the interceptor ship. At this time, several Paladin-class plunderers painted in gold also pierced into the Demon fleet like a sharp sword. Paladin plunderers, T2 battleships, have fortress equipment like dreadnought battle modules, so while their defense and firepower have been greatly improved, it also means that they cannot move like dreadnoughts and become live targets. So Jamil Salam ordered them to jump directly into the Demon fleet, which was to let them complete the mission with their lives. After entering the designated position, the Golden Fleet activated the fortress equipment at the same time, opened fire at full power, and launched a fire attack on the enemy's conventional fleet within the attack range. Under the crazy firepower of the Paladin fleet, the conventional fleet besieging the interceptor ship was quickly destroyed, and such a crazy move also made Lapu look sideways. After seeing the conventional fleet being destroyed, and the flagship unable to effectively attack the interceptor ship, Lapu immediately ordered the Titan cluster and the dreadnought fleet to attack these arrogant fleets. Facing the concentrated fire attack of the enemy flagship, all the Paladin pilots showed a fanatical smile. For my lord. Then, after stopping the fortress equipment, these Paladin pilots directly activated the large micro-jump engine towards the enemy's regular fleet that ran out of attack range. After a series of space fluctuations, these Paladin-class plunder ships appeared in the regular fleet of the Demon Civilization and launched an indiscriminate attack. Facing the fearless and crazy attacks of these Paladins, the regular fleet of the Demon Civilization suffered heavy casualties. Similarly, these Paladin-class plunder ships were quickly wiped out by the flagship of the Demon Civilization. On the contrary, Jamil Salam's strategic goal has been achieved, because this time with the desperate attack of the Paladin-class plunder ships, the Demon Civilization's already few remaining conventional fleets have completely lost their power. Without the enemy's conventional fleet to contain them, the Empire's interceptors also play a better role. The flagship guns of the Demon Civilization fleet cannot hit the interceptors that are performing tactical maneuvers at such a close distance, not to mention that these interceptors are also being repaired by logistics ships at a long distance. Although there was some damage due to the long distance, it was enough. At this time, Jamil Salam narrowed his eyes, as he looked at a Titan in the Demon Civilization fleet. Chapter 447. At present, all the fleets of the Demon Civilization are frantically attacking the interceptor ships, and the interceptor ships around this Titan are the most concerned. Almost 50% of the firepower of the Demon fleet is poured on the interceptor ships around this Titan. Jamil Salam raised his eyebrows, and then ordered several interceptor ships to go over. As expected, they were immediately attacked frantically, and were not allowed to approach. After several attempts, it is not difficult to see that there must be an important person in this Titan, otherwise they would not have such a move. The only important person among the enemies now is undoubtedly Sarah Jones, the Demon Princess. Thinking of this, Jamil Salam smiled and called Aura immediately. Aura, I found the warship where the Demon Princess is hiding. Are you interested in something exciting? In response, Aura said calmly and directly, What do you want me to do? Jamil Salam showed his white teeth and said word by word, Let's have a decapitation operation. Hurry up, clear the interceptor ships around His Highness, and cover His Highness's evacuation. Facing the Empire's fleet that is even more stubborn and fearless in launching attacks. Rapp is no longer asking to bring the fleet back intact, but only to send Princess Sarah Jones out. As long as Sarah Jones can be sent out, it will be worth it even if they are completely wiped out. Now he doesn't know what means New Eden used, which made him unable to report the current situation to the base camp, let alone request support. And now they can't just retreat if they want to. The Empire's interceptors are like cunning and fearless wolves. They can always break into the fleet at the best time and fill the interception force field, making it impossible for them to evacuate. And those heavy interceptors that are stubborn are also supported by some logistics aircraft carriers in the rear. They can't clear them even if they want to, which is very uncomfortable. Looking at the heavy interceptors that have been pestering Sarah Jones's vehicle, Rapp gritted his teeth and gave orders to the Dreadnought fleet. The 3rd Dreadnought fleet, aim at Your Highness's Titan and start the group Doomsday to clear the obstacles for Your Highness evacuation. There is no other way. At present, ordinary attacks cannot directly hit these interception ships, and there are many interception force fields around them. If Sarah Jones wants to evacuate, she can only rely on the group Doomsday of the Dreadnought fleet to clear the obstacles. Not using the Titan Doomsday to clear the obstacles is naturally because of the fear of accidents. After all, The power of the Titan Doomsday is real. After all, the Doomsday of the Dreadnought is better, with moderate power. It would not cause serious damage to the Titan that Sarah Jones was riding, and it was enough to clear the heavy interceptor ships and interception force fields around it. After hearing Rapp's order, Sarah Jones also understood and overloaded the defense equipment, preparing to meet the impact of the Doomsday weapon. As the first Dreadnought activated the Doomsday weapon, a series of ultra-large-scale energy beams covered Sarah Jones's vehicle. All interception force fields within its range were destroyed under such a high-energy reaction, and the heavy interceptor ships that had been entangled were also destroyed instantly. After Jamil Salam noticed the action of the demon fleet, he immediately understood the reason for doing so, and immediately rushed the reserved interceptor ships in the face of the ongoing Doomsday weapon. Dozens of interceptors could not withstand the Doomsday weapon and exploded directly on the way to Sarah Jones's vehicle. Jamil Salam's face remained unchanged, and he continued to order the interceptors to rush over. Finally, at the moment when the Doomsday weapon ended, the jump interference of two almost shattered heavy interceptors was set on Sarah Jones's vehicle. Although the two heavy interceptors exploded under the attack of the demon fleet the next moment, they eventually bought time for the subsequent interceptors. Looking at the heavy interceptors and interception force fields that appeared again beside Sarah Jones, Rapp knew that New Eden had already noticed the abnormality of this Titan and was about to order another Dreadnought to continue to start a group Doomsday. But before he could give the order, he saw a series of rapid Doomsday weapon alarms resounding throughout the battleship. Lapu suddenly looked up at the direction of the New Eden fleet, and saw that the 20 super flagship fleets of the Emma Empire's god-level Titans all activated their Doomsday weapons at the same time, and the target they locked on was Sarah Jones's vehicle. No! Lapu could only watch as hundreds of thick Doomsday beams crossed the entire battlefield and hit Sarah Jones's vehicle at the same time. Sarah Jones didn't even have time to say a word, and the Titan she was riding disintegrated in an instant. As these hundreds of Doomsday beams crossed the galaxy, the fleet of the demon civilization also became very silent in an instant. After seeing Sarah Jones's vehicle destroyed, the warships of the demonic civilization also erupted. Both the Titan and the frigate overloaded their weapon systems and launched an attack on the warships of the Emma Empire, looking like a fight to the death. And Adrian Black Flag, who was taken as a prisoner of war, looked through the window of the transport ship at the shattered Titan in the distance, and a tear suddenly flowed down silently. His eyes were red. He knew that the Titan painted with black roses was Sarah Jones's vehicle. And just after the end of the world, in the shattered Titan wreckage, a black and gold space capsule was floating alone. Lapu looked at the space capsule, and the sadness on his face turned into ecstasy. Your Highness is fine, rescue your Highness quickly. But before the fleet of the demon civilization pulled Sarah Jones's space capsule into the warehouse, several black and white battleships suddenly emerged from the subspace and directly disrupted Sarah Jones's space capsule. This was the Marshall-class Black Hidden Special Service ship that Aura had been ambushing for a long time. After seeing Sarah Jones's space capsule being controlled, all the demon warships dared not act rashly, and could only lock onto these Marshall-class ships. They looked as if they would be buried with Sarah Jones if anything happened. But Aura could not care less. After these Marshall-class ships interfered with Sarah Jones's space capsule, they quickly pointed their bows towards the main fleet of the Emma Empire and began to accelerate. Afterwards, space ripples appeared on the bows of these Marshall-class ships. The next second, these Marshall-class Black Special Forces ships and Sarah Jones's space capsule appeared out of thin air and moved forward thousands of times to attack. The micro-jump force field generator can open a micro-wormhole and move up to 25 conventional fleets around it up to 5,000 kilometers forward, regardless of the enemy. Then this strange movement continued for a full 5 times, and Sarah Jones's space capsule was also brought into a legion of the Imperial Crusaders, and then towed into the warehouse of a God-class Titan. With the tacit cooperation of Jamil Salam and Aura, a decapitation operation to capture the Supreme Leader from the army was perfectly completed. Sarah Jones hadn't even recovered from the bombardment of the Doomsday weapon before she found herself captured by the enemy, and even in the enemy's warship. Faced with Sarah Jones being captured, the fleet of the demon civilization didn't know what to do, and all stopped attacking at the same time. On the God Envoy Titan, Sherman looked at Sarah Jones, who looked pale but still charming, and chuckled, "My lady, if you don't want your husband to be bullied in the prisoner of war camp, if you don't want to suffer, then quickly order your fleet to surrender." Chapter 448. Sarah Jones finally came back to her senses from the doomsday that had just filled the sky. Looking at Sherman, who was smiling faintly in front of her, her eyes were full of helplessness. Faced with such a great defeat, she had hatred in her heart, but more of it was shame and helplessness. She never thought that she had attached great importance to the Gustas group and ordered a fleet several times larger than the enemy to attack, but she never thought that she could not penetrate its defense. And her own fleet was trapped and surrounded, and even she, the princess, was captured. What a shame! Looking at the dozens of super flagship fleets that had ceased fire, but were still confronting each other on the battlefield, Sarah Jones said helplessly, "Sir, please arrange a holographic projection for me." Sherman was naturally happy to accept this request. After a while, Sarah Jones' holographic projection appeared on the local channel. Warriors of the demon civilization, cease fire, organize defense, and wait for my subsequent orders. Sarah Jones did not order the demon fleet to surrender, even though she had been captured. As for Sarah Jones's order, Sherman was obviously very dissatisfied and said with a bad face, "My lady, do you want to bury all of you in this remote galaxy?" As for Sherman's threat, Sarah Jones had no doubt that New Eden had the ability, and whether Sherman had the determination. From the beginning, New Eden clearly stood on the side of the angels, and was an enemy of the demon civilization. And now they fought with her fleet without hesitation. Now, only the titans of her 35 super flagship fleets are still intact, and the other flagships, especially the conventional fleets, are less than 30% left. Since things have developed to such an irreversible point, if New Eden is really determined to do it, it is not impossible to keep her, the princess, here forever. Looking at the murderous intent in Sherman's eyes, Sarah Jones said slowly, "Sir, we will take full responsibility for this misunderstanding, and I will also compensate for all the losses caused by it. Now, what we should do is to resolve this misunderstanding. After all, the two major camps are still in the true stage, right? Sarah Jones is worthy of being a princess." With just a few words, she attributed this large-scale battle of nearly 50 super flagship fleets to a misunderstanding. She wanted to pay a sufficient price to minimize the impact of this battle. And this is exactly what Sherman hopes. Although New Eden is already very strong now, if it really kills Sarah Jones and then faces the revenge of the demon civilization, then New Eden will definitely be seriously injured. At that time, I am afraid that the angels will definitely not miss this opportunity. After all, many things in New Eden are also coveted by the angels, and the angels are not just the angel queen. Sherman looked at Sarah Jones, who had regained some color, and tapped his fingers on the alloy tabletop while sitting on the chair. Sarah Jones seemed to be confident about this, as if she was not worried that Sherman would refuse. It was even more obvious that she was right. Sherman had a half smile on his face, and slowly said to Sarah Jones, "My lady, you are now at a disadvantage, so the price is not the same as before." Hearing this, Sarah Jones was relieved. Sarah Jones's face was filled with her usual smile, and she looked at Sherman with a smile. Of course. Faster, with the friendly communication between the two, the compensation was quickly signed, and the New Eden fleet also took the initiative to withdraw to a safe distance. When Sherman sent Sarah Jones to his shuttle, and returned to his fleet with a smile on his face, Sarah Jones also expressed her gratitude. If it weren't for the wreckage of warships scattered throughout the starry sky and the scarred warships of both sides, people who didn't know would have thought this was a friendly visit. Although there are some signed treaties, they are just a way to wipe the ass in front of the fleet. So after Sarah Jones was released, Eddie Black Flag and some commanders of the demon fleet were invited by Sherman to visit New Eden. If Sarah Jones really doesn't want to follow the treaty, then Sherman doesn't mind executing some heretics live to the entire universe. In the end, after Sarah Jones went back, Lapu directly chose to evacuate with all the fleets. God knows whether New Eden will change its mind and ask them to stay. He dare not gamble anymore. In fact, Lapu's decisive action was very correct. Because just a moment after they evacuated, dozens of inductions appeared in the original battlefield. Seeing the sudden induction, Jamil Salam immediately ordered the fleet to prepare for battle, and the doomsday weapons began to warm up directly. Sherman's car was also firmly protected by everyone in the center of the fleet, guarding against the enemy that could appear at any time. When the endless red energy waves appeared, Jamil Salam's face suddenly became solemn, because there were too many super flagship fleets. But when they saw the fleet coming, everyone was relieved. "Barbarian, are you okay?" An anxious voice suddenly sounded in the public channel. When Sherman heard this voice, he immediately showed a simple smile and touched his head embarrassedly. "Hee wife." Hearing Sherman's simple words, Wang Yin was relieved. After she learned that the demon civilization fleet was moving to the Eastern Star region on a large scale, she immediately thought that it was heading for New Eden. Because the New Eden transport fleet was attacked, the subsequent dispatch of dozens of super flagship fleets to the Eastern Star region had already caused a lot of controversy. And now, in the Eastern Star region, There is no other force that can make the demon civilization mobilize such a large fleet except New Eden. So after thinking of this, she immediately assembled a fleet and rushed over in a hurry to save Sherman. At the beginning of the battle, Aura's fast response fleet blocked the communication of the entire galaxy, and it was indiscriminately blocked, which led to her failure to contact Sherman. This made her even more anxious, and she ordered the induction ship to try every means to enter the battlefield. But no matter how hard she tried, she was still a step late. After boarding the Titan where Sherman was, Wang Yan looked at the dense warship wreckage on the battlefield and the complete fleet of New Eden, and her eyebrows raised. Looking at Sherman, who couldn't help but show off, she said faintly, "It seems that it doesn't matter whether I come or not." Sherman skillfully put his arm around Wang Yan's waist and said with a smile, "This is just a small conflict with a demon civilization. It's not a big deal." Wang Yan looked at the large and small warship wreckages on the battlefield, tens of thousands of them, and her phoenix eyes looked at Sherman in silence. "Is this the small conflict you mentioned?" Chapter 449. Sherman and Wang Yan didn't stay together for long. After confirming that Sherman was fine, Wang Yan took the fleet back. After all, she brought the army stationed at the border this time. If they leave the station for a long time, it is easy to get into trouble. After sending Wang Yan away, Sherman rubbed his hands and raised his eyebrows to Aura as he looked at the industrial fleet that was salvaging the battlefield. "Aura, let's make a deal. How about giving these warship wreckages to the Tianxi group? This is the wreckage of nearly 10,000 warships, including some flagships. The compressed metal blocks brought by these wreckages are not a small number. Apart from other things, although these raw minerals obtained after smelting are not enough for the Tianxi group to form a super flagship fleet, it is more than enough to form one or two beggar version super flagship fleets composed of super aircraft carriers and dreadnoughts. At the current location of the Tianxi group, these resources are not easy to get." Looking at Sherman, who was licking his face and wanted to take advantage of the loophole, Aura smiled and shook his head. "My lord, don't think about taking advantage of the loopholes. You can't take away the resources brought by the Gustas group and the Emma Empire. Besides, the combat mission is over now. You should go back and continue the unfinished trial." Looking at Aura's official appearance, Sherman couldn't help but curl his lips. Stingy. Knowing that Aura and others would not show any mercy in this matter, let alone let them go, Sherman asked Estamel Tel to stay to cover the operation of the working fleet and bring it back to the Southern Star Field. He himself returned to the Eastern Star region with 20 super flagship fleets of the Emma Empire. Now there are still some things to be cleaned up. After the Black Flag Corps escorted the coalition forces to leave, the territory of the Ale Alliance and the Northern Alliance was empty. Many forces also showed their fangs after observing that New Eden really led a large army to chase the coalition forces and left the Eastern Star region. All forces turned into vultures, and various fleets traveled through the territories of the two major alliances to plunder. Plundering people, robbing resources, occupying territory, the entire Eastern Star region is enjoying this rare feast. Watching the video broadcast by the reconnaissance fleet, Sherman's face twitched. Although he had expected this, and even said that this situation was deliberately created by him, he really didn't expect these guys to be crazier than he expected. Sherman did not choose to intervene immediately, but ordered Jamil Salam to open several blockades outside the Eastern Star region and watch quietly. The guys in the Eastern Star region were completely blinded by the immediate interests and had no reaction to Jamil Salam's big move. When Sherman woke up the next morning, he was refreshed and asked Jamil Salam while washing up, "How is the task I asked you to do?" Jamil Salam smiled and projected a piece of information in front of Sherman. "My lord, all the forces involved in the looting have been recorded and can be taken at any time." "Good." Sherman clapped his hands and encouraged Jamil Salam's work efficiency. Afterwards, Sherman gave an order with a smirk on his face. "Order the Imperial Navy to formally block the main shipping lanes around the Eastern Star region, and no spacecraft is allowed to leave. Order the Imperial Crusaders to immediately control the territories of the Ale Alliance and the Northern Alliance, and no one is allowed to leave." When the 10 super flagship fleets of the Imperial Crusaders returned to the Eastern Star region and annihilated several rampant pirate fleets, everyone calmed down under the guns of the Imperial Crusaders. After seeing that the Imperial Crusaders had no intention of attacking, and even did not want to pay attention to them as long as they did not leave the range of the two alliances, they became more obedient. But this situation changed after the Imperial Crusaders searched a base of the Ale Alliance. Suddenly, all the leaders of the forces participating in the feast received invitations from New Eden to meet at the Pearl of the Orient. New Eden had bad intentions, and it was obvious that it was a request for the Hongnan banquet. It was not that no one wanted to refuse, and wanted to make excuses to refuse, but in the end, they all went over honestly. There was no way, because the invitations were sent by several titans that had preheated their doomsday weapons. No one dared to refuse such a warm invitation. In less than 5 hours, most of the leaders of the forces who received the invitation arrived at the Pearl of the Orient, and those who did not arrive would not have the chance to come. In the huge conference room, hundreds of people were waiting anxiously, and many of them were talking to each other. "I say, New Eden invited us here this time. Don't you want us to spit out what we ate?" "I don't think so. After all, New Eden is a big family, and they won't miss such a small amount. Besides, the big share has already been taken by New Eden, and we are just a small portion at most. Are they trying to subdue us and control the Eastern Star region? Nonsense. Even if New Eden wants to control the Eastern Star region now, who dares to oppose and who dares to stop it? Why do they need to do this? Hey, I really want to recruit us. After all, it's nice to be under the shade of this big tree." Just when everyone was guessing the purpose of this New Eden, a series of crisp footsteps sounded, and everyone suddenly became very quiet, staring at the door. In the eyes of everyone, Jamil Salam, dressed in a white and gold dress, walked into the conference room. After Jamil Salam sat down, everyone stood up and bowed their heads. Meet Queen Emma. As the largest and most powerful force in New Eden, the Emma Empire has been the one to carry out these operations, so they naturally know the identity of Jamil Salam. "Yeah." Jamil Salam nodded slightly, as if to greet everyone. Afterwards, Jamil Salam took a sip of red wine, and his scarlet lips slightly opened. "You all have important matters to attend to, and I don't have much time, so let's make it short. The batch of goods hunted by the Ale Alliance and the Northern Alliance in New Eden is in the hands of whoever is in their hands. Please hand it back. These things are not something you can peek at." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other at the same time. Then someone asked Jamil Salam tentatively, "Your Majesty, didn't you take this batch of goods away by yourself?" Jamil Salam shook his head. "At that time, because of the war, this batch of goods was transferred to a space station of the El Alliance, and was prepared to be taken back after the war. But I didn't expect that because of the intervention of the Black Flag Legion, the battle changed, and this batch of goods was also stranded in that space station. And now, after I came back, I found that the space station where the goods were originally placed was destroyed, and the goods were missing." As he spoke, Jamil Salam looked at everyone, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Seeing Jamil Salam's expression, everyone also understood that this batch of goods was very important to New Eden, so much so that so many superflag fleets could be dispatched for it. One of the pirate leaders stood up and said with a charming face, "Your Majesty, what exactly is this batch of goods? Can you tell us so that we can look for it? In other words, if they can't find it, they will also raise it and give it to Jamil Salam." Jamil Salam smiled lightly, put down the wine glass in his hand, and said word by word, "It's nothing, just a complete set of engineering complexes that can manufacture super flagships." When this was said, everyone took a breath of cold air. Now they finally understood why New Eden was so reckless, and wanted to find the goods even if it had to search the entire Eastern Star region. Then everyone shuddered. This matter was serious. Chapter 450. Jamil Salam looked at the people sitting below him, and then stretched his body. This Sodio engineering complex is an important building used by New Eden to explore unknown star regions. I don't need to tell you how important it is. I called you here this time for this matter. As long as those of you who have obtained this batch of goods return it voluntarily, New Eden will evacuate immediately, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. The implication is that as long as they can find the goods and return them to Jamil Salam, the remaining things of the El Alliance and the Northern Alliance will be left to them, and New Eden has no interest in this. After Jamil Salam made this offer, some people who were still doubtful in their hearts immediately believed Jamil Salam's words completely. After everyone looked at each other, a Legion commander, who was quite powerful in the Eastern Star region, stood up and asked, "Your Majesty, can you tell us where the goods were lost?" 5WG Galaxy, El Alliance Forward Base. Jamil Salam said without hesitation. Hearing this, everyone immediately felt that it was difficult, because they all participated in the looting of the El Alliance's space station this time, and they also understood why Jamil Salam specially invited them, because they all had doubts. As for the goods that Jamil Salam mentioned, they couldn't find them even if they searched the entire Eastern Star region, because the Sodio engineering complex had already been handed over to the Serpentis group and had already started to operate. Now, this was just a bloodletting and provocation plan made by Sherman, and the purpose was only to pave the way for the Serpentis group to control the Eastern Star region as soon as possible. Obviously, no one could take out the goods, so Jamil Salam also changed the subject and asked all the forces present to take out a portion of resources as compensation. Since some of you don't want to hand it over, I won't force you. Just give me all the resources on the list as compensation, and the matter will be over. Otherwise, I can only send a fleet to search your fleet cargo holds and space stations one by one. Faced with the threat of Jamil Salam and the super flagship fleet parked in space that could appear outside their base space station at any time, everyone swallowed their opinions. They had no right to choose. Faced with Jamil Salam's blatant extortion, Hut Rupert of the Eastern Commercial Union was relieved, because New Eden really had no idea about the Eastern Star region, otherwise it would not just want to squeeze out some resources and leave. I'm afraid the goods are not as important as Jamil Salam said, and the purpose is just to grab some resources from their pockets. Since New Eden has no intention of the Eastern Star region, then in the end, wouldn't it be that his Eastern Commercial Union will become the final winner of this melee? The L Alliance and the Northern Alliance were destroyed by New Eden. Now the Eastern Business Union is the only one left among the three major overlords in the East. When New Eden leaves, it will be his time to unify the Eastern Star region. After figuring this out, Hut Rupert smiled. But the smile did not last long before it turned into endless anger. Hut Rupert looked at the compensation list given to him by Jamil Salam, and his hands could not help but tremble. Your Majesty, this is too much. The items on this list already account for 2/3 of the existing resources of the Eastern Commercial Union. If they really want to take them out, it will definitely be a huge loss. The leaders of other forces also looked solemn, but they were also a little curious. After all, according to the resources on their lists, although these resources are a lot, it should be easy for the Eastern Commercial Union, which is a big family, to take them out. Then someone stretched his head to look at the list that Hut Rupert put on the table, and was shocked by the huge numbers on the list. Then he looked at other people, and found that everyone had a different list. No need to read it. This list is made according to the size of your forces. You can definitely get it out if you grit your teeth. Of course, you can also choose to refuse and leave now. I am kind-hearted and can give those who refuse a day to enjoy or take countermeasures. Jamil Salam said with a smile on his face and a nonchalant tone. This list was made by Ola at a huge cost to sneak into the internal network of each force and based on the amount of resources in their warehouses, which is 2/3 of their storage resources. It really achieved the goal of treating everyone equally regardless of their power and collecting compensation in proportion. Faced with Jamil Salam's threat, everyone's anger was suppressed in an instant. The situation was pressing. If they refused, then the New Eden super flagship fleet would probably come to pick it up the next day. Looking at everyone's red faces, Jamil Salam couldn't help but laugh. Everyone, don't put on such an ugly face. This list was made by me based on the amount of resources you have. It can be done with a little bit of grit, so there's no need to be so entangled. After saying this, Hut Rupert of the Eastern Business Union was the first to bow his head. Your Majesty, please give me 3 days to mobilize the supplies, and I will personally hand them over to you after 3 days. Hut Rupert knew that since New Eden could produce this list, it proved that nothing could be negotiated, so it would be better to be straightforward and win some favor from New Eden. After all, after New Eden left, they would have plenty of opportunities to make up for their losses from the remains of the two major alliances. Jamil Salam took a deep look at Hut Rupert, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Very good, then I will give you 3 days. I hope you won't let me down. After tomorrow, our main fleet will withdraw, leaving only a super flagship fleet outside the Pearl of the Orient, and you can hand the things over to them at that time. Jamil Salam thought for a moment, and then said to Hut Rupert, tomorrow our main fleet will withdraw, and there are still many remnants of the Northern Alliance in the Nori Star region. I wonder if Mr. Hut Rupert is interested in helping to clean them up. Since Hut Rupert was so tactful, Jamil Salam naturally didn't mind giving him a little sweetness. Listening to Jamil Salam's words, Hut Rupert's eyes suddenly lit up. This Nori Star field is one of the hinterlands of the Northern Alliance. Even if it has been plundered by New Eden once, there is definitely still oil and water left. The most important thing is that this star field is very fertile. And this was authorized to him by Jamil Salam himself, which means that this star field will belong to him. Unless others want to slap New Eden in the face, don't even think about coming in to share a piece of the pie. Then Hut Rupert quickly stood up to thank Jamil Salam for his generosity, and said righteously, it is the honor of the Eastern Business Union to be able to clear these remnants for New Eden. Seeing that the Eastern Business Union had bowed its head, the others naturally bowed their heads as well. Afterwards, Jamil Salam also picked out several forces to divide the territories of the two major alliances, and the Buvatan star field was also assigned to the Serpentis group nearby. Chapter 451. After the banquet, Jamil Salam returned to the Southern Star region with the main fleet. But he also left a super flagship fleet outside the Pearl of the Orient to wait for the return of the compensation from various forces. In just 3 days, all the compensation promised by all forces was honestly handed over to the hands of this Imperial Crusaders, and just when it was about to return, several people in the Sword Star were arguing. "You are so rebellious, you dare to collect my compensation." Sherman looked at the man in front of him, and his heart was full of complicated feelings. Damn, it was just a plan I made, but this aura actually sent people to collect the compensation from the Sky Snake group. It was outrageous. Void Murong looked at Sherman hesitantly, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "My lord, it's not me who wants to collect it. It's Aura, who ordered us to take the compensation from the Sky Snake group. He said that since it's a show, we have to do it in full." Now Void Murong finally knew why Aura and Jamil Salam were so anxious to return to the Southern Star region, and asked him to rush over from the Southern Star region. It seems that they dug such a big pit for him. Jamil Salam is his queen, and his immediate superior. Void Murong dared not reveal it, but Aura did it without hesitation. After all, Aura did not do this right. No, not a single tri-titanium alloy. You lead the team back to the Southern Star field. Sherman was angry when he saw Void Murong. Aura asked you to collect the compensation from the Sky Serpent group, and you really came. Now the Sky Serpent group is really expanding by relying on the resources plundered from the collapsed bodies of the L Alliance and the Northern Alliance. Even the super flagship fleet is really being prepared. Now it is impossible to ask the Sky Serpent group to take out 2/3 of its resources. If he really wants to take it out, then he won't be able to carry out his subsequent plans. Looking at Sherman with an angry face, Sukong Murong could only smile bitterly. "My lord, I am just an errand boy. Please don't embarrass me. Just hand it over. There is no other way. This is an order to confiscate 2/3 of the resources of the Sky Snake group, and he can't disobey it." Sherman looked at Sukong Murong with a bitter smile, and knew that this was definitely done by Ola, and this was an order issued by the operations department, and Sukong Murong couldn't disobey it. Then, Sherman's eyes turned. "Ahem, Sukong Murong, I now order you as the Emperor of New Eden to abandon the current mission and immediately return to the Southern Star region with the fleet." "Yes, my lord." Sukong Murong knelt on one knee without any hesitation to accept Sherman's order, and he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how big the order of the operations department is, it is not bigger than Sherman's. After all, Sherman is the person with the highest authority in New Eden, and the master of the entire New Eden. When the two orders conflict, Sherman's order will naturally take priority. After receiving the order, Sukong Murong smiled awkwardly and advised, "My lord, you are in the trial period now. If you do this, it will greatly affect your final trial evaluation." Sherman's actions undoubtedly violated the rules of borrowing the power of New Eden during the trial period. This time, New Eden was able to slaughter the Eastern Star region because the L Alliance and the Northern Alliance committed suicide, so Sherman had the opportunity to take advantage of it. Now, Sherman directly used his identity to give orders to Sukong Murong, which undoubtedly violated the rules. You know, the final reward of this trial mission is the technology of the Galeni Federation and the 2nd and 3rd generation Titan technology. Every Sherman doesn't want to give up, he wants them all. If the evaluation is really lowered because of this, and any reward is lost, Sherman will be heartbroken. But if Void Murong really takes away 2/3 of the resources of the Sky Serpent group, then he will definitely not be able to complete the unification of the Eastern Star region within these few months, because there is not enough power. Now although 2 of the 3 overlords in the Eastern Star region have gone, the remaining Eastern Business Federation has also been strengthened in disguise, and many new forces with good strength have also emerged. If there is not enough power, the Sky Serpent group wants to unify the Eastern Star region. It is a dream. Facing the Emma Empire, which had sent more than 20 super flagship fleets to New Eden at once, these people did not dare to make a fuss, but if the Serpentis group dared to show any sign of wanting to unify the Eastern Star region, they would definitely attack it in groups. The same is true for the Eastern Commercial Union. They can sit back and watch the Eastern Commercial Union grow, and even become the only overlord of the Eastern Star region, but they will never accept its unification of the Eastern Commercial Union. To put it bluntly, these people came here to make money. How to make money? Fight. As long as there is a war, they will make money. Otherwise, why has no one been able to unify the Eastern Star region? It is all about profit. It can even be said that if the Eastern Business Federation wants to unify, or grows to a certain extent, they will naturally be in chaos without anyone else taking action. At that time, it is not impossible for the leader to die suddenly, or a certain legion to defect. So if they want to unify the Eastern Star region in just a few months, unless your man can take the initiative to expose his identity, he can only crush all voices with absolute strength. Just like the Emma Empire, it directly used absolute force to suffocate the entire Eastern Star region, and made its so-called war alliance dare not unite. There are many ways in the world, only fists are the hardest. So Sherman will never let Shukong Murong take back the resources of the Tianxi group. This matter made Sherman feel like he was shooting himself in the foot. Looking at Sherman with a frown, Shukong Murong asked cautiously, "My lord, you have to make plans early. After all, there are less than 3 hours left in the 3-day period." Shukong Murong didn't have the guts to forcefully take out 2/3 of the resources from the Sky Snake group. He just wanted to remind Sherman that if he didn't take them out by the time, then he would have to assume that Sherman had violated the rules. Sherman looked at Shukong Murong. His eyes couldn't help but roll. "Young man, you're on a narrow path." Cormac Wagga, who was standing by, saw Sherman's hesitation and said, "My lord, if it doesn't work, let's just give the resources away. At worst, I gather the fleet and borrow them from other forces. It's better to say it's robbing than borrowing. And this business is indeed very profitable, especially in the current chaotic situation. There are many opportunities. The most important thing is that Cormac Wagga and others are really itching to do something. After all, watching the Emma Empire killing people everywhere, they can only sit still, which is too difficult for these killers." Listening to Cormac Wagga's words, Sherman's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes! We can borrow it!" After having an idea in mind, Sherman directly called Aura over. After all, this matter can only be discussed with Aura, the steward of New Eden. "Ola, stop pretending to be dead, come out now." Sure enough, Ola didn't leave at all, and had been squatting in a certain network watching the discussion between Sherman and Shukong Murong. After hearing what Sherman said, he immediately came out and condensed into a holographic projection, and appeared in front of everyone. Ola looked at Sherman, with an undisguised smile on his face. "My lord, have you decided?" Sherman looked at Ola and said unhappily, "I won't give you the resources, and I won't violate the rules." Hearing this, Ola's smile became even more intense, and then he shook his head and said seriously, "My lord, this is against the rules. Please don't embarrass me." In other words, this task was made by the central computer and Sherman himself, and he had no right to modify it, so Sherman should just abide by the rules. Sherman looked at Ola and saw that he was not angry, but laughed secretly, which made Ola's smile disappear. This smile definitely means nothing good. Sure enough, Shermanksa put his arm around Allah's shoulders, with a wicked smile on his face. "Allah, now the Tianxi group has left New Eden, right?" "Yes." "That's good. I want to do a big business with New Eden on behalf of the Tianxi group." Allah couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Oh, what big business is it?" "I am willing to use the entire Tianxi group as collateral to borrow some resources from New Eden for a period of half a year. If you can't pay it back, then the Tianxi group will belong to New Eden." After hearing what Sherman said, not only Aura, but also Cormac Wagga and others were stunned. This Tianxi group originally belonged to New Eden, and they all belong to Sherman. Isn't this just mortgaging the subsidiary to the head office, transferring money from one hand to the other? Outrageous. But outrageous as it is, according to the current situation, this is indeed feasible. Because before Sherman completed the trial mission, this Tianxi group was out of the sequence of New Eden, and it fully met the conditions. A burst of data flowed through Aura's eyes. After repeated deductions, he couldn't help but sigh at Sherman and gave him a thumbs up with conviction. "My lord, you are shameless, you are the best in New Eden." Sherman accepted the compliment without hesitation and said happily, thank you, but when it comes to shamelessness, I am still a little bit behind you." After applying to the central computer, Ola also learned that Sherman's method was indeed feasible, but it also exploited a loophole. Then he said to Sherman unhappily, "My lord, you won, this deal is feasible." Seeing this, Sherman couldn't help but clench his fist excitedly. Considering the value of the Tianxi group, it is not too much to sell the resources of only 20 super flagship fleets, right? When the Tianxi super flagship fleet is formed in half a year, it will directly crush the entire Eastern Star region with its absolute strength. Who can stop him from unifying the Eastern Star region? But before Sherman could finish his fantasy, Aura pulled Sherman back. "My lord, although the transaction is feasible, it can only be exchanged for not collecting the resources to be collected this time, and no other resources will be given to you. After all, you also know that you are taking advantage of a loophole. If you really want to do this, then the trial mission will lose its meaning, and this mission will be automatically cancelled. Seeing that Aura said so, Sherman could only curl his lips and said nothing. Forget it, it will be hard work later, as long as the resources are not taken away. Aura looked at Sherman, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. To put it bluntly, this trial mission is to hone Sherman and let him change his reckless character. Although New Eden is not afraid of war, this is not what a qualified monarch should have after all. Now it seems that this trial is still effective. At least this barbarian, who only knows how to use force, has learned to use his brain, even if it is just a little cleverness. A few hours later, the 3rd Legion of the Imperial Crusaders left the source domain to the north, and all those who were suffocating under the absolute force of New Eden finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sherman smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. The resources were finally saved. Then, Sherman waved his hand. Cormac Waja, order all officials of the Serpentis group to hold a meeting. Yes, my lord. Now that the resources are saved, it's time to arrange the next task. In less than half an hour, all officials of the Serpentis group and the leaders of the foreign legions arrived at the Serpentis Prime Space Station. Looking at everyone, Sherman said without further ado, let's report the current situation first. After that, Sherman looked at Cormac Vaga and signaled him to report first. Seeing this, Cormac Vaga also stood up to report. My lord, the Sodio Engineering Complex has started to operate. The first batch of Fierce class will be off the production line in a week, and the first batch of Conqueror class Titans and Hatred class super aircraft carriers are also under construction. It is expected that in 2.5 months, the first super flagship fleet of the Serpentis group will be completed. When Shubai and Gutu, who were standing by, couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this, and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. There is a huge difference between having a super flagship fleet and not having a super flagship fleet. As long as the Tianxi group has its own super flagship fleet, they can't help but be excited. Sherman couldn't help but frown when he heard what Cormac Waga said. Just one super flagship fleet, that's not enough. If there is only one super flagship fleet, it can only defend the existing territory, and it is still a little lacking if you want to take the initiative to attack. In Sherman's expectation, if he wanted to conquer the entire Eastern Star region, he would need at least 4 super flagship fleets. My lord, it's not that I don't want to increase the production line, but the resources are really not enough, Cormac Vaga said helplessly. Although the Serpentis group has gained a lot of benefits in this chaos, it is only enough to build this super flagship fleet. After all, the Serpentis group now not only has to build super flagship fleets, but also has to build enough Etano refineries to develop the source domain and consolidate the foundation of the Serpentis group. Otherwise, if there is only a super flagship fleet but no sufficient logistical support, everything will be nothing but a mirror image. Hearing this, Sherman could only sigh. The Eastern Star region is barren, and the source region is even more barren. Now we can only plan to build other super flagship fleets after these Etano refineries are in operation. After Cormac Waga sat back, Cleric Bai stood up to report. Your Majesty, the migration of the survivors has been almost completed. Now 37.3 billion people have been migrated in the source region. Moreover, taking advantage of the turmoil between the two alliances, many survivors have expressed their intention to join the Sky Serpent group. You have done a good job. Sherman gave the two a look of approval. Now, whether it is New Eden or the Sky Serpent group, there is no shortage of land and jobs, but people. Although Sherman can buy slaves from the Dora tribe, it is not a solution. And now the Sky Serpent group needs a garrison fleet, which cannot be solved by buying slaves. And Sherman has used all his funds to buy resources, so how can he buy people? So Sherman still values the survivors like when Shubai. Facing Sherman's praise, when Shubai hesitated for a moment, but gritted his teeth and continued, Your Majesty, although many survivors are willing to come to the source area, they are blocked by some forces. Please make a decision, Your Majesty. Old Bai. Hearing when Shubai's words, Gutu's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly apologized to Sherman. Your Majesty, Old Bai also cares about his compatriots. I hope many compatriots can fall into your arms. Please forgive me. What the Tianxi group needs now is dormant development. After all, the newly added territory and the newly added survivor population all need time to digest, and it is not appropriate to start a war now. When Shubai's words were undoubtedly from the perspective of the survivors, not from the perspective of the Sky Snake group. This was a question of position. Even if Wen Shubai was unintentional, Gu Tu couldn't help but be nervous. But Sherman didn't care about these at all. Instead, his eyes lit up after hearing Wen Shubai's words. Which forces blocked them? How strong are they? Do they have a lot of resources? Hearing this, Wen Shubai and the others understood Sherman's meaning, and immediately replied with excitement, Your Majesty, most of these are other forces that have newly entered the territories of the two major alliances. Their strength is not very strong, but they are not weak either. Moreover, they looted many bases of the two alliances, but we haven't investigated the exact amount. These guys who disguised themselves as pirates came to the two alliances to loot for profit. And these survivors, who kept coming to the source area, were money at their fingertips. After all, population is also an important resource. Sherman was immediately happy. He just needed resources, and others gave their lives to him. How embarrassing. Cormacwaga, gather your fleet and clear these rebels. Yes, my lord. Cormacwaga bowed his head and accepted the order. Although he had no interest in these pirates, it was still a distraction. At this time, only the voices of Wen Shubai and Gu Xiang Sherman were heard asking for battle. Your Majesty, please leave this mission to us. There is no need for Lord Cormacwaga to go in person to deal with such trash. Now all the members of the Foreign Legion are eager to make contributions for His Majesty. Please allow me, Your Majesty. The members of the Foreign Legion and their families need to make contributions to the Tianxi Group in order to officially join the Tianxi Group and become real citizens, rather than the stateless survivors who are now receiving asylum. For them, although their current life is not bad, as long as they have hands to survive, no one dares to bet on when this kind of life will end. For them, only by officially joining the Tianxi Group and becoming citizens can they truly feel at ease. Therefore, they must show their value to the Tianxi Group and Sherman. And for them now, only war can show their value. Sherman looked at Wen Shubai and the others, his mouth corner slightly raised, and waved his hand gently. Approved. This time, you are granted the right to send troops independently from the Foreign Legion and choose your own targets. All war losses can be replenished by Cormacwaga. Except for the resources that need to be handed over, all other captured items belong to you. I only have one request. You can only take advantage, not suffer losses. Otherwise, you too will have to clean toilets in a space station for the rest of your lives. Yes, Your Majesty. The two men clasped their fists and accepted the order. Looking at the two people who left excitedly, Sherman retracted his gaze and said to the officials of the Sky Serpentine Group without looking back, To an OS, you take two fleets to provoke them. You don't have to participate in the battle directly. Just train them, and don't let them suffer any big losses. Yes, my lord. Cormacwaga, you take the fleet to block the passage from the Buvedin Star Field to the source field. Install all the anti-induction, anti-stealth, and anti-reconnaissance equipment for me. Don't let outsiders discover the existence of Sodio. From today on, no one is allowed to enter the source area, and the survivors are not allowed to approach the star system where Sodio is. If you don't listen, I would rather kill the wrong person than let one go. Yes, my lord. Cormacwaga took the order solemnly. He knew how important Sodio was to the Sky Serpentine Group, and how much trouble it would cause if he was exposed. The entire Eastern Star region suffered because of Sodio. If he was exposed now, not to mention that the super flagship fleet plan would encounter unexpected events, I am afraid it would be besieged by the entire Eastern Star region. Thinking of this, Cormacwaga's eyes showed an indelible cold light. If these survivors really want to be ungrateful, then he will let these guys know what real cruelty is. As Sherman waved his hand, the officials left and prepared to leave. Sherman looked at the foreign legions gathering outside the space station through the huge French window, and a complex flashed in his eyes. I hope you won't let me down. This is both a chance that Sherman gave to these survivors and a test. No matter what the result of this test is, there will be no more survivors in the Eastern Star region. As for how to disappear, it depends on their own choice. Chapter 452. After receiving the order, Wen Shubai went to coordinate the war preparations and take charge of the logistics support, while Guda directly assembled the Foreign Legion. During this period, because of the continuous flow of survivors joining the Tianxi Group, the Foreign Legion also grew stronger, from more than 800 people at the beginning to more than 5,700 people now. And this time, Guda chose to attack except for the necessary garrison fleet, and all other fleets chose to attack, a total of 20 conventional fleets. 20 square fleets quickly assembled outside the Serpentis first star space station, and everyone quietly waited for Guda's order. Looking at the fleet in front of him, Guda was full of ambition, and without saying anything, He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." With one order, the 20 fleets turned around like dragons and headed towards the Buiten Star region. At the border of the Buiten Star region, several civilian passenger ships slowly traveled in the boundless starry sky. This civilian passenger fleet was equipped with a few civilian guns for comfort, and had no other weapons, and there were no warships escorting it. This kind of fleet was like meat in this chaotic land. "Old man, do you think the Sky Snake group will really accept us?" The young man looked at the starry sky outside, which he never got tired of, and turned to ask the gray-haired middle-aged man beside him. As the lowest race in the Eastern Star Field, they had no chance of any welfare, and even could not have a better job. They could only do some hard and tiring work that others looked down upon, but was indispensable, and then exchange it for the materials that barely made them survive. So when they learned that the Sky Snake group would unconditionally accept the survivors, they would be treated equally except for not being able to enjoy the benefits because they had not officially joined the Sky Snake group. And if they officially joined the Sky Snake group, they would not only be guaranteed a good job and enjoy generous benefits, but also be able to contract their own land, thus getting rid of their current social status that is even lower than that of slaves. You should know that the survivors now have a status lower than that of slaves in the entire Eastern Star region. After all, slaves are still other people's private property, and they have to take their owners into consideration. But even if these survivors are crushed to death, no one will care. They are not even as good as stink bugs on the roadside. So after learning that the Sky Snake group unconditionally accepted these survivors, nearly 80 million people in their tribe chose to take a gamble and immigrate to the source region. Under the leadership of several prestigious elders in the tribe, everyone took out all their belongings and gathered the assets of the entire tribe to rent these 3 shabby civilian passenger spaceships that even the most experienced captains dared not to drive, and rushed all the way to the source region. Facing the young man's words, the middle-aged man looked at his compatriots quietly and said with a sigh, "No matter what the result is, none of us will look back." He only believed half of the Tianxi group's propaganda, not all of it. Maybe the emerging Tianxi group really lacked population, so it made this move, but he didn't believe it would be as generous as advertised. However, he still chose to migrate. Because since the Tianxi group chose to accept them, it proved that they were valuable to the Tianxi group, and it would be much better than before. Before the young man could continue asking, the spaceship shook and almost flew out of its position. "We were attacked by pirates, everyone be prepared for impact." "We were attacked by pirates, everyone be prepared for impact." "We were attacked by pirates, everyone be prepared for impact." A series of rapid alarms sounded in the 3 civilian passenger spaceships, and everyone's faces turned pale. The 3 spaceships were all civilian in nature. Not to mention that they were not equipped with powerful weapons, even the defense was very backward shield equipment. Any fully armed frigate could leave them all here. Looking at the more than 20 pirate warships of all sizes around, the elders of the tribe were also panicked. Now they had no other choice but to send a distress message to the Serpentis group and hope they would arrive in time. Several electronic attack ships of the desert pirates will quickly intercept all 3 civilian passenger ships. Under strong electromagnetic interference, the engines of the 3 ships were forced to stop running, and they could only be slaughtered. After a series of exchanges with the people of the desert pirates, the originally attractive face of the leader suddenly became very embarrassed. "What bad luck. Why are these damn rubbish again? Robbing these survivors is not as good as driving a few mining ships to mine for a few hours. Although there are many survivors, they are all poor. I am afraid that even if they empty their pockets, they can't get 5 million star coins. And these survivors can't get a good price even if they are sold as slaves. In the end, they can only be smashed in their own hands." Looking at the ugly face of his captain, a pirate asked, "Captain, what should we do with these survivors?" "Let them go." The leader looked at the team members angrily and cursed, "Bullshit, the old rules. Blow them all into fireworks." "Yes." Immediately, the other firepower warships gave up the lock and left the target to the electronic attack ships. Each shell costs tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. They don't want to waste the target that can't even get back the cost. The electronic attack ship is enough. As the electronic attack ship increased the frequency of the electromagnetic pulse, the backward protection system of the 3 spacecraft was directly broken, and the propulsion system, navigation system and communication system of the entire spacecraft were directly destroyed. The most serious damage was done to the life support systems in the spacecraft. Now the 3 spacecrafts have become tin cans, waiting to die quietly in this boundless space. The people inside will also gradually run out of oxygen in the spacecraft, and eventually die of suffocation. As a pirate warship fired a few shots, the escape exits of the 3 spacecrafts were directly blocked. The pirate who fired whistled and said in the fleet channel, "This is the only way to be foolproof. You guys who have just entered the industry should learn from this." When the escape exit collapsed, all the survivors fell into despair, but they did not shout or scream. Many people even had a little relief in their eyes. For these people, death might be the best relief. At this time, warships leaped in from deep space and quickly surrounded the battlefield. Chapter 453. Faced with this ill-intentioned fleet, the desert pirates quickly activated their warship engines and prepared to flee without the order of their leader. But how easy was that? I saw dozens of Daredevil-class frigates quickly start their thrusters, and powerful warship interference was projected on their warships, forcing the pirate warships to break out of the warship state. Then the Vigilant-class cruiser took over the Daredevil-class mission and directly attached itself to it, attaching warp interference and stasis beams to it, and it was actually unable to move. Looking at the full fleet in front of them, even if they were forced to stay, the people of the desert pirates did not have the courage to take action. Because the enemy's densely packed guns locked on their battleships made them unable to muster any courage to resist. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. The leader of the desert pirates said in a flattering manner on the public channel. "We are entrusted by the Eastern Commercial Consortium to crack down on smuggled people. Please don't get excited, heroes of the Sky Snake Group." Gutu ignored him and looked at the three silent ships on the battlefield, his anger growing stronger. He arranged for people to seek help from the base for rescue ships, and forced the desert pirates away from the three civilian passenger ships. After forcing the warships of the desert pirates to a safe distance away from the three ships, Gutu said in a hoarse voice, "Do you know who we are?" The pirate leader smiled and replied flatteringly, "Who in the entire Eastern Star region doesn't know the warships of the Tianchi group?" Facing the pirate leader's flattery, Gutu showed his big white teeth, his eyes full of anger. "Then let me tell you one more thing. Our number is called the Tianchi Group Foreign Legion, and it is a fleet composed of survivors." Hearing this, the pirate leader's eyes suddenly shrank, and then he roared in the fleet channel, "Run!" But these pirate warships have been controlled for a long time. How could they escape? I saw these pirate warships attacking their warships in an instant, hoping to defeat them and escape. But facing the tough Sky Serpent warship, their warships were just like tickling. With Gutu's order, all the warships of the Desert Pirates group turned into fireworks in the space with just one volley. The pirate leader knew that it was futile to resist with warships, so he ejected the warship at the moment the battle started and drove the space capsule to escape. Because of the small signal radius and fast jump-off speed of the space capsule, the Gutu fleet was able to escape before it could react. Gutu looked at the space capsule that quickly disappeared in the starry sky, and didn't say anything, but gave a look to several Daredevil-class pilots, and these Daredevil-class frigates also chased in the direction of the space capsule. The remaining pirates were not so lucky. All of them were wrapped in the light interceptor ship's jump interception force field, and they couldn't escape at all. Facing the surrender news of these pirates, Gutu chose to ignore it directly, and ordered the fleet to crush them directly, and turn their bones into ashes. After dealing with the pirates, the professional rescue ship from the Buwiden Star base also rushed over. Under these professional rescue ships, the life support systems of the three civilian passenger ships were quickly repaired. Because the propulsion systems of the ships were completely destroyed and could not be repaired in space, the rescue ships had to open a temporary channel among the three ships to transfer all the people to other ships. The entire rescue process lasted 2 hours before it was over. After seeing that everyone was brought back, Gutu breathed a sigh of relief this time, and then asked in the fleet, Eyes, have you found the rat hole?" Gutu deliberately sent those Daredevil-class frigates to follow the pirate leader's space capsule to see if he could find the pirate base by following the space capsule. Fortunately, the team did not disappoint him. "Report, we have found the rat hole." Looking at the location marker sent over, Gutu's eyes suddenly showed a cold light. "Order the second fleet and the third fleet to return to the Buwiden Starfield base to assemble, and we will go together to take our captured compatriots home." 3 hours later, after safely escorting more than 80 million survivors to the base in the Buwiden Starfield, Gutu waved his hand and led the 3 fleets of the Foreign Legion to jump to the Kelson Starfield. This time they wanted to bring back the captured survivors and seek justice for themselves and their compatriots. The survivors who were temporarily placed in the base looked at the fleet leaving the starry sky with endless light in their eyes. "Old man, I want to join the Foreign Legion." The middle-aged man was also overwhelmed by the fleet, and he patted his son's shoulders fiercely. "Go use the warships to fight for a future for yourself, your family, and your people. I take care of everything at home." "Yes." The young man nodded heavily, and then ran to the Foreign Legion recruitment office without looking back. The middle-aged man looked at his son, who disappeared in the crowd, with a look of heartache and smile on his face, muttering to himself, "Son, this is a chance for you to get out of the quagmire, you must seize it." After seeing the fleet of the Foreign Legion, their trust in the Serpentis Group reached its peak. Because if they simply needed people to work for the Serpentis Group, there would be no need to form so many interstellar fleets for them. In other forces, even if they recruited these survivors to form a force, at most they would be given a laser gun and then deployed on the ground battlefield as cannon fodder. They would never let them board the warships, let alone let them form an interstellar fleet composed entirely of survivors. In their eyes, warships are much more valuable than cannon fodder like them. And here, the Tianxi Group can actually support them to form a fleet composed entirely of survivors. From this, it can be seen that what the Tianxi Group promotes in the outside world is true. Sherman sat in the top room of the space station, looking at the dense crowd outside the Foreign Legion recruitment office below, gently shaking the wine glass in his hand. Although the wine glass was just the Fat House happy water specially made by Allah, Sherman drank it and felt like 1982 Lafayette. Cormac Wagga, the Foreign Legion will add another ground landing corps, and the equipment and supplies will be the same as those of the Doric Corps. After all, the battleship pilot has very high personal talent requirements, and there may not be one qualified among a million people. So in addition to the interstellar fleet, the Foreign Legion must also add ground forces to give those who cannot become pilots a way out. Also prepare for future planetary competition. Sherman looked at the crowd below and stretched his body, then walked towards the captain's room without looking back, and continued to instruct Cormac Wagga, "Let to an OS bring all 4 fleets. This Kelson star field is the territory of the Eastern Commercial Union, and Gutu and his men's actions will not go smoothly." "Yes, my lord." Cormac Wagga bowed his head and accepted the order. Although everyone is now scrambling to divide the legacy of the two alliances, no one is thinking of going to war. But this time Gutu is going to act within the territory of the Eastern Commercial Union. Now the Eastern Commercial Union, as the only hegemonic force in the Eastern Star region, will definitely not remain silent about this, and will definitely react. That's why Sherman asked Tuan OS to take his 4 fleets over to cover Gutu. Chapter 454. When Gutu led the fleet from 11 ST directly into the border of Kelson Star region and headed straight for the base of the Desert Pirates, the Eastern Commercial Union fleet stationed at the border also detected relevant information. "What a courage! Do you really think I dare not take action now?" After receiving the report from the front line, Hut Rupert could not help but curse. For forces like them, sending a fleet into their territory without asking is such a provocation. "Chief, do we need to send a fleet to stop them?" an administrator asked. Hut Rupert frowned and pounded his fist on the table. "Let the Kelson Star region garrison go over and intercept these daring guys. Get them out of the Kelson Star region. Now is a good opportunity for their Eastern Business Union to become the defending lord of the Eastern Star region. He can't let their reputation be challenged at this time." So in this matter, Hut Rupert chose a tough attitude. "Yes." After receiving the order from Hut Rupert, the Eastern Commercial Union's garrison in the Kelson Star field immediately began to gather and rushed to the front of Gutu's fleet, ready to intercept it. When Gutu was 3 star systems away from the target location, the two sides faced each other. Gutu looked at the 8 or 9 conventional fleets in front of him with a frown. "We have been ordered to come here to clear out the pirates threatening the border. Please make way for us." Knowing that he was in the wrong, Gutu chose to communicate first. Tuan OSS, who had been following behind him, couldn't help but shook his head at Gutu's actions. Gutu still didn't get the essence of the Sky Serpent Group. Since it has been decided to clear out these pirates with a tough attitude to deter the people who are constantly coming to the attention of the survivors, then we should carry out the toughness to the end. As long as we don't fire the first shot, we can just rush forward. As long as the other party dares to fire the first shot, we can just summon all the fleets and take over the Kelson Star region. Speaking first, isn't this putting you at a disadvantage? As expected, after Gutu spoke first, the other commander's eyes lit up, and he replied sternly, "You have entered our territory without our permission. To avoid conflict, please return the way you came." Among the forces currently eligible to compete for the dominant position in the Eastern Star region, the first one is undoubtedly the powerful Eastern Commercial Consortium, and the Tianxi Group has also attracted much attention because of its outstanding performance in recent years and its practice of recruiting survivors. And because the Tianxi Group inherited some civilization, the warships it used adopted new advanced technology. Although it was a little weaker than the Eastern Commercial Union in terms of strength, its foundation was generally optimistic. Some people even proposed that the Eastern Commercial Union and the Tianxi Group would become the only 2 dominant forces in the Eastern Star region in the future. Although it was unknown which force proposed this for what purpose, this statement had undoubtedly put the Tianxi group on the spot, and also made the Eastern Commercial Union pay close attention to this former younger brother. This time, the fleet of the Sky Serpent group entered their territory without permission, so they naturally wanted to use this opportunity to suppress the arrogance of the Sky Serpent group and improve their own reputation. However, Sherman authorized Gu Tu to do this, and later asked Tuan Os to bring the fleet to cover the bottom, which undoubtedly had the same idea. Although Sherman didn't care about things like reputation, it could indeed help the Sky Serpent group better unify the Eastern Star region in the future. Facing the pressure from the commander of the Eastern Commercial Union, Gu Tu narrowed his eyes, and led the fleet to form an attack formation. "I'm sorry, this desert pirate group robbed our personnel and attacked our transport fleet. Since you can't control these pirates, we don't mind helping you to suppress them." Gu Tu is not a coward. If he is afraid, he will not pull out a force belonging to the survivors under the noses of these jackals and tigers to save the survivors with Wen Shubai. After receiving a private message from Tuan Os in secret, Gu Tu immediately released his nature. This Eastern Commercial Union was also one of the culprits who destroyed their Eastern Star region civilization. If they can really teach them a painful lesson this time, Gu Tu will naturally not mind. Looking at the attacking Foreign Legion fleet, the commander of the Eastern Commercial Union did not shy away and said tit for tat, "Then you can give it a try." After that, the 9 fleets of the Eastern Commercial Union immediately took up their positions and locked onto the warships of the Foreign Legion. The Foreign Legion naturally did not give in, and also locked onto the other side's warships. The warships of both sides completed the lock at the same time. Now, only a word from the commanders of both sides is needed to start the war. Even though their fleet was at a disadvantage, all the foreign legionaries were not afraid, but eager to try. Compared to death, they were more afraid of poverty. After coming to the Tianxi group, although they now received assistance from the Tianxi group, they could only barely maintain a basic standard of living. If they wanted to live a better life, they could only kill enemies and earn military merits. Sherman gave their foreign legionaries very generous combat treatment. Killing enemies with military merits could be exchanged for formally joining the Tianxi group, becoming a real citizen, and there were additional economic rewards. If you get hurt, the Tianxi group will provide free treatment, and with current technology, as long as you don't die on the spot, your arms and legs will grow back in the treatment cabin. If you die, the Tianxi group will unconditionally accept your immediate family members as formal citizens, and there will be a high pension to guarantee the lives of your relatives. It can be said that Sherman has made all their worries clear, and they just need to fight bravely. So facing this disadvantage, many soldiers of the Foreign Legion are not only not afraid of death, but are eager to try. Just when the two sides were getting more and more angry and about to be suppressed, four fleets suddenly appeared behind the Eastern Commercial Union fleet. The commander of the Eastern Commercial Union fleet suddenly changed his face when he saw the fleet behind him deploying an attack formation in an instant and completing the lock on his side. Serpentis fleet. Although the Foreign Legion was also equipped with the standard warships of the Serpentis group, it did not have many achievements to show. However, the 4 fleets with black and white painted on the surface of the hull were the real main fleets of the Serpentis group, and they were the absolute main force that dared to fight against the Dreadnought fleet. In order to distinguish the Foreign Legion from the Serpentis fleet, the 2 ships have the same warships, but the hulls are painted differently. The Foreign Legion ships are painted in the Ice Tray series, which will also be the standard paint for non-New Eden-affiliated forces in the future. The fleet led by Tuan Oss is painted in the pride of the Serpentis group, the Serpentis Victory Series paint. So when Tuan Oss brought the fleet over, the commander of the Eastern Commercial Union changed his face. With the arrival of Tuan Oss's 4 fleets, the number of fleets on both sides was almost equal, and he had no confidence in being able to fight against the main fleet of the Serpentis group. You know, the combat effectiveness of the Serpentis fleet has long been verified by the 3 major alliances. He had no doubt that if the battle started, the Serpentis fleet would directly kill his own fleet. The fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union did not dare to take action, but Tuan Os did not have so many concerns and directly led the fleet to approach and find a suitable combat distance. Apart from anything else, Tuan Oss dared to guarantee that once the war started, he could destroy the enemy's entire fleet in the first place. Being attacked from both sides and facing Tuan Oss's aggressiveness, the commander of the Eastern Commercial Union could not help but sweat coldly. If he didn't fight, the reputation of the Eastern Commercial Union would be damaged. If he fought, he would have no chance of winning in such a disadvantage, and would have to return in defeat in the end. In both cases, he would inevitably be punished in the end. Without any other choice, He could only choose to shrink the fleet to form a defensive formation and seek reinforcements from Hut Rupert. Chief, this time the other side not only sent out the useless army of survivors, but also sent out 4 main fleets. To avoid unnecessary losses on our side, I request the intervention of the Dreadnought fleet. After the 2 previous battles in the 11st galaxy, few people had the confidence to fight the Serpentis fleet head-on. So in the face of the Serpentis fleet, in addition to the absolute number of fleets, they could only rely on the tonnage of warships to crush it. As long as one Dreadnought fleet entered the field, he could rely on the Dreadnought fleet to activate the conventional fleet and completely leave these 8 Serpentis group fleets behind. Then, Hut Rupert refused without hesitation. No, there is only 1 Dreadnought fleet and 13 conventional fleets in the Kelson Star region. Now you have brought out 9 conventional fleets. If you bring the Dreadnought fleet over, it will threaten the garrison security of the Kelson Star region. The Serpentis group likes to do this kind of thing. These guys have a very vicious strategic vision. If he really sends the Dreadnought fleet over, it is possible that the other main fleets of the Serpentis group will take this opportunity to attack their central base space station in the Kelson Star region. The Serpentis fleet had captured the heavily defended strategic location of 11st from the hands of the 3 major alliances twice, so Hut Rupert did not want to gamble on this possibility, nor did he dare to gamble. Now the Eastern Business Union has to disperse its fleet in order to seize the territory of the 2 major alliances. If a large-scale battle really occurs in the Kelson Star region now, it will undoubtedly affect their division of the cake left by the 2 major alliances. To put it bluntly, if they go to war with the Serpentis group now, it will not be worth the loss for them. Are you just going to watch the fleet of the Serpentis group fight in the Kelson Star region? The commander's face flushed and his fists clenched. Hut Rupert tapped the table lightly, and a crisp sound rang out, and the commander's heart beat along with it. On one side, the Serpentis fleet was pressing hard, and on the other side, Hut Rupert was silent, which put a lot of pressure on the fleet commander of the Eastern Commercial Union. Leader, give the order. Whether to fight or retreat, at least give a word. Looking at the projected situation on the scene, Hut Rupert finally sighed. Leave a fleet to continue monitoring their actions, and the other fleets return to the base, retreat. Let's lose our reputation, and it doesn't matter if we lose a piece of the Serpentis group first. Now it is most important to digest the cake in our mouths. Hut Rupert has made a distinction between face and interests. You can earn face, but once the cake is divided, it's over. Yes. Hearing the order to retreat, the commander couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he personally took a fleet to stay and ordered the other fleets to evacuate. Seeing that most of the fleet had evacuated, and the remaining fleet also jumped to a safe distance, looking like a follower, Tuan OS couldn't help but curl his lips. Gutu, you take the fleet to carry out the mission, I take care of the rest. Understood. Gutu was also unambiguous. After thanking Tuan OS, he led the fleet to jump to the base of the desert pirates. After seeing Gutu's fleet leave, the remaining fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union wanted to follow, but before they could move, they were surrounded by Tuan OS's fleet. Seeing that Tuan OS's 4 fleets were mixed in with his fleet, and the fleets of both sides collided, the fleet that had just started the jump had to stop. But before he could speak, he heard Tuan OS's lazy voice on the public channel. Sorry, there was an error in the fleet jump position. I hope your department will bear with it. Too much. Seeing that the fleet kept colliding with his own fleet, making it impossible for the fleet to enter the jump state, the fleet commander of the Eastern Commercial Union felt that the flames kept teasing his reason. Outer fleet, overload the thrusters, push these bastards out, other fleets, prepare for the jump. Tuan OSS looked at the other party's actions and smiled. Interesting, want to collide? With a wave of Tuan OSS's hand, an Avenger battleship fleet also overloaded the thrusters and crashed into it. Both fleets held their breath, and no one wanted to give in, and the final result was a solid collision. Under Tuan OSS's deliberate manipulation, the Serpentis fleet launched an echelon collision against the outer fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union. Facing the wave-like collision of the Sky Serpentine fleet, the fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union was directly knocked back, and its energy shield also dimmed under the collision. The fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union was forced to huddle together under the continuous collision, and it was very chaotic. Then Tuan OSS directly surrounded it tightly, and ordered the fleet to lock all its warships and preheat the muzzles directly. Suddenly, the Eastern Commercial Union fleet was filled with harsh sounds such as lock alarms, shield alarms, collision alarms, etc. Faced with such a threat from Tuan OS, the fleet commander could only slam the table helplessly. A bunch of bastards. Faced with the reckless Sky Serpentine fleet, he could only choose to endure, and had no way to deal with it. He also understood 210's purpose, which was not to let them follow the Foreign Legion to avoid any accidents. Moreover, he now seriously suspected that the Sky Serpentine group did this to start the war in advance and interfere with the Eastern Commercial Consortium's integration of the existing territory. You wait. Looking at the arrogant Sky Serpentine fleet, his eyes were full of resentment. After this friction, his face was completely lost. Chapter 455. Just as 210's was entangled with the fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union, Guda also led the fleet to the base of the Desert Pirates. The Desert Pirates were a small pirate group, with a maximum fleet of only 100 people, so they did not place their base in the space station, but in a meteorite with a radius of more than 500 kilometers in the meteorite belt. Compared to the space station that still needs fuel to maintain, and costs a lot of money, this base is very cheap and easy to transform, although it has low security. But once discovered, they would die. And now, Guda's 4 fleets directly surrounded the pirate base transformed from meteorites. The remaining pirates could not send out troops at all, and there were not many defensive weapons in the base, so they could not fight against the Foreign Legion. After dispatching 3 fleets in a row, but each time they turned into wreckage in less than 2 minutes, the Desert Pirate group was completely desperate. Boss, what should we do now? Looking at the Foreign Legion fleet sharpening its knives outside the base, a pirate couldn't help but tremble. Although the leader of the Desert Pirates was panicking, his expression did not change. Instead, he said calmly, "Don't be afraid. We still have nearly 30 million survivors in our hands. They dare not attack." These survivors were robbed at the border of the Buiden Star region during this period. They were also the survivors that were originally intended to be sold as slaves, but were left in their hands. Originally, he was thinking of dealing with them after a while, but he didn't expect that they would become his amulets now. Thinking of this, the leader of the Desert Pirates ordered one of his men, "Go, drive those survivors to the outer space of the base, and we will go to the center of the base to wait for support. If Guda chooses to attack by force, he will undoubtedly have to kill these survivors first." Guda's fleet did not carry the Marine Corps, and except for using warships to attack by force, it was impossible to carry out landing operations to rescue these survivors. So when he saw what the Desert Pirates did, he had to order the fleet to stop bombarding. Shameless. Guda looked at the crowds of people who were driven to the outskirts of the base, and could see through the windows inside. He could not help but curse. Just when Guta was about to negotiate with the leader of the Desert Pirates, he found that the other party ignored him, and the negotiations ended in vain. Because these pirates knew that they had killed countless survivors during this period, no matter how they negotiated now, they would inevitably die in the end. So they simply ignored Guta's request for negotiation and waited for the support of the Eastern Commercial Consortium. These pirate groups were secretly instructed by the Eastern Commercial Union to rob and kill the survivors. Otherwise, they would not do such a waste of energy. Moreover, they are now in the territory of the Eastern Commercial Union. It is impossible for them not to care about them. Of course, they did not know that the reinforcements he expected had been driven away long ago. Otherwise, they would really make up their minds to fight to the death with these survivors in the base. One side avoided fighting, and the other side was afraid to act rashly. The situation was deadlocked. Seeing the Foreign Legion begin to surround but not attack, the people of the Desert Pirates suddenly gained confidence. "Quick, contact the defenders of the Kelson Star Field as soon as possible. We are saved." "Yes." Facing the current situation, Guda was also worried. "Captain, do you want to seek the help of His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send the Marines?" a fleet commander of the Foreign Legion asked. Guda shook his head. The Serpentis group does not have a complete Marine Corps now, so it is useless to seek His Majesty now. What should we do? We can't just keep on being in a stalemate, right? They are now fighting in the territory of the Eastern Commercial Union. Although they just drove the Eastern Commercial Union's defenders away with the help of the Sky Serpentine fleet, they can't stay here forever, because no one knows whether the Eastern Commercial Union will be ruthless enough to take action. We must fight quickly. How could Guda not know this? But their 4 fleets are all warships and cannons. It is easy to destroy the pirate base, but it is very difficult to rescue these survivors. There was no other way. After thinking it over, Guda could only ask for help from 210's nearby. Looking at the message sent out, Guda sighed slightly in his heart, hoping that the Sky Serpentine fleet would have a solution. After receiving Guta's request for help, 210's looked at the report and thought for a while, then left a fleet to continue to entangle the fleet of the Eastern Commercial Union, and led the other 3 fleets straight over. After arriving outside the base of the Desert Pirates, they joined Guta's fleet, and 210's asked directly, "What is the situation now?" Guta did not hesitate, and quickly reported the situation to Tuan OS. Now these bastards have placed nearly 30 million survivors outside the base as human shields. We can't continue to attack. After hearing Guta's report, Tuan OS directly activated the combat mode, with a series of data flowing through his eyes, and his warship also fired a pulse wave at the pirate base, scanning the structure of the entire base clearly. After a while, Tuan OS returned to normal, and he had an idea in his mind. Then he said to Gudu, "Captain Gu, you take the fleet to other places to continue the rescue, and leave this to me." Although he had an idea, this rescue method could not be seen by the Foreign Legion, so he had to let the Foreign Legion evacuate first. Okay. Although he didn't know what Tuan OSS could do, Gudu did not hesitate to lead the fleet back to other areas to rescue and escort the survivors. After the Foreign Legion evacuated, Tuan OSS sent another fleet to block the entire galaxy to make sure there were no other people in the galaxy. Then, several Marshall-class Black Special Forces ships appeared from the subspace, and powerful electronic interference suppression instantly filled the entire galaxy. Soon, a dozen interstellar rescue ships arrived from the Buvidan Star base. These dozen interstellar rescue ships exposed several pulse generators, and fired a round of pulse waves at the pirate base. Because the base's external defense system had been blasted to pieces by the Foreign Legion, the pulse waves rushed into the outer space of the base without any obstruction. As the pulse waves swept through, these survivors fell down like wheat and fell into a coma. When everything was ready, Tuan OSS directly entered the combat mode. The two Avengers fleets slowly opened the hidden hatch on the bow as Tuan OSS raised his right hand, revealing the small doomsday launcher hidden in it. The leader of the desert pirates listened to the piercing high-energy response alarm in the base. His mouth slightly opened, his mind was blank. Tuan OSS controlled the fleet and launched the doomsday weapon against the pirate base in batches of 50 ships. Under these batches of small doomsday bombardments, the entire pirate base was directly blasted apart, and the outer space of the base was directly separated. After the outer space of the base was separated, more than a dozen ready-made interstellar rescue ships directly launched several rays of light to maintain a short-term life support system in the outer space of the base to prevent these survivors from being directly exposed to space. Then, under the traction beam, the survivors were slowly transferred to the spacecraft. From splitting to transferring, the entire rescue process was completed in just 20 minutes. Although there will definitely be some casualties during the rescue process, it is only a very small part, less than 10,000 casualties. Overall, it is still a perfect rescue. After the rescue mission was completed, looking at the remaining pirate base below, Tuan OS waved his hand, and hundreds of scorching doomsday beams completely blasted the entire meteorite. After cleaning up the traces of the doomsday weapon, and making sure that there was no evidence left, Tuan OS led the team back with satisfaction. Sure enough, the doomsday weapon is still comfortable to use. Chapter 456. Because the small doomsday technology used by the battleship is now only mastered by New Eden, even the Angel Civilization and the Demon Civilization have not been able to exchange this technology from the Stone Man. It can be said that this small doomsday technology is currently the symbol of New Eden. And the Sky Serpent group cannot reveal that it is a member of New Eden, so when using this small doomsday, Tuan OSS is so cautious. Time flies, and it is a month. During this month, the Eastern Star region has been dividing the legacy of the two major alliances, so it seems very peaceful. After the Foreign Legion and the Sky Serpent fleet used Thunderbolt methods to kill several pirate groups around them, who specialized in robbing and killing the survivors, they completely gave up after finding that the big men behind them did not provide any substantial help except verbal comfort. Many pirate groups took the initiative to send the captured survivors to the Buvidan Star field, and after compensating a batch of resources, they quickly left with their belongings. The Sky Serpent group's actions also made some forces that were preparing or paying attention to the survivors withdraw their claws, and no longer block the migration of the survivors. Over the past month, as the survivors continued to enter the source area, the number of survivors exceeded 100 billion, which greatly enhanced the development of the source area. But many problems also followed. The Foreign Legion was easy to deal with. Sure, man only needed to ensure their basic survival supplies, and he didn't need to worry about the rest. But those who became citizens of the Tianchi group with their families through military exploits had to worry about him. Over the past month, the Foreign Legion has been constantly encircling and suppressing pirates in the Buvidan Star field, which not only honed its combat effectiveness, but also brought a lot of resources to the Tianchi group. Therefore, due to various reasons, the number of people who have officially become citizens of the Tianchi group has reached 2 billion, which is a headache for sure man. Although the population of the Emma Empire is tens of billions, the Emma Empire has its own laws, and it is also managed by the Emma Queen Jamil Salam, so Sherman has never bothered at all. The population of the Dori Corps, the only indigenous force in the past, is only tens of millions, and it also has its own operating framework. It is directly managed by Allah, so Sherman does not need to worry about it. But now these survivors are different. After joining the Tianxi group, the original operating framework of these survivors, who live in tribes, is no longer valid. They need a completely new one. It can be said that these can make Sherman exhausted. And with so many people, corruption is inevitable. Sherman has been reported more than once that there is a practice of selling merits in this foreign legion. Some people who have enough merits to exchange for citizenship will sell the extra merit points to others to make money. This is nothing, because it will not have any impact except that it can increase the population of the Tianxi group, so Sherman neither supports nor opposes it. However, some of the fleets of the Foreign Legion have serious deductions, which has triggered Sherman's bottom line. Now many fleet managers dare to secretly deduct the rewards that Sherman issues to ordinary fleet members. Take the 6th Fleet of the Foreign Legion as an example. A week ago, because it performed a combat mission well, Sherman awarded the entire fleet a loyalty point, digital merit. However, the captain of the 6th Fleet took a little first, the captain took a little, the squadron leader and the captain took a little more, and when it was distributed to ordinary members, the original 1,000 loyalty points were only 200 points. Moreover, some foreign fleets are now forming cliques, and some people only know their fleet captains, but not Sherman, the leader of the Sky Snake group. So when Sherman put these evidences in front of Wen Bai and Gu Tu, the two fell silent. Finally, in order to prove their loyalty to Sherman, the two took the initiative to apply for the loyalty test, and successfully passed the operation and became a clone pilot. And after the two became clone pilots, Sherman gave up the idea of killing and handed over the management of these survivors and citizens of the Sky Snake group to the two of them. Official citizens are official citizens, and survivors are survivors. Their identities are different, so the treatment methods will be different. So the mild-mannered Wen Bai was arranged to manage the citizens of the Tianxi group, while the hot-tempered Gutu was responsible for the survivors of the Foreign Legion. In a place like the Foreign Legion, if you don't kill people, you won't stop. Only Gutu, who has a high reputation and a strong desire to kill, can be competent for this matter. Afterwards, Gutu was officially appointed by Sherman as the head of the Foreign Legion and concurrently the director of the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau. He was responsible for war in wartime and anti-corruption in peacetime. After being appointed, Gutu went on a killing spree, slaughtering all the corrupt personnel in the Foreign Legion. Captain, I just withheld hundreds of thousands of loyalty points. There is no need to punish me like this. I have worked hard even if I have not made any contributions during this period of time. The captain of the 6th Fleet of the Foreign Legion and many management personnel were detained by Gutu in the square of the base, ready to be hanged. The gallows was placed in the square, and the captain of the 6th Fleet kept howling. Hearing this, Gutu stepped forward and kicked him in the stomach, then put the rope around his neck expressionlessly. Looking at the captain of the 6th Fleet, who was struggling because of suffocation, Gutu's tone was grim. Your Majesty not only gave us the survivors a way to live, but also gave us dignity and personality. Is this how you scum repay His Majesty? Then, Gutu looked at the other dozen people kneeling on the gallows, his eyes filled with rage, and roared, "Every time you guys take a profit, His Majesty will be disappointed in us. If His Majesty is completely disappointed in us, then where should we, the survivors, go? Will we continue to live the same life without dignity, where even slaves look down on us?" Everyone lowered their heads when they heard this. "Raise your heads." Gutu looked at the people around him, and said loudly, "Raise your heads, and look at these people on the gallows. If the future Majesty chooses to give up on us, these people will be the culprits. Remember their faces, and remember them all firmly in my heart." Faced with these words, everyone on the gallows knelt down helplessly, tears streaming down their faces. "Captain, I know I was wrong. Hang me. Don't let His Majesty be disappointed with the entire survivors because of us. Captain, I know I was wrong." Gutu looked at the people on the gallows. Although he couldn't bear it, he still raised his hand with a firm look. No punishment is not enough to set an example. At this time, Sherman's holographic projection appeared in the square and stopped the execution. Let them go. Form a death fleet with them. Let them charge at the forefront of the battle every time. Use their own and the enemy's blood to wash away the shame until death. The next ones caught will be dealt with in the same way. Those who commit the same offense again will be killed within 3 generations. After saying that, the projection slowly dissipated. Gutu led everyone to kneel on the ground. Your Majesty, be merciful. So far, the Foreign Legion has also gained a fleet of death-defying fleets, also known as the Criminal Army. So after this execution, Goethe used an iron-blooded approach to rectify the entire Foreign Legion, making corruption disappear completely. Because Goethe has already undergone pilot cloning surgery, Sherman also trusts him very much, so he handed over the tax collection to the Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau. In addition to catching corruption, Goethe's Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau also has to take on the task of catching tax evasion. This also puts Goethe under great pressure. In order to better perform the task, after obtaining Sherman's consent, Goethe also began to build several direct fleets for the Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau. And because the Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau has great power, in order to ensure its internal purity, all its staff and combatants must be clone pilots. Compared with corruption, Sherman attaches more importance to their loyalty to him. Chapter 457. Goethe took great pains in establishing the Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau. The personnel needed to be all clone pilots, which prevented him from expanding the fleet. After all, these survivors were not like the civilians of the Emma Empire, who had loyalty engraved into their DNA. As long as they had talent, they could complete the clone pilot surgery 100% and become a battleship pilot. So Goethe had a hard time selecting the soldiers. Every soldier of the Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau needed to be absolutely loyal to Sherman and have relevant talents. So it took a full half-month for Goethe to select less than 200 people from all the members of the Foreign Legion. In other words, the Tianchi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet only has one fleet, which is completely unable to meet Goethe's expectations. Because the fleet is insufficient, it is not enough to be used as the main fleet, so Goethe has no good solution and can only ask Sherman to plan this fleet. Goethe just came to the meeting room and saw Cormac Wagia making a report. Then he sat obediently in the seat next to him and waited quietly for Cormac Wagia to finish his report. My lord, the first super flagship fleet of the Tianchi Group has been built. Please make the allocation and judgment. Now the Tianchi Group has only one super flagship fleet, and there are 4 officials. Everyone wants to command this super flagship fleet. Cormac Wagia cannot monopolize it, so he can only look for Sherman to allocate it. You know, according to the current construction speed, it will take a full 2 months for the next super flagship fleet to roll off the production line, and by that time, there will be less than half a month before Sherman's mission is completed, and the opportunity will be cold. Therefore, this super flagship fleet can be said to be the only super flagship fleet of the Sky Serpentis Group. No one wants to give in. Even if Cormac Wagia is the #1 official of the Sky Serpentis Group, he cannot ignore the opinions of the other 3 officials. Without any hesitation, Sherman said, "You will lead the super flagship fleet, and the number will be the Shadow Sky Serpentis First Fleet." Cormac Wagia has been handling various affairs of the Sky Serpentis Group for some time. It is indeed unfair for a good combat-type official to be used as a civilian by Sherman. So this first super flagship fleet was let to lead by Cormac Wagia, which was also a reward for him. Thank you, Lord. Then, Sherman asked again, how many super flagship fleets can we build with the resources we have now? Cormac Wagia's eyes flashed with data, and then he replied, My lord, it is barely enough to build a super flagship fleet, but some resources will be needed later. The current Tianchi Group needs a lot of resources, whether it is building warships or transforming planets. The resources in the warehouse now can't support Sherman's idea of making dumplings with super flagship fleets. Sherman tapped his fingers on the table and fell into deep thought. Then, he asked Cormac Wagia, with our current strength, can we start the War of Unification? Cormac Wagia shook his head. My lord, although I am confident that I can lead the super flagship fleet to face the enemy's 3 to 5 super flagship fleets and win, there are a total of 26 super flagship fleets in the entire Eastern Star region, and there are countless dreadnought fleets. Others are not. Let's take the Eastern Commercial Union as an example. During this period, they have deployed 5 super flagship fleets in the 3 star fields of Kelson Star Field, Iris Star Field and Johnry Star Field, and all kinds of hyperspace jump orbits have been set up. We can't handle it with just one super flagship fleet. Currently, the territories of the Tianchi Group are only the Source Field and the Buwiden Star Field. The Source Field is only connected to the Buwiden Star Field, so there is no need to worry about safety. But the Buwiden Star Field is different. To the north is the Kiangrua Star Field, to the west is the Early Star Field, and to the south is the Kelson Star Field. It can be said that the Eastern Business Federation and the great enemy, the Serpentis Group, are surrounded tightly. It can be said that in order to deal with the Serpentis Group, the Eastern Business Federation directly placed nearly 80% of its assets around it. In theory, This Eastern Star field should not have so many super flagship fleets after being plowed twice by the Emma Empire. After all, the super flagship fleets of the two major alliances, whether stored or in service, were almost crushed by the Emma Empire. In addition, 2/3 of the resources were extorted in the end. It is impossible for the entire Eastern Star field to recover without more than 10 years. All this is inseparable from the secret support of the demon civilization. After a friendly exchange with the Emma Empire and a perfect resolution of the misunderstanding, the demon princess could not take revenge on New Eden, so she could only focus on the Eastern Star region. The current situation of the Eastern Star region is very conducive to attracting it to the camp of the demon civilization. Such a great contribution is enough to help Sarah Jones suppress the failure of the battle with New Eden. And the fact is that in the face of the help extended by the demon civilization, after the two major alliances were destroyed, other forces could only choose to accept it. Among them, the Eastern Commercial Union was the most proactive, and this was also strongly supported by the demon civilization. In just 2 months, the Eastern Commercial Union has grown from the original 2 super flagship fleets to the current 17 super flagship fleets, with 7 major star regions, becoming the strongest force in the Eastern Star region. As for why the demon civilization did not seek cooperation with the Sky Snake Group, it was also because of the Eastern Commercial Union. They did not need to destroy the cooperation with the Eastern Commercial Union for such a medium-sized force as the Sky Snake Group, so they gave up. Now that the resources and territory snatched from the two alliances have been basically digested, Hut Rupert is also eager to try. He is very envious of the warship technology of the Serpentis Group. That is why there are currently 15 super flagship fleets surrounding the Buvedin star field. Because of the Eastern Business Union's secret blockade of the Serpentis Group, Sherman is unable to purchase resources from the outside world. Even if satellite mining can bring a lot of resources, some resources are not available through satellite mining, so they can only rely on imports. Therefore, this also led to the current situation of the Sky Serpent Group lacking resources. Listening to Cormac Vaga's analysis, Sherman couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If the demon civilization hadn't secretly interfered, then according to his original plan, he could have relied on this Shadow Sky Serpent First Fleet to start the War of Unification. Now, the difficulty of unifying the Eastern Star region has not only not decreased, but has increased in disguise. It hurts. Chapter 458. Faced with the 15 super flagship fleets deployed around, Sherman had no idea what to do. He could only signal Cormac Waja to sit down, and turn to ask Gutu, who had been waiting for a long time. Gutu, what's the matter? Hearing Sherman's question, Gutu, who was still immersed in the conversation between the two, instantly recovered and stood up. My lord, I came here to ask you what kind of fleet the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau should form. Is it a main fleet composed of battleships and interception ships, or a garrison fleet composed of battleships, cruisers, and escort fleets? The main fleet, as the name implies, is a fleet that focuses on the main battlefield, so it requires a standard fleet to facilitate firepower coordination and combat, and the interception means are mostly carried out by the interceptor ships. The garrison fleet is different. The garrison fleet mostly fights security wars, and usually just does some anti-infiltration tasks. Therefore, in terms of fleet composition, it is mainly composed of flexible and maneuverable cruisers and frigates, and battleships are just used as firepower supplements. After all, the combat radius is within the territory of one's own side, and various fleets around can be called at any time. Gouda just wanted to ask Sherman how to define the fleet of the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau. Sherman had already planned for this, and was about to speak out, but suddenly a light bulb went off in his head, and he turned to look at Cormac Waja. Cormac Waja, have the stealth bombers and reconnaissance ships of the Tianxi group been unlocked? Cormac Waja's eyes lit up immediately, and he understood Shyman's intention. My lord, it has been unlocked long ago, and the materials are sufficient, so it can be built at any time. Okay. Hearing the clear answer, Sherman immediately clenched his fists excitedly. Looking at the two people who were playing dumb, Gutu said cautiously, My lord. Looking at the confused Gutu, Sherman immediately smiled and said, Gutu, I plan to build the fleet of the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau into a black hidden special service fleet. What do you think? Hearing this, Gutu immediately grinned. My lord, this is completely in line with the functions of the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau fleet. The Black Hidden Special Service Fleet has enough secrecy and mobility, which can allow the fleet of the Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau to appear silently in any corner. It can not only be used to suppress the rebellion in the country, but also appear in the main battlefield battle, which is perfect. Afterwards, Gouda said with some regret, It's a pity that the Black Flag Special Service fleet can only fight against the enemy's regular fleet and can't do anything about the flagship, otherwise it would be perfect. In the future, the battles of the Sky Snake group will mainly be flagship battles, and the Black Flag Special Service fleet cannot participate in them, which makes Gutu a little regretful. After all, nowadays, except for Shimon's personal guard fleet, neither the Demon Civilization nor the Angel Civilization has a Black Flag Special Service fleet that can deal with a flagship. And Shimon's personal guard fleet cannot be exposed at present, which is very regrettable. Hearing this, Sherman and Cormac Waja looked at each other, and then Cormac Waja hugged Gutu and said, "If the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet given to you can not only deal with the conventional fleet, but also counter the flagship, would you be satisfied? How is this possible?" Gutu didn't believe Cormac Waja's words at all. Facing the terrifying firepower of the flagship, a conventional fleet with dozens of times more power would be useless. So how could it be possible to have a Black Hidden Special Forces fleet that could counter the flagship? Well, Sherman's quick response fleet doesn't count. After all, not everyone's Black Hidden Special Forces ships are equipped with doomsday weapons. Gutu is now just an ordinary clone pilot in the New Eden sequence. He is not like Mu Yunyan, who became an official directly after the operation, so his information about New Eden is limited to what he knows, and he does not have the authority to retrieve and view the overall information of New Eden. So in his impression, only the flagship can fight against the flagship. Looking at Gutu, who looked unbelieving, Sherman nodded to him. What Cormac Waja said is true. The Serpentis group also has a Black Special Forces fleet that can counter the flagship. After hearing Sherman's affirmation, Gutu's eyes suddenly shrank. Although the Serpentis group does not have a full range of warship technology like the Four Empires, it is at the forefront in the application of some technologies. Similar to the Gustas group's long-tailed Lizard-class interceptors and Chameleon-class reconnaissance ships, the Shasta group has the Imp-class interceptors and the Demon-class heavy interceptor ships. The Serpentis group also has its own special edition warships. Collector-class stealth bomber. Victor-class reconnaissance ship. Stealth bomber. This thing is one of the standard warships of the Black Hidden Special Service in New Eden, and it is a frequent visitor who can create a miraculous record of small wins over big. And the Black Hidden Special Service fleet in this world, strictly speaking, is composed of pure Black Hidden Special Service. Although it has high mobility, its combat targets can only be limited to conventional fleets, and it cannot pose a threat to flagship-level warships. And Sherman's first Black Hidden Special Service is a fast reaction fleet, and its main force is also the Marshall-class Bug-class Black Hidden Special Service that can directly fight against the flagship, so he didn't care much about the stealth bomber. As for the Emma Empire, which was the only one that had this thing before, it directly surpassed the flagship fleet throughout the whole process, and crushed the opponent with absolute strength on the front battlefield. Not to mention the Black Hidden Special Service fleet. Even the Golden Fleet, composed of Paladin plunder ships, did not have many on the field, and almost all the battles were flagship level. So this also led to Sherman selectively ignoring the existence of such a good thing as the Invisible Bomber. My lord, can this good thing be equipped to our Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau first? Although he didn't understand what this stealth bomber was, it was not difficult to tell from the two people that it was a good thing, so Gutu directly applied to Sherman. Of course, because this stealth bomber had never been used in actual combat, and this was not a game, Sherman had no idea at the moment, and it was impossible to mass produce and equip it now. It still needed actual combat testing. No hurry. Sherman shook his head, and then he also instructed Cormac Waja, first produce 100 collector-class stealth bombers, and let's test them first. Cormac Waja patted his chest. As long as there are enough materials, a production line can produce one collector class in half an hour. It's easy. Although the industry of the Serpentis group is not as good as the headquarters, in addition to the Sodio engineering complex, they still have a large number of Etano refineries. Although the Etano refinery is not as professional as the Sodio engineering complex, there is no problem in producing other warships except the flagship. It's just the difference in the loss of materials. So in less than 2 hours, the three of them launched a unique actual combat test in a closed galaxy in the source domain. Chapter 459. The entire source domain was put on level 1 alert, and all foreign legions had already taken off and were deployed on various traffic routes in the Buvidan star domain. The Serpentis fleet also blocked the entire source domain, not allowing any non-military warships to take to the air, and implemented a temporary military control mode. Even the fast reaction fleet that had been hiding in the subspace was dispatched, monitoring the entire source domain, while implementing all-round electronic interference suppression on the entire source domain. All these undoubtedly prove that Sherman valued this actual combat experiment. After clearing several surrounding star systems, and confirming that there were no outsiders, the actual combat experiment began immediately. 100 Collector-class stealth bombers, the newly produced Serpentis super flagship fleet. Because it was necessary to test the anti-flagship effect of the Collector class, the first thing to test was the attack effect on the Dreadnought fleet. Without any nonsense, with Sherman's order, Cormac Vada controlled a Fierce-class Dreadnought to come out first, directly open the battle module at the designated location, and enter the attack mode. Then 10 Collector-class ships jumped out of the subspace, and tightly surrounded the Fierce-class Dreadnought. After the Collector class jumped, it began to attack the Fierce class. As a small warship, this stealth bomber is really powerful in attack, because it uses special anti-flagship torpedoes. Only 10 stealth bombers can quickly knock down the energy shield of the Fierce class. However, the Fierce class Dreadnought is armor and structure resistant, so when attacking the armor plate, these 10 Collector class ships seem a little weak. Then Cormac Vada waved his hand, and another 10 Collector class ships entered the scene. Under the siege of 20 Collector class ships, the armor of the Fierce class finally couldn't resist and began to be penetrated quickly. After obtaining the attack data, Cormac Vada also stopped the attack, and then conducted attack experiments on the Vanguard-class small aircraft carrier, the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier, and the Conqueror-class Titan in turn. In the end, very intuitive experimental data was obtained. This Collector-class stealth bomber does have a very good anti-flagship effect. In terms of attacking the flagship, it is much higher than the attack of ordinary battleships. Of course, this is also because of the unique torpedo system of the stealth bomber, and the torpedoes equipped are also special anti-flagship torpedoes, so it can have such a high attack data on the flagship. Seeing that the stealth bomber did not have any accidents in the attack on the flagship, Sherman was relieved. Moreover, Sherman can also order a batch of special torpedoes for Estamel Tel, the missile expert, to increase the attack power of the stealth bomber, so Sherman is relieved in terms of attack power. The next step is a real combat test. No matter how strong the attack power is, it needs enough output space. After all, only when alive can there be output. So the next test is the ability of the Collector class in actual combat conditions. Cormac Vada directly controlled 20 Collector class ships to the best attack distance, and started attacking the Fierce class Dreadnought. Because it is a real combat test, the Fierce class Dreadnought is now controlled by another officer, as close to the actual combat environment as possible. In front of everyone, the energy shield of the Fierce class Dreadnought was quickly broken, and the armor began to become tattered under the bombardment of torpedoes. Everything seemed to be going so smoothly. But when the Fierce class suddenly activated the closed defense system, and used the heavy capture stasis beam to slow down a Collector, everything changed. Without any surprise, the Collector class captured by the stasis beam was directly killed in one round by the gunfire of the Fierce class Dreadnought, without any resistance. Then Cormac Vada directly controlled the remaining stealth bombers to his extreme attack distance, and launched an attack. Because of the distance, the heavy capture beam of the Fierce class could not catch the opponent this time, so it could only use the sweeping gun and secondary guns to attack in turn. However, the signal radius of the Collector class itself is small, and the maneuvering makes the damage very small. And when it is almost unbearable, the Collector class will turn around and leave, and after breaking away from the lock, it will activate the covert action device and enter the subspace. After the Fierce class attacks the next ship, it will return from the subspace, just like a loach. Finally, in the actual combat between the two officials, the Fierce class was destroyed, and 5 of the 20 Collector class were destroyed. Seeing this result, Gutu was very excited. With such a stealth bomber fleet, he can do a lot. My lord, please arrange the Collector class for us. Well, you can go find the Cormac Vagana battleship equipment tomorrow. Although the Serpentis group has the Victor reconnaissance ship and the Collector class stealth bomber, it does not have an important black hidden special service ship. In order to match these two warships, Sherman did not choose to use the existing MR Empire Savior class black hidden special service ship, but unlocked the Galendi Federation Sin class black hidden special service ship alone. Because the technology of the Serpentis group was born from Galendi, using this Sin class ship can also match it. Looking at Gutu's excited face, Sherman couldn't help but smile, and then said, Gutu, this stealth bomber has more than just this function, and this Collector class ship is not an ordinary stealth bomber. You have to learn from Cormac Vada and find out the functions of the Collector class ship as soon as possible. Gutu looked puzzled. He could barely see that this stealth bomber relied on a unique anti-flagship torpedo system and special torpedoes to achieve the anti-flagship effect. Although this anti-flagship torpedo had a good attack power against the flagship, the launch speed of the torpedo could only deal with bulky flagships or battleships. What else should he pay attention to? Seeing Gooda's puzzled face, Sherman did not speak but gave a look to Cormac Varga next to him. Then Cormac Varga nodded, and ordered the fleet to place hundreds of targets for high-energy reaction tests in the test field. Then, in Gooda's puzzled expression, 50 Collector-class stealth bombers entered the subspace stealthily, and then jumped out hundreds of kilometers away from the target area. Then 50 bombs were launched and flew straight to the target area, and after the launch, the 50 Collector-class ships fled in the opposite direction like a dog half-chased. Then, 50 bombs exploded instantly after reaching the target area. The high-energy reaction produced by the explosion caused Gooda's warships to sound a rapid alarm. After the explosion, Gouda looked at the high-energy reaction of the instantaneous explosion tested on the target, and his mouth widened. Looking at the values on the target, Gouda could calculate the power of the bombs fired with a little calculation. 1 bomb can completely destroy a generally equipped escort-level warship. 10 bombs can destroy or cripple a cruiser-level warship. And these 50 bombs can completely destroy a battleship-level warship. And the most important thing is that this bomb is a large-scale indiscriminate attack. Such a stealth bomber, if used well, is impossible to destroy a main battleship fleet that is several times or even dozens of times larger than its own. Chapter 460. Sherman was very satisfied with the excellent test data of the stealth bomber, and then he said to Cormac Varga, "Next, let's focus on building stealth bombers and Fierce-class dreadnoughts." "My lord, what about other flagships?" Cormac Varga asked. "You know, if there is no Titan, then facing the enemy's super flagship fleet, it will be a big deal. Although this stealth bomber has the ability to counter the flagship, it only plays a supporting role. In the end, it still needs the Titan to punch to decide the outcome." Sherman knew that Cormac Varga had misunderstood his meaning, so he immediately explained, "What I mean is that the 40 Conquerors that are currently on the production line will continue to be built, but the other Hatred-class supercarriers or Vanguard-class small carriers do not need to be built. All resources are used to build the Fierce-class dreadnoughts and stealth bombers. There are only 2.5 months left before the deadline for the mission. Sherman can't wait any longer, and there is no time to wait for other super flagships to come off the production line. Take the 40 Conqueror Titans currently under construction, for example. It will take more than 2 months to launch them. Most importantly, after building these 40 Conqueror Titans, the remaining resources will not be enough to build other flagships according to the super flagship fleet, and the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier fleet will be lacking a lot. And in order to break through the 15 super fleets placed around by the Eastern Commercial Union, Sherman can only pin his hopes on his only super flagship fleet, the Invisible Bomber, and the Fierce-class Dreadnought fleet." Cormac Varga frowned and asked hesitantly, "My lord, do you mean Dreadnought Bomb?" Sherman nodded heavily. "Dreadnought Bomb, this is a tactic used by players in the game. It is to use the superior number of dreadnoughts in the battle to kill the enemy's high-value flagships, such as super aircraft carriers and Titans. Because the dreadnought cannot move after the module is activated, it is almost impossible to survive after the enemy calls for support, which means that there is no chance of survival, so it is called Dreadnought Bomb by players. Compared to the expensive and time-consuming super flagships, this dreadnought can be described as good value for money." So after Sherman said that, Cormac Varga thought for a while and nodded. "In the current situation, this is their only way out. My lord, if all the remaining resources are used to build dreadnoughts, with our current industrial capacity, we can launch a batch every half a month, and each batch can have about 20 fleets. Although it is a little less, as long as we can obtain enough resources within this half a month, then the next dreadnoughts will have as many resources as possible, and even the interrupted super flagship fleet construction can continue." Looking at Cormac Varga, who stood up straight and had a gleam in his eyes, Sherman's mouth curled slightly. "What do you mean?" Cormac Varga said without any hesitation, with a fighting spirit on his face, "Gather all fleets, strike first, and break through the blockade of the Eastern Commercial Union." After the Eastern Commercial Union received the help of the Demon Civilization, plus the expansion of territory, its strength increased by 1 point every day. If they continue like this, they will eventually take action against the Sky Snake Group, which can only be a slow death for the Sky Snake Group. Besides, they don't have any good solution now. If they win, everyone is happy. If they lose, at most the Emma Empire will come to clean up the mess again in 2.5 months. Sherman can afford to lose. Without any hesitation, Sherman immediately stood up and ordered the Sky Snake Fleet to assemble immediately and send troops. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. This battle naturally has to use the most trusted fleet to get a good start. This foreign legion has hundreds of billions of people, big and small, and Sherman doesn't know how many enemy spies there are among them. Naturally, he can't let the foreign legion fight this first battle, otherwise there will be no secrecy. After a while, the other 3 officials, and the 2 leaders of the foreign legion also came to the combat meeting room. Looking at everyone, Sherman did not make any long speeches, but went straight to the point and said, "From today, the Sky Serpent Group will start the War of Unification." Hearing this, no one was surprised, and they all stared at Sherman with a fighting spirit, hoping that they could get a combat mission. Looking at the people sitting down, Sherman nodded, and then directly issued an order. Order, Cormac Wagia leads the Shadow Sky Serpent First Super Flagship Fleet to rush to the Buwiden Star region immediately. Remember, don't be exposed, we are going to fight a surprise attack. Yes. Order, Settler Charlon will lead 2 Black Hidden Special Forces fleets to sneak into the Kelson Starfield first to monitor the enemy's every move. Yes. Order, Tuwin OSS and Briel Geldora will each bring 2 Black Hidden Special Forces fleets to the Ella Starfield, and the Jonries Starfield respectively to monitor the enemy's super flagship fleets in them. Once the battle starts, you must hold them back, and not let them provide support. Yes. When Shubai, Gudu, you 2 must stabilize the rear during the war, and the Foreign Legion must defend the Buwiden Starfield to the death, and not let any enemy enter the source field. Also, I don't want us to fight on the front line, while the rear is holding us back. Knowing that the Foreign Legion could not participate in the first battle of such a war, Guda patted his chest and showed a fierce look. "My lord, don't worry. If any little bastard dares to betray me, I will make him regret living in this world. With my Tianxi Anti-Corruption Bureau here, they can't make any waves." Sherman stared at Gu Tu and the other man, and said word by word, "I hope you can do it, otherwise you should know the consequences. If these survivors really dare to make trouble during the war, then he will definitely let the Emma Empire bloodbath the entire Eastern Star region, and let these survivors meet their ancestors. From a certain perspective, New Eden should be called the devil." Although Sherman didn't know how many civilizations New Eden destroyed, and how many lives were slaughtered when unifying the Southern Star region, it was definitely much more than the number of these survivors. What he was sure of was that if he really had to order Shui-Tu to look at the entire Eastern Star region, he would not even blink. He could give these survivors dignity, and he could also end their civilization and lives. Sherman took out a cigarette that Maud had specially given him from his pocket and lit it. His face was half covered with smoke, and a word that could not be heard was also heard by Gu Tu and Wen Shubai. "Dignity, land, and shelter, I have given you all, and you only need to offer me your loyalty. This is my only condition, and the final bottom line. I hope you will not let me down."